1. The Pampered Wife System. In Sangnan City, the sky gradually brightened with the first light of dawn. Luo Qingzhou sat half reclined at the edge of his bed, gazing out as the scattered stars faded into the light of day, momentarily lost in thought. Once a national martial arts champion in his mid-20s for Blue Star, he had unexpectedly traversed into the world of divine slaying and was adopted by the parents of Hongying. If memory serves him correctly, it was on a frigid, windswept street that he found himself, a mere infant, abandoned and alone. Until the arrival of little Hongying, she appeared like a radiant beam of light, warming his shivering form. "Mom, Dad, this little brother seems to be falling asleep. But why is he sleeping on the street?" The lively little girl, with her twin ponytails and bright, dark eyes, alternated her gaze between the drowsy Luo Qingzhou and her parents. Oh, the poor child must have been abandoned by his parents. How could a baby, at such a tender age, end up on this cold, desolate street? Hongying's mother approached with sympathy, gently touching Luo Qingzhou's forehead. Fortunately, he doesn't have a fever, otherwise it would truly break one's heart. No fever? Little Hongying mimicked her mother, placing her soft hand on Luo Qingzhou's forehead. Not hot, but a bit cold. He must be chilly. We should take this little brother to an orphanage. At least he won't freeze or go hungry there, Hongying's mother decided, reaching to lift the drowsy Luo Qingzhou. Suddenly, a pair of small, delicate hands grasped her larger one. The owner of those hands, with bright, expressive eyes, pleaded, "Mommy, please don't send the little brother to the orphanage. I want a little brother. And you and Daddy promised to give me one." Seeing the hope in her daughter's eyes, Hongying's mother pondered for a moment before smiling gently. "All right, since little Hongying likes her brother, let's bring him home, shall we, dear?" Hongying's father looked perplexed by his wife's decision. Yet, Hongying's mother joyfully cradled Luo Qingzhou in her arms and leaned towards her husband, whispering softly, "We are pioneers exploring the mists, unaware of the dangers that may lurk within. If one day we are no longer here, or if we cannot return from our exploration, how lonely will our daughter be left all alone? So I thought perhaps this child could accompany and care for Hongying in the future." As the faint echo of Hongying's father's agreement resonated in his memory, Luo Qingzhou returned to the present. Now a 20-year-old sophomore, he donned a simple student outfit, washed up, and then confidently made his way to the kitchen, effortlessly preparing breakfast. I wonder if Hongying and Xiao Nin have woken up? After placing the breakfast on the dining table, Luo Qingzhou approached Hongying's room and gently knocked on the door. "Hongying, are you up? Otherwise, you'll be late for work." "Late for work? Are you going to be late for school, Qingzhou?" Redding, clad in an adorable bear pajama, groggily heard Luo Qingzhou's voice and immediately sprang up as if jolted awake. She hurriedly opened the door and anxiously looked at her brother. "Brother, what time is it? Let me take you to school." Luo Qingzhou, unfazed, glanced at his phone. "Sister Hongying, it's only 6:30. "Only 6:30? You scare me. I thought you were going to be late." Redding sighed in relief and glanced at Luo Qingzhou with her beautiful, bright black eyes, expressing her disdain. "Go on, I need to change my clothes. Don't block the door." "Okay," said Luo Qingzhou, dressed in his student uniform, handsome and radiant, as he left without a care. He also called out to see Xiao Nan to wake up. Soon, the three of them were seated at the dining table, chatting and laughing while enjoying breakfast. "Qingzhou, you're quite the brother, taking care of your sister by preparing breakfast ahead of time." Si Xiaonan, wearing framed glasses, gazed eagerly at the boiled eggs, slightly warmed fresh milk, and bread filled with slices of beef on the table, unable to suppress her saliva. It's only right for a brother to care for his sister. Luo Qingzhou peeled a boiled egg and smiled as he handed it to Redding, whose mouth was stained with milk. TSK, you even peeled an egg for Sister Hongying. What a fortunate sister you are." Si Xiaonan remarked, somewhat enviously. Fortunate? Xiaonan, you have no idea. This guy only behaves when you're around when you're not. He definitely tries to persuade me to do his." Redding, displeased with Si Xiaonan's words, bit her lip and narrowed her eyes at the seemingly harmless and radiant Luo Qingzhou. Do what?" Si Xiaonan's eyes widened in surprise. She never imagined that after staying at Red Ying's house for such a long time, she had not realized that this obedient and sensible brother had a hidden side when she was absent. "Nothing." Red Ying's cheeks flushed suddenly. "Nothing? That sounds suspicious." Si Xiaonan adjusted her glasses, scrutinizing the blushing red Ying like a detective while also sizing up the perpetually sunny and charming Luo Qingzhou. Oh, Xiaonan, it's really nothing strange. Hurry up and eat. After we take Qingzhou to school, we still have to go to work. Fearing that Si Xiaonan would discover how her brother slyly coaxed her into behaving like a wife, Red Ying hurriedly urged them on. Right, the office has been quite busy lately. Reminded of the recent frequent appearances of the ghostly figure, Si Xiaonan quickly resumed her breakfast. In no time, the nutritious breakfast was devoured by the three of them, especially Red Ying, who let out a very satisfied little burp. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving Red Ying's approval for breakfast, rewarding 1,000 points for pampering the wife. After her little burp, Luo Qingzhou suddenly heard the electronic synthesized voice of the pampering wife system echo in his mind. Regarding the wife pampering system, is the extraordinary ability awakened by Luo Qingzhou upon his traversal into the world of god-slaying. However, the activation conditions of this wife pampering system are exceedingly stringent. There exists but a singular prerequisite to bind with a mutually affectionate counterpart of the opposite sex. As the name suggests, Luo Qingzhou must harbor feelings for this individual, who in turn must reciprocate his affections. Both elements are indispensable. The sole condition for activating the wife pampering system is paradoxically simple, yet profoundly challenging. This system, which traveled alongside him to the god-slaying world, was only recently activated. Prior to its activation, he lived as an ordinary person with merely a smattering of martial arts skills. Consequently, Hongying refrained from enlightening Luo Qingzhou about the existence of deities in this world. Undoubtedly, even without Hongying's revelations about the complexities of this realm, he was already intimately familiar with it. System, open the host panel. Beep, the host panel has been successfully activated. Host, Luo Qingzhou age, 20 realm. Zon realm 900, 5000 wife pampering points. 10,001 can be used to purchase items in the wife pampering mall. 2 can be exchanged 1 tune for realm advancement. 3 can be used for the wife pampering roulette for a chance at prizes items. Beginner's gift pack 1 divine ruins. None. Wife pampering points must be used judiciously as they are crucial for advancement. After reviewing the host panel, Luo Qingzhou recognized that his ascension as an ordinary individual was entirely reliant on these points. Thus, he resolved not to expend them frivolously unless surplus points were available. Contemplating this, he decided to first explore the treasures contained within the beginner's gift pack. System, open the beginner's gift pack. Beep, the beginner's gift pack has been successfully opened. Beep, congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 wife pampering points. Beep, congratulations to the host for becoming the agent of the creator deity Nuwa of Huaxia, and for obtaining the divine ruins. Creation of beings can create myriad entities from soil, with the highest realm matching that of the host. Beep, congratulations to the host for acquiring the legendary red item miracle scroll. 1. Those who believe in miracles are remarkable. The miracle scroll can manifest a miracle into reality. This, becoming the agent of the creator deity Nuwa, and acquiring the divine ruins. Creation of beings seems excessively powerful. And this miracle scroll is akin to a resurrection ticket for the entirety of Tsangnan City. Upon witnessing the rewards from the beginner's gift pack, even with his usual composure, Luo Qingzhou could not suppress his astonishment. The ability creation of beings possessed by the creator deity Nuwa implies that he could conjure an innumerable army of Zon realm warriors from the comfort of his abode, merely by playing with clay. This won't do. The Zon realm is still somewhat lacking, unable to contend with the impending Ghost Face King. It is prudent to elevate my realm using the wife pampering points first, and then employ the divine ruins creation of beings to maximize the effectiveness. Considering the forthcoming challenge posed by the Ghost Face King, Luo Qingzhou decisively allocated all his wife pampering points to enhance his realm. With the support of the 20,000 points dedicated to pampering his wife, Luo Qingzhou could distinctly perceive his mental prowess evolving from a mere trickle to a vast expanse of water, teetering on the brink of transformation into a flowing river. Am I at the pinnacle of the pool realm? Although I have yet to reach the river realm of the Ghost Face King, the pinnacle of the pool realm, combined with the physical prowess of a national martial arts champion, may very well render me a formidable opponent. In his previous life, Luo Qingzhou was a national martial arts champion, excelling in physical techniques to an extraordinary degree. Any weapon in his grasp could unleash its full potential and characteristics. Even a simple card or shard of iron could be wielded with a finesse akin to that of the legendary little leaf flying dagger. Naturally, unless absolutely necessary, Luo Qingzhou preferred to refrain from descending into the fray himself otherwise. Wouldn't the divine realm of the creator goddess Niuhua become merely decorative? Hey, Qingzhou, it's already 7 o'clock. If you don't set off for school soon, you'll be late. Having indulged in a hearty meal, Hongying, sprawled comfortably on the sofa, blushed slightly upon noticing Luo Qingzhou lost in thought. She understood that whenever her obedient little brother seemed distracted, he was undoubtedly contemplating how to persuade her to become his wife. "Oh, Sister Hongying, I'll go grab my backpack from my room." Observing the faint blush on Hongying's cheeks, Luo Qingzhou smiled warmly, as if basking in spring sunlight. Before long, he emerged from the villa with his backpack slung over his shoulder, settling into the passenger seat of the wealthy woman's car. With the assistance of his affluent sister, Luo Qingzhou arrived at the university he attended. "Get out, you little rascal. I'm in a hurry to get to work." Upon arrival, Hongying adopted a serious demeanor befitting an elder sister as she turned to Luo Qingzhou in the passenger seat. Yet, Luo Qingzhou remained unfazed, leisurely pulling a lollipop from his pocket. Under the watchful gaze of Si Xiaonan and Sister Hongying, he meticulously unwrapped the candy before swiftly popping it into Hongying's cherry-red lips. "Thank you for your hard work, Sister Hongying." With a bright smile, Luo Qingzhou quickly opened the passenger door, stepping out and waving goodbye as he strolled towards the university. Seeing this, Hongying savored the sweetness of a lollipop, feeling a warmth in her heart, yet playfully shook her petite fist in the direction Luo Qingzhou had departed. "You little rascal. Sister doesn't like lollipops." "Huh? Then why do you always have one in your mouth at the office, Sister Hongying?" Si Xiaonan chimed in from a car, posing an untimely yet profound inquiry. Hongying. In the second class of the sophomore year, Luo Qingzhou, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, made his way directly to his seat. Just as he settled down, his classmate Li Yifei approached him with a hint of shyness, saying, Luo, the morning reading is about to start. Please lend me your math homework to copy. I beg you. I'll buy you milk tea after school." "All right." Luo Qingzhou, unhurried, retrieved his math assignment from his bag and handed it to Li Yifei with a smile. "Thank you, Luo, academic genius. Long live the academic genius." Li Yifei, now in possession of the homework, expressed his gratitude exuberantly, reminiscent of the classmate from his previous life. "No need to thank me." However, as Luo Qingzhou observed Li Yifei fervently completing the assignment, his smile suddenly faded. He rubbed his eyes and regarded Li Yifei, who was hunched over his work, resembling a grotesque Nanda snake demon, utterly devoid of human semblance. Why is this so? Though he was already aware that Li Yifei was, in fact, the essence of a Nanda snake demon, the near-perfect disguise had allowed him to remain oblivious until now. Could it be due to the creator goddess Niuhua? Niuhua is the divine progenitor of Huaxia and the mother of all humanity. Thus, as Niuhua's representative, I possess a heightened sensitivity to human essence, enabling me to discern that Li Yifei before me is not truly human. Luo Qingzhou pondered in his mind. "Thank you, Luo, academic genius. I have finally completed yesterday's math assignment." Just as Luo Qingzhou hesitated, Li Yifei, having swiftly finished his work, beamed as he returned the assignment to Luo Qingzhou. "No need to thank me. We are classmates." Luo Qingzhou glanced up at Li Yifei, perceiving him as the Nanda snake demon presenting the homework. Yet he felt no aversion. "Gratitude is still warranted, for you are surely entitled to the milk tea after school." Li Yifei winked at Luo Qingzhou. "All right, enough chatter. Morning reading is starting." He hurried back to his seat, and with the ringing of the school bell, the morning reading officially commenced. Their homeroom teacher appeared at the podium, gravely addressing the class while gesturing to a new student wrapped in black satin beside him. "Students, I would like to introduce you to Lin Chiye, who has joined our sophomore class. I hope you will all take good care of him. Lin Chiye is truly an exemplar for us all, attending class even without sight. Rest assured, our class, though not the top in grades, is undoubtedly the most supportive in the entire sophomore year." "Good. then you must not bully Lin Chia. The homeroom teacher's usually stern demeanor softened, revealing a smile. All right, Lin Chia, please find a seat. The teacher looked toward Lin Chia. Okay. Lin Chia nodded and made his way directly to the seat next to Luo Qingzhou, as it was the only vacant spot beside the academic genius. As for why there was no one seated beside the academic prodigy, Luo Qingzhou, is simply because during class, when the teacher calls on students to answer questions, the spotlight invariably falls on the scholarly Luo Qingzhou. Consequently, each time the teacher calls on someone, they tend to select a classmate sitting next to him to respond, leading, over time, to a noticeable avoidance of the seat next to Luo Qingzhou by other students. Lin Chia, however, boldly chose to sit beside the esteemed scholar, which was quite a remarkable feat. Seated behind Luo Qingzhou, Li Yifei discreetly gave Lin Chia a thumbs up. Remarkable? Lin Chia, adorned in a black satin blindfold, couldn't help but glance at the illustrious Luo Qingzhou beside him. He had not anticipated that as a transfer student, he would casually find himself seated next to such an academic luminary. Do not heed Li Yifei's nonsense. No one is merely a stone. I believe that everyone is a piece of uncut jade, merely in need of meticulous refinement, Luo Qingzhou replied with a smile. Indeed, Lin Chia smiled beneath his black satin blindfold. However, his smile gradually faded into silence after the commencement of the first class. The bespectacled, balding mathematics teacher instinctively called upon him to explain the concept of a function. Having recently emerged from the Sunshine Mental Health Hospital, he was utterly unprepared for the complexities of second-year mathematics. Thus, as he stood, he found himself at a loss for words. Upon noticing Lin Chia and the black cloth covering his eyes, the teacher realized that Lin Chia was a new transfer student and awkwardly adjusted his glasses, saying, "You're Lin Chia, right? I forgot you were new. Let's allow Luo Qingzhou to answer this question instead." Acknowledging this, Lin Chia nodded and sat back down. Luo Qingzhou then stood to respond. Teacher, a function is a correspondence that occurs within a set after delivering a classic explanation of the concept of a function. Luo Qingzhou resumed his seat under the approving nod of the mathematics teacher. Next came the English class, followed by Chinese literature, and then theoretical studies. Lin Chia felt as though he had been summoned to answer questions repeatedly, finally grasping what Li Yifei had meant by remarkable, and understanding why he admired Lin Chia, the audacity to sit beside the academic prodigy despite being blind to the world. Finally, the class concluded, and the pressure felt within the school was no less intense than that experienced in the Sunshine Mental Health Hospital. After class, Lin Chia, seated beside Luo Qingzhou, exhaled deeply. He hurried to the course schedule, hoping that the afternoon classes would not be as torturous as those in the morning. Computer applications, moral education, and basics of law. Note, this section has undergone significant revision, so it is to be regarded as is. Having reviewed the afternoon schedule, Lin Chia finally felt a sense of relief. So, Lin Chia, as Luo Qingzhou's deskmate, what are your thoughts at this moment? Li Yifei approached Lin Chia, a cheerful smile adorning his face. Without further ado, the frequency at which the teacher calls on students is indeed excessively high, Lin Chia said, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Ha ha! Who told you to be desk partners with the academic prodigy, Luo? Sitting next to Luo is hardly better than occupying a guardian position beside the podium. Li Fei Shuklat Fartili. By the way, Luo, would you like to join us for lunch at the cafeteria? With a broad grin, Li Yifei turned to Luo Qingzhou, who was tidying his textbooks. No, thank you. I have some matters to attend to this afternoon, Luo Qingzhou replied, shaking his head. Oh, in that case, I will take Lin Chia to the cafeteria first. Li Yifei nodded amicably, then friendly took Lin Chia towards the school cafeteria. As for Luo Qingzhou, the moment he stepped out of the school, he found himself in front of a century-old ceramics shop. If memory serves, the members of Team 136 from the Peacekeeping Office would be executing a mission to eliminate the masked ones near the old city just as school was letting out. However, it just so happened that one of the masked ones had recently ascended to the rank of Masked King and had severely injured Sister Hong. And who is Sister Hong? She is the one who granted him a new life upon his arrival in the world of God-slaying. She is the one who bestowed upon him a warm family. She is his only kin in this world. Thus, a dragon's reverse scale must not be touched. To do so would invite death. Anyone wishing to harm his sister Hong must first step over his corpse. The Masked King, is it? It is time to demonstrate the divine ability of creation of man. Gazing at the sign of the century-old ceramic shop above him, Luo Qingzhou resolutely stepped inside. I, the humble Guan Yu, pay my respects to my lord. A young man approached. Here to customize some pottery, are you? The alluring proprietress of the century-old ceramics shop greeted Luo Qingzhou warmly. Not quite. Luo Qingzhou shook his head. Then you wish to personally experience the joy of pottery making? The proprietress, dressed in a blue qipao, smiled. Not really. I came to purchase some clay. Luo Qingzhou replied awkwardly. Buying clay? A good quality black clay is 50 per bag. I have a few bags available if you wish to take some. The proprietress rested her chin on her hand. All right, thank you, madam. I will transfer the payment now. Luo Qingzhou said, sending 100 yuan via his phone, and then, with a swift motion, hoisted 2 bags of black clay. This young man is indeed robust, quite appetizing to behold. The enchanting proprietress watched the handsome Luo Qingzhou depart, her heart fluttering. The old city, a dilapidated, unfinished building. After entering the crumbling structure with 2 bags of black clay, Luo Qingzhou also filled a bucket with water from a public restroom nearby. Water and clay are now at hand. The next step is to mold the figurine. With everything prepared before him, Luo Qingzhou fell into contemplation. He pondered what kind of figurine he should craft to protect his sister Hong. First, it must embody loyalty. Second, it must possess courage. The third character to embody the essence of our illustrious Huaxia is none other than the legendary Guan Yu, a paragon of loyalty and righteousness. It has been decided. He shall be the martial saint, Guan Yu. After contemplating the design of a clay figure to safeguard Sister Hongying, Luo Qingzhou skillfully blended clay and water in precise proportions and began molding it into the visage of Guan Gong as envisioned in his mind. It seemed that the divine influence of Enhua, the goddess of creation, endowed him with an innate artistry for sculpting clay figures. Guided by the image of the noble and bearded Guan Gong that floated in his mind, Luo Qingzhou deftly shaped the clay, swiftly bringing to life a figure with a robust appearance and lips akin to those painted with rouge. How wondrous is the divine realm of creation of beings, which allows a novice like me to sculpt as if I were a seasoned artisan. As the miniature version of the majestic Guan Gong neared completion, only the eyes remained to be crafted. With a delicate touch, he applied a fine layer of clay to the figure's vacant eye sockets. Upon completing this final stroke, a brilliant beam of light surged skyward, illuminating the dim old town as if it were day. The sacred aura of the earth goddess Enhua enveloped the entire area, casting a healing presence. In that moment, whether it was the ancient cultists causing mischief in Sangnan City or the night watchman of Team 136, all were drawn to the divine, healing, and mysterious light. This aura, akin to that of a deity, was sacred yet gentle, reminiscent of a nurturing mother soothing the soul. It felt unlike the Archangel Michael, designated as Divine Code 003. If not Michael, could this entity be a deity yet undiscovered by humankind? Captain Chunmai of Team 130 SXS expression grew solemn. The sudden emergence of an unknown being, comparable to the divine presence of Code 003, could signify either fortune or calamity for Sangnan City. Xiaonan, Hongying, and Lung Xian, after dealing with the ghostly figures, must locate this enigmatic divine agent. We cannot allow them to be taken by the ancient cultists within our jurisdiction. Additionally, I must report the existence of this unknown deity and its agent to our superiors at once. Therefore, the task of purging the ghostly figures shall be led by Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan and the members of Team 136. With a sense of urgency, Chunmai calmly delegated his orders and swiftly departed. Meanwhile, those hidden within the ancient cult in the vicinity of the old town communicated the unfolding events to their congregation through special means. As for Luo Qingzhou, the instigator of this phenomenon, once the sacred, healing light vanished, he felt utterly drained, as if all his vigor had been siphoned away. Yet, filled with anticipation, he gazed upon the martial Saint Guan Yu, sculpted from the divine realm of creation of beings. Before him stood a figure of imposing stature, 8 feet tall, flesh and blood, and strikingly lifelike, the illustrious Guan Yu himself. "I am Guan Yu, at your service, my lord." Upon receiving a new lease on life, the illustrious General Guan Yu, upon realizing that his benefactor was Luo Qingzhou, immediately knelt on one knee in respectful acknowledgement. Henceforth, his duty would be to safeguard a woman named Hongying. Luo Qingzhou had not forgotten the purpose behind manifesting the martial Saint Guan Yu. "I am Guan Yu, humbly at your service." With a stature of 8 feet and a commanding presence, the general's voice resonated as he clasped his fists in salute once more. "Regarding the appearance of Sister Hongying, I have already imparted her likeness into your mind through our unique connection, and she resides near the old city district. You may proceed to protect her now," commanded Luo Qingzhou. Yet, Guan Yu, still kneeling, cast his gaze alternately to the ground and back at Luo Qingzhou. A palpable embarrassment etched across his visage. The sight of the martial saint appearing so vividly human was indeed a marvel to Luo Qingzhou. "Is there anything else you wish to express, General?" Although Luo Qingzhou's mental energy was nearly depleted from manifesting Guan Yu at the peak of the pool realm, he was still able to maintain a coherent conversation. I lack the weapon to protect Miss Hongying." The illustrious general fidgeted, feeling somewhat uncomfortable without a weapon in hand, realizing that he had focused solely on manifesting Guan Yu and had forgotten to conjure the green dragon crescent blade. Luo Qingzhou promptly addressed this oversight. "Very well, General, please wait a moment." He envisioned the template of the green dragon crescent blade in his mind and, with a handful of clay, swiftly crafted a miniature version of the weapon based on that mental image. Upon a successful creation of the mini blade, a brilliant light erupted, and the clay transformed into a magnificent long sword measuring 220 centimeters, adorned with shimmering green and gold hues. To Luo Qingzhou's astonishment, the blade even bore the divine skill, Qinglong's sacred slash. The art of creation and manifestation allowed him to breathe life into beings, rendering them as vivid as those with independent personas. Although this divine craft could not endow inanimate objects with true life, it could indeed bestow upon them extraordinary abilities. In this moment, even Luo Qingzhou, a traveler from another realm, could not help but marvel at the prodigious powers of the Chinese creation deity, Niuhua, whose ability to create and animate was truly extraordinary. With Guan Yu, the martial saint at the pinnacle of the pool realm, now equipped with the fully realized green dragon crescent blade, it would surely pose a formidable challenge to the sinister demon face king, who intended to harm Sister Hongying. "Thank you, my lord, for this blade. I shall take my leave now to protect Miss Hongying." With the fully equipped green dragon crescent blade in hand, Guan Yu's presence became even more lifelike. As Luo Qingzhou observed the towering figure of Guan Yu setting off to safeguard Sister Hongying, a weight was finally lifted from his heart. He glanced at his phone. There was still half an hour before classes commenced, making it an opportune moment to return to school. He had scarcely taken a step when suddenly darkness enveloped him, causing him to collapse onto the ground. After a prolonged moment, the heaviness in his head began to dissipate slightly. It appeared that the side effects of molding a clay figure of the same level as his own realm were not to be underestimated. At the very least, he would be plunged into a temporary period of weakness from the depletion of his mental energy. After lying on the ground for another 10 minutes, Luo Qingzhou, feeling somewhat pale, rose and made his way towards the second university. "By the command of our Lord, I have come to safeguard Miss Hongying," he murmured as he approached the second-year class. Although the journey back to school was somewhat arduous, he ultimately arrived without being late. "Scholar Luo, why does your face look so pale? Are you unwell?" Li Yifei, seated behind Luo Qingzhou, noticed his guardian scholar appearing faint and hurried to offer support. "I'm fine. Just pondering whether the chicken or the egg came first, and it has given me quite the headache," Luo Qingzhou casually replied, offering a flimsy excuse as he took a seat. "The chicken or the egg?" Li Yifei fell silent, while their classmate Lin Xie couldn't help but cast a curious glance at Luo Qingzhou, thinking, truly, a scholar is a scholar. He always manages to conjure up perplexing questions that nearly disrupt his daily life. Since you're not feeling well, would you like me to excuse you from afternoon gym class? Or perhaps I should take you to the infirmary? Li Yifei inquired earnestly. Let us go to the infirmary. It wouldn't be appropriate to fall asleep in class, Luo Qingzhou said, his face still somewhat pale as he glanced at the kind-hearted Li Yifei. All right, then I shall escort you to the infirmary. Li Yifei quickly helped Luo Qingzhou to the medical facility. In the school infirmary, Li Yifei explained to the doctor, "Teacher, this is the situation." Luo Qingzhou became so absorbed in contemplating whether the chicken or the egg came first that he seems to have reached a mental breakdown. Li Yifei supported the somewhat pale Luo Qingzhou as he stood before the doctor clad in a white coat. In summary, it seems he has overexerted his mind, fixating excessively on a singular question, resulting in a mental loop. I recommend that Luo relax his thoughts and rest here for a while. That should alleviate his condition. The doctor in white analyzed Luo Qingzhou's situation and offered his advice. Thank you, teacher. Luo Qingzhou expressed his gratitude, his face still slightly pale. It is my duty, the female doctor replied with a gentle smile, waving her hand. All right, you may help your friend to the empty bed over there, and then you can leave, the doctor said, glancing at Li Yifei. Understood, teacher. Li Yifei carefully assisted Luo Qingzhou to the sickbed and then exited the infirmary. Meanwhile, Luo Qingzhou, granted some respite, succumbed to sleep almost instantly due to the exhaustion of his mental energy. The female teacher on duty at the campus infirmary couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head. How could there still be such dedicated students in this day and age? Pondering a question as perplexing as whether the chicken or the egg came first nearly drove her to the brink of mental collapse. At the hour of precisely 3:15, in the vicinity of the old city, Team 136 was encircling the ghost-faced individuals from all directions, executing a strategic offensive. Sister Hongying's marksmanship was truly remarkable. These ghost-faced beings were strung together like a gourd by her skilled shooting. The duo consisting of Hongying and Si Shaonan was positioned in the northwest, carrying out a cleansing mission against the ghost-faced entities. As Si Shaonan observed Hongying's dazzling display of gunplay, she couldn't help but express her admiration. Indeed, I often consult my younger brother about my shooting technique, and after numerous sparring sessions, I never anticipated that I could execute moves like Dragon King, break-in as his chaos, and the sea with such finesse, Hongying remarked, a proud smile gracing her delicate features as she dispatched several ghost-faced beings with her long rifle. Isn't your brother an extraordinary individual? He can wield a gun too? Si Shaonan stood there dumbfounded. She had resided at Hongying's home for quite some time and had never realized that the obedient and considerate Qingzhou, aside from cooking, could also handle firearms. Indeed, not only can Qingzhou handle guns, but he is also adept with staffs, swords, knives, and nunchaku. His skills are exceptional. Often, if I don't resort to forbidden techniques, I feel I might not stand a chance against him. As Hongying spoke of Luo Qingzhou, a proud smile lingered on her lips, as if he were a reflection of her own excellence. How impressive. I must find him sometime to inquire about his techniques and see whose shooting is swifter. Si Shaonan smiled as she adjusted her glasses. All right, let's take care of this last ghost-faced entity, and we can call it a day. With a swift flick of her rifle, Hongying sent several ghost-faced corpses soaring through the air. Subsequently, she advanced towards the final fleeing ghost-faced figure with determination. Why cause trouble here of all places in Sangnan City? Do they truly believe there are no defenders here? Hongying's gaze turned icy as she hurled her rifle at the last ghost-faced entity, making a desperate escape. It was over. At the moment the rifle was thrown, Hongying exhaled a sigh of relief. However, before she could savor this moment, the seemingly harmless ghost-faced being suddenly revealed its fangs. Its form even expanded significantly, taking on a more human-like appearance. With a swift motion of its dark hand, it swatted away the thrown rifle and lunged menacingly towards the unsuspecting Hongying. Seeing this, Si Shaonan, standing behind Hongying, panicked and urgently warned, Sister Hongying, be careful. This ghost-faced being has transformed into a ghost-faced king. A ghost-faced king? Hearing the anxious cries of Si Shaonan, Hongying instinctively looked up, only to behold the fearsome visage of the monstrous ghost-faced king, its jagged fangs bared and a long, crimson tongue unfurling, poised to devour her head in a single, brutal gulp. In that fleeting moment, Hongying felt as if she were frozen in time. Her mind flooded with a cascade of memories. She recalled a frigid street where she had discovered a 1-year-old boy, his body cold and soft, lying unattended upon the pavement. She remembered, at the tender age of 5 or 6, a 2-year-old boy clad in open-crotch pants adorably proclaiming, "Sister, when Xingzhou grows up, will he marry you?" She also recalled, at 10 years old, a younger boy, shorter than herself, boldly declaring in a manner reminiscent of a domineering "Sister Hongying, do you want a boyfriend?" In an instant, the most beautiful memories of her life resurfaced. But as these recollections faded, reality crashed back into her consciousness. Upon witnessing the gaping maw of the ghost-faced king lunging toward her, despair washed over her as she closed her eyes, whispering, "I'm sorry, dear Xingzhou, but I too must leave you." With that, she braced herself for the moment she expected her head to be swallowed whole. However, as time stretched on, she did not experience the anticipated gruesome fate. Instead, a resounding voice thundered in her ears. "Monster! How dare you lay a hand on my lady?" A figure of imposing stature, with a face like dark dates and eyes sharp as a blade, appeared. Was this the legendary warrior, Guan Yu? Si Xiaonan, who had stood behind Hongying, witnessed the approach of this towering figure, wielding a green dragon crescent blade with the grace of a fierce tiger. Yet, upon fully discerning the identity of the newcomer, her mouth fell agape, as if it could accommodate an apple. Guan Yu? Is this not a character from the romance of the Three Kingdoms? As if sensing Si Xiaonan's astonishment, Hongying opened her eyes, and to her disbelief, Guan Yu himself stood before her, a living embodiment of the legendary figure, shielding her protectively. Was the lady he referred to truly her? With wide eyes, she struggled to comprehend the situation. "Miss Hongying, I am Guan Yu, sent by my lord to protect you," he declared, wielding his green dragon crescent blade to cleave through the ghost-faced king. Fortunately, his arrival was timely. With a fierce kick, Guan Yu sent the monster crashing into the wall. His expression grew grave as he turned to Hongying. "Miss Hongying, this creature poses a formidable challenge. I must ask you to stand back. Perhaps the deities of Huaxia still endure." As Guan Yu's words echoed, Hongying instinctively took a step or two back. "Monster, should you threaten my lady, I shall ensure your demise is complete." At this moment, the piercing gaze of Guan Yi, akin to an icy blade, commanded attention, while in his hand, the green dragon crescent blade surged forth, aimed directly at the ghost-faced king. In the blink of an eye, Guan Yi raised his formidable weapon and struck downward toward the head of the ghost-faced king. Witnessing this, the ghost-faced king emitted a bizarre, trance-like wail. Yet like an unyielding newborn calf, it braved the blow of Guan Ye's green dragon crescent blade. However, what was this blade forged from? Though it was said to be made of clay, it was created by the primordial goddess Enhua, and anything conjured by such a divine being is undeniably formidable. Thus, when Guan Yi swung his blade, it severed the ghost-faced king's dark hand with ease. In that instant, the ghost-faced king's expression morphed into one of sheer terror. Struggling to comprehend how a being at the pinnacle of the pool realm could inflict harm upon a creature of the river realm. How could it be that a mere pool realm warrior could sever the arm of the river realm's ghost-faced king? The bespectacled Si Xiaonan gazed at the dismembered ghost-faced king with wide-eyed innocence, turning her gaze toward Guan Yi in bewilderment. Link, this blade was a gift from my lord, so there is no link. However, my lord possesses one. Thus, Guan Yi, who is your lord? Redding pondered the identity of Guan Yu's master, questioning how they could summon the legendary warrior from the annals of Chinese history into the present day. What might this link entail? Guan Yi apparaît momentarily confused. Yet this did not deter him from wielding the green dragon crescent blade with fierce determination against the ghost-faced king. With one arm lost, the ghost-faced king was acutely aware of the threat posed by Guan Yu's blade, retreating to evade direct confrontation, constantly seeking opportunities to exploit any openings in Guan Yu's defense. Alas, who is Guan Yi? A legendary general of Chinese history, His martial prowess was unparalleled. Exposing a weakness was not within his nature. Monster, you're no match for me. Surrender willingly, despite the fervent onslaught, which forced the ghost-faced king to evade time and again. There came a moment when Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade arced toward the ghost-faced king's head. Yet in the next instant, as the blade was poised to deliver a fatal blow, Guan Yu found himself inexplicably transported into a chaotic microcosm. In this bizarre realm, buildings lay askew, and the entire world could only be described as a whirlwind of disorder. What was this place? It was the first time Guan Yu had encountered the Ghost-Faced King's forbidden domain, the Ghost-Faced Land. His piercing eyes, now glinting with caution, were fixated on the dismembered, ghost-faced king, who uttered unintelligible murmurs, as if vowing, "You severed my arm. I shall take your life." As the incomprehensible murmurs ceased, Guan Yu felt a sudden shift in the surrounding space. He found himself suspended above the chaotic architecture, unable to halt his descent. This unexpected turn of events was the first for Guan Yu, allowing the elusive ghost-faced king to seize an opportunity for a surprise attack. With its fangs bared, it viciously bit off one of Guan Yu's arms. Instantly, Guan Yu's face, resembling a heavily ripened jujube, furrowed in displeasure. What a cunning and treacherous monster! Even with one arm severed, Guan Yu had not anticipated that this seemingly frail creature possessed a deadly technique. Observing the monster mockingly taunt him upon his injury, Guan Yu tightened his grip on the green dragon crescent blade and gently closed his eyes. The forbidden ruins, you say? Though I may lack that, I possess a divine skill. Green Dragon's Sacred Slash. At the pinnacle of his power, Guan Yu summoned all his mental energy, channeling it into the green dragon crescent blade. Instantly, a massive azure dragon materialized from the blade and roared towards the ghost-faced king. In response, the creature instinctively fled the scene, stumbling as it hastily escaped from the confines of the ghost-faced domain. After exiting the miniature world, the injured ghost-faced king did not glance back at Hongying or Si Xiaonan as it darted into a nearby sewer. As it fled, Guan Yu's divine skill, the green dragon's sacred slash, cleaved through the ghost-faced king's domain, returning from the realm of fantasy to reality. Cunning beast, should we meet again, I shall ensure you find no rest in death. With one arm severed, Guan Yu's piercing phoenix eyes glinted with a fierce determination as he gazed towards the sewer. Why your hand, second Master Guan? Hongying and Si Xiaonan exchanged worried glances at the sight of the bloodied, severed limb on the ground. It's nothing. This minor injury can be mended once I report back and request my lord to restore it. Guan Yu dismissed their concerns with nonchalance. But can it truly be reattached? Hongying exclaimed, immediately bending down to retrieve Guan Yu's severed arm. However, just as they reached for the limb, it transformed from a bloodied appendage into a handful of black clay. Is it turning into mud? Si Xiaonan and Hongying exchanged astonished looks, realization dawning upon them. The truth was that the revered Guan Yu had been crafted, not summoned from the annals of Chinese history. They pondered how it could be possible to summon heroic spirits from history. Yet here lay this inexplicable clay figure. Could it be that this unknown divine agent, who had manifested in the old city, was the creator of Guan Yu? Who, then, was this mysterious deity? Do not underestimate this clay, Miss Hongying. Without it, I would not have survived to see another life. In my lord's hands, this humble clay becomes a miraculous essence that grants rebirth. Thus, Miss Hongying, this clay is indeed precious. With a serious expression, Guan Yu bent down and grasped a handful of black clay in his palm. So, who is your lord? Van Yi? Could you perhaps introduce us? Hongying and Si Xiaonan gasped with excitement. Ever since the birth of the mist a century ago, the people of Huaxia had never uncovered a deity that belonged to them. Yet, before them stood Guan Yu, and the clay seemed to offer them a glimmer of hope. Moreover, based on these clues, they felt an inkling of speculation regarding that unknown deity. Isn't it Lin Qi? You all truly believe this? Hongying and Xiaonan, are you all right? In the area under their purview, Chun Muyi and the other members of Team 136 rushed to the scene upon hearing about the Demon Face King. It's all right. Thanks to the help of that unknown deity's agent, I fear I would have perished at the hands of the Demon Face King otherwise. Hongying recalled the demon-faced king, who loomed like a mountain, ready to sever her head with its bloodthirsty fangs, causing her heart to race. Unknown deity's agent? Have you found him, Hongying? Chen Muyi inquired, his eyes filled with astonishment. No, but we found the martial sage he created, Guan Yu, and he was brought to life from a handful of clay, coupled with that overwhelming aura of mysterious healing. I trust you, Captain, have speculations about that deity as well? Hongying glanced at Guan Yu, who stood beside them, missing an arm, then turned to Chen Muyi and the others. Martial sage, Guan Yu? As they looked at the tall, handsome figure before them, they found he resembled the legendary martial sage Guan Yu to a remarkable degree. The keywords clay and creation led them to explore ancient texts, where they discovered that only the creator goddess of Huaxia, Nuwa, fit this description. Most crucially, the mysterious aura of healing emanating from the old city felt intimately familiar to Chen Muyi, as if he were deeply connected to it. Thus, it was highly likely that the unknown deity was indeed the creator goddess of Huaxia, Nuwa. Nuwa? It seems that Huaxia does have deities. Chen Muyi's gaze grew resolute. He felt that his earlier report to his superiors had been somewhat restrained. In the century since the mist's emergence, no trace of Huaxia's deities had been found, and now, a supreme deity, Nuwa, had appeared. Did this mean that the deities of Huaxia would gradually reveal themselves to protect and bless their people? General Guan, may I ask where your lord resides? Could you introduce us? We would like to repay the favor of saving Hongying. Chen Muyi spoke earnestly, for this would mark the first encounter for the people of Huaxia with their divine protector. Even the people of Huaxia will establish a direct connection with the representative of the creator deity, Nuwa, and the divine beings of Huaxia. At that moment, all of humanity in Huaxia will become a unified entity, collectively resisting the invasion of external deities. This will mark a significant milestone in the collaboration between the divine beings of Huaxia and its people. The command given to Guan Yu is singular, to protect Miss Hongying. As for your desire to meet my lord, it requires my lord's consent. Guan Yu, with a complexion akin to dark dates, gently declined. Protecting Hongying? Surely, the lord of General Guan isn't your brother, Luo Qingzhou? Chen Mai's pupils constricted. Since Hongying's parents disappeared into the mist 5 years ago, her only companion has been her younger brother, Luo Qingzhou. Thus, aside from Luo Qingzhou, as the captain of Team 136, he couldn't fathom who else would come to safeguard Hongying. My brother? Oh dear. Captain Shun, please don't jest. I have watched him grow up. If he were the representative of the creator deity, Nuwa, how could I possibly remain unaware? Seeing the astonished expression on Chen Mai's face, Hongying recalled the time when she was a child, frightened by ghost stories and running into her embrace, tears streaming down her face, which brought her much amusement. Her brother was so terrified of ghosts. Wouldn't he simply perish at the sight of this ghostly figure? Therefore, how could he possibly be the representative of the creator deity, Nuwa? Let me speculate. Chen Mai restrained his feigned shock, for through recent assessments, he had not detected anything unusual about Guan Yu. Thus, it was likely that Luo Qingzhou was indeed not Guan Yu's lord. However, as Hongying's closest companion, he could not easily dismiss the possibility that Luo Qingzhou was the representative of the divine being Nuwa. Therefore, Hongying, while your brother may not be the representative of Nuwa, he is undoubtedly your closest confidant. Upon returning home, you should investigate with Xiaonan. Chen Mai earnestly assigned tasks to Hongying and Si Xiaonan. All right, I was just thinking about how to test my brother's capabilities. Si Xiaonan nodded with a smile. After all, my brother could never be the representative of Nuwa. If he were, that would be rather delightful. Hongying's beautiful eyes sparkled as she nodded thoughtfully. Now, let us return to the matter of the Ghost-Faced King. Was it General Guan who defeated the Ghost-Faced King? Chen Mai looked sternly at Guan Yu. This monstrosity's forbidden domain, Ghost-Faced territory, was also my first encounter. Thus, when a monster employed Ghost-Faced territory, I suffered initial setbacks, but I quickly utilized the divine skill Qinglong Holy Slash to shatter it. However, by the time I pursued the creature out of its small world, it had already vanished into the sewers. Guan Yu shook his head. The sewers? That leads directly to the old city. This is troubling. It seems we have much to attend to today. Chen Mai frowned slightly, then activated his earpiece. Zhao Kongsheng is suspected to be in league with the Ghost Face King. The Phantom, having traversed through the sewers, has infiltrated the old city. You must employ the forbidden item void of restrictions to seal off the old city. On the other end of the earpiece, Zhao Kongsheng, engrossed in a game, immediately responded with gravity. Understood. Hongying, Long Xian, we must swiftly proceed to the old city to conduct a thorough search for the Phantom King and the Phantom. After notifying Zhao Kongsheng, Chen Mai turned his gaze towards Hongying and the others. However, upon hearing that the sewer directly leads to the old city, Hongying's petite face filled with anxiety and fear. It was now 5:15, precisely when Luo Qingzhou would be finishing school. Moreover, in order to take the bus home from the second university, one must traverse through the old city to catch the 888 bus directly to her residence. Thus, the mere thought of her younger brother, trembling in terror and sobbing like a child while curled up in her embrace after watching ghostly dramas in their childhood, sent her heart racing. She dreaded that Luo Qingzhou might encounter the Phantom or the Phantom King on her way home, especially since the Phantom King, having lost an arm to Guan Yu, must consume human flesh to recover its strength. No, this cannot stand. I must guard the old city. Otherwise, I shall not be at ease. Before Chen Mai could issue his command, Hongying had already sped off towards the old city. Brother, wait for me. Sister will be there soon. Driving at full speed, Hongying accelerated, ignoring countless red lights along the way, all to reach the old city as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, after school, Luo Qingzhou, Li Yifei, and others volunteered to escort the blind Lin Xie home in front of their teacher, as their route home would also pass through the old city. Thus, the trio comprised of one classmate and two desk mates set off together. Xie, don't you think our academic prodigy Luo can be quite adorable at times? On the dimly lit streets of the old city, Li Yifei, with a smile on his face, looked at Lin Xie, who was wrapped in black satin. Are you referring to that incident where Luo was pondering whether the chicken or the egg came first and almost drove himself mad? Beneath the satin, Lin Xie's expression was innocently harmless. Luo Qingzhou. No, my friend, that was merely a casual excuse I conjured to deflect your queries. Did you truly take me seriously? The bewildered Lin Xie. Ha ha ha. This is not my assertion. It is all from Xie's mouth. Li Yifei laughed heartily. Lin Xie. Li Yifei, why don't you enlighten us on what makes Luo so adorable? Realizing that he had fallen for Li Yifei's playful trick, Lin Xie looked at him, who was grinning widely. Luo is adorable in every regard, especially at that moment when he lent me his math homework to copy. Don't you think Luo is both charming and handsome? Xie, Li Yifei winka mischievously. How infuriating. Is that even permissible? Lin Xie, holding his cane, felt his lips twitch in annoyance. He had not anticipated that Li Yifei would be such a master of flattery. Qingzhou, I acknowledge that my previous words may have been somewhat presumptuous. Therefore, to ensure fairness, you may treat me in the same manner this time. Really? Then I shall not hold back. With a smile, Luo Qingzhou approached Lin Xie and playfully waved his hand in front of Lin Xie's eyes. Lin Xie and Li Yifei exchanged glances, initially believing that Luo Qingzhou intended to retaliate with the same tactics. However, to their astonishment, after merely waving his hand before Lin Xie's eyes, Luo Qingzhou suddenly stepped forward, saying, "Just teasing you. It's merely a joke among classmates. Why would I take it to heart? By the way, Xie, is your home far? If not, I can accompany Li Yifei to see you home." As Luo Qingzhou walked ahead, he turned a glance back at Lin Xie. Actually, I can go by myself. Just as Lin Xie was about to express his ability to return home independently, a dark figure suddenly lunged out from the shadows of the old city streets, an ominous creature, crawling with its limbs and baring its teeth. In a moment of urgency, he called out, "Qingzhou, be careful. There's a monster ahead." A monster? Remaining calm, Luo Qingzhou snatched the cane from Lin Xie's hands and, with a swift motion, struck the approaching ghoul with it. With remarkable ease, he pierced through the creature's body. Lin Xie and Li Yifei stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished. They had assumed that Luo Qingzhou, known for his academic prowess, lacked physical strength. Yet, when the ghoul charged at him, this seemingly fragile individual struck true, not only impaling the creature, but also executing a stunning kick that sent the ghoul flying several meters away. Both Lin Xie and Li Yifei were left speechless in disbelief. Did you just kick it that far? Is this truly what a university student is capable of? Xie, you need not look at me like that. I have trained in martial arts since childhood, so it's quite normal for me to possess a bit of strength. Luo Qingzhou replied with a smile as he handed the cane back to Lin Xie. There's still one more ghoul. Now it's your turn, Xie. Saying this, Luo Qingzhou brushed past Lin Xie and led the astonished Li Yifei away from him. Lin Xie, holding the cane, appeared somewhat bewildered. Another ghoul for me? As Lin Xie repeated Luo Qingzhou's words with a puzzled expression, indeed, another ghoul emerged from the dimly lit streets of the old town, crawling towards him with its claws outstretched and drooling menacingly. However, as the agent of the 003 sequence deity, Michael, Lin Xie's reflexes were not sluggish. He swiftly gripped the cane with both hands, bracing himself against the oncoming creature. Oh, Luo, it seems like Xie is in trouble. Should we not assist him? Li Yifei glanced nervously at Luo Qingzhou. Nonsense, I trust him. Those who possess miracles are inherently remarkable, let alone when they apply those miracles to. As Luo Qingzhou spoke, a smile unconsciously graced her lips, for Lin Xie had finally entered the realm of the lamp, spurred on by the ghost-masked man's provocations. With his entrance into this realm, a divine radiance akin to broad daylight enveloped the entire old city, and a resplendent beam of white light ascended into the heavens, captivating all who beheld it. Luo, Scholar Luo, what is happening with Xie? Li Yifei asked, bewildered, as he turned to Luo Qingzhou. She shrugged, a smile on her face, indicating she too was uncertain of the circumstances. Death. Lin Xie, his eyes filled with divine authority, unleashed a radiant beam of holy fire that instantaneously dissolved the ghost-masked man before him. After vanquishing this foe, Lin Xie sensed that he could finally push open the grand door within his spiritual realm. Observing Lin Xie, who stood frozen in place, Luo Qingzhou understood what had transpired but chose not to interrupt, for everyone possesses their own destiny. His was the asylum of spirits, while hers was the system of cherishing a beloved partner. This sacred and fervent aura would surely draw the gaze of the old city once more, wouldn't it? Gazing at Lin Xie, who resembled a divine and radiant angel, Luo Qingzhou found herself gazing into the distance. Indeed, everything seemed to unfold as he had predicted. The powerful divine aura emanating from Lin Xie was immediately sensed by all members of Team 136. Just moments ago, they believed that the agent of the unknown deity was none other than the 003 sequence angel, Michael, and now the agent of Michael had appeared. Shamai, hurrying toward the old city, was momentarily stunned. Captain, could it be possible that the divine agent of the old city is actually one individual? Cold Xian voiced a thought he himself found hard to believe. Impossible. To date, there has never been any mention of dual divine agents. Shenmai firmly rejected Cold Xian's speculation. Then, Captain, we must hasten our pace. Otherwise, by the time we reach the old city, the agent of Michael may have already vanished. Cold Xian cautioned. Isn't that young brother Qingzhou? Zhao Kongsheng, who first arrived at the dim alleyway, furrowed his brow upon seeing the gruesome scene of the ghost-masked men's corpses strewn about. Luo Qingzhou, quick to respond, pointed at the glowing and radiant Lin Xie beside her. Old Zhao, it was him. It was him. I witnessed his eyes shining brightly. He instantly dispatched both monsters. Xie dispatched them in an instant. Li Yifei began to say that Luo Qingzhou had also eliminated one of the ghost-masked men, but he was swiftly silenced by her hand over his mouth. Meanwhile, the radiant Lin Xie, upon hearing Luo Qingzhou's words, wore a perplexed expression as he looked towards her. Wishing to clarify, Luo, what do you mean by saying I dispatched both ghost-masked men? Wasn't one of them taken down by you? Why has everything suddenly become my fault? Lin Xie exclaimed, as his bewildered gaze fell upon Luo Qingzhou, who was covering Li Yifei's mouth. Zhao Kongcheng, upon hearing Luo's words, directed a glimmering look at Lin Chiye. Thus, the four of them exchanged glances in a cyclical manner. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Kongcheng resumed his serious demeanor, befitting a night watchman. Luo Qingzhou, the matters you have concealed from your brother have ultimately caught up with you. What you have witnessed is beyond the comprehension of an ordinary individual. Therefore, you and your classmates should forget everything that has transpired here, Zhao Kongcheng advised, producing a bell capable of inducing temporary amnesia. With a gentle shake, Li Yifei succumbed to a drowsy slumber. Observing Li Yifei's gulyapsha, Luo Qingzhou felt compelled to feign unconsciousness as well. It would be rather unconvincing if he remained upright while his companion fell. Lin Chiye, witnessing Li Yifei's fall, found it somewhat acceptable, but when Luo Qingzhou also slumped down, he could not suppress a smirk. Not you too, Qingzhou. You know the name of this creature. Yet you dare to claim you are an ordinary person? Furthermore, you hesitated when Li Yifei fell. If you're going to pretend to be unconscious, at least do it convincingly. He exclaimed, Qingzhou, you cannot blame me. Your sister Hongying's intentions are for your own good. After Luo Qingzhou had also fainted, Zhao Kongcheng stowed away the bell and approached Lin Chiye. Divine, Fierioha, agent of the 003 sequence, the Angel Michael. Zhao Kongcheng circled Lin Chiye, as if trying to scrutinize him thoroughly. And then, Lin Chiye instinctively inquired, I am Zhao Kongcheng, a night watchman from Team 136 in Sangnan City. I hereby extend a formal invitation for Michael's agent to join the night watch. Zhao Kongcheng proclaimed earnestly. Not interested, Lin Chiye replied with a shake of his head, grasping his guiding cane and preparing to depart. However, Zhao Kongcheng was not one to relinquish a divine agent so easily. He obstinately obstructed Lin Chiye's path and began to paint a picture. Young man, at your age, isn't it natural to aspire to be like a superhero and save the world? Don't you yearn to showcase your divine gifts before others? Not at all. Lin Chiye replied without hesitation. No, you do. Zhao Kongcheng insisted, locking eyes with Lin Chiye. No, I truly do not. Lin Chiye reiterated his refusal, pointing at the bell in Zhao Kongcheng's hand, and earnestly added, Brother, if you could just ring that bell, I would gladly forget everything that has happened here. You are no ordinary person. How could you be so fragile as to forget these events? Zhao Kongcheng shook his head. Ordinary person? Lo Qingfo, who had been kicked away a dozen meters, was merely an ordinary person. Lin Chiye, upon glancing once more at the lifeless form of Luo Qingzhou, finally comprehended why this fellow had succumbed so swiftly to the ground. He had been lying in wait for him, it seemed. The notion was that if he lay down quickly enough, he would evade the invitation from the Night Watchers, correct? Even if I am not an ordinary person, surely I possess the right to decline joining the Night Watchers, don't I? Observing the fallen Luo Qingzhou, Lin Chiye felt an urge to lift him up and inquire why he hadn't mentioned his intentions beforehand. We are desk mates after all. Couldn't we lie down together? Theoretically, one might assert such rights. Yet as a representative of the divine, being a rare entity among the Night Watchers, I must earnestly extend my invitation for you to join our ranks. Zhao Kongcheng reiterated his serious invitation. I'm sorry, but I regret to inform you that I am merely a student. My current focus must be on preparing for my junior year history exams next year. Lin Chiye resolutely declined once more, departing the dimly lit streets of the old city without a backward glance. Zhao Kongcheng, witnessing this, contemplated following suit. However, looking at the fallen Luo Qingzhou, he could not simply abandon his comrade. After all, the lad was a classmate of Luo Qingzhou. He knew where the school was. It was only a matter of time before he would persuade him, or rather, coax him into the Night Watchers. Alas, my dear Qingzhou, your elder brother, Zhao, has let slip a divine representative for your sake. Therefore, you must ensure that your sister Hongying treats me to a splendid meal. Approaching the unconscious Luo Qingzhou, Zhao Kongcheng hoisted him onto his shoulder and exited the shadowy alley of the old city. Just as he emerged, Hongying rushed in with long strides, her heart racing as she spotted her dear brother cradled on Zhao Kongcheng's shoulder. Breathless, she hurried over to inquire, Old Zhao, how my brother? Is he all right? He may be unharmed, yet the secrets you've kept from him for so long have finally come to light. Fortunately, with my cleverness, I employed the forgetting bell to help him forget. Thus, Hongying, you must treat me to a nice meal. Zhao Kongqing boasted. Upon hearing that her brother was safe, Hongying felt a weight lift from her heart. Their parents had vanished into the fog 5 years prior. If anything were to happen to her brother now, she feared she would be unable to bear such a calamity. All right, once my brother's school holiday arrives in a couple of days, I'll take you, old Zhao, to the newly opened barbecue buffet in Sangnan City. I promise you'll be well fed. A sweet smile adorned Hongying's face as relief washed over her. By the way, old Zhao, I must trouble you with one more thing. Please escort my brother home. I, on the other hand, need to continue searching the old city for the last escaped ghost-face king. She instructed Zhao Kongqing. Very well, since I lack a forbidden domain within Team 136. I suppose I shall have to engage in some menial tasks. After Zhao Kongqing agreed to the matter, he led Luo Qingzhou towards the opulent villa. The following day, Luo Qingzhou slept soundly, feeling as though his face was nestled against something soft, compelling him to roll his head against that gentle surface. Little brother Qingzhou, are you awake? Red Yang, clad in a white bear pajama, was roused from her slumber by the commotion Luo Qingzhou had created. Huh? Sister Hongying, why are you in my bed? Upon seeing the breathtakingly lazy face so close at hand, Luo Qingzhou could not help but swallow hard. Was he not merely dreaming? Was he truly rolling his face against the cleansing cream? Isn't it because you, my annoying little brother, are afraid of ghosts? Every time you watched those ghostly films as a child, you would have nightmares and come running to sleep in my room? This time, it was not out of fear of nightmares that I came. Red Yang blurted out, recalling the incident with the ghostly figure from yesterday. So, Sister Hongying, did we watch a horror movie together last night? Luo Qingzhou asked, eyeing her with a hint of suspicion. Yes. What do you think I was doing in your room? As if anyone would want to sleep there. Red Yang stammered, her little face scrunching up in disdain as she tossed a pillow at Luo Qingzhou's head. I'm leaving, you insufferable little brother. Next time you watch a horror film, I won't be here to guard you. Let you have nightmares and scare yourself to death. As she got out of bed and was about to exit the room, Red Yang playfully made a face at Luo Qingzhou. With a bang, the door closed behind her. Luo Qingzhou lay in bed, watching her depart, a warm smile spreading across his face. Sister Hongying is still so mischievous and so caring towards me. After Lin Xie entered the men's restroom, he found himself reminiscing about the delightful sleep he had enjoyed the previous night, lying on his pillow with a lingering sense of satisfaction. Not long after, just as he was preparing to rise and make breakfast, Hongying, clad in a white trench coat and form-fitting sharkskin pants, barged into his room. With a pitiful expression, she rubbed her belly and implored, "Brother, I'm hungry." "Then cook some noodles for yourself," he replied, remaining motionless on the bed, a smile playing on his lips. "Oomph. You promised Mom and Dad you would take care of me. I refuse to accept that. I'm starving. Brother, please get up and make me breakfast." Seeing him still lying there, chuckling, Hongying could not help but resort to a bit of coaxing. "I simply won't." The smile on Luo Qingzhou's face only grew wider. Woe is me. My brother doesn't care if I starve. I work hard to earn money to buy you clothes, support our family, and pay for your education, and now that I'm hungry, you won't even make me breakfast. Boo-hoo, I'm so pitiful. When her attempts at coaxing failed, Hongying's small face scrunched up in frustration and exaggerated tears welled in her eyes. Seeing that she was on the verge of an emotional breakdown if he didn't get up, Luo Qingzhou finally swung his legs over the side of the bed. Hongying, your acting skills are impressive. Just don't let it get out of hand and end up crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom," he said, walking toward the dramatically aggrieved Hongying, unable to contain his laughter. "Oomph, I wouldn't." With Luo Qingzhou finally out of bed, Hongying blushed and became a bit haughty. "Let us go. After breakfast, I'll take you to school." She linked her arm through his, pulling him out of the room. Soon, Luo Qingzhou skillfully prepared a pot of noodles, adding tomatoes, shrimp, ham, and eggs, an assortment of ingredients. As the noodles boiled, both Hongying and Sister Xiaonan were drawn to the kitchen by the enticing aroma. "These noodles smell amazing. Brother Qingzhou, I believe you have the makings of a great chef," Hongying exclaimed as she entered the kitchen, her dark, expressive eyes sparkling at the sight of a bowl brimming with nutritious noodles. Here you go. Hongying, this is yours. Luo Qingzhou affectionately handed her the first bowl of noodles he had cooked. Hee hee, you're the best, brother. I'm off to enjoy it. With her bowl in hand, Hongying gracefully made her way to the dining table, her long legs carrying her happily. Ding! Congratulations to the host for providing Hongying with a sense of warmth, rewarding you with 1,000 points for being a doting partner. What about mine, brother Qingzhou? Sister Xiaonan, wearing glasses, looked at him with eager anticipation. One cannot eat food that is merely offered, so Sister Xiaonan understood she must take the initiative to ensure her own well-being. After serving himself a bowl of noodles under her expectant gaze, Luo Qingzhou spoke earnestly to her. Sister Xiaonan, brother Qingzhou, this is blatant favoritism, utterly transparent discrimination. Indeed, can a sister who arrives halfway truly compare to a biological sister? The troubled Si Xiaonan could only stew in her frustration while enjoying her own abundance. At the Second University of Sangnan City, after satisfying her hunger, Luo Qingzhou settled into his designated passenger seat, once again escorted by his affluent sister to the school entrance. However, this time, a slight unease gripped his heart. Yesterday, he had perhaps acted rather unkindly by selling Lin Xia out. Yet, one sale was certainly preferable to both receiving invitations, was it not? Thus, the saying a dead comrade is better than a living one indeed holds substantial truth. Qingzhou, what splendid weather we have today. The moment Luo Qingzhou stepped onto the campus, he spotted Lin Xia waiting at the gate, her face adorned with a warm smile as she waved at him. Luo Qingzhou thought to himself, are we desk mates? Didn't I sell you out yesterday? Wasn't there a need to intercept me at the school gate this early? Indeed, the weather is quite lovely today, Xia. Luo Qingzhou chuckled, nodding in acknowledgement. Then why didn't you inform me before lying down yesterday, allowing me to join you? Lin Xia approached, placing her hand on Luo Qingzhou's shoulder, her voice a whisper in his ear, tinged with irritation. What lying down? Don't I recall that it was Li Yifei who escorted you home yesterday? On Luo Qingzhou's sunlit, handsome face, an expression of innocent bewilderment emerged, devoid of any flaws. Still pretending? Lin Xia remarked, you know what that creature is called. So I truly cannot believe you are merely an ordinary person. Her grip on his shoulder tightened slightly. Ouch! Xia, what are you doing? A pained expression instantly crossed Luo Qingzhou's face, drawing the attention of other students. Classmate, this is school, not a place for your antics. Indeed, you should release that student immediately. Otherwise, we may have to call for a teacher. In an instant, the surrounding classmates rallied in defense of Luo Qingzhou. Lin Xia, however, was utterly bewildered. All she did was apply a tad more pressure on his shoulder. Was it truly that painful? Isn't he the one pretending? I sit beside him. How would I not know if he is in pain? Lin Xia hastily clarified. Deskmate? But where is your deskmate? As Lin Xia fervently explained. The classmates who had been rallying for Luo Qingzhou's defense suddenly realized he was nowhere to be found. Damn! The cunning Luo Qingzhou. Lin Xia gritted her teeth as she made her way towards Class 2 of the second year. Upon entering the classroom, she saw Luo Qingzhou engaged in lively conversation with Li Yifei, laughter shared between them. Qingzhou, it seems we need to have a serious discussion alone. Lin Xia stated earnestly as she set her backpack down in front of her seat. I apologize, classmate Qi, but I truly cannot accept your love letter. Luo Qingzhou's face immediately fell into a state of dejection, as though Lin Qi's confession had unsettled her for a considerable time. This scene, witnessed by their classmates, left them wide-eyed in astonishment. Li Yifei, in particular, wore an expression of utter disbelief. As for Lin Qi, upon perceiving the gazes of his peers, he never anticipated that he would feel such profound helplessness over a single individual. His emotional defenses were crumbling piece by piece. I did not present you with a love letter. Lin Qi exerted all his strength in an attempt to clarify. It's all right, classmate Qi. You need not explain. Now everyone understands the kind of person you are. You are entirely free to seek someone who shares your aspirations. Why must you so desperately cling to me? Luo Qingzhou, lost in her performance, found herself unable to extricate from the situation. Witnessing this, Lin Qi completely broke down. Very well. If you choose to play this way, then I, Lin Qi, shall accompany you on this reckless venture. Everyone, cease your antics. Lin Qi, unable to endure any longer, resolved to publicly reveal everything that had transpired in the old district that day. No, no, no. Classmate Qi, please do not act rashly. There are still 10 minutes until morning study begins. Let us go to the boys' restroom. I shall compensate you, I promise. Luo Qingzhou, genuinely fearing that Lin Qi might abandon the matter entirely, hastily pulled him out of the classroom, heading towards the restroom. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Li Yifei and the other students, observing the direction in which Luo Qingzhou and Lin Qi departed, could not help but envision the scene Luo Qingzhou had described. Classmate Lin Qi, entering the boys' restroom, I shall provide you with compensation. In the dimly lit restroom, the atmosphere was thick with an air of anticipation as Luo Qingzhou found himself ensnared in an unexpected predicament. The early morning reading session had left the place devoid of souls, save for himself and Lin Qi. Qingzhou, I do hope your compensation meets my expectations. Otherwise, Lin Qi's narrowed gaze hinted at unspoken threats. Rest assured, what I offer is truly remarkable, replied Luo Qingzhou, as he retrieved a container filled with black clay from his pocket. Clay? Is this the benefit you speak of? Lin Qi's disappointment was palpable, as he had anticipated something extraordinary, not mere mud. Patience, Qie. Just watch my technique. Luo Qingzhou calmly opened the jar, moistening his hands beneath the faucet before envisioning Lin Qi's likeness in his mind. With deft movements, he sculpted the black clay into an astonishingly accurate representation of Lin Qi. Suddenly, a brilliant light enveloped the restroom, and before Lin Qi's astonished eyes stood a clay figure that mirrored his own form. This is me? And what sort of ability do you possess, Qingzhou, to conjure a being from clay? Lin Qi could hardly contain his astonishment. Have you not heard of Nuwa creating humanity? Luo Qingzhou, though fatigued from his exertions, was bolstered by his previous experience in shaping the clay into a likeness of the legendary warrior Guan Yu, avoiding the fainting spell that had previously plagued him. Nuwa? So you are the earthly representative of the goddess? Lin Qi speculated, connecting the dots of Luo Qingzhou's divine association. Indeed, hence, my gift to you is this clay figure of Lin Qi, enabling you to rest assured. Before Luo Qingzhou could finish, Lin Qi interjected, I can confidently let this clay version of me take my place among the night watch. Luo Qingzhou paused, slightly bemused. No, it is you who can safely join the night watch, allowing this clay figure to protect your family. But I don't understand, why must I, the real me, join the night watch instead of the clay version? Lin Qi inquired, puzzled by Luo Qingzhou's reasoning. Because we are both representatives of our deities. In the face of the lurking threats from malevolent and foreign gods, do you truly believe we can remain unscathed? As divine agents, we cannot escape this calamity. Thus, we must grow stronger. Only by reaching a certain level of power can we deter these external and evil forces from threatening our homeland. Only then can we genuinely return to our families. If not, as the agents of the divine, we may become the very source of calamity for those around us. Luo Qingzhou, having restrained his earlier theatrical demeanor, gazed solemnly at Lin Qi. Upon hearing Luo Qingzhou's words, Lin Qi's mind became consumed by the notion of being the harbinger of disaster for his loved ones. This very thought extinguished his desire to remain forever by the side of his aunt and younger brother, as he recognized his role as an agent of the divine, potentially the source of misfortune for his family. Thus, if he wished to protect them, it seemed that the only path available to him was the one Luo Qingzhou proposed, to join the Night Watchers. Join the Night Watchers? But what about you, Qingzhou? Lin Qi inquired earnestly. My sister, Hongying, is already a member of the Night Watchers, Luo Qingzhou replied. Then why don't you join them as well? Lin Qi furrowed his brow. That is simply because my strength is independent of whether I join the Night Watchers. As long as I treat my sister, Hongying, well, I can grow stronger. Luo Qingzhou thought to himself, concealing the nature of his unique abilities from Lin Qi. just as Lin Xie had not disclosed the existence of the divine mental asylum within his own psyche. Who says I haven't joined the Night Watchers? My divine realm is creation of beings, so I have always been among the Night Watchers. They just haven't noticed. Luo Qingzhou regained his composure and smiled at Lin Xie. So, you didn't create a clay figure of yourself to join the Night Watchers and then trick me into joining as well, did you? Lin Xie instinctively became wary, recalling Luo Qingzhou's cunning nature. No, I did not mold a clay version of myself to join the Night Watchers. In any case, once you join, you will see who has taken my place. Moreover, as long as the clay figure I created joins the Night Watchers, it is effectively the same as me joining, for I can perceive everything that happens to the figure. Luo Qingzhou asserted with sincerity. Really? Lin Xie's eyes narrowed in suspicion, wary of being deceived by Luo Qingzhou's treachery. Indeed, joining the Night Watchers and becoming stronger will undoubtedly be your wisest choice. Once you attain sufficient strength, you can transform that clay version of yourself, temporarily accompanying your family, into your true self forever. Luo Qingzhou affirmed. Very well, I shall contemplate it thoroughly. Lin Xie nodded slightly, feeling at least 9/10 convinced by Luo Qingzhou's revelations. Take your time. It's almost time for morning study. I must return to class. Luo Qingzhou said hurriedly, dashing out of the restroom and speeding like lightning toward the classroom of Class 2. This scene left Lin Xie somewhat bewildered. He pondered whether the misunderstanding between the two had indeed been resolved just moments ago. Why then did Luo Qingzhou flee with such haste? Could it be that he was genuinely afraid Lin Xie would consume him? Just as Lin Xie struggled to comprehend Luo Qingzhou's actions, the sharp sound of the morning class bell reverberated throughout the school. Lin Xie exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it, Luo Qingzhou. I'm late for morning class." No wonder he dashed off like a rabbit. The most infuriating part was that this rogue didn't even give him a heads up. One moment, a man who seemed to soar like the wind had vanished. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous day when Luo Qingzhou lay alone in the old district. In Class 2 of the second year, Luo Qingzhou made it just in time for morning class, seated at his desk reciting passages from the Chinese textbook. The seat beside him lay empty, while near the trash can sat a sun-drenched boy, his gaze filled with a resentful longing, fixated intently on Luo Qingzhou as he recited, as if he wished to rush forth and deliver a punch. Classmate Lin Xie, let us embark on a monster-hunting adventure after school. P.S. I forgot to mention that neglecting to sculpt a clay figure of a similar context can deplete one's mental energy. This has been amended. The Peace Office, Team 136, is fully engaged in this endeavor. Today, we shall venture into the old district to broaden our search for the masked king and the emissaries of the unknown deities, including the agent of the angel Michael. During the meeting, Chunmai announced today's mission to all members of Team 136. Captain, I actually found Michael's emissary yesterday, Zhao Kongcheng remarked, turning to Chunmai. Then why didn't you bring him along? Chunmai inquired, as all eyes turned to Zhao Kongcheng. Zhao recounted his encounter with Lin Xie from the previous day, then suggested, I propose that our dear brother Qingzhou should persuade that stubborn lad. After all, I've learned that he is Lin Xie's closest classmate at school, not our brother Zhao. Are you suggesting that my brother should persuade him? He doesn't even know what this world is like. How can he persuade anyone? Hongying was adamantly opposed to involving Luo Qingzhou in this matter, for her parents had vanished 5 long years ago while exploring the mists. If anything were to happen to her brother because of this, she could never forgive herself. It's quite simple. Hongying, your protective instincts for brother Qingzhou are overly strong. Since brother Qingzhou is classmates and desk mates with Lin Xie, it would be entirely reasonable for him to invite his school friend over for dinner, wouldn't it? Zhao Kongcheng's eyes gleamed with mischief. Old Zhao, you truly have a knack for this. Ultimately, it's about bringing back Michael's emissary. I assent to it. Chunmai regarded Zhao Kongcheng, who usually appeared rather earnest, with newfound admiration. Well, that makes sense. Once my brother lures Lin Xie home, he can go out to buy groceries, and then we can. Hongying's lips curled into a sly smile at this moment. This is splendid. Only brother Qingzhou can shoulder such a significant task. Everyone nodded in agreement. At the second university, The school day had finally concluded. Lin Xie exhaled deeply, feeling the weight of pressure lift, as he, being Luo Qingzhou's desk mate, faced an almost certain call-out rate of 100 from every teacher. The routine involved posing questions to other students first, only to conclude with Luo Qingzhou. Huh. Look at Lin Xie's despondent expression. How did you ever dare to choose to sit beside the academic prodigy Luo? A fellow student remarked. Isn't the position by the podium much more appealing? Besides, once you sit there, you essentially gain immunity for being called upon during class. Li Yifei couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Xie's exhausted demeanor. Who could have anticipated that this seat beside him would have such a high call-out rate? Lin Xie cast a weary glance at the smiling Luo Qingzhou, who seemed to relish the commotion. Having entered my vicinity, one must naturally expect such outcomes, Luo Qingzhou remarked, clearly enjoying the lively atmosphere. Go, go, go. We're heading home. Lin Xie shot a disdainful glance at the hopeless Luo Qingzhou. Don't rush home. Allow me to take you to a splendid place. Luo Qingzhou tugged at Lin Xie's garment, offering him a significant look. Lin Xie, what splendid place. Although he sensed that Luo Qingzhou was up to no good, curiosity got the better of him. A prime location for leveling up monsters. As he spoke, Luo Qingzhou whisked Lin Xie away like a gust of wind, racing through the school with unrestrained enthusiasm. This prompted Li Yifei to comment meaningfully, indeed, Luo scholar. It appears that your relationship with classmate Xie has taken an intriguing turn. In the familiar yet dim and damp old district, the long alley resembled a deep, winding path. Lin Xie gazed at Luo Qingzhou with exasperation. Isn't this still the way home? Precisely. We can conveniently slay some monsters on the way. The beasts in the Chuan realm present a challenge that is just within our capabilities. Luo Qingzhou winked at Lin Xie. Chuan realm? Lin Xie fell silent. He recalled Luo Qingzhou mentioning the divisions of realms. He was in the Zhan realm, while Luo Qingzhou was in the Qi realm. Did that mean the Chuan realm monsters were 2 levels above him? Was this truly about slaying monsters? Surely, he wasn't being made the bait. What expression is that? Classmate Xie? As the agent of the angel Michael, isn't it reasonable for you to tackle monsters 2 levels above you? Luo Qingzhou remarked nonchalantly, oblivious to Lin Xie's peculiar gaze. Reasonable, my foot. Why do I feel like I'm being set up as bait? Lin Xie couldn't help but vent his frustration. The Chuan realm monster, upon spotting Luo Qingzhou from the Qi realm, might hesitate, but upon seeing Lin Xie, a mere novice in the Zhan realm, it would undoubtedly lunge at him with ravenous intent. Sure enough, as they delved deeper into the shadowy alley, Luo Qingzhou seemingly merged with the darkness, leaving Lin Xie to navigate the dim passage alone. Curse you, Luo Qingzhou! You traitor! You promised to take me monster hunting, not turn me into bait. Lin Xie mentally berated Luo Qingzhou's treacherous antics, yet he continued to inch his way through the alley, as usual. Moments later, just as he was about to exit the alley, Lin Xie suddenly spotted a monstrous figure, resembling a small mountain, with drool dripping from its mouth, fixated on him with predatory intent. Moreover, one of its arms appeared to have been severed. Thus, it regarded Lin Xie as if he were an irresistible delicacy, lunging at him with the speed of a striking sword. Damn it, I don't even have a weapon. How can I possibly withstand a brawl with this beast? As the fearsome creature charged at him, Lin Xie desperately glanced into the dark corner. Luo Qingzhou, toss me a weapon. Quick! In the dimly lit corner, Luo Qingzhou remarked, do not rush. I am currently molding with clay. Just 3 seconds. I grant you but 3 seconds. Lin Xie, upon witnessing the approaching figure with a ghostly visage, swiftly devised a countermeasure, deftly evading the ghastly king's attempt to bite. No need for 3 seconds. Here, take this 200-centimeter spear, he exclaimed. As for me, a 211-centimeter staff will suffice. In that shadowy nook, after Luo Qingzhou had regained some of his mental prowess within the school, he swiftly crafted 2 weapons birthed from the divine realm of creation of beings. Upon receiving the spear, Lin Xie felt a surge of astonishment as an introduction about the spear materialized in his mind at the very moment he grasped it. The Qingyue spear possesses the divine skill, Silver Moon Flash. It will do for now. Once I enter the river realm, I shall fashion you a weapon befitting that domain. With the great sage staff already in hand, Luo Qingzhou twirled it with finesse, as if the staff were an extension of his very arm, wielding it with effortless grace. Such is the caliber of a national martial arts champion. Any weapon in his grasp is capable of showcasing its unique advantages and characteristics. Your eyes meet mine. Your ears resonate with my own. This long spear undoubtedly originates from the hands of the creator goddess, Nuwa's agent. The moment Lin Qiye touched the Qingyue spear, a surge of confidence enveloped him, even when faced with the terrifying visage of the Demon Face King, who loomed like a small mountain. He felt emboldened to engage. Indeed, the ruler's staff bent slightly, and Luo Qingzhou, standing upon it like a martial monk, matched the Demon Face King's imposing presence with unwavering determination. With the addition of the clay figurine Lin Qiye, the righteous trio now held the advantage in a 3-to-1 confrontation. Upon witnessing this, the Demon Face King was momentarily taken aback. Concealed in the shadows with the intention of devouring humans to restore its severed limb, it had not anticipated being confronted by a group on its emergence. Do not remain dazed. The day you dared to ambush my sister, Hongying, was the day you sealed your fate. Luo Qingzhou, who typically wore a smile, now bore an expression as sharp as a blade. For that day, when his sister, Hongying, nearly faced destruction, she had bestowed upon him a second chance at life. She had granted him a warm home. Such a perfect sister. How could he allow any harm to befall her? The Demon Face King seemed to grasp Luo Qingzhou's words, its massive form erupting into a frenzy. Ignoring the two Lin Qiye, it lunged toward Luo Qingzhou like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Oh, it can comprehend human speech? As the Demon Face King charged, Luo Qingzhou executed a graceful somersault, landing deftly on the ground. Wielding the staff with both hands to deliver a devastating twisting leg strike aimed at the vulnerable underside of the Demon Face King's thigh. The strike rendered the flesh of its thigh into a grotesque state. The pain, akin to that of a meat grinder, coursed through the Demon Face King, contorting its features into a mask of agony. Simultaneously, this only fueled its rage further. In its fury, the Demon Face King abandoned any strategy and unleashed its forbidden domain, Demon Face Realm, dragging Luo Qingzhou and the two Lin Qiye into its miniature world. What is this? Lin Qiye found himself in a space where heaven and earth were inverted, bewildered by the disorientation. The Demon Face King's forbidden domain, Demon Face Realm, could cause those of lower realms to experience confusion, even inverting the very space around them. Luo Qingzhou cautioned, "Does this battle not seem a bit daunting?" Lin Qiye furrowed his brow. Whether daunting or not is inconsequential. The crux lies in the fact that it dared to ambush my sister, Hongying. Even if it were a true deity, it would still meet its end here. Luo Qingzhou landed atop a horizontal building, unhesitatingly dragging the ruler's staff along the ground as he charged toward the Demon Face King. Seeing this, the Demon Face King emitted a mocking laughter, clearly leveraging the characteristics of Demon Face Realm to obscure Luo Qingzhou's senses, causing disarray in his perception. Yet, fortunately, Luo Qingzhou was not without foundation. Having honed his skills through 2 lifetimes, he possessed an acute sensitivity to his own body. In that instant when the senses became disoriented, he discerned the patterns of this sensory chaos. Thus, after swiftly adjusting his actions, he seized the opportunity to unleash the unique divine technique of the Great Sage Staff, known as chaotic points in the Celestial Palace, without granting the ghost-faced king a moment's respite. With the Great Sage Staff in hand, Luo Qingzhou resembled the formidable Xiangyu, who once pulled mountains with his might. He swung the staff in a magnificent arc, embodying the distinctive force of chaotic points in the Celestial Palace, skillfully executing the spinning motion repeatedly. By the time he reached the climax, the staff's power had manifested. Even though Luo Qingzhou remained at a distance from the Ghost-Faced King, a white spectral image of the staff emerged outside the range of attack. This phantasm seemed to possess tangible force, catapulting the ghost-faced king into the air. Countless white spectral images of the staff lashed out at the ghost-faced king's form, leaving him bloodied and battered, marked by the relentless strikes. Lin Xie. If he does not act now, when will he? After propelling the ghost-faced king aloft, Luo Qingzhou cast a sharp gaze towards Lin Xie nearby. Excellent. Who could have anticipated that the creation of humanity, divine ruin of Nuwa, would be so astonishing? And I, Lin Xie, now have the chance to experience the wonders of the creation of humanity, divine ruin. Silver Moon Flash, the divine technique of the Clear Moon Spear. Grasping the Clear Moon Spear, Lin Xie dashed beneath the ghost-faced king and executed a sweeping strike with both hands. A beam of radiant moonlight erupted forth. It cleaved the ghost-faced king's body in twain. Even the ghostly visage upon his chest was severed in half. With the emergence of this brilliant moonlight, the ghost-faced king met his demise. The ghost-faced land divine ruin dissipated in an instant. Splendid. What a perfect collaboration. Upon witnessing the bisected form of the ghost-faced king on the ground, Luo Qingzhou was filled with immense joy. For the villain who dared to ambush his sister, Hongying, had finally perished, succumbing to the justice of their 3-on-1 confrontation. Although Lin Xie merely participated in a supporting role, it was still a righteous 3-on-1. It appeared, rather bewilderingly, that he had snatched the first kill from the ghost-faced king. Moreover, Lin Xie drifted into distraction as he spoke, as if his mind had wandered into a mental asylum within a spiritual realm, where he beheld the ghost-faced king confined within a steel cage. Furthermore, through his influence in this asylum, he seemed to witness how the ghost-faced king had been brought to Hongying City and saw a mysterious figure in black, seemingly belonging to the ancient god church. Thus, it could be deduced that this ghost-faced king was a creation of the ancient god church. Qingzhou. This matter may not be so simple. I have discovered through a unique means that the ghost-faced king was artificially cultivated and released within our Hongying City. Moreover, it appears to be a masterpiece of an organization known as the Ancient God Church. Lin Xie conveyed his findings about the ghost-faced king to Luo Qingzhou. Ancient God Church? Merely an evil organization lurking within the filthy church. What are you all planning to do? It is precisely this damned ghost-faced king that has nearly dealt a devastating blow to my sister Hongying. It seems necessary to deliver a surprise of explosive artistry to your ancient god church. Luo Qingzhou slightly narrowed his eyes at this moment. The ghost-faced king was merely the initial step in his quest for vengeance on behalf of his sister Hongying against the ancient god church. A surprise of explosive artistry? Lin Xie looked on with some confusion. Have you heard of the explosive mice? Luo Qingzhou retracted the cold light from his face and winked at Lin Xie. And no, I haven't. Lin Xie shook his head innocently. That's just as well. I made it up on the spot. Luo Qingzhou flashed a smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. Lin Xie fell silent, yet continued to gaze at Luo Qingzhou. Before long, Luo Qingzhou produced a multitude of jars filled with black clay, taking one and moistening it with a bit of saliva before kneading it. Soon, lifelike black mice measuring 10 to 30 centimeters began to emerge before their eyes. Once all the jars containing black clay were exhausted, an overwhelming tide of black mice took over the entirety of the old city. Were these black mice the self-exploding explosive mice? Lin Xie's heart raced as he looked at Luo Qingzhou in astonishment. The creation from the divine ruins could grant objects divine abilities. And these explosive mice were not living creatures, but rather electronic mice derived from high-tech electronic models. Thus, their inherent divine ability was explosion. As Luo Qingzhou observed the swarm of electronic mice entering the sewers of the old city, his gaze turned toward the horizon. Your eyes are my eyes. Your ears are my ears. Find the hiding place of the ancient god church and deliver to them an unforgettable explosion of artistry. A flawless response from Zhao Conqing. With so many explosive mice, could it be that classmate Luo Qingzhou intends to obliterate the lair of the ancient god church? Observing Luo Qingzhou's willingness to go to such lengths for his sister, Lin Xie suddenly perceived a reflection of himself within Luo Qingzhou. He yearns to protect his aunt and younger brother, and for this, he would pay any price. Similarly, Luo Qingzhou is prepared to make any sacrifice for the sister he wishes to safeguard. In a certain sense, they share a striking resemblance. The lair will likely remain unscathed. An excessive number of explosive mice would undoubtedly attract the attention of the ancient God Church's members. Therefore, I estimate that the actual number of explosive mice that could infiltrate that filthy church will not exceed 10. Yet it shall be sufficient to deliver a minor surprise to the denizens of the ancient God Church. Moreover, this is merely a segment of my retribution against their insidious plans. Next, these explosive mice will lead me to the followers of the ancient God Church. Subsequently, I shall eradicate their existence one by one. Luo Qingzhou's mind is clear, and his objectives are well-defined. Since the ancient God Church delights in unleashing the Demon King in Songnam City, Luo Qingzhou is equally capable of imparting a sanguinary lesson to them. Total annihilation? I relish the thought. Such a malevolent organization should have been extinguished in this era. Lin Chie's eyes sparkled with realization. He discovered numerous similarities between himself and this classmate. However, the sole distinction lies in the fact that this classmate possesses a certain cunning, unlike his own straightforward nature. As the saying goes, only those of like minds can become friends. Therefore, classmate Chie, I shall recline for a moment. As Luo Qingzhou observed Lin Chie's bright and empathetic expression, he unexpectedly collapsed onto the ground and closed his eyes, leaving even the clay-like Lin Chie momentarily bewildered. Lin Chie, classmate Qingzhou, did we not dispatch the Demon King with relative ease just moments ago? Why then do you appear so fatigued? Lin Chie gazed quizzically at the prostrate Luo Qingzhou. Hey, classmate Qingzhou? Noticing Luo Qingzhou lying motionless like a sun-baked salted fish, Lin Chie approached and gently nudged his shoulder. Yet, Luo Qingzhou remained as still as the aforementioned fish, until a sudden voice broke the silence. You truly are the agent of the 003 sequence angel, Michael. To have single-handedly slain the Demon King of Hongying upon entering the Lamp Realm is no small feat among us Night Watchers. So, have you truly considered joining our ranks? Zhao Kongcheng, having initiated the Boundless Void operation near the Old District after distributing the tasks for Team 136, was prepared to assist other members in capturing the Demon King. However, upon witnessing the anomaly in the alley, he initially presumed it to be a preemptive encounter by Team 136 with the Demon King, only to discover that it was indeed the agent of Angel Michael. It is noteworthy that Lin Chie had only just entered the Lamp Realm and yet managed to single-handedly vanquish the Demon King of Hongying. Should such a formidable divine agent fall into the hands of the ancient God Church, he could scarcely fathom the calamity it would unleash upon China. Therefore, regardless of the obstinacy of Lin Chie, he must make yet another attempt to persuade him to join the Night Watchers. Ah, Zhao Kongcheng, dear brother, why must it be you again? Would you believe me if I claimed that the demise of the Ghost Face King has nothing to do with me? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lin Chie sensed that something was amiss. Ordinarily, how could Luo Qingzhou collapse without cause? It was evident that he had once again been ensnared by Luo Qingzhou's antics. Has it nothing to do with you? Could it perhaps be linked to the ever-helpful Luo Qingzhou from the Hongying family? Zhao Kongcheng glanced at the unharmed Luo Qingzhou, who lay perfectly still on the ground. Is there a possibility? Lin Chie contemplated revealing the truth, but before he could articulate his thoughts, Zhao Kongcheng waved his hand dismissively, declaring, absolutely not. Hongying has informed our team, the 136 squad, that this lad has been terrified of ghosts and monsters since childhood, let alone the fearsome Ghost Face King. I dare say he fainted at the mere sight of it. Look, he is lying there perfectly still, is he not? Zhao Kongcheng approached Luo Qingzhou and effortlessly hoisted the supposedly unconscious figure onto his shoulder. But what about the last time? Didn't he faint when he encountered the ghost face man? Lin Chie countered, eager to reason. Didn't Luo Qingzhou himself say that upon arrival he saw you, your eyes ablaze as you swiftly dispatched the ghost face man? Thus, even a creature that has perished, no matter how terrified, should not faint. Zhao Kongcheng, carrying Luo Qingzhou, provided the most impeccable explanation. Lin Xie replied, "Fine, fine. So this is acceptable, is it? And Luo Qingzhou has been afraid of monsters since childhood? Zhao Kongsheng, you have no idea how courageous he was the first time he dispatched the Ghost-Face Man. Moreover, it was he who initiated the hunt for the Ghost-Face King. This has nothing to do with me at all. It was all orchestrated by the old strategist you carry on your shoulder. All right, I know you are reluctant to join the Night Watchers, but you need not conceal your talent so. I, Zhao, am no fool. It is entirely reasonable for the proxy of the 003 sequence angel, Michael, to be somewhat formidable." Observing Lin Xie's silence, Zhao Kongsheng shook his head in exasperation, astonished that Lin Xie would forfeit the credit for defeating the Ghost-Face King merely to evade joining the Night Watchers. It seems that to coax Lin Xie into the ranks of the Night Watchers, he would need to rely on that very Luo Qingzhou to invite him over for a meal. When the entire 136 squad gathers, let us see where you will run. How reasonable, indeed. Lin Xie could not help but internalize his frustrations. He longed to exclaim that Zhao Kongsheng was a fool, a monumental fool. The true mastermind was the one he bore upon his shoulder. I, Lin Xie, have been drawn out to serve as a mere shield. After venting my frustrations in this manner, my spirits were somewhat lifted. Casting a glance at Zhao Kongsheng, who bore the cunning and treacherous Luo Qingzhou on his back, I said, "Brother Zhao, you may say whatever you wish. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." With that, I shouldered my backpack and vanished from Zhao Kongsheng's sight. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news relayed by Zhao Kongsheng, Hongying and Chimai hastened to the scene without delay. It appears that persuading Lin Xie to join the Night Watchers may prove to be a formidable challenge. After listening to Zhao Kongsheng recount the events, Chimai could not help but furrow his brow. "Captain, this is not merely a significant challenge. The feat of single-handedly vanquishing the Ghost-Face King is no small accomplishment. He is willing to forego this merit to conceal his prowess. Therefore, if an invitation fails, we must resort to subterfuge. Let us have Brother Qingzhou invite Lin Xie to our home for a meal. At that time, our entire team 136 will be present, leaving him no avenue of escape." Upon learning of Lin Xie's triumph over the Ghost-Face King in the Hongying, Lung Xian's resolve to recruit Lin Xie into the Night Watchers was further solidified. In a luxurious villa, after tidying up the traces left by the Ghost-Face King in the old town, Hongying drove Luo Qingzhou back home. "Sister Hongying, your little brother is quite timid. He can't even watch horror movies. How will he ever pursue a girl?" teased Si Xiaonan as Hongying helped Luo Qingzhou to his room. Indeed, when going out on a date, he certainly cannot hide in a girl's embrace. Hongying intended to agree with Si Xiaonan's remark, but upon reflection, their gazes locked unexpectedly. It seemed as though hiding in a girl's arms and having a girl hide in his embrace were not so different after all. The only variation lay in the order of advantage. Either the girl nestled in his arms, or he in hers. As they exchanged understanding glances, they simultaneously voiced, "By the way, Sister Hongying, you aren't planning to sleep in your brother's room again, are you?" Si Xiaonan's eyes glinted with subtle mischief. After all, on the last occasion, Hongying had shared a room with Luo Qingzhou, prompting her to ponder the appropriateness of two grown siblings sharing the same space. "Well, if I'm not in his room, he might have nightmares all night, and I can always sleep on the floor. It's sufficient for me to comfort him when he has nightmares." Hongying seemed unconcerned about Si Xiaonan's insinuations. Rather, she was more preoccupied with Luo Qingzhou's potential sleeplessness. "Very well then." With Hongying's assurance, Si Xiaonan smiled and waved goodbye as she headed to her own room. Meanwhile, after a refreshing bath, Hongying donned an adorable bear-themed pajama set and stealthily climbed into Luo Qingzhou's bed. Gazing at Luo Qingzhou, who was peacefully asleep, she reminisced about their first encounter when he lay quietly on the bustling street, oblivious to the wind. "Silly brother, sister is here for you. You mustn't have nightmares tonight." She nestled closer, burying her head in his embrace. At that moment, Luo Qingzhou stirred unexpectedly, startling Hongying and causing her heart to race. However, upon realizing he had not awakened and instinctively wrapping her arms around his slender waist, she let out a sigh of relief. "Silly brother, you scared me. I thought you were awake." Feeling the warmth radiating from Luo Qingzhou, Hongying soon drifted off to sleep in his arms. The following day, clad in her bare pajamas, Hongying awoke to find Luo Qingzhou still asleep. With a playful glint in her eyes, she mischievously perched atop him beneath the covers. "Silly brother, time to rise. You'll be late for school." "Ugh, what is this? So heavy?" "Sister Hongying, you should help me lose weight." Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes with an expression of disdain. Upon seeing this, Hongying was instantly filled with indignation. "You insufferable little brother, do you dare to claim that I am heavy-set? Huh? Have you forgotten the times I thoroughly spanked you when we were children?" With a furious display, Hongying clawed at Luo Qingzhou's neck, her hands fierce yet lacking in strength. Nevertheless, the esteemed actor Luo Qingzhou feigned near asphyxiation. "Hongying, if you do not loosen your grip, you may find yourself without a brother." "Umph, so be it. Without you, I will be far more at ease. No longer would I have to support your lazy self. My work would surely become less burdensome." Reluctantly, Hongying released her hold on Luo Qingzhou's neck. "Oh no, I am doomed." Luo Qingzhou rolled his eyes back and buried his face in his pillow. Hongying exclaimed, "Goo goo goo, stop pretending, you little rascal. Rise and shine." Seeing Luo Qingzhou's dramatic act, she laughed heartily, playfully striking him. With a sigh, Luo Qingzhou sat up straight in bed. Gazing at the radiant Hongying, he suddenly remarked, "Hongying, you are truly beautiful. It would be splendid if you could be my wife one day." At this, Hongying's laughter ceased abruptly, her eyes narrowing in suspicion as she looked at Luo Qingzhou. "You little rascal. I knew that when you got serious, it would lead to no good." With that, she descended from the bed and returned to her own room to change. Meanwhile, Luo Qingzhou listened to the rewarding chime from the wife pampering system. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully charmed Hongying," filling her heart with joy. Reward: 10-fold critical wife pampering points, 10,000. There's a critical hit too? It seemed he must engage in more flirtation with Hongying. Perhaps in doing so, he could elevate his own status. At that point, no deity would stand a chance against him. With a mere snap of his fingers, they would be reduced to ashes. With a bountiful reward of 10,000 wife pampering points, Luo Qingzhou's aspirations for the future blossomed. Time to rise and prepare breakfast. With a joyful heart, he completed his morning routine and began cooking breakfast for his dear sister Hongying. As for Sister Xiaonan, she was merely a freeloader. Before long, Luo Qingzhou had prepared a sumptuous breakfast featuring steak, fried eggs, freshly heated milk, and some pickled vegetables to cleanse the palate. "These are all my favorites. This brother is worth the investment." After changing into a sleek black trench coat and form-fitting shark pants, Hongying boldly sat beside Luo Qingzhou. "This morning, someone claimed I was merely supporting him for nothing." Luo Qingzhou responded with a teasing tone. "Dare to speak back? Do you not believe that I could make you utterly incapable of self-sufficiency, leaving you to be mocked by your classmates at school?" Hongying tightened her fists, her playful demeanor shifting. "I have grown up now, Hongying. You may not necessarily be able to defeat me." With confidence, Luo Qingzhou held his head high. Upon hearing this, Hongying's expression fell, and she looked at Sister Xiaonan with a sense of grievance. "Xiaonan, look at this Qingzhou. I've raised him with great difficulty, supported his education. I even provide him with a monthly allowance of 10,000. Now it is well. I have grown up. My wings have strengthened. Yet you think to bully me, your elder sister. Alas, how wretched I am in my role as an older sister. So miserable. See Xiaonan. Qingzhou, why do you not comfort your sister?" See Xiaonan, witnessing Hongying truly on the verge of tears, hastily turned to Luo Qingzhou. "Read. Sister Hong, I was wrong. If you wish to hit me, I promise I will not retaliate." Seeing the tears welling in Hongying's eyes, Luo Qingzhou quickly swore an oath in earnest. "Umph. Now, that is more like it." Just moments ago, Hongying, who was about to shed tears, instantaneously wore a proud smile. "Sister Hong, you truly are." Luo Qingzhou gazed at the faint blush upon Hongying's smiling face, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Hongying playfully stuck out her tongue, then cheerfully took a bite of the fried egg, casually inquiring, "By the way, dear brother, Do you not have any good friends at school? If so, you can invite them over to play, fostering camaraderie among classmates. Classmates? Female classmates? Luo Qingzhou regarded Hongying with a look of suspicion. Hongying, having taken a bite of the fried egg, immediately spat it out, her earlier mirth dissipating as her expression turned somewhat indifferent. I shall not eat anymore. I feel somewhat full. Xiaonan, let's head to work. See, Xiaonan, I have yet to even touch my chopsticks. How can we be going to work already? See, Xiaonan looked bewilderedly at the sibling duo, confused as to how the atmosphere had shifted from laughter over breakfast to one of palpable tension. Lin Xie urged, "Stay away from me, lest I be misunderstood." Luo Qingzhou watched as sister Hongying unexpectedly left the villa, without even accompanying him to school that day, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. Oh no, it seems sister Hongying is jealous. If this situation remains unresolved, it appears sister Hongying may continue to act in this manner. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou comprehended the gravity of the situation. It seems he must bring Lin Xie home tonight. Otherwise, he might face sister Hongying's displeasure in the future. Recalling sister Hongying's cold, ice-like gaze from earlier, he hurriedly slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed towards the second university. For now, only his classmate Lin Xie could rescue him from this predicament. Once he arrives, the fleeting misunderstanding between him and sister Hongying could be swiftly resolved. Meanwhile, in the car heading to the peace office, Si Xiaonan found herself in an unprecedented situation, seated in the front passenger seat beside Luo Qingzhou. Observing sister Hongying's cold demeanor as she drove, she cautiously inquired, "Sister Hongying, you aren't jealous because Qingzhou has a girlfriend, are you? How could that be? Shouldn't I, as his sister, feel happy for him?" Sister Hongying felt as if her innermost feelings were being laid bare, a sense of unease creeping in, but more so a wave of heartache that she resolutely concealed beneath her strong facade. Yet, why does it feel so peculiar? Si Xiaonan stole a careful glance at sister Hongying, who was masking her inner turmoil with a facade of indifference. Upon arriving at the peace office, sister Hongying remained distant, her mind seemingly elsewhere as she entered with Si Xiaonan. "Did you ask your brother to invite Lin Xie over for dinner?" Chen Mai inquired, as the entire team 136 gathered in the conference room, directing their attention towards Hongying. "I don't have a brother," sister Hongying replied coldly after a prolonged hesitation. Chen Mai, Lung Xian, and the others. "What is going on? Xiaonan, what is wrong with Hongying? Doesn't she often boast about her brother? Why suddenly claim she has none? Could it be that Qingzhou has encountered some trouble?" Chen Mai and the others exchanged concerned glances towards Si Xiaonan. "There has been no trouble. It's just that Qingzhou seems to have a girlfriend at school," Si Xiaonan cautiously answered, her fingers tracing circles on the table. "Having a girlfriend? Isn't that a good thing? Why does Hongying look as if her boyfriend has run off with someone else?" Chen Mai observed the distracted Hongying. Upon hearing Chen Mai's words, Hongying felt an odd discomfort wash over her, her gaze evasive. "Oh no, Hongying, could it be that you've developed feelings for Qingzhou?" Chen Mai exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon a remarkable discovery, staring at Hongying in shock. "I haven't." The veil of modesty was stripped away by the captain, and Hongying's originally frosty visage instantly flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, both alluring and delectable. Particularly striking were her eyes, filled with a flustered bewilderment, enhancing her bashful demeanor with an unusual charm. "Is it not evident? Hongying, your expression has starkly betrayed you. Furthermore, you share a sibling relationship with Qingzhou. I strongly advise you to terminate this romantic entanglement post-haste." Chen Mai offered his earnest counsel. He is not my biological brother. Why should we not be together? Moreover, he has proclaimed his desire for me to be his wife. How could he suddenly have a girlfriend at school? This morning, while having breakfast, I overheard him discussing a female classmate, and at that moment, it felt as though the heavens had collapsed around me. Initially, Hongying refuted Chen Mai, but soon her emotional restraint shattered, and tears streamed down her face like a leaky faucet, rendering her a picture of sorrow. Not a biological brother? Then it is indeed Qingzhou's fault. After flirting with Hongying, he has turned his attention to other female classmates? Just wait. The next time we encounter that scoundrel, our entire team 136 will ensure he pays for this. No, today after school, we shall go to Hongying's home and teach this irresponsible rogue a thorough lesson. As Chun Mai and the others grasped the situation, their expressions turned icy, contemplating how to seek justice for Hongying. No, one must not bully my brother. With tears glistening in her eyes, Hongying glared fiercely at Chun Mai and the others, her determination unwavering. Chun Mai and the others. Very well. Then we shall impart to him the lesson that a true man should not engage in the folly of courting multiple women irresponsibly. Chun Mai, unable to find a way to address Hongying's plight, could only respond in a compromise. However, when he eventually encounters Luo Qingzhou, he will undoubtedly charge at him with a punch. Are you jesting? Hongying is not merely the beauty of our Team 136. She is cherished by all. Whenever we undertake missions, the members of Team 136 ensure her protection, and never have they allowed anyone to bully her. How can we permit a scoundrel like your brother to do so? At the Second University of San'an City, upon seeing Lin Xie, Luo Qingzhou felt as if he had discovered a lifeline. Che, please come home with me today. My family wishes to meet you. Li Fei. The entire class of second-year students. Are you serious? Has your relationship escalated from sharing a bathroom reward to meeting the parents? Are your parents truly so open-minded? Can a same-sex relationship even be acknowledged in the family lineage? Wouldn't that lead to expulsion from the family tree? What a rebellious offspring. Dear classmate Qingzhou, it will be prudent for you to retract that statement, lest it incite misunderstandings among our peers. Lin Xie observed the curious expressions of their classmates and discreetly shifted the table aside to avoid suspicion. What misunderstanding? Qingzhou replied earnestly, as my deskmate and a close friend. It is entirely reasonable for me to invite you home for dinner, is it not? Indeed, quite reasonable. Numerous classmates, eager for entertainment, chimed in, nodding in agreement. Lin Xie thought to herself, oh no, it seems the misunderstanding has deepened. How about it, Xie? Surely you have some free time, right? At that moment, Qingzhou was solely focused on inviting Lin Xie home, completely disregarding the curious gazes of Li Yifei and others. In her eyes, it felt as though the entire world revolved around Lin Xie. The surrounding classmates, witnessing the exchange, became increasingly convinced of the budding affection between Lin Xie and Qingzhou. You have free time. Accept his invitation. Agree. It was unclear who initiated the chorus in the spacious classroom, but soon the entire class joined in the playful uproar. Well then, if you remain silent, I shall take that as consent. If you do not accompany me home after school this afternoon, I shall resort to binding you and bringing you home myself, Qingzhou declared, resolutely finalizing the matter as he regarded the taciturn Lin Xie. In the opulent villa, after completing today's mission, the members of Team 136 gathered at Hongying's residence. When will that rascal Xiaonan return home? Chun Mai cast a displeased glance at Si Xiaonan. Sister Hongying mentioned around 6 o'clock. It's nearly time for that scoundrel Qingzhou to arrive. Si Xiaonan squinted, astonished that her usually obedient and sensible younger brother Qingzhou had turned out to be such a deceitful rogue, cloaked in human guise, yet possessing a beastly heart. Sister Hongying adores you. How could you betray her trust? Even if you must indulge in infidelity, why flaunt it before Sister Hongying? Qingzhou, dear brother, you truly court your own demise this time. 6 o'clock? It's already 5:59. Let us prepare to greet the scoundrel Qingzhou appropriately. Chun Mai stretched his muscles, his fists crackling ominously. Lung Xian, too, extended his arms, poised to deliver a fitting lesson to the returning rogue Luo Qingzhou. Captain, what are you planning? Didn't we agree to reason with Qingzhou? Although Hongying felt heartbroken upon discovering that Luo Qingzhou might have a girlfriend at school, she could not bear to witness her beloved younger brother being beaten. Reasoning? What logic is there to discuss with a scoundrel? Chun Mai stood resolutely at the door, ready to unleash a beating the moment Luo Qingzhou appeared. Indeed, discussing reason with a rogue is no different than reasoning with a murderer. Wu Xiangnan, usually composed, was now stirred by the emotions provoked by the rogue Luo Qingzhou, standing alongside Chun Mai, both awaiting the return of the scoundrel. No, you cannot bully my brother. I do not welcome you. You must leave. Upon seeing Chun Mai's demeanor shift, Hongying attempted to usher them away. However, Si Xiaonan and Lung Xian restrained her. Hongying, showing mercy to a rogue is cruelty towards yourself. So for now, remain in your room. Once we have thoroughly taught Luo Qingzhou a lesson, we shall release you. With that, Si Xiaonan and Lung Xian synchronously pulled Hongying into the room. Meanwhile, having arrived at the luxurious villa after taking bus 888, Luo Qingzhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. All he needed to do was bring Lin Qie home, and all misunderstandings would be resolved. Qingzhou, your home is rather extravagant, Lin Qie remarked, gazing at the lavish villa, her eyes wide as she swallowed hard. It was left by my parents. There is no need to envy. Luo Qingzhou, guiding Lin Qie to the entrance of the villa, expertly placed his hand on the fingerprint lock. At that very moment, Chen Mai, Wu Xiangnan, and others stationed at the door felt a surge of emotions upon hearing movement at the entrance. He's coming. The scoundrel is approaching. Let's beat him to pulp. How dare he bully our beloved Hongying? He must pay some price for his actions. HM, Sister Hongying finished work so early today? She is actually back. Just as Luo Qingzhou was about to input the door code after placing her fingerprint, she paused upon seeing the shoes outside. Sister Hongying, you've always wanted me to bring friends home for dinner. Haven't you? I brought him back. If you're here, please open the door. Luo Qingzhou glanced at Lin Qie, beside her, and then at the door. Already imagining the expression on Sister Hongying's face upon realizing that her friend was indeed a man. Lin Qie. Surely, once Sister Hongying saw Lin Qie, the misunderstanding from this morning would be completely forgotten, right? How fortunate that Sister Hongying was still in the room. Who would have thought this scoundrel would bring his girlfriend home? Did he intend to meet Hongying? This is utterly outrageous. Is he so fond of tormenting our cherished Hongying for amusement? Today, let this scoundrel be utterly ruined. Chen Mai and the others, already charged with emotion, felt their expressions grow increasingly cold upon hearing Luo Qingzhou's words. With a decisive click, Chen Mai flung the door open, ready to deliver a powerful punch to Luo Qingzhou's face. However, when the door swung wide, the figure before them was not Luo Qingzhou, but rather a man. It was none other than Lin Qie, the angelic representative of Michael. Hello everyone. I'm Lin Qie, a classmate of Qingzhou, and also his good friend Lin Qie, who had been eager to step into the opulent villa of Luo Qingzhou and glimpse its lavishness. Instinctively swallowed hard upon seeing the massive fist hurtling toward him. What? Wait a moment. So, Luo Qingzhou's girlfriend is a man? At that instant, Chen Mai and the others felt their worldview shatter. They pondered, is Hongying not good enough? Is she outdone by a man? No. Could it be that our brother Qingzhou is gay? Hey, girlfriend? Lin Qie's eyes widened, and he quickly clarified, resembling a startled bird. You've all misunderstood. I'm just a classmate and desk partner of Qingzhou. It's not that kind of relationship. Then, did Hongying say that Qingzhou has a girlfriend at school? Chen Mai and the others cast suspicious glances at Lin Qie. Lin Qie hastily turned to stand behind Luo Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou looked at Chen Mai and the others, offering an awkward smile. Actually, Brother Chen, Brother Zhao, you've all misunderstood. I don't have a girlfriend at school. This morning's events primarily revolved around Hongying Jie unexpectedly requesting that I bring a classmate home for dinner. Generally, when elders in the family make such a suggestion, it is often understood to pertain to friends of the opposite sex, is it not? Hence, I responded with a question, a female classmate perhaps? Chen Mai and the others. It turns out that we had been bracing ourselves to confront a scoundrel for no reason at all. Was this merely a misunderstanding? A mix-up? Well, that is the essence of this morning's occurrences. So, Brother Chen, Brother Zhao, may my classmate and I enter? Observing Chen Mai and the others frozen in place, Luo Qingzhou cautiously inquired. Of course you may. This is your home, not ours. Once the misunderstanding was cleared, Chen Mai and the others awkwardly chuckled and stepped aside to allow passage through the doorway. Thank you, Brother Chen, Brother Zhao. Luo Qingzhou let out a sigh of relief as she and Lin Qie finally entered the villa unscathed. Originally, his life was given to him by her. Sister Hongying, did you not ask me to bring my classmates home to play? Where are you? Luo Qingzhou looked around but could not find Hongying's figure, casting a puzzled glance at Chen Mai and the others. Chun Mai and the others also wore expressions of embarrassment, glancing awkwardly at Si Xiaonan beside them. Xiaonan, didn't you say Hongying was changing clothes in her room? Now that Qingzhou has brought his classmates home, quickly tell her to get dressed and come out. Oh, Si Xiaonan, momentarily taken aback, tiptoed towards the room where Hongying was. Creak! As the door opened, Hongying emerged with a stern expression, glaring at Si Xiaonan. If anything happens to my little brother, Xiaonan, none of you will escape. Well, there's no loss, and besides, Sister Hongying, Qingzhou has brought his classmates home. Si Xiaonan cautiously glanced at the visibly upset Hongying. Brought home? Hongying's previously stern face instantly fell, her spirits sinking to an unprecedented low. If he's come back, then so be it. After all, it is quite normal for someone of Qingzhou's age to have a crush on a female classmate, right? And no, that's not it. Si Xiaonan attempted to clarify, but Hongying resolutely suppressed her emotions and waved her hand. I want to see what kind of woman can captivate my little brother. He is a boy. As Hongying stormed out of the room, Si Xiaonan couldn't help but cover her eyes, whispering to herself. Outside the room, Hongying's first glance fell upon her brother, whom she would recognize even if turned to ash. Qingzhou, you said you brought your classmates home? Where are they? Let me keep an eye on you. After all, your marriage is not something to be taken lightly. Hongying took a deep breath, preparing herself to meet her future sister-in-law. Huh? So, you must be Sister Hongying, right? I am Qingzhou's classmate, and also, I'm not interested in men. Lin Xie, hearing Hongying's words, stepped forward in confusion to explain. You're the female classmate Qingzhou mentioned? Oh no, male classmate? Upon realizing that the newcomer was a boy, Hongying's previously restrained sadness vanished, her bright, dark eyes sparkling with excitement. As expected of my brother's classmate, truly a handsome talent. So elegant. Her spirits lifted from despair to elation. Hongying beamed with praise. Ahem, Hongying. This is the agent of the 003 series Angel, Michael. Just as Hongying was complimenting Lin Xie, Zhao Kongqing leaned in to remind her inappropriately. Upon hearing this, Hongying's eyes, resembling black jewels, sparkled once more. Stupid brother, bringing a classmate home without buying groceries? If you don't go buy groceries and cook, how will you entertain your classmate? Luo Qingzhou. Okay. I have just brought the agent of the Archangel Michael home, and you are already pulling the rug out from under me, aren't you? No, you silly brother. Why are you just standing there in a daze? I just transferred you 10,000 for groceries. Is that not enough? Seeing Luo Qingzhou still standing there motionless, Hongying hurriedly approached, pushing and shoving him out of the luxurious villa. At this moment, standing outside the grand villa, Luo Qingzhou was bewildered. Inside the opulent abode, Lin Xie was equally perplexed. What is happening? Luo Qingzhou summoned me, and yet you have cast him out? Does this not mean I must now face this group of night watchmen alone? Hey, long time no see, Zhao Kongqing remarked, inappropriately flicking his bangs and revealing his bright white teeth. Indeed, it has been a while. Lin Xie responded with an awkward smile. Allow me to introduce, this is Hongying, a member of Team 136, and their captain, Chun Mai. You are now completely surrounded by the night watchmen of Team 136. Zhao Kongqing and his companions encircled Lin Xie, each wearing a sinister grin. Kid, let me ask you one last time. Will you join the night watchmen? Or? Zhao Kongqing cracked his knuckles, stretching his limbs, as if ready to deliver a punch should Lin Xie refuse their offer. Realizing he was ensnared in their trap, Lin Xie resignedly declared, I will join. Is that satisfactory? Zhao Kongqing raised an eyebrow. What? You agreed so quickly? This is not in line with your character. He was taken aback by Lin Xie's swift compliance, having only pretended to intimidate him. What other choice did he have? Would he prefer to be incessantly hounded by their invitations? Lin Xie rubbed his temples. Well, you did agree rather quickly. There must be conditions, right? Zhao Kongqing narrowed his eyes. 2 conditions. First, I need protection from my aunt and my brother from the night watchman, Lin Xie stated firmly, casting a commanding gaze at Zhao Kongqing and the others. This is only reasonable. Chun Mai interjected. Second, I feel a kinship with Qingzhou. I hope that once I join the Night Watchman, he too can. Lin Xie contemplated taking advantage of Luo Qingzhou's absence to pull a fast one on him. But before he could finish, Hongying stepped forward to firmly reject his proposal. No way. My brother is merely an ordinary person. He cannot even bear to watch horror films. Meeting those supernatural beings would be akin to delivering him to his doom. Therefore, this condition is absolutely non-negotiable. Lin Xie sighed. All right. Oh, Luo Qingzhou, have you deceived even your own sister? You can't handle horror films? You have no idea how courageous he was when facing the Ghost Face Man and the Ghost Face King. Fine. Let me propose another condition. I wish to learn about Qingzhou's past. Lin Xie gazed at Hongying, noticing her displeased expression, and realized he had to alter his terms. After all, Luo Qingzhou had mentioned that someone had taken his place among the Night Watchers, so it wasn't imperative for him to join. His past. Upon hearing this, Hongying became alert, her beautiful eyes reflecting the warmth of cherished memories. She began, was someone I found on a bustling street in Jiangnan. At that time, he was merely a year old, lying there on the windswept street, and I happened to catch sight of him. Subsequently, I persuaded my parents to bring him home and raise him as my brother. Are you sure it wasn't to nurture a future husband? Upon learning of Hongying's peculiar feelings toward her brother, Chun Mai and the others exchanged glances filled with bewilderment as she recounted the tale of Luo Qingzhou. Meanwhile, Lin Xie's focus lay elsewhere. He finally comprehended why Luo Qingzhou was willing to sacrifice so much for his sister. It turned out, his life was a gift from her. In the bustling market, Luo Qingzhou had just purchased an assortment of beef, pork, tomatoes, and potatoes when a sudden notification from the wife-pampering system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! Upon arriving in this world, you have bestowed upon Hongying countless cherished and unforgettable memories, rewarded with 100-fold critical hit of wife-pampering points. 100,000. Is it truly possible to transform from modest means to newfound prosperity merely by shopping for groceries? System, display the host panel. Ding! The host panel has been successfully activated. Host, Luo Qingzhou age, 20 realm. Peak of pool realm, 30,00031,000. Wife pampering points, 120,001. Usable for purchases in the wife pampering mall 2. Usable for 1-to-1 conversion to ascend realm values 3. Usable for drawing in the wife pampering roulette. Items. Miracle Scroll 1 possessing divine ruins. Creation of beings he chose to exchange for realm ascension. Luo Qingzhou steadfastly believed that true strength was paramount over mere luck or shopping. The latter pursuits were only to be indulged when his wife pampering points were in surplus. Ding! 1,000 wife pampering points consumed. Host has successfully ascended to the river realm. Would you like to continue with further exchanges? In that fleeting moment of ascending from the pool realm to the river realm, Luo Qingzhou felt his overflowing mental energy shatter the confines of the pool, transforming into an unceasing stream. Continue with the exchanges. He relished in the exhilarating sensation of newfound strength. Ding! 110,000 wife pampering points consumed. Host has successfully ascended to the late stage of the river realm. Remaining wife pampering points, 9,000. Would you like to continue with further exchanges? Only 9,000 wife pampering points left. Luo Qingzhou, sensing his mental energy surging towards the vast ocean, glanced at the host panel, where it displayed realm, river realm, 110,000 Never mind. The remaining 9,000 points were insufficient for an ascension to the sea realm. It would be wiser to explore the delights within the wife pampering roulette and the wife pampering mall. Instantly, Luo Qingzhou's consciousness delved into the wife pampering mall, where an array of enticing goods awaited him. However, the prices were exorbitant. Qualification pill. After consumption, it elevates the user's qualifications by 1 level. Requires 100,000 wife pampering points. Life and death bone pill. After consumption, as long as the user draws breath, they can be resurrected in full health. Requires 200,000 wife pampering points. Mythical Chinese creation God Panga's divine ruins, one force breaks 10,000 laws, can amplify strength and mental energy 100-fold, requires 100,000,000 wife pampering points. Gazing at the myriad of products in the wife pampering mall, Luo Qingzhou felt a pang of desire. Alas, with only 9,000 points remaining. None of the items were of any use to him. Resigned, he thought it better to try his luck with the wife pampering roulette, as he could at least spin it a couple of times. Luo Qingzhou once again cast his gaze upon the beloved wife roulette, where he noticed the inscription indicating that a single spin required 1,000 beloved wife points. To his delight, he could spin it 9 times. With focused intent, he examined the probabilities of winning on the roulette. The odds of landing the divine treasure, Shunming Shinshu, stood at a mere 0.01, while the chances of acquiring various rare items were 1. The probability for forbidden treasures was 15, forbidden objects at 20, and ordinary items dominated the odds at 63. Why not give it a try? Perhaps fortune would smile upon me. With a flutter of anticipation, Luo Qingzhou activated the beloved wife roulette. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a pair of undergarments. Luo Qingzhou, let us spin again. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a bag of black clay. Quite useful. Spin again. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have drawn a talent elixir. Holy moly, what a grand prize. Luo Qingzhou's eyes sparkled with excitement. This talent elixir was perfect for his sister Hongying. With this elixir, she would undoubtedly be able to fight alongside him in the future. Spin again. Luo Qingzhou, now caught up in the thrill, continued. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the divine treasure of the Huaxia deity, Shen Gongbao. Words become reality. Holy moly, am I truly a lucky star? Luo Qingzhou could hardly contain his exhilaration. Though the subsequent draws yielded nothing of value, the appearance of Shen Gongbao's divine treasure, words become reality, along with the talent elixir, had already brought him immense satisfaction. The description of words become reality stated that its effectiveness was determined by the strength of the divine agent's mental power. Wait a moment. Isn't Shen Gongbao's divine treasure words become reality a reverse manifestation? Thankfully, I didn't use this divine treasure to wish for a fortune. Otherwise, I might have found myself in debt of $1 billion before I knew it. After perusing the description of the Huaxia deity Shen Gongbao's divine treasure, Luo Qingzhou was drenched in cold sweat. Who could have anticipated that Shen Gongbao's divine treasure operated in reverse? So, is the Huaxia deity Shen Gongbao truly a harbinger of misfortune? Does he bring calamity upon those he praises? It seems that in future confrontations with foes, I must first adorn their faces with lavish compliments before engaging them. Luo Qingzhou could already envision his enemies drowning in a sea of praise, ultimately falling victim to his hand. Today's purchase of vegetables was indeed splendid. With a handful of greens, Luo Qingzhou made his way back to the luxurious villa. Meanwhile, Lin Xie, having agreed to join Team 136, had begun to gain a general understanding of its members. However, he was puzzled about which of the night watchman Luo Qingzhou had mentioned was his replacement. Third brother, how could you have met such a tragic end? Slain by your own subordinates in a deep slumber? Just as Lin Xie was lost in thought, a chilling wail echoed from Luo Qingzhou's room. Sister Hongying, what is happening in there? Upon hearing the resounding cry, Lin Xie was filled with perplexity. Ah, I seem to have forgotten an introduction. That voice belongs to the revered warrior, Guan Yu, sculpted from clay by an unknown deity of Hongying City, on a mission to safeguard me as per his lord's command. Thus, I find myself rather curious about the identity of General Guan's master. Approaching Luo Qingzhou's chamber, Hongying wore a face of confusion. Lin Xie remarked, Sister Hongying, this Grand General Guan seems to have taken a particular liking to Luo Qingzhou's quarters, avoiding all others. So, who else could his master possibly be? At that moment, Lin Xie entertained the thought of selling Luo Qingzhou off. Yet upon reflecting on Luo Qingzhou's cunning nature, he reconsidered. What if upon selling him this time, Luo Qingzhou plotted revenge against Lin Xie in the future? Suddenly, Lin Xie recalled that either Luo Qingzhou was the witness to the agent of Nuwa, or he himself was. Indeed, we have already identified the agent of the 003 series Angel, Michael. The remaining task for our Team 136 is to uncover the identity of the individual suspected to be the Chinese primordial deity, Nuwa. Casting a glance at the bearded figure engrossed in the romance of the Three Kingdoms, Chun Mai began to outline the subsequent tasks for Team 136. Captain Chun, Deputy Captain Wu, do you have any potential candidates? Lin Xie could not help but inquire. Indeed, based on the actions of the revered warrior Guan Yu, it appears that the potential agent of Nuwa is likely connected to Hongying. Otherwise, why would Guan Yu be dispatched to protect her? Chun Mai astutely grasped the essence of the matter. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie's eyes sparkled with excitement. In his mind, he mused, "Ah, my dear classmate Qingzhou, it is not I who have betrayed you, but rather Captain Chun's own deduction. What next?" Lin Xie seemed particularly intrigued by the matter of the unknown deity's agent. Then, it is suspected that the master of Guan Yu is none other than the parents of Hongying, who have vanished into the mists, along with Luo Qingzhou, who is presumed to have stepped out for groceries. Yet, one remains untraceable in the fog, while the other has been verified as an ordinary individual, thus leaving our pursuit for the suspected agent of Nuwa at a standstill. Chun Mai rubbed his temples, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Lin Xie pressed on. Verified? How did you come to that conclusion? Oh, it seems I am the witness. When the ghost-faced man was present, he tacitly acknowledged that he had slain the ghost-faced man. And when the ghost-faced king was around, he similarly admitted to having dispatched the ghost-faced king. So, it turns out I am the very person influencing your judgment, Captain Chun. Indeed, can the words of a deity's agent be anything but truthful? How infuriating! It is truly the devious Luo Qingzhou who not only ensnared him, but also left him as merely a witness to the ordinary nature of Luo Qingzhou. Lin Xie, your expression seems somewhat off. Do you perhaps know the identity of that suspected agent of Nuwa? As Chun Mai rubbed his temples, he noticed Lin Xie's face fluctuating with emotions, prompting him to inquire with excitement. How could I possibly know who the suspected NY agent is? Lin Xie replied with an awkward smile. Indeed, considering you've joined us, the Night Watchers, it would serve no purpose to keep secrets from us. Chun Mai nodded in agreement, choosing to trust Lin Xie. Lin Xie exclaimed, Luo Qingzhou, you wretched soul. Furthermore, Captain Chun, employ your captain's wisdom. You could certainly question me. Captain, my brother has returned. Let us refrain from discussing mysterious matters. Hongying, upon hearing the sound of fingerprint verification from outside the door, quickly turned to Chun Mai and the others. All right, we shall discuss this further at the Peace Affairs office tomorrow. It's time to clock out now. Chun Mai and the others slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Lin Xie internally raged, it's not my brother who has returned, but that man suspected to be the NY agent. Fingerprint unlock successful. Password unlock successful. As Lin Xie fumed internally, Luo Qingzhou returned triumphantly. Sister Hongying, tonight we shall feast on potato stew and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Luo Qingzhou waved the ingredients in his hand toward Hongying. Yes, do hurry. Everyone is famished. Hongying, with a beaming smile, approached Luo Qingzhou to assist him, completely shedding her earlier cold demeanor from the morning. All right, Sister Hongying, please help me chop and wash the vegetables. Of course. Hongying replied cheerfully as she followed Luo Qingzhou into the kitchen. Observing the sibling duo enter the kitchen, Si Xiaonan couldn't help but murmur. Sister Hongying changes her expression rather swiftly. She was so frosty this morning. ISNT it because Luo Qingzhou brought Lin Xie along? If Lin Xie were a girl, do you think Sister Hongying would still be so cheerful? She'd surely wear a face as frigid as winter. Zhao Kongqing joked. Indeed, does Luo Qingzhou know that Sister Hongying has feelings for him? Si Xiaonan blinked curiously. Sister Hongying likes Luo Qingzhou? Really? I can't believe it. Aren't they supposed to be siblings? Lin Xie's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had just uncovered a monumental secret. Why are you so surprised, Seventh Night? Didn't Sister Hongying mention that she brought Luo Qingzhou home? They are indeed blood siblings, so it's not impossible for them to be together, Si Xiaonan remarked, giving Lin Xie a strange look. Well, it does seem that way. Lin Xie nodded deep in thought. Now, he pondered how Luo Qingzhou felt. If he harbored feelings for Sister Hongying, that would indeed be a match made in heaven, a tale of childhood sweethearts. Si Xiaonan adjusted his glasses, suddenly excited about the prospect of a budding romance between these childhood companions. Indeed, let us hope it doesn't turn out to be a one-sided affection from Hongying. Chun Mai and the others began to share their concerns. Then, they turned their gazes to Lin Xie. Seventh night. Do you think Luo Qingzhou has a crush on anyone at school? It seems. There might not be anything after all. I have never witnessed him interacting with other girls, though many have slipped him love letters, to which he offered no response. Lin Xie reflected on the occurrences at school. That's a relief. I hope that Hongying can find happiness with Qingzhou. Otherwise, she may be quite heartbroken. Chun Mai and the others recalled the scene of Hongying breaking down in tears today, and their hearts ached for her. After all, Hongying is the beloved member of our team 136. Such experiences are part of growing up. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Lin Xie expressed his thoughts. Indeed, whether they can work things out depends on them. Chun Mai and the others cast hopeful glances towards the kitchen. An hour later, after enjoying the delicious dishes prepared by Luo Qingzhou, such as potato beef stew and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, the entire team 136 finally gathered for a delightful meal. Captain, Chia, you two should eat up. My brother's potato beef stew is incredibly delicious. Hongying cheerfully welcomed Chun Mai and the others to the table. As for Luo Qingzhou, she personally served him a full bowl of his favorite dish and placed it before him. Upon witnessing this, Si Xiaonan suddenly felt that tonight's sumptuous feast was not as appealing as it seemed. Sister Hongying, I want some too. Si Xiaonan, feeling a twinge of jealousy, handed her empty bowl to Hongying. Hongying glanced at her and earnestly replied, Xiaonan, one must not rely on the kindness of others for sustenance. You must take initiative to ensure your own well-being. Si Xiaonan. Why does that sound so familiar? Ha ha ha, Xiaonan, what do you want? The bond between siblings is profound, yet you insist on intruding. Now look where that has led you. Hongying is right. One must take action to secure their own fortune. Zhao Kongchang chuckled as he observed the silent and defeated Si Xiaonan, then popped a warm piece of beef into his mouth. Are you talking about me? Be careful your wife doesn't leave you. Si Xiaonan narrowed her eyes. Nonsense. Zhao Kongchang mumbled incoherently as he focused on his meal. Hongying, Xiaonan, let us go home and settle this. The next day, in Class 2 of the sophomore year, Luo Qingzhou arrived at school, placed his bag down, and sat down. He glanced at the empty seat beside him, seemingly aware that Lin Xie would not return to school after joining the night watch. Luo, academic prodigy. Did you really take Xie home to meet your family yesterday? Your family actually agreed? They didn't disown you? Just as Luo Qingzhou was lost in thought, Li Yifei, sitting behind him, suddenly stood up and patted him on the shoulder. Ha, disown me? Nonsense. Luo Qingzhou turned around, somewhat irritated. Disown? Lin Xie and the others will be the ones dealing with you next. Primarily. The matter between the esteemed Luo and classmate Qi Yi has become common knowledge throughout our school, so I merely wish to obtain first-hand information in advance. Li Yifei chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. The entire school knows. Luo Qingzhou's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, such sensational news. Who wouldn't want to hear the subsequent developments? Thus, the story spread from 1 to 100, and from 100 to 1,000, until everyone was aware. Li Yifei cast a flirtatious glance at Luo Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou interjected. A misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. My sexual orientation is undoubtedly more steadfast than that of any ironclad heterosexual, Luo Qingzhou asserted, defending himself with fervor. Yes, we absolutely believe in Luo's normal sexual orientation, don't we? Li Yifei glanced at their fellow classmates. Indeed, the others wore assured smiles. Luo Qingzhou thought, this is bad. I can no longer remain at this school. Lin Qi has already left. I should follow suit. If it comes to it, I could seek out Sister Hongying to arrange for me to join the Night Watchers. At worst, I could take on a role akin to old Zhao S, serving as a lookout, which would surely be preferable to enduring the strange gazes of my peers. I have made my decision, Education cannot save the nation. I shall enlist in the military. With the peculiar stares of his classmates upon him, Luo Qingzhou stood up, his expression resolute. Luo, with your exceptional academic performance, why would you throw it all away by enlisting? That would be a tremendous waste. Li Fei, taken aback by Luo Qingzhou's sudden resolution, offered impassioned counsel. Without Luo Qingzhou, whom would he turn to for homework to copy? What good are good grades if they do not unravel the fog that has shrouded China for centuries? Therefore, I would prefer to join the military. In that case, standing guard over the nation's territory would not only allow me to defend our homeland, but also to directly engage with and study the enigma. Luo Qingzhou seemed to have firmly resolved his course of action, and no amount of persuasion from Li Yifei would sway him. Luo, the depths of the fog are treacherous. You should continue your studies at school. Li Yifei was reluctant to relinquish the invaluable support that Luo represented. Li Yifei, you need not say more. My mind is made up. I shall head to the principal's office to apply for withdrawal. Luo Qingzhou waved his hand and, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, walked toward the classroom door under the watchful gaze of his classmates. Seeing his retreating figure, Li Yifei couldn't help but rush forward a few steps, calling out, Luo, please don't go. How will I manage without you? Meanwhile, at the Peace Affairs office, the members of Team 136, including Lin Qiyi, were reviewing surveillance footage from the old district in search of a potential agent of the Chinese creation goddess, Nuwa. Everyone was searching meticulously, but Lin Qiyi seemed somewhat distracted, absent-mindedly picking at his fingers while glancing at the monitors. He knew that the agent of Nuwa was none other than Luo Qingzhou. So what was the point of searching? Jie, please focus on your work during office hours. Si Xiaonan gently adjusted her glasses, reminding the absent-minded Lin Xie, who was nervously fiddling with her fingers. Oh, all right. Lin Xie immediately donned a serious expression. It was at this moment that a call from the school principal suddenly came through to Hongying's phone. Hello? Is this the parent of Luo Qingzhou? This is serious. Luo Qingzhou wants to drop out. He says he no longer wishes to attend school. He wants to enlist in the military. Enlist in military? As Hongying, who was searching the screen for clues about the possible earthly embodiment of the divine Enwa, heard this, she felt as though the sky was collapsing around her. She had always kept Luo Qingzhou away from the mysteries of the world to protect him, hoping for him to lead a safe and peaceful life. Yet, now she received a call from the principal informing her that he wanted to enlist in the military. Enlisting meant he would inevitably learn the truths of this world. Many missions required soldiers' assistance, although most were merely tasks related to dispersing civilians that posed no real danger. What if Luo Qingzhou discovered that the supernatural beings from television dramas existed in reality? Would he not then live in a constant state of fear? Principal, I absolutely do not agree with my brother's decision to drop out. Please have him call me. Hongying is daitli. Hey, he won't answer, and he has already informed me about his intention to drop out. My consent is irrelevant. What matters is that he has agreed. The principal, witnessing the imminent departure of a promising university student right under his nose, could not help but lament to Hongying over the phone. Not answer? This is absurd. How audacious. Has he grown wings now? Hongying, infuriated, bit her lip in frustration. Meanwhile, at the Peace Affairs office, Chun Mai and Lin Qian noticed Hongying's sudden outburst and turned to her in concern. Hongying, what happened? Why do you look like you're about to explode? Qingzhou, he dropped out today. He wants to enlist in the military. The more Hongying thought about it, the angrier she became. Wanted to find Luo Qingzhou immediately and give him a good thrashing. Enlisting? What was he thinking? Joining the military would inevitably expose him to the world's truths and the supernatural, something he had always feared. If he truly enlisted, wouldn't he face danger on missions? Zhao Kongsheng and the others were equally baffled by Luo Qingzhou's perplexing decision. What on earth is that brother of yours thinking? He is always so inexplicable. Listening to Zhao Kongsheng's words, Hongying, who had been trembling with rage, felt tears welling up in her eyes. She was genuinely worried that her troublesome brother would encounter danger while on military missions. Hongying, why don't you and Xiaonan go home and persuade Qingzhou? As for the suspected embodiment of Enwa, I, along with Lung Xian and the others, can keep an eye on things. It wouldn't be easy for them to find us in the meantime. Shenmai turned his gaze toward Hongying. After all, it was unnecessary to involve so many people in reviewing the surveillance footage. It would be better to have Hongying resolve the matter concerning Luo Qingzhou sooner, so they could more effectively seek out the suspected NY agent. Thank you, Captain. Hongying expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Chunmai with a respectful fist clasp. She then turned to see Xiaonan beside her. Xiaonan, let us return home and deal with some matters. Upon returning to the luxurious villa, Luo Qingzhou immediately sat down at his laptop to complete his enlistment application. Phew, at last, I've filled out the application. Now I just need to undergo a physical examination, and I can proudly serve as a soldier devoted to defending my homeland. He exhaled a long breath. Just as he was about to close the laptop and stretch leisurely, the villa's front door was suddenly flung open, and strode Hongying and Xiaonan, their demeanor fierce as they approached him. Qingzhou, why did you drop out of school? Why do you wish to enlist? Do you not realize how hard your sister has worked to support your education? Why would you take such a step without even informing me first? Hongying, hands on her hips, confronted Luo Qingzhou with piercing questions. Because I miss mom and dad. Luo Qingzhou's acting skills, reminiscent of a seasoned performer, took over in that moment. Though there was an element of pretense, the emotion was genuine, for in this world, they truly were his family. You miss mom and dad? Hongying's fierce demeanor softened instantly. Indeed, she had longed for their parents for 5 whole years. Yes, mom and dad have been lost in the mist for 5 years, so I want to bring them back. A sincere seriousness washed over Luo Qingzhou's handsome face. Foolish brother, the mist is perilous. If anyone should seek them, it should be your sister. Unable to contain her emotions, Hongying stepped forward and enveloped Luo Qingzhou in a warm embrace. Perilous? Sister, have you ventured into the mist? Luo Qingzhou struggled for breath, resting his chin on her soft shoulder, gazing at Hongying with earnest admiration. Sigh. It seems I can no longer keep it a secret. If you wish to find mom and dad, then there is no rush to enlist. If it becomes too difficult, you could work with me instead. That way, I can keep a closer watch over you. Hongying had initially wished to shield Luo Qingzhou from the truth of this world. Yet she realized she could no longer conceal it. Work with you? Luo Qingzhou was utterly bewildered. Yes, my work may very well alter your perception of this world. So you must listen carefully to every word I say from now on. Hongying took Luo Qingzhou's hand and led him to the sofa in the living room. He then meticulously recounted the tales of deities and the potential dangers that lurked within the mysterious realm, even divulging matters concerning Team 136 to Luo Qingzhou. Brother, now you understand what your sister does, so you should join me in staying with Team 136, Hongying said, gently patting Luo Qingzhou's head. But I don't have a forbidden realm. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, gazing at Hongying like a child who had misbehaved. Neither does old Zhao, and he is a retired Special Forces soldier. You know martial arts, right? I believe your skills are on par with old Zhao's. If he can do it, so can you. Seeing the lack of confidence in Luo Qingzhou, Hongying took his hands in hers, her face beaming with encouragement. All right then, sister. I will definitely work hard from now on. Luo Qingzhou replied earnestly. Good. Let us head to the Peace Affairs office. We need to discuss this with the captain. There will likely be a trial for you to join Team 136. Hongying stood up deep in thought. After all, she was not the captain. She could recommend him. But the decision would likely be made through a team vote in accordance with Team 130 SIXS usual practices. At the Peace Affairs office, Lin Xie was still fidgeting with his fingers and idly passing the time. It was only upon the arrival of that particular man that he straightened up in astonishment. Sister Hongying, why is classmate Qingzhou here? Could it be? Lin Xie's excitement was palpable, and he couldn't help but chuckle maniacally inside. Ha! Luo Qingzhou, you old rascal, always pulling me into trouble. Now you've dug your own pit. Haven T you? Hiding your identity? Didn't T's sister Hongying uncover it? And brought you to the Peace Affairs office? My brother wants to enlist to search for our parents in the fog, but I didn't agree. I thought of bringing him into our Team 136, so what do you all think? Hongying stood protectively in front of Luo Qingzhou, looking towards Chunmai and the others. Upon recalling that Luo Qingzhou had a fear of ghosts, they couldn't help but frown slightly. Just as they were about to politely decline, Lin Xie was the first to raise his hand. Captain, I support this. Having classmate Qingzhou join our team 136 would be like adding wings to a tiger. He is afraid of ghosts. Are you sure he won't be a burden? Chunmai and the others looked at Lin Xie with some exasperation. Afraid of ghosts? Nonsense. He could slay ghosts with a smile on his face. It's the ghosts that fear him. Captain, when I join the night watch, I proposed 2 conditions, one of which was to have classmate Qingzhou join us as well. But it was dismissed because Sister Hongying disagreed. Now that she agrees, does that condition still hold weight? Lin Xie could not let the chance to tease Luo Qingzhou slip away. After all, he had been ensnared by this fellow far too often. If he didn't retaliate, how would he justify it? Did they really think Lin Xie was a good person? Oh no, just good-natured? What if they refused? Chunmai gazed at Lin Xie. I too wish to enlist. Lin Xie replied without hesitation. Chunmai responded, very well, let's grant our comrade Luo Qingzhou a chance to join our team 136. If he can match the prowess of old Zhao and exchange a few moves with us, he shall be deemed worthy. Chunmai turned his attention to Luo Qingzhou, who stood behind Hongying. Captain, may I concede? I often spar with my brother, and I lose to him 9 times out of 10. Upon receiving the captain's consent, Hongying blushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as a guardian of the Forbidden Ruins. Failing to best her brother was indeed a source of shame. Then, I too concede. After all, we are classmates. How can we not give each other a fair chance? Lin Xie recalled Luo Qingzhou's kick from the old district, and an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. Everyone concedes. I am most eager to witness the true strength of Brother Qingzhou. Furthermore, I have long wished to compare our marksmanship, whether his speed surpasses mine. Si Xiaonan adjusted her glasses subtly. Let us head to the shooting range. The venue is ample. Chunmai set aside his current affairs, and the entire team proceeded towards the range. In the underground shooting range, Si Xiaonan remarked, Sister Xiaonan, you promised a marksmanship duel. Are you truly using a firearm? In the expansive range, Luo Qingzhou wielded Hongying's specialized sidearm, observing the hot weapon in Si Xiaonan's grasp with a hint of concern. Are they not all firearms? Si Xiaonan retorted, gripping her pistol with an air of pride. This left Chunmai and the others momentarily silent. The contest between cold and hot weaponry unfolded. One a long rifle, the other a practice handgun. Though both were firearms, it seemed Brother Qingzhou was at a disadvantage. Indeed, Sister Xiaonan is a model for our generation. Luo Qingzhou gave a thumbs up towards Si Xiaonan. Is that so? Brother Qingzhou, prepare to be shot. Si Xiaonan's lips curled into a subtle smile before she pulled the trigger, unleashing a rapid succession of 3 shots. Si Xiaonan's marksmanship within Team 136 was formidable, consistently hitting the target with 9 out of 10 shots. Thus, her 3 shots accurately targeted Luo Qingzhou's thigh, arm, and abdomen. This could be bad. Brother Qingzhou might be in trouble. Chunmai and the others, well aware of Si Xiaonan's shooting skills, shook their heads as they witnessed the 3 bullets fired. However, unexpectedly, while Luo Qingzhou had given Si Xiaonan a thumbs up, he had already assumed the unique defensive stance of the firearm, known as raising the gun. With one hand, he held the long rifle at an angle, and in the instant the bullets flew towards him, he harnessed the mental acuity of his late-stage training to anticipate the trajectory of all 3 projectiles. Luo Qingzhou then shifted his stance from raising the gun to pointing the gun, redirecting the tips of his weapon to deflect the incoming bullets effortlessly. Is this truly possible? You can predict the trajectory of the bullets in advance? Si Xiaonan's face was filled with astonishment. What she had believed to be a certain victory had suddenly turned into a reversal of fortune for Luo Qingzhou. Apologies, Sister Xiaonan. Although you are formidable, I am not to be underestimated. After deftly deflecting 3 bullets with the tip of my gun, Luo Qingzhou advanced like a fierce tiger, aiming directly at Si Xiaonan's face. I concede. Observing her hair whipped about by the gust of the gunfire, Si Xiaonan reluctantly surrendered her weapon. Thank you for your guidance, Sister Xiaonan. With a smile, Luo Qingzhou holstered her long gun and turned to Chunmai and the others. Brother Chun, Brother Zhao, who shall step forward next? I shall. It is a rare encounter with one who cannot wield the forbidden realm. It is only fitting that I, Zhao Kongsheng, showcase my skills. After extinguishing the cigarette between his lips, Zhao Kongsheng unsheathed the straight blade he always carried. Brother Zhao, I look forward to your instruction. Luo Qingzhou, facing Zhao Kongsheng, did not dare to be careless, for Zhao Kongsheng was renowned as the most skilled swordsman of Team 136. Moreover, hailing from a special forces background, he had reached a pinnacle in swordsmanship, surpassing all but those who could wield the forbidden realm. Very well, my young brother Qingzhou, I shall not hold back. Having witnessed Luo Qingzhou's previous performance, Zhao Kongsheng finally comprehended the significance of the 10 victories over Hongying and 9 over Luo Qingzhou. Thus, he focused entirely on preparing for this duel. After all, this battle would determine who among Team 136, devoid of the Forbidden Realm, was the strongest man. With the blade drawn, Zhao Kongsheng's focus was unwavering. The straight blade in his hand moved as if it were an extension of his arm, striking with the swiftness of lightning. He offered Luo Qingzhou no opportunity for judgment, his blade descending like thunder upon her arm. Old Zhao's swordsmanship is such that even I, the captain, can only aspire to it. Witnessing Zhao Kongsheng's masterful technique, Chun Mai felt a surge of mixed emotions. Had Zhao Kongsheng possessed the Forbidden Realm, he would undoubtedly rival any member of Team 136. Captain, though old Zhao's swordsmanship is impressive, my brother's marksmanship is equally commendable. Observing Chun Mai's support for Zhao Kongsheng, Hongying placed her hands on her hips, her face beaming with pride. Is that so? Then let us await the outcome. Chun Mai focused intently on the duel between Luo Qingzhou and Zhao Kongsheng, as Zhao Kongsheng's transcendent strike was unexpectedly countered by Luo Qingzhou's timely horizontal block. Quite impressive. My young brother Qingzhou, your reaction speed rivals that of my youth in the military. Zhao Kongsheng could not help but praise upon seeing his masterful strike thwarted. Brother Zhao, you are also remarkable. That strike was quite stylish. Luo Qingzhou recalled the earlier moment. Without a hint of hesitation, the rigid strike left her apprehensive. For Zhao Kongsheng's blade embodied the force of thunder, swift and fierce. Had she not honed her martial arts from her past life, she would have found it exceedingly difficult to withstand such a thunderous blow. Ha ha, young brother Qingzhou, I possess even more dazzling techniques. Upon hearing compliments about the elegance of his blade, Zhao Kongsheng immediately devoted himself with utmost concentration, wielding his sword with a finesse that seemed almost divine. He unleashed a relentless barrage of slashing attacks upon Luo Qingzhou. In response to this ferocious onslaught, Luo Qingzhou continuously defended with his spear, causing the entire shooting range to resonate with the clashing of weapons, sparks flying from the collision of gun and blade. Brother Zhao, you can't be the only one to strike. Allow me to showcase my point gun technique. After successfully parrying Zhao Kongsheng's fierce assaults, Luo Qingzhou seized the opportunity created by Zhao's momentary lapse, launching an attack at Zhao's lower region with his spear, which danced like a dragon, coiling and swaying around a focal point. What the hell? Where are you aiming, you rascal? Zhao Kongsheng's face turned pale as he stumbled backward in panic. The thought of being struck in such a vulnerable area was alarming. Brother Zhao, you're flustered. Your weakness has been exposed. Observing Zhao Kongsheng's retreat, Luo Qingzhou's spear suddenly transformed its trajectory, aiming directly at Zhao's neck. How on earth do you wield a spear with such flair? And Redding, why haven't you ever mentioned that my brother has some martial arts background? All I hear is you talking about how he fears ghosts. I thought my brother was a softie. After losing the position of the strongest man in Team 136, Zhao Kongsheng cast a dissatisfied glance at Redding. Didn't I mention that in our sparring sessions, I lose 9 out of 10 times? You simply don't believe me. Redding pouted in irritation. It seems. I might have said that before. Zhao Kongsheng scratched his head awkwardly, then turned to Luo Qingzhou with a serious expression. Brother Qingzhou, it would be a shame not to let your exceptional spear skills shine through, just like mine. Luo Qingzhou. Because I am strong, I should simply let loose? Rubbing his forehead, he then looked at Chun Mai. Brother Chun, would you care for a match? Me? No, thank you. Brother Qingzhou, your aim is rather precise. I fear for my safety. Thus, Chen Mai, recalling the earlier incident where Luo's spear nearly endangered Zhao Kongqing, inadvertently acknowledged Luo Qingzhou as a member of Team 136. Congratulations, classmate Qingzhou. We shall be colleagues from now on. Upon witnessing Luo Qingzhou's induction into Team 136, Lin Xie approached to extend his congratulations. Through this competition, he had discerned just how formidable his desk mate truly was. Not only was he the representative of the Chinese creator goddess Nuwa, but even as an ordinary individual without a forbidden realm, his prowess stood at the pinnacle of the average person. It is an honor to once again be desk mates with you, classmate Xie. Luo Qingzhou extended his hand for a shake. Desk mates? Lin Xie paused for a moment, then remembered that there was indeed a vacant seat next to him at the Peace Affairs office. Thus, in school, he chose to sit beside Luo Qingzhou. And at the Peace Affairs office, Luo had also opted to sit next to him. What a delightful coincidence. In the future, I shall frequently seek guidance from my classmate, Qingzhou, regarding martial arts. As Lin Xie came to this realization, his gaze, brimming with intensity, fell upon Luo Qingzhou. That Lin Xie would undoubtedly face some trials ahead. A subtle smile crept upon Luo Qingzhou's lips. Lin Xie. What a wicked smile indeed. Hence, the reason this rascal joined Team 136 cannot possibly be due to a lack of individuals to deceive at school, leading him to follow along, right? At this moment, Lin Xie's imagination ran wild. Meanwhile, as Lin Xie indulged in his thoughts, Chen Mai was also redistributing tasks among the team members. Old Zhao, you will instruct Qingzhou on how to utilize the forbidden object, Boundless Void, while Hongying and I will investigate the surveillance footage. Chen Mai directed his gaze towards Zhao Kongqing. Certainly, Qingzhou will be in my care. Captain, you need not worry. Zhao Kongqing responded with an okay gesture. Very well. Chen Mai nodded and swiftly departed the underground shooting range. Observing this, Zhao Kongqing pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips, saying, Qingzhou, although we possess some skills in physical and martial arts, we remain woefully inadequate in the face of numerous mysteries. Thus, when executing tasks that involve the mysterious, you shall stand by my side, utilizing Boundless Void. The rest will be handled by the captain and the others. Understood, Brother Zhao. Luo Qingzhou earnestly listened, comprehending Zhao Kongqing's teachings. That's good to hear. Now, let me instruct you on how to wield the forbidden object, Boundless Void. Zhao Kongqing produced a notice board, pricked his finger with a blade, and let his blood cascade onto the board before looking at Luo Qingzhou, saying, Do you see? This is the correct method to activate the forbidden object, Boundless Void. Got it. But Brother Zhao, may I use your blood when I activate Boundless Void next time? Luo Qingzhou looked at Zhao Kongqing with an innocent expression. Zhao Kongqing, you rascal. I'm teaching you how to use the forbidden object Boundless Void. And you want to use my blood? Use your own. After a moment of silence, Zhao Kongqing exclaimed in exasperation. Oh, if it must be my own, then so be it. Why are you being so harsh, Brother Zhao? Luo Qingzhou feigned a pitiful demeanor. Observing this, Zhao Kongqing sighed and consoled him. I may have been a bit harsh. Come, I shall take you to watch a horror film. Luo Qingzhou. Brother, that is rather unkind of you. You are aware that my character is one who fears horror films, deliberately seeking to see me embarrassed, aren't you? But how can you be certain that my portrayal of fear is not merely a fade? Why are you dawdling? In the future, during missions, you will inevitably encounter the mysterious. Thus, I am merely training your psychological resilience. Zhao Kongqing proclaimed with a benevolent expression, all the while preparing to capture Luo Qingzhou's reactions while watching horror films on his phone, making this rascal wish to use his blood. All right, fine. Luo Qingzhou feigned a semblance of trepidation. Peacekeeping office. After Zhao Kongqing moved a stool for Luo Qingzhou to sit beside him, he pointed at the laptop on the table and inquired, Young Brother Qingzhou, do you wish to watch a horror film featuring Sadako, or perhaps a zombie flick? Or would you prefer a ghost story? Is it possible to not watch at all? Luo Qingzhou responded cautiously, noticing that the eyes of Chen Mai, Hongying, and others who were monitoring the surveillance suddenly focused on him. Not an option. Zhao Kongqing replied with a broad smile. placing a laptop directly in front of Luo Qingzhou and clicking on a zombie film to autoplay. Come now, young brother Qingzhou, for the sake of our future work, let's commence with the zombie viewing. As he said this, a scene of a 1,000-year-old zombie sprang forth from the screen, igniting a thrill within Zhao Kongsheng. While Luo Qingzhou, in an effort to maintain his image of someone unafraid of horror films, covered his eyes with both hands, peeking through a gap. He would occasionally let out a scream, which prompted laughter from Si Xiaonan and Zhao Kongsheng. How can this guy, who is so proficient with firearms, be afraid of ghosts? Zhao Kongsheng was the first to break into laughter. Indeed, young brother Qingzhou, you ought to work on your courage. Chumai stifled a laugh, finding the contrast between Luo Qingzhou's formidable skills and his fear of ghosts quite absurd. Ahem, Captain, let's not forget we have serious matters to attend to. Hongying interjected, noticing Chun Mai's amusement at her brother's expense. Right. Xiaonan, don't get distracted by Qingzhou. Check the surveillance. Chun Mai turned back to the monitor with a chuckle. Similarly, Si Xiaonan and Lung Xian covered their mouths, laughing while checking the footage. After a full day of horror film training, Luo Qingzhou finally emerged from his fear of ghost films. Brother Zhao, now you may show me any film, and I shall not flinch. He released his hands from his eyes and boldly leaned towards the laptop screen, unfazed by Sadako. Impressive. Your adaptability is quite remarkable. Zhao Kongsheng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that merely confronting his fears for a day would allow Luo Qingzhou to acclimate so quickly. Indeed, the only way to combat fear is to face it head-on. Is that so? How is the surveillance review progressing on your end, Sister Hongying? Luo Qingzhou replied with a hint of pride, turning his gaze towards her and the others. The surveillance equipment in the old district is largely malfunctioning, so we have only managed to access a small portion of the footage. It appears the lead on the suspected NY agent has hit a dead end here. Hongying furrowed her brow slightly. The group then turned their attention to the side, where the martial sage Guan Yu was engrossed in the romance of the Three Kingdoms. While they might not have entirely lost the trail, there was still hope. If they could extract information from Guan Yu, they might uncover the identity of the suspected NY agent. If only I could return to the past, I would surely join my elder brother and third brother in conquering Wu and Wei, establishing an unparalleled legacy for our great Han. Having completed a thorough reading of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Guan Yu could not suppress a surge of heroic sentiment. However, before he could fully immerse himself in this fervor, he noticed that Luo Qingzhou, Chun Mai, and others were all gazing at him expectantly. General Guan, your Lord Master is quite elusive. Could you kindly enlighten us as to his true identity? Hongying implored, her hands clasped in supplication. I was entrusted by my lord to protect Miss Hongying. Beyond that, I am utterly ignorant, Guan Yu replied, sensing the weight of Luo Qingzhou's gaze, feeling the burden of his predicament. Initially, when Luo Qingzhou had yet to join Team 136, Guan Yu found himself caught between the roles of a cosplay enthusiast and a man feigning ignorance of Luo Qingzhou, leaving him flustered every time Luo Qingzhou addressed him as Lord Guan. After all, who among lords would refer to themselves in such a manner? Alas, General Guan, why do you only respond with that one line, despite our persistent inquiries? Hongying pouted, appearing dejected. Guan Yu replied, my lord is right before me. Do you think I dare to speak otherwise? It seemed that General Guan's master was reluctant to reveal his identity, prompting Chun Mai to consider letting the matter rest. Captain, what if it is a member of the ancient deity church? Lung Xian expressed his concern. That is a matter we need not fret over. The fact that a suspected proxy of Anhua has sent General Guan to protect Hongying signifies he is one of us. Therefore, if he chooses not to reveal himself, our insistence will be futile. Chun Mai discerned this and resolved not to waste further time on the suspected proxy of the ancient creation deity. All right, everyone, let us conclude today's surveillance here. I will prepare dinner for us, and perhaps let our younger brother Qingzhou sample my culinary skills. Chun Mai smiled at Luo Qingzhou before stepping into the small kitchen of the Peace Bureau. Meanwhile, Lin Chie found himself alone with Luo Qingzhou in the restroom. No, Chie, please remain calm. I'm not that kind of person. Luo Qingzhou exclaimed, his face marked by anxiety. Lin Xie rolled his eyes. Qingzhou, stop playing around. I have a serious question for you. All right, go ahead and ask. In the restroom, Luo Qingzhou absent-mindedly poked Lin Xie's cheek. Why did you join the night watch yet still conceal your identity? Lin Xie, with a look of disdain, grasped Luo Qingzhou's hand, voicing his curiosity. The agent of the angelic entity, numbered 003, Mikhail, would undoubtedly attract the attention of the ancient deity church. If a proxy of the long-absent creation deity Enwa were to emerge, do you think, aside from the ancient deity church, that there might indeed be otherworldly beings willing to go to any lengths to descend upon our land to investigate the veracity of our divine beings? Luo Qingzhou responded with measured calmness. Indeed, for a century, our illustrious Huaxia has not encountered any deities associated with our heritage. Should a Huaxia deity suddenly manifest, it would surely become a target of public scrutiny. Lin Xie also recognized the gravity of the situation. When do you intend to reveal your true identity to everyone? Lin Xie inquired, glancing at Luo Qingzhou. On the day of divine slaying. Luo Qingzhou replied with a smile. The day of divine slaying? Just how far must you develop before that occurs? Lin Xie furrowed his brow slightly. I'm already in the late stage of the river realm. The day of divine slaying is not far off. At that moment, I will return openly to your aunt and brother, just as I promised, when your power is sufficient to intimidate the foreign deities and malevolent gods. Similarly, I fear that the foreign deities may set their sights on my sister Hongying. Thus, I can only act as a lookout for Team 136 at present. Luo Qingzhou chuckled, raising his hands in resignation. Very well. So all the pressure falls upon me, does it? Lin Xie felt somewhat overwhelmed. You take on the role of lookout while I become the target of public ire? My desk mate, if you cannot handle pressure, what use are you to me? Luo Qingzhou retorted playfully. Go away, you troublesome one. How was I so blind as to sit next to you? Surely, the guardians near the podium would have been preferable. In that moment, Lin Xie was filled with regret. Xie, I know you regret your choice, but do not dwell on it just yet. With one of us in the light and the other in the shadows, would that not render us invincible? Thus, it is quite reasonable for you to bear the pressure initially, while I take it on later, is it not? Luo Qingzhou could not resist poking Lin Xie's cheek again with his finger. Lin Xie, why does your hand so often find its way to poke others' faces? Lin Xie could not help but ask. It's boring. What else can I do after you corner me in the restroom? Luo Qingzhou replied, exasperated. The door is right behind you. Can you not simply leave? Lin Xie retorted, flustered. Then I shall take my leave. Do not follow me out, for I fear my sister Hongying may misunderstand. Luo Qingzhou exited the restroom, slamming the door shut behind him. Lin Xie. Damn, as if you are not worried about being misunderstood by the captain. Qingzhou, dinner is ready. Have you seen Xie? Chen Mai, donned in an apron, placed the final dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms on the table and glanced at Luo Qingzhou. Xie? I just saw him head to the restroom, replied Luo Qingzhou, eyeing the delectable spread before him. As we are all comrades, if one cannot resist, feel free to take a piece to quell the hunger until Xie arrives to join us. Chen Mai exhibited leniency towards the newcomers. I shall take a piece as well. Hongying, quick and nimble, reached out for a piece of chicken, only to be interrupted by Chen Mai's swift intervention. In the end, she could only pout, looking exceedingly aggrieved. Here, Sister Hongying, this piece is for you. Luo Qingzhou offered the chicken he had taken to Hongying's bowl. Hee, you are the best. Little brother, the captain merely bullies me. Watching the fragrant chicken in the bowl, Hongying happily stuffed a piece in her small mouth and savored. So delicious. In the end, I still got to eat it. As she chewed the chicken, she cast a triumphant glance at Chen Mai. Chen Mai thought to himself, had I known, I would not have broken my vow and let that brat Qingzhou take a piece. After a prolonged silence, he directed an irritable look towards Luo Qingzhou. Meanwhile, Luo Qingzhou nonchalantly gazed in the direction of the restroom. Qi, you finally finished in there, leaving an entire team waiting for you to have dinner. You really have quite the audacity, Lin Xie replied. Next time, I must be the first out of the restroom. The following day, in Class 2 of the sophomore year, Li Yifei stared at the two empty seats in front of him his expression one of desolation. Initially, he believed that Luo Qingzhou had truly enlisted in the military, until he learned that Lin Xie had also joined the armed forces on the same day. It finally dawned on him that there was indeed something romantic between Lin Xie and Luo Qingzhou. Not only did they drop out on the same day, but they also enlisted together. If they hadn't discussed this in advance, he simply wouldn't believe it. Truly, the academic prodigy Luo and classmate Xie are true lovers. I am merely a mere footnote. Lost in thought, Li Yifei exited the classroom, and under the setting sun, he found himself alone, appreciating the twilight. Yet, as he indulged in this moment, he was taken aback by a shocking sight. Lu Yin actually wants to pursue a younger man? Goodness. This isn't merely a case of a younger woman with an older man. This is an old monster pursuing an old bull. Witnessing this scene, Li Yifei's previous despondency instantly transformed into shivers of anxiety, fearing that the monstrous Lu Yin might also spot him. The next day, within the Peace Affairs office, after halting the in-depth investigation into the suspected agent of the Chinese mythological goddess Nuwa, Hongying, Luo Qingzhou, and others found themselves quite leisurely. Little brother, come here. Sister has something wonderful to show you. Hongying beckoned from her seat in front of the laptop, directing her attention to Luo Qingzhou, who was sitting beside Lin Xie. What wonderful thing! Luo Qingzhou hesitated momentarily, but approached Hongying nonetheless. Come look at this big ghost. The ghost you feared the most when you were little. Every time you saw this ghost, you would be so frightened that you'd hide in my arms. As Luo Qingzhou looked over, Hongying's smile blossomed further. Oh, it's just a ghost, right? Luo Qingzhou calmly glanced at Hongying before returning to sit beside Lin Xie. It's all Zhao's fault. My little brother has become utterly unlovable. Hongying shot a resentful look at Zhao Kongcheng, who was nearby, fiddling with his bangs and smoking a cigarette. Hongying, I was merely toughening his courage. But if you wish to get closer to Qingzhou, you can't just plant a kiss. Zhao Kongcheng was about to impart his experiences of courting his wife, but little did he know that upon hearing this, Hongying's beautiful face flushed with indignation as she exclaimed, Old Zhao, you better stop your nonsense. I want to let this go. What kiss? Lin Xie and Luo Qingzhou seemed to have grasped a pivotal moment, turning their gaze toward her. And no, it's nothing. As she noticed her younger brother's inquisitive stare, the exquisite beauty of Hongying's face flushed deeper, resembling a vividly blooming flower. Enticingly alluring. Hongying, your face is so red. When Zhao Ge mentioned kissing, could it be that you have a boyfriend? Luo Qingzhou looked at Hongying in astonishment. It appeared that Hongying was curious to observe Luo Qingzhou's reaction upon learning of her romantic involvement, and with a face aglow, she nodded shyly. Yes, brother. You might soon have a brother-in-law. Zhao Kongcheng. See Xiaonan and others. Brother is brother-in-law. Brother-in-law is brother? How intriguing. A single brother playing multiple roles? To love someone, to be in a relationship. Hongying, your variety is indeed abundant. Where is he? Where's my brother-in-law? Luo Qingzhou seemed to sense that Hongying was testing his response, and exaggeratedly glanced around. I want to talk to you. Hongying huffed, turning away in annoyance. How infuriating. Stupid brother. Not a hint of reaction at all. Have I lost my charm? This pesky brother used to cling to me incessantly. As Hongying engaged in self-reflection, Lin Xie patted Luo Qingzhou on the shoulder. Qingzhou, are you not aware that Hongying has always held feelings for you? Of course. I know. Luo Qingzhou replied with calm assurance. Then, since Hongying has taken the initiative to engage you in conversation, what is your response? Lin Xie, being rather oblivious to romantic nuances, inquired. Well, that's because... Luo Qingzhou began to articulate his thoughts, but realized that a demonstration would be more effective than mere words. Thus, he moved a chair and sat beside Hongying, saying, Hongying, you look so beautiful when you blushed just now. Where? And brother, this is during work hours. Why are you sitting so close to me? Quickly return to your own seat. Upon hearing her brother's compliment, Hongying's heart raced, maintaining a facade of stern sisterly authority as she pointed to the empty seat next to Lin Xie. Oh! Luo Qingzhou felt as though he had been gently rebuffed, akin to striking a fist against cotton. Did you see that, Xie? Do you understand now? After demonstrating to Lin Chia, Luo Qingzhou turned to find him utterly bewildered. What? What is happening? Why did Hongying send you back? It's like this. I pursue her, she evades, and she pursues, I evade. It's a game of chase, Luo Qingzhou said, feeling somewhat exasperated. He genuinely wished to embrace his dear Hongying daily, yet she might still be struggling to let go of their sibling dynamic. After all, Luo Qingzhou was someone she had nurtured since childhood, making it quite natural for her to find it challenging to shift their relationship. Thus, the image of their playful chase became vividly apparent, leaving one to wonder when his beloved Hongying would finally be able to let go. I find it difficult to comprehend. I still feel that Brother Zhao's method is practical. A simple kiss would suffice. Lin Xie remarked with a glimmer in his eyes. Luo Qingzhou suggested, shall I just go over and press my hand on Sister Hongying's head, and then kiss? After a moment's consideration, he vigorously shook his head. It simply wouldn't do to force the issue. In fact, it would likely evoke Sister Hongying's aversion. Perhaps that kiss would result in her ignoring him for a good 10 days, or even half a month. Never mind, never mind. It is best to let things flow naturally. As Luo Qingzhou regained his focus, he intended to retort to Lin Xie with a dismissive remark about the kiss, only to find Chun Mai suddenly looking their way. Xie, Qingzhou, the first mystery you will encounter in Team 136 has appeared. Mystery? Lin Xie inquired, puzzled, turning to Chun Mai. A report came in from Second University, alleging that a creature from mythology is terrorizing the campus. Moreover, this creature possesses considerable intelligence, capable of perfectly disguising itself as a human. And as of now, we have been unable to identify its human guise among the crowd. Chun Mai furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that this mystery from Second University might prove rather troublesome. Who is the informant for this report? Luo Qingzhou asked. A student from Second University, who happens to be a classmate of yours. But since the report was processed through the police, we received the news a day late. It seems this mystery may become increasingly challenging. Chun Mai gazed solemnly at Luo Qingzhou and the others, relieved that Team 136 had managed to enlist 2 temporary members. Otherwise, relying solely on the existing team members would leave them somewhat short-handed. The Kingdom of the 27 Dead, Second University. Ever since Li Yifei learned about the monster lurking within the school, he has been restless in his seat. However, as the police informed him that assistance would arrive to handle the matter, he took on the honorable role of a helper in addressing the situation. Consequently, he must remain at the school, awaiting the arrival of those who would assist him. Luo the scholar, classmate Xie, if you were here, perhaps you could alleviate some of the pressure of being devoured by the monster? Li Yifei thought longingly of Luo Qingzhou and Lin Xie as he gazed at the empty seat before him. Meanwhile, outside Second University, Luo Qingzhou observed Sister Hongying scaling the wall to enter the school, while Lin Xie signaled an okay gesture, as if to imply that the arrangement of the no was entirely his responsibility. Young Brother Qingzhou, stop with the hand signals and hurry up. We can still have some soup if we get inside quickly. Zhao Kongcheng swiftly cut his finger, letting blood spill onto the notice board, and subsequently, a domain enveloping the entirety of Second University was established. Brother Zhao, I am squeamish around blood. Could I borrow a bit for my own use? Luo Qingzhou looked at Zhao Kongcheng with an innocent, pitiful expression. Borrow? No way. If I don't establish the no, I will be the first to enter and unleash my prowess. Zhao Kongcheng was well aware of Luo Qingzhou's temperament, an individual who reveled in the art of performance. Despite possessing remarkable martial prowess, it was not uncommon for him to endure scrapes and bloodshed during training. Therefore, feeling faint at the sight of blood? Nonsense. With a graceful twist, Zhao Kongcheng leapt into the school grounds. Observing this, Luo Qingzhou took his time before entering the school. He had always known the identity of that mysterious figure. So rather than presenting himself ostentatiously, he found himself captivated by the notice board before him. Suddenly, an urge to replicate the notice board using the creation of beings' divine art surged within him. He pondered what kind of divine capabilities a replica of a notice board might possess. Driven by curiosity, Luo Qingzhou retrieved a jar of clay from his pocket. Dipping his fingers in saliva, He began to mold the clay according to the appearance of the notice board. In mere moments, it seemed as though he was born with the talent to shape clay, as he flawlessly recreated a miniature version of the notice board. Especially when the final stroke was completed, a fleeting glimmer of light appeared, and the replica sprang to life before his eyes. Since it was a reproduction, it seemed fitting to infuse it with a drop of blood. Luo Qingzhou pricked his finger, allowing a drop of crimson to fall upon the notice board, instantly filling the entire second university with a vast, domineering aura. This was not even the extent of its potential reach. The divine power of the notice board turned out to be the realm of death. Once the realm was established, it would forcibly draw both the host and their adversaries into its domain. Unless one side was utterly annihilated, the realm would persist. As the introduction of the notice board and its divine capabilities materialized in his mind, Luo Qingzhou swallowed hard. What notice board this was? It was clearly akin to an arena where the Iron Man would engage in one-on-one combat. It should be called the arena board instead. At the moment, Luo Qingzhou marveled at the arena board crafted through the creation of beings, Hongying and her companions, who were slaughtering the Nantawa serpent demons alongside Lin Chia. Suddenly witnessed the serpents charging toward them vanish in an instant. What was going on? Just as I entered to grab a drink, all the serpent demons inexplicably disappeared. Zhao Kongcheng, who had finally spotted a few serpent demons rushing toward him, was taken aback as they vanished as if they had never existed. Captain, it seems the serpent demons possess the ability to teleport. They all disappeared in an instant. Hongying, observing the empty school, solemnly communicated through her earpiece to Chen Mai, who was overseeing the situation. No, there was a realm established the moment the serpent demons vanished. Chen Mai, standing atop a high-rise outside the campus, replied, momentarily taken aback with his binoculars in hand. A realm was established? Could it be that these serpent demons have a realm similar to spatial transportation? Hongying and the others were perplexed. I'm not entirely certain, but given the large scale of this spatial transportation, it shouldn't extend too far. Therefore, Hongying and Lin Chia, you should search separately. Those serpent demons must be nearby. Although the reason for the inexplicable domain remains elusive, Chen Mai, as the sole expert from the Hongying team, is acutely aware of the immense mental energy required for large-scale spatial teleportation. Therefore, even if the serpent demon possesses the ability to teleport, it is unlikely that it could transport itself far from the vicinity of the school, within the realm of the land of death. Luo Qingzhou contemplates whether this is the Iron Man's dual arena of Modkasa, only to find all the progeny of the Nantawa serpent demon drawn into the land of death. In an instant, he is surrounded by a multitude of serpent demon offspring, their eyes fixed upon him with predatory intent. Moreover, it is not solely the serpent demon offspring of the second university that are present. Every serpent demon progeny within the Hongying divine skill and land of death has been summoned into this realm, even those outside the school premises. Consequently, the number of serpent demon offspring within the land of death has swelled to over 10,000. They hiss, their long tongues flicking out menacingly, glaring at Luo Qingzhou, the one responsible for their summoning. This is not the Iron Man's dual arena, he realizes, but rather an unexpected convergence of all serpent demons into the land of death. Could it be that their shared lineage as Nantawa serpent offspring, imbued with the essence of the Nantawa serpent, has led to their collective summoning? As Luo Qingzhou gazes upon the sea of serpents before him, this is the only explanation he can fathom. Luo, Scholar Luo, how did you end up here? Just as Luo Qingzhou ponders the reason behind the summoning of all the serpent demon progeny, Li Yifei, also pulled into the land of death, spots the figure he has longed for amidst the throng of serpents, scurrying towards Luo Qingzhou in a panic. Throughout this commotion, the serpent demons appear oblivious to him, their focus solely on Luo Qingzhou. Upon seeing Li Yifei, Luo Qingzhou falls silent. When he set up the duel card, Li Yifei had been at the forefront of his thoughts, leading to his involuntary summoning into the land of death. However, he did not anticipate that all the serpent demons would also be drawn into this peculiar space. Scholar Luo, run. I was initially with classmate Lin Chia at the school. eradicating serpent demons, but suddenly found myself in this space. So, you should just perish. In a sudden transformation, Li Fei's visage morphs into that of a grotesque, non-Tua serpent demon, a revelation he had wished to keep concealed. Yet, upon realizing that he and all his progeny have been ensnared in this bewildering realm, he comprehends that if he does not eliminate Luo Qingzhou, he shall never escape this domain. Yet, he remains unaware of Luo Qingzhou's true capabilities. Someone who can establish such a formidable domain must possess considerable strength. Thus, instinctively, he draws closer to Luo Qingzhou, allowing his dominant persona to forcibly seize control of his second personality, all in a bid to deliver a lethal strike against Luo Qingzhou once he is near enough. Regrettably, how could Luo Qingzhou, who ushered him into the realm of death, remain oblivious to the fact that he is the true embodiment of the Nanda serpent demon? Thus, when confronted with the sudden fury of the Nanda serpent demon, a faint smile crept upon Luo Qingzhou's lips, feeble, far too feeble. With a resounding slap, Luo Qingzhou sent the surging Nanda serpent demon reeling, dazed and disoriented. He then turned his gaze toward the myriad of enraged serpent demons that were about to rush at him. Invoking the divine might of the Chinese deity Shangongbao and the sacred incantation words manifest as law, you are all progeny of the Nanda serpent demon. Hence surely you cherish one another as a family, do you not? Upon utterance of these words, the once unified throng of serpent demons suddenly found their kin repugnant. It was as though the serpent demon before them bore an irreconcilable grudge. In an instant, the multitude of serpent demons transformed from a coordinated assault on Luo Qingzhou into a frenzied melee among themselves. Soon, all of them perished amidst their internecine strife. Only the Nanda serpent demon, who had been momentarily stunned by the slap and was just regaining his senses, remained alive, watching in disbelief as his offspring inexplicably turned on one another due to Luo Qingzhou's mere words. Rage consumed him. How dare you? How dare you? Today, once it passes, Li Fei would have entered the night watchman. Yet you, this inexplicable creature, have disrupted my grand design. Thus, you shall pay dearly. Before the Nanda serpent demon could finish his tirade of fury, Luo Qingzhou, in the late stage of the Chuan realm, lunged forward and delivered another resounding slap across the Nanda serpent demon's grotesque visage. Were it not for the fact that your second persona, Li Fei, is my classmate, do you think you would still stand before me prattling on? With a single slap, Luo Qingzhou wielded immense power, sending the Nanda serpent demon flying several meters away. Observing the fallen demon, utterly bereft of the ability to retaliate, Luo Qingzhou rested his left hand thoughtfully on his chin. Is there anything in mythology capable of obliterating a persona? It seems not. As he pondered, he suddenly approached the Nanda serpent demon, who was attempting to rise, and delivered another slap, rendering him unconscious once more. Indeed, while there may be no objects to erase a second persona, there are certainly those that induce slumber. It was as if a sudden realization struck Luo Qingzhou. He promptly retrieved a jar containing clay and skillfully shaped a blooming poppy. This poppy was an imitation of the one held by Hypnos, the offspring of the night goddess Nyx, possessing the power to grant eternal sleep. Although the creation deity Nuwa of Chinese mythology's sacred incantation creation of man currently lacks the capability to produce artifacts for divine use, he believed that when he ascended to the divine realm in the future, the objects he crafted would indeed be divine. While this poppy may not yet be a divine artifact, its divine ability, eternal sleep, is equivalent. As long as the opponent's realm does not surpass his own and no one awakens them, they shall fall into a permanent slumber. Thus, Nanda serpent demon, let yourself eternally slumber within Li Fei's body. Luo Qingzhou activated the divine ability of the poppy, and soon the repugnant form of the Nanda serpent demon began to gradually transform back into the original appearance of Li Fei in the realm of the land of death. The crude Lin Chia shattered the confines that ensnared the masters of the Hongying. With a mere thought, Luo Qingzhou caused the domain to implode, resembling a shattered mirror. releasing all that was trapped within back into the realm of reality. Countless serpent demon corpses littered the corners of Songnan City and the Second University. As for Li Yifei, he lay unconscious in the corridor of Class 2 of the sophomore year. Had the competition token been destroyed? Observing the signboard that had crumbled into clay, Luo Qingzhou felt no sorrow, for had it not been for this, he would have been compelled to slay Li Yifei to escape the land of death. Therefore, compared to a vibrant life, the clay-crafted competition token was of little consequence. Yet, the numerous deaths caused by the serpent demon cast a shadow of guilt over its continued existence. It seemed that only by having Qie eradicated entirely in the asylum could this matter be resolved, Luo Qingzhou murmured. Red Tassel, Old Zhao. It appears the domain has vanished, and the serpent demons have returned to their original positions, albeit they seem to have all become corpses. From his vantage point, Chen Mai, overseeing the situation through binoculars, conveyed his bewilderment via earpiece to Hongying and the others. All become corpses? Does that mean our efforts have been usurped? Red Tassel, realizing the implication, cast a startled glance at Si Xiaonan. Theoretically, that is accurate. Our current task is to manage the serpent demon corpses. Came the directive from Chen Mai. Red Tassel, Zhao Kongcheng. Had they known, it would have been better to remain before the signboard playing casual games. With such thoughts, Red Tassel and her companions, after an extensive search for serpent demons, returned to the Second University. Oh, little brother Qingzhou, do you also enjoy playing casual games? Upon returning to the school, Zhao Kongcheng spotted Luo Qingzhou nonchalantly seated before the signboard, fiddling with the game, and suddenly took a seat beside him with an elder's demeanor. Old brother Zhao, one must see tasks through to the end. Having resolved to demonstrate our prowess, we must also excel in the handling of the serpent demon corpses. Observing the elder's gaze in Zhao Kongcheng's eyes, Luo Qingzhou momentarily set aside his game, looking earnestly at Zhao Kongcheng. Zhao Kongcheng, Lung Xian, and the others. Oh, no wonder little brother Qingzhou makes old Zhao restless. Very well, I shall take care of it. Feeling the earnestness in Luo Qingzhou's gaze, Zhao Kongcheng suddenly felt as if seated on pins and needles. How had he never noticed that his little brother Qingzhou, who appeared so obedient and honest, had a knack for putting others in a tight spot? Indeed, old brother Zhao is a commendable elder who sees matters through. Luo Qingzhou sincerely praised before resuming his game. It was only when Lin Qie, who had searched in another direction for serpent demons, returned to the Second University that Luo Qingzhou finally set aside his game. Similarly, upon seeing Luo Qingzhou, Lin Qie could not help but speculate. Qingzhou, could it be that you were responsible for the serpent demon incident? Indeed, Luo Qingzhou winked at Lin Qie and then informed him of how he had boldly crafted a competition card using the Divine Realm's creation of beings. After hearing this, Lin Qie was left utterly astonished. How could one be so monstrous? Merely molding a notice board transformed the manifested unfettered void into the realm of death. It seems I am not the only one with such peculiarities. I trust you had your suspicions regarding Li Yifei being the Nanda serpent demon when he assisted you in eradicating the serpent demons at school, right? Luo Qingzhou smiled at Lin Qie. The flaws he exhibited were indeed numerous, yet at that moment, I lacked the absolute certainty to confirm he was the Nanda serpent demon. However, after you ensnared all the serpent demons within your realm of death, it became unequivocally clear that Li Yifei was the Nanda serpent demon. So, has he perished? Lin Qie was reluctant to accept that Li Yifei was the Nanda serpent demon, primarily because they had once been classmates. Moreover, Li Yifei's demeanor was undeniably that of a living person, completely unlike the current mystery. He is not dead. He once even called me Scholar Luo. Thus, after exterminating all the serpent demons, I obliterated the sentience of the competition card, reducing it to mere clay. Therefore, Li Yifei is currently in the same location where you and I initially cleared the serpent demons. It seems that only you can judge the Nanda serpent demon's true persona, and only you can eradicate the Nanda serpent demon while preserving Li Yifei. Luo Qingzhou gazed earnestly at Lin Qie. Very well, I shall do my utmost. Lin Xie nodded at Luo Qingzhou and then grasped his blade, heading towards the location where he had initially confronted the serpent demons alongside Li Yifei. Meanwhile, Hongying, Lung Xian, and others were gathering the serpent demon corpses in the school for cremation. Strange? Why do some of the serpent demon corpses appear to be missing a hand or a head? Observing the numerous incomplete serpent demon bodies, Hongying displayed a puzzled expression. Who knows if the one who exterminated this group of serpent demons has some peculiar penchant? Regardless, since these serpent demons are dead, we should expedite their disposal. Once we've finished, I am eager to spar with my junior brother Qingzhou in a game of elimination. Zhao Kongcheng tossed one serpent demon corpse after another into the fire. Spar and elimination? Lung Xian was taken aback. If I say we can, then we can. Zhao Kongcheng, exasperated, lamented that he could have continued playing elimination with Luo Qingzhou at the school gate, but instead, he was compelled to deal with the serpent demon corpses due to Luo Qingzhou's single remark. Could it be that this brat has taken a liking to the leisurely task of disposal, fearing that I might compete with him for it? In front of the corridor of Class 2, Year 2. I thought you wouldn't come, wearing glasses and wielding a sharp scalpel. And Qingyu was poised to dissect Li Yifei's body when, unexpectedly, Lin Xie returned at that pivotal moment. Did you guess it? Lin Xie asked, gazing at Qingyu with a hint of surprise. It's quite easy to deduce, isn't it? The instant that unknown realm unfolded, all the hidden serpent demons in Songnan City were drawn into it. And why, as a human, was Li Yifei also pulled into this realm? There is but one answer. He too is a serpent demon. Moreover, based on the previous slip-ups, the only logical conclusion is that he is indeed the true Nantoa serpent demon. A faint smile graced Qingyu's lips. Indeed, having harmed so many, he deserved his fate. As Lin Xie spoke, he abruptly plunged the blade into the chest of the unconscious Li Yifei. Subsequently, Li Yifei's corpse transformed from its human form into a grotesque serpent demon. Thus, the true Nantoa serpent demon received the judgment it warranted, while the innocent Li Yifei remained trapped within Lin Xie's mental institution. Crude. Classmate Xie, your actions are exceedingly coarse. Such a mystery should be dissected by someone as refined as myself. And Qingyu exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing the Nantoa serpent demon's true form. Dissecting the dead yields the same result. Lin Xie, relieved by the demise of the Nantoa serpent demon and its connection to Li Yifei in his institution, felt a sense of ease. The Nantoa serpent demon, having committed numerous atrocities, no longer warranted existence. Thus, he extinguished its soul. As for Li Yifei, he proudly became the first caregiver in Lin Xie's mental institution. Classmate Xie, what of Luo Xiuba? I saw him surrounded by countless serpent demons. We must rescue him. Li Yifei expressed concern for Luo Qingzhou's safety after becoming a caregiver. No need. He is the one who has encircled the serpent demons. Lin Xie fell silent, recalling how Luo Qingzhou, with an inadvertent gesture, had dispatched all the serpent demons. Huh? Luo Xiuba encircled all the serpent demons? Li Yifei marballet. Indeed. And let me remind you that you are also a serpent demon. I was so preoccupied with getting your signature that I neglected to recount the entire Nantuo serpent demon incident to you. Lin Xie stated seriously. Upon hearing this, Li Yifei was instantly moved to tears. Luo Xiuba, classmate Xie, you have been so kind to me. Were it not for you, I fear, I would have been sliced up by that cunning fellow. Li Yifei expressed his gratitude towards Lin Xie. His peculiarities are indeed somewhat strange, Lin Xie thought, reflecting on Qingyu, who still held the scalpel in silence. 29 Hongying. I am not someone from the peace office. Brother Qingzhou, come. Let us settle this once and for all. After dealing with the serpent demon corpses, Zhao Kongcheng, with a serious expression, gazed at Luo Qingzhou, who was investigating the surveillance of the second university. Brother Zhao, are you certain? Luo Qingzhou handed his phone to Zhao Kongcheng. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Kongcheng's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? Is it truly the case that he surpasses me? After years of playing, I have only managed to reach the 99th level, while in merely a day's time, he has completed the entire game? Perhaps it is simply that I, Zhao, am too dull-witted compared to my clever younger brother. With a flick of her long legs, Hongying, investigating the surveillance, playfully turned her swivel chair towards the incredulous Zhao Kongchen. Oh, never mind. I shall focus on the investigation. I am curious as to who possesses such extraordinary prowess. Once the domain was opened, all the snake demons in Sangnan City perished. Zhao Kongchen, feeling a mix of envy and disdain, returned to his position at the surveillance desk. Indeed, at this rate, we shall soon find ourselves without any tasks to undertake. Having dispatched only a few snake demons, Hongying pouted in dissatisfaction. Observing this, Lin Xie pointed at Luo Qingzhou, seemingly indicating to Hongying and Zhao Kongchen, the one stealing your work is this one who has been loitering by the school gate. In response, Luo Qingzhou swatted Lin Xie's finger away and turned to the visibly disheartened Hongying. Sister Hongying, come here. I have something delicious for you. What is it? Hongying inquired, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. Come closer, and you shall find out. Luo Qingzhou beckoned her with a cheerful smile. Why must it be you, my annoying little brother, who comes over? Hongying squinted at Luo Qingzhou's grin. If you don't want it, I shall give it to my adorable sister Nan. As she spoke, Luo Qingzhou retrieved an orange-flavored lollipop purchased from the university's convenience store, unwrapped it, and presented it to Si Xiaonan, who was watching the spectacle unfold. Si Xiaonan, with a face of disbelief, exclaimed, Qingzhou, is this truly for me? Since Sister Hongying doesn't want it, of course it is for you. Luo Qingzhou handed the orange lollipop to Si Xiaonan. Gazing at the treat in her hand, she found that her little brother was not so unbearable after all. It is worth noting that during her time at Hongying's house, whenever she wished for Luo Qingzhou to share a lollipop or serve her food, he would always respond with his signature line, Sister Nan, one must not partake of food given freely. Thus, you must serve yourself to ensure abundance. Now, having acquired the lollipop that was solely meant for Sister Hongying, she felt a wave of happiness as she placed it into her mouth. After savoring a taste, she could not help but exclaim, is this truly the flavor of the lollipop that you personally unwrapped, Qingzhou? Oh, woe is me. My little brother has forsaken me. You fed my most beloved treat to another woman. Oh, how tragic my fate is. I raised you single-handedly, and this is how you repay me? Before my very eyes, you offer my favorite lollipop to another. Oh, how miserable I am. As she savored her lollipop with sheer delight, Si Xiaonan's enjoyment caused Hongying's countenance to fall. Her small face adorned with an expression of utter grievance as she cast a reproachful glance at Luo Qingzhou, who sat opposite her. Noticing that if no words of comfort were forthcoming, tears were imminent, Zhao Kongchen could not resist approaching. Qingzhou, do you have any lollipops left? Hurry and give one to your sister Hongying, or else she might truly start crying. There are none left, just one, and Hongying doesn't want it. Luo Qingzhou replied with a shrug, only to see Hongying's expression grow even more sorrowful. Woo-woo, you wretched little brother, spending your sister's money, buying lollipops for another woman. How could you betray me like this? Hongying bit her red lip, her big, dark, and sparkling eyes fixed pleadingly upon Luo Qingzhou. Who told you not to come over? Luo Qingzhou observed Hongying on the verge of tears and could not help but smile as he stepped closer. Behind Luo Qingzhou, Lin Xie was taken aback by the sight of colossal lollipop he held. He pondered from where Luo Qingzhou had conjured such a confection, one larger than a football. I shall ignore you. Hongying turned her head away, resolutely avoiding Luo Qingzhou's gaze. Meanwhile, Luo Qingzhou unveiled the gigantic lollipop from behind him, unwrapping it while declaring, since Sister Hongying does not wish for this cherry-flavored colossal lollipop, I shall have to give it to Sister Xiaonan. Before Luo Qingzhou could finish his sentence, the previously haughty Hongying sprang from her swivel chair, biting down on the enormous lollipop in his hand and protectively glancing at everyone. This is my giant lollipop. No one is allowed to take it. Fear not, I wouldn't dare take it. I fear you might bite me, Zhao Kongchen remarked, shaking his head in trepidation as he watched Hongying crush the enormous lollipop with her strong teeth and chew it with a hint of alarm. Hongying then turned her attention to Lin Xie, who also quickly shook his head. Sister Hongying, I wouldn't dare snatch the lollipop from classmate Qingzhou. I fear it might be poisoned. Poisoned? A lollipop this sweet and large could never be poisonous. Hongying's initial look of grievance vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of triumphant glee. Xiaonan, your lollipop is not as big as mine. Indeed, it is not as large as yours, Sister Hongying. See Xiaonan, who had been blissfully licking her orange-flavored lollipop, suddenly felt its flavor diminish upon seeing the giant lollipop in Hongying's hand. My little brother treats me so well. Hongying licked her lollipop, her face beaming with happiness. Someone just ignored me. Luo Qingzhou glanced at Hongying, whose eyes sparkled with mirth. With a haughty snort, Hongying retorted, "Who is this someone? I'm not just anyone." Ding! Congratulations to the host for making Hongying feel uniquely cherished. Reward of tenfold critical affection, points 10,000. P.S. I am uncertain as to why I am experiencing a headache today. Perhaps it is a manifestation of writer's block? My thoughts seem muddled. It was merely a fleeting glance at him amidst the crowd that caused such a swift change in demeanor. Just moments ago, he was distraught, and now he wears a smile as radiant as a flower. Zhao Kongcheng shook his head in disbelief. Why should it concern you? Hongying playfully stuck out her tongue before returning to her seat, relishing the immense lollipop gifted by her younger brother while scouring the surveillance footage from Second University. However, after reviewing all the surveillance records, they failed to identify the individual who had drawn all the serpent demons into the special domain within the monitoring range. Such an extensive domain could only be created by a formidable presence, at least a master of the river boundary, yet in a small place like Songnan City. I am well aware of how few such strong individuals exist. Thus, the one who pulled the serpent demons into this unique domain could not be anyone other than the recently identified proxy of the purported creator deity of Huaxia, Enhua. Could they? After examining the surveillance, Chen Mai conjectured, I believe the captain's assessment is remarkably astute. As it stands, there is only that one individual in Songnan City suspected to be the proxy of the Huaxia creator deity Enhua, of whom we possess no information. Therefore, the person responsible for drawing the serpent demons into the special domain can only be that suspected proxy. After Chen Mai's analysis, Lin Chiev finally seized another opportunity to tease Luo Qingzhou, especially since Luo Qingzhou had not included him in his plans. Although Luo Qingzhou has now become a night watchman, there are distinctions even among the night watchmen. His role is to attract the attention of the ancient god church and even foreign deities. To put it plainly, he is designed to withstand pressure, which entails a high degree of danger. In contrast, Luo Qingzhou's role as a night watchman is to serve as a lookout. Not only is the danger minimal, but even the ancient god church and foreign deities would hardly regard him as a threat. Do you share this perspective, Chia? What about you, Hongying and Qingzhou? After hearing Lin Chia's thoughts, Chen Mai turned his gaze towards the others. Captain, I do not believe this incident was orchestrated by the suspected proxy of Enhua. Consider this. For the proxy, dealing with the serpent demons offers no advantage. Conversely, did not Hongying and the others discover that the serpent demons were either missing limbs or had severed appendages when they were disposing of the corpses? Hence, I suspect it is highly probable that the tomb robber is involved. With utmost seriousness, Luo Qingzhou shifted the blame onto Qingyu, who was researching the Nantua serpent demon in the sewer. What exactly is a tomb robber? Chen Mai and the others looked at Luo Qingzhou in confusion. A tomb robber, as the name suggests, is an individual who, after addressing a mysterious incident, proceeds to steal the mysterious corpses. It is quite evident that in this incident involving the Nantua serpent demon, such a tomb robber has indeed emerged. Luo Qingzhou elucidated logically to Chen Mai and the others. Indeed, as I was handling the bodies with Lao Zhao and the others, it became apparent that many were missing certain parts. Thus, it is highly likely that the individual who summoned the Nantua serpent demon is the so-called thief mentioned by Qingzhou's brother. Only a thief would have a vested interest in the remains of the Nantua serpent demon, as their interests are intertwined. Hongying licked her lollipop, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. A thief, you say? It seems that our small city of Songnan is rather bustling. There's the agent of the angel Michael, the suspected representative of the Chinese creation deity Enhua. And now this enigmatic thief has emerged. Chun Mai rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. The agents of Michael and N. Hua were manageable. One had joined their night watch team, while the other had a favorable relationship with Hongying, suggesting they were aligned with their cause. However, this inexplicable thief was an enigma, and they had no useful information regarding this figure. It seems that the members of Team 136 would need to remain vigilant about this thief moving forward. All members of Team 136, listen up. If there are no pressing missions, your task will be to locate the thief hidden within Songnan City, regardless of their allegiance. We must ensure that they pose no threat to our city. Chun Mai looked solemnly at all the members of Team 136. Understood, Captain. The members nodded in unison. Excellent. Now, you are dismissed. Prepare for dinner. Chun Mai cast a satisfied glance at Luo Qingzhou and the others before donning an apron and entering the small kitchen of the Peace Affairs office. In the restroom. Seventh night, please remain calm. I assure you, I am not that kind of person. In the corner, Luo Qingzhou found himself cornered by Lin Xie once again in the restroom. Lin Xie replied, Qingzhou, I am perfectly calm. I had initially intended to take advantage of the captain's wind to play a trick on you today, but I never anticipated you would inadvertently bring up a thief. Who is this thief? Could it be that you, Qingzhou, are orchestrating this yourself? Lin Xie's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on the cornered Luo Qingzhou, who was seeking help. Seventh night, please cease your imaginative speculation. I have no interest in corpses, and when we encountered the Ghost-Face Man and Ghost-Face King, did you see me rummaging through their remains? Luo Qingzhou poked Lin Xie's cheek. Stop messing around and continue. Lin Xie pried Luo Qingzhou's hand away, his expression serious as he continued to look at him intently. What else is there to say? I'm not a thief. Luo Qingzhou attempted to push Lin Xie aside to leave for dinner. However, Lin Xie, fueled by curiosity, thought, since Luo Qingzhou knew of the thief's existence, he must know who they are. So, Lin Xie once again cornered Luo Qingzhou in the restroom, earnestly and affectionately inquiring, tell me how much you know about the thief. Otherwise, you won't be leaving this restroom today. Luo Qingzhou was at a loss for words. What now? Could it be classmate Qi Yi, that you wish to embarrass me alongside you? Sister Hongying exclaimed. In truth, classmate Qingzhou and I, upon witnessing Luo Qingzhou's reluctance to speak, Lin Qi Yi interjected, causing Luo Qingzhou to hastily cover Lin Qi Yi's mouth in alarm. Is it really worth jeopardizing the two of us just to uncover the identity of the thief of secrets? I am single, Lin Qi Yi boldly declared, showing no concern for social disgrace within Team 136. Luo Qingzhou responded, well, you have indeed encountered the thief of secrets before. Reflect carefully. Is there not a certain individual at our school who possesses an obsessive fascination with corpses? Reluctantly, and fearing that Sister Hongying might misunderstand his feelings towards boys, Luo Qingzhou chose to concede to Lin Qi Yi. A lunatic interested in corpses? Lin Qi Yi paused for a moment, then swiftly deduced who it must be. The thief of secrets is, and Qingyu? Indeed, that is correct, Luo Qingzhou confirmed with a nod. What do you mean, that is correct? Classmate Qingzhou, have you met in Qingyu? Have you betrayed him? Lin Qi Yi felt a sense of confusion, for in his recollection, Luo Qingzhou should not have encountered in Qingyu. In fact, it was during the Nantua Serpent Demon incident that he had first seen in Qingyu. Who says I haven't met him? Once while I was standing in the school corridor enjoying the breeze, he glanced at me from afar. Luo Qingzhou remarked, blinking. All right. He merely cast a glance in your direction, and you not only investigated his undergarments but also sold them out? Lin Qi Yi swallowed hard, feeling as if Luo Qingzhou was not entirely human. Just because Qingyu had looked at him from a distance, Luo Qingzhou had decided to betray him? One could only wonder how Qingyu would feel upon discovering that he had been sold out simply for casting a glance at Luo Qingzhou amidst a crowd. 31 from Sister Hongying's special treatment. All right, I have shared my thoughts. Now may I leave to have my meal? Luo Qingzhou nudged forward, making his way out of the restroom. Remember to come out later. I wouldn't want Sister Hongying to misunderstand my intentions. Lin Qi Yi, preoccupied with thoughts of Luo Qingzhou's peculiar behavior, seemed to forget that he should have exited the restroom first. In the office, gathered around a cozy dining table, Chen Muyi warmly invited the members of Team 136 to indulge in the delicious fare. After they had nearly finished their meal, he suddenly announced, "This year's training camp for the night watchman is about to commence. Zhingzhou, Jie. Whether you transition from temporary night watchmen to full-fledged ones will depend on your performance in the training camp. Captain, why is this year's training camp being held several months earlier than usual? My brother has only recently joined the night watchman," Hongying remarked, fully aware of the brutal nature of the training camp and concerned that Luo Qingzhou might suffer. In my opinion, Hongying, you are overly worried about our younger brother Qingzhou. He has managed to hold his own against me. So what is there to fear from the recruits in the training camp? Zhao Kongcheng picked up a piece of meat and glanced at Hongying, feeling that she was overly concerned. The majority of the recruits in the training camp possessed forbidden techniques, and while my brother had some martial arts skills, what if others used their forbidden techniques to bully him? Hongying furrowed her brows slightly. Without the forbidden techniques, she felt that Luo Qingzhou alone could easily dominate the entire training camp. However, as guardians, how many recruits were there without forbidden techniques? Indeed, it was quite a thought. If I, Zhao, and my brother Qingzhou both possess forbidden techniques, I can hardly imagine the immense strength of the two venturers in our team 136. Upon hearing Hongying's words, Zhao Kongcheng couldn't help but sigh. It was evident that he and Luo Qingzhou were like born warriors, yet they lacked forbidden techniques. With this thought, Zhao Kongcheng couldn't resist taking a sip of his drink, lamenting the cruelty of fate. The heavens envy the talented. Brother Qingzhou, you and I share the same plight. I raise my glass to you. May we forge ahead on our journey of venturing together. Zhao Kongcheng lifted his glass in a toast to Luo Qingzhou. Hongying squinted at Luo Qingzhou, who had just lowered his glass. What do you mean, Hongying? Is brother Qingzhou no longer a student, and now he is not permitted to drink? Zhao Kongcheng was displeased. He was sharing a moment of camaraderie with Luo Qingzhou, and she intervened. What? Is this also your concern? He knew Luo Qingzhou had poor tolerance for alcohol. Once he drank, he would become drowsy, and then things would take a strange turn. Recalling how Luo Qingzhou had once drunkenly embraced her, seeking kisses and hugs, Hongying's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Poor tolerance? Well, in that case, brother Qingzhou, let us toast with tea instead. Zhao Kongcheng glanced at Luo Qingzhou, feeling he hardly seemed incapable of drinking. Generally speaking, how could someone as strikingly handsome as him not be able to hold his liquor? All right, Luo Qingzhou, noticing the blush on Hongying's face, readily accepted the tea in place of wine and toasted with Zhao Kongcheng. Delightful, refreshing. Brother Qingzhou, when you return from the training camp, I shall take you to a couple's hotel to properly hone your drinking skills. After finishing his drink, Zhao Kongcheng was suddenly filled with bravado. Couple's hotel? What are you planning, Zhao? Hongying looked at Zhao Kongcheng with suspicion, knowing that her brother Qingzhou would get drunk and seek affection. If they were at a couple's hotel, wouldn't that be inappropriate? What else would we do while drinking? Zhao Kongcheng replied, bewildered. No, if anyone is to drink, it must be with me. Hongying narrowed her eyes again, as if asserting her boundaries. Was this a joke? She had watched her brother grow up. How could he seek affection from a grown man? Even their parents would think she, as an elder sister, had failed in her duty. Oh, I understand. This is what they call romantic interest, right? Zhao Kongcheng looked at Hongying with an expression of knowing familiarity. Upon hearing Zhao Kongcheng's words, Si Xiaonan and the others exchanged knowing glances towards Hongying, as if to say, who would have thought you possessed such audacity? Hongying, to flirt with your brother Qingzhou in a couple's hotel over drinks? Why are you all staring at me? It's Qie and Qingzhou participating in the new recruit training camp, not me. Faced with the bewildered gazes of her companions, Hongying felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, lowering her head in shyness, unable to meet their eyes. Ha ha ha, oh dear, it seems our Hongying has become bashful. Let us return to discussing the new recruit training camp, Chen Mai quickly interjected, redirecting the conversation to inform Lin Qie and Luo Qingzhou of various important details regarding the training camp. Following a warm dinner, Chen Mai and the others had thoroughly briefed Luo Qingzhou and Lin Xie on the essential aspects of the training camp. Upon returning to the luxurious villa, Luo Qingzhou prepared for rest after freshening up. This year's training camp will be held in Songnan City, and, come morning, Hongying would escort him and Lin Xie to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. "Hey, little brother, are you asleep?" Just as Luo Qingzhou was about to drift off, Hongying, clad in adorable cat pajamas, stealthily entered his room. She tiptoed to the edge of his bed, glanced at him to confirm he was indeed asleep, and then slyly climbed onto his bed, snuggling under the covers. "Hongying, what are you doing?" Luo Qingzhou, pretending to be asleep, caught her red-handed. Instantly, Hongying's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and after a moment of stammering, she finally said, "What else could I be doing? I'm here to tell you what you need to be cautious about in the training camp." "Did the captain not already cover that?" Luo Qingzhou inquired, gazing at Hongying's blushing face, a smile creeping onto his lips. "What the captain said is his business. What I have to convey is entirely different." Hongying replied, her pride evident as she bit her lip, her cheeks adorned with a tantalizing blush. "All right then, Hongying, do enlighten me," Luo Qingzhou responded, lying on his side, captivated by the exquisite beauty before him. "Well, the assessment for passing the new recruit training camp ultimately hinges on your performance. So each instructor will evaluate you based on how you fare. Therefore, when you encounter situations where you cannot utilize the Forbidden Ruins, remember to showcase your abilities and strive to outshine all the other recruits. Conversely, when faced with scenarios where you can use the Forbidden Ruins, be the first to flee. Run as if your life depended on it, regardless of your performance scores. You'll have already made a significant impression in the previous scenarios where the Forbidden Ruins were off-limits, ensuring your passage through the training camp. There's no need to fret over trivial matters. Above all, I simply hope to see a sun-kissed and dashing younger brother after the training camp." Lying on her side, gazing into the face of Luo Qingzhou, Hongying contemplated the details he needed to heed in the recruit training camp while patiently enlightening him on how to conduct himself there. In that moment, Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but feel that his sister, with her earnest demeanor akin to that of Mentor, was truly stunning. "So beautiful. Sister Hongying, you are exceptionally lovely," he sincerely exclaimed, his heart brimming with admiration. "Little brat, I'm trying to have a serious conversation here." Hongying began, but upon hearing his praise, her cheeks flushed, and she was about to chide him when, unexpectedly, Luo Qingzhou pressed his lips against her enticing cherry-red ones. Caught off guard and momentarily dazed, Hongying didn't reject him. However, after the kiss, she playfully blushed and said, "All right, hurry and sleep. You have to go to the recruit training camp tomorrow." "Not yet. I have a candy for you, Sister Hongying." Luo Qingzhou mysteriously presented her with a talent pill. Without a second thought, Hongying popped it in her mouth. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Your relationship with Hongying has deepened. Reward: 100,000 wife pampering points." The following day, before dawn, Hongying unusually rose early to pack Luo Qingzhou's suitcase. When he awoke and saw her expression filled with melancholy, he was momentarily taken aback. "Sister Hongying, why are you up so early today?" "Oomph. Isn't it because of you, little brother? You can't even sleep properly. Your head kept nuzzling against me like a stubborn lump." Hongying recalled last night, her irritation bubbling to the surface. Wasn't he treating her like a pillow? Luo Qingzhou grinned sheepishly. "Stop laughing. What is so funny?" Hongying shot him a flustered glance and continued, "I prepared your clothes for the training camp. Just go straight to the captain to meet Chi, and he'll take you both to the recruit training camp. Aren't we going to have breakfast first?" Luo Qingzhou leaned back on the bed, smiling at her. "No time for that. After I drop you off at the training camp, I need to return and catch up on my sleep." She cast him a resentful glance. "Oh, I promise I won't nuzzle next time." Luo Qingzhou lowered his head like a child who had misbehaved. "Forget it. Let us go. We can grab something to eat on the way," Hongying said, thoughtfully carrying his suitcase as they walked out of the villa. A short while later, Luo Qingzhou had finished washing up and settled into the passenger seat of Hongying's car. In the back seat, Si Xiaonan lazily yawned and asked Sister Hongying, "Do we really need to go to the recruit training camp this early?" "Yes. Familiarizing oneself with the environment is crucial. Hongying, as someone who had been through it, understood the immense benefits of getting acquainted with the surroundings for new recruits. All right then, whatever you say, Sister Hongying. As Si Xiaonan languidly stifled a yawn, she settled into the back seat of the car, surrendering to slumber. It was not until they arrived at the Peace Affairs office that her drowsiness began to dissipate. While Lin Xie was already prepared with his luggage. Xie, once we reach the new recruit training camp, be sure to look after your classmate Qingzhou. He lacks the protection of the Forbidden Realm, and should he encounter any bullying there, he'll be relying on you, Hongying advised, steering the vehicle toward the training camp as she spoke to the pensive Lin Xie in the back seat. Lin Xie responded, "Me? Look after him? I am merely a novice in the realm of lights, while he is a seasoned expert in the realm of rivers. He should be looking after me." "Oh, very well, Sister Hongying, you needn't worry. After all, Qingzhou is my classmate, and since we are entering the training camp together, we shall certainly support one another," he replied with a smile after a moment of internal grumbling. "Thank you, dear Xie," Hongying said, her face brightening with gratitude. She then turned to the daydreaming Luo Qingzhou, playfully admonishing, "You ungrateful brother, why haven't you thanked Xie yet?" "Oh, thank you, classmate Xie. You are the best," Luo Qingzhou replied somewhat perfunctorily, glancing back at Lin Xie before his thoughts once again drifted into the realm of his wife-coddling system. Just yesterday, he had accumulated an astonishing 100,000 wife-coddling points from his sister Hongying, and he had yet to redeem them. Thus, prior to their arrival at the training camp, he resolved to convert all his wife-coddling points into promotion values. In this manner, as the strongest night watchman in the training camp, specifically one of the Sea Realm, he would effectively be akin to a fully leveled veteran entering a novice village. System. Open the host panel. Beep. The host panel has been successfully opened. Host. Luo Qingzhou age. 20 Realm. Late stage of River Realm. 110,150,000. Wife coddling points. 110,001. Can be used to purchase items in the Wife Coddling Mall 2. Can be exchanged 1 for promotion values 3. Can be used in the Wife Coddling Roulette for draws. Items. Miracle Scroll 1 Abode of the Divine. Creation of Beings Words Manifest Reality. Exchange for promotion values. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have been promoted to the Sea Realm. Remaining Wife Coddling points. 70,000. Continue exchanging for promotion values. As he felt his mental energy transform from a ceaseless river into an expansive ocean, Luo Qingzhou experienced a qualitative leap in his overall vitality. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. For to fully unleash the powers of the Chinese creation deity, En-Hua, through the divine abode creation of beings, he must reach the infinite stage. Only then could he avoid limitations in the quantity of creations due to insufficient mental energy. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have been promoted to the Sea Realm. Sea Realm progress. 70,000, 500,000. Remaining wife coddling points. 0. 70,000 points, and I still haven't even reached mid-stage in the Sea Realm. It seems I shall need to interact more with Sister Hongying for future promotions. Luo Qingzhou mused as he glanced at the realm status. All right, we have arrived at the new recruit training camp. Driving the sleek black pickup, Hongying let out a long sigh. Ensure you have all your belongings. Do not leave anything behind. Her sharp gaze fell upon Luo Qingzhou and Lin Xie, resembling a diligent sister fretting over her younger brother. Rest assured, Sister Hongying, we have our luggage in hand. Luo Qingzhou replied with a smile as he disembarked from the vehicle. All right, off you go. Hongying waved cheerfully at Luo Qingzhou and Lin Xie. Lin Xie nodded in acknowledgement, dragging his luggage towards the new recruits training camp, while Luo Qingzhou remained rooted to the spot, utterly motionless. What are you doing, you lazy brother? Even Xie is heading into the training camp, and you're just standing there like a wooden post. Observing Luo Qingzhou's inaction, Hongying frowned slightly. How long will it be before I can see my beautiful, gracious sister Hongying again after you enter the training camp? So, how about a kiss before I go? Looking at Hongying's alluring red lips, Luo Qingzhou's eyes sparkled, recalling the sweet taste from the previous night, which lingered in his memory. Akish. On the vehicle, Si Xiaonan and Lin Xie, en route to the training camp, simultaneously turned their gazes toward Hongying and Luo Qingzhou upon hearing the key phrase. They had not anticipated that Hongying and Luo Qingzhou had developed such an intimate relationship. After all, they had previously engaged in a game of pursuit, making it seem unlikely for them to reach such a level of intimacy. Yet today, Luo Qingzhou had mentioned himself. Okish. The moment Hongying recalled Luo Qingzhou's audacious actions from last night, her exquisite face flushed with a hint of crimson. Gazing at Luo Qingzhou, who yearned for a kiss, she suddenly flashed a mischievous smile. All right, it's a deal. After our kiss, you must obediently head to the training camp. Certainly. Luo Qingzhou blinked expectantly. Meanwhile, Si Xiaonan and Lin Qie, burdened with their luggage, were equally transfixed. With a radiant smile, Hongying placed her hand before her lips and playfully blew a kiss from a distance. Moi. Luo Qingzhou stood there dumbfounded. I want a real kiss, not just a distant gesture. Sister Hongying, you're being unreasonable. Luo Qingzhou protested, feeling quite aggrieved. Well, we VE kissed, so whether you go or not is up to you. Xiaonan and I are heading home for some rest. Hongying playfully huffed, then without looking back, gracefully climbed into the vehicle. Who does not recognize me? The angelic representative of Michael. Luo Qingzhou stopped staring. Sister Hongying and Sister Xiaonan have already left. Lin Qie, initially intrigued to gossip about the relationship between Hongying and Luo Qingzhou, unexpectedly witnessed an amusing scene, which somewhat alleviated his daily frustration caused by Luo Qingzhou. I know. Sigh. How has my sister Hongying become so clever? ISNT it said that wise individuals do not fall in love. And once they do, it's as if their brains have been devoured by zombies. How has my sister Hongying defied the odds? Reflecting on the past, when Sister Hongying appeared adorably naive, Luo Qingzhou now perceives that she has become rather astute. The notion that falling in love renders one as foolish as a simpleton is merely a folk saying. According to research conducted by a professor from the University of Chicago in the West, love enhances a person's cognitive agility and enables a clearer comprehension of their partner's needs, thus fostering an ability to draw inferences. Therefore, Sister Hongying's playful gestures are indeed indicative of this transformation, are they not? Lin Qie earnestly educated Luo Qingzhou. Oh, how clever you are! With a hint of dejection, Luo Qingzhou shot Lin Qie an exasperated glance before shouldering his luggage and making his way towards the new recruits' training camp. Meanwhile, within the confines of the training camp, Commander Hongying perused the documentation concerning the new recruits attending the camp. Goodness, this batch of recruits is utterly extraordinary. Do they truly possess such unique traits? Commander, I can understand the absurdity, but what do you mean by unique traits? Honghao looked quizzically at Hongying. Take for instance the two recruits from Songnan. One serves as the agent for the 003 series Angel, Michael, while the other lacks any forbidden domain whatsoever. ISNT that rather peculiar? One is extraordinarily powerful, while the other, devoid of any forbidden domain, has been exceptionally accepted into Team 136. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Hongying felt that the Night Watchers of Team 136 ought not to admit a recruit who might hinder their progress. Thus, he speculated that the seemingly unremarkable Luo Qingzhou might possess other unexpected abilities. Indeed, it is a curious juxtaposition, one remarkably strong, the other lacking a forbidden domain, creating a stark contrast. Honghao, after glancing at the profiles of Luo Qingzhou and Lin Qie, nodded thoughtfully, slightly bewildered. After all, a recruit devoid of a forbidden domain entering the Night Watchers team alongside an agent of the 003 series Angel, Michael, stirred a sense of anticipation regarding Luo Qingzhou's performance in the training camp. Commander, the new recruits have arrived. Just as Honghao and Hongying were examining the recruit documentation, a soldier on guard duty approached to report. New recruits? They've arrived so soon? Their efficiency is indeed impressive. Hongying exchanged a glance with Honghao, who promptly understood and followed the soldier to the entrance of the training camp. What is your name? I'll verify. Honghao scrutinized Lin Qie and Luo Qingzhou before retrieving the new recruit's information. Luo Qingzhou, the individual beside me, is the agent for the 003 series Angel, Michael. Lin Qie. After a brief self-introduction, Luo Qingzhou ceremoniously introduced Lin Xie, as if he were an ardent admirer. This scene caused Lin Xie's lips to twitch uncontrollably. He had initially wished to keep his identity as Michael's agent concealed during the training camp, but now, thanks to Luo Qingzhou's exuberant declaration, it seemed as though the entire camp would soon be aware of his status. And as anticipated, upon hearing the name Lin Xie, Hong Hao's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he cast a keen glance at Lin Xie. Even the soldiers and instructors at the new recruit training camp could not help but turn their heads, eager to behold the appearance of the legendary representative of the 003 sequence, the Angel Michael. Lin Xie and Luo Qingzhou, is it? From now on, I shall be your instructor. Allow me to guide you through a tour of the training camp and your dormitories, Hong Hao declared, scrutinizing Lin Xie once more before leading them into the training grounds. During the tour, Hong Hao showcased the entirety of the training camp, while Luo Qingzhou meticulously noted every detail of the environment. After all, this was a significant lesson imparted by Sister Hongying. Understanding the layout of the training camp was crucial for maneuvering with ease during exercises. This will be your dormitory, Hong Hao announced as they arrived at a modest accommodation after concluding their tour. Thank you for your guidance, Instructor Hong. Luo Qingzhou and Lin Xie expressed their gratitude before entering the new recruit's dormitory with their luggage. Inside, a raucous commotion greeted them. A bunch of rascals. This is a triple room. Who allowed you filthy rascals to play cards in here? Before Luo Qingzhou and Lin Xie could enter, they overheard fluent Cantonese emanating from within. Moments later, a group of scruffy individuals was unceremoniously expelled by a burly bodyguard. Qingzhou, those inside are quite audacious. It is time for the representative of the 003 sequence, the Angel Michael, to take action and uphold justice. Luo Qingzhou proclaimed, looking earnestly at Lin Xie, who nodded in agreement. Could you please refrain from constantly mentioning the representative of the Angel Michael? Lin Xie exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. Simultaneously, within the dormitory, a round individual named by Li Pngping seemed to have overheard Luo Qingzhou. He emerged wearing distinctive slippers from Guangzhou, speaking fluent Mandarin. You are the representative of the Angel Michael? It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Bai Li Tuming, but you can call me Pngping. Bai Li Pngping, donning sunglasses, extended his hand toward Lin Xie while casting a glance at the imposing bodyguard, who began producing box after box of Rolex watches, dazzling Lin Xie's eyes. Huh, Brother Bai, you have mistaken him. He is indeed the representative of the 003 sequence. The Angel Michael. Lin Xie, feeling the heat of Bai Li Pngping's enthusiasm, shifted the pressure onto Luo Qingzhou. Is that so? Will you accept this box of watches as a token of friendship? Bai Li Pngping asked eagerly, turning his attention toward Luo Qingzhou, who promptly retrieved his identification card, stating seriously, Brother Pngping, do you see this? This is my ID, and it clearly states Luo Qingzhou, while the representative of the Angel Michael is Lin Xie. Bai Li Pngping. Huh? Who among you is truly the agent of the Angel Michael? Observing the bewildered expression on Bai Li's face, Luo Qingzhou casually retrieved Lin Xie's identification card from his pocket and placed it before Bai Li. In an instant, Bai Li's face lit up as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. Oh, I see now. Brother Xie wishes to remain low-key. Brothers are united at heart. Are you attempting to engage in mental games with me? Bai Li exclaimed. His gaze toward Lin Xie resembled that of a confidant, causing Lin Xie to feel a wave of anxiety. No, you misunderstand. Lin Xie instinctively took a step back, casting a disapproving glance at the grinning Luo Qingzhou. I understand. I am not some scion of a wealthy family. I am merely an ordinary person wishing to befriend Brother Xie. Oh no, I just want to make a friend with my roommate, Xie. Upon realizing that Lin Xie was the agent of the Angel Michael of Sequence 003, Bai Li had resolved to cling to this promising ally. With this support, no hurdle in the new recruit's training camp would be insurmountable. In times of uncertainty, it would suffice to call upon the esteemed Lin Xie for assistance. By the way, Brother Qingzhou, what divine being do you serve as an agent? Please enlighten me. After securing his bond with Lin Xie, Bali turned his eager gaze toward Luo Qingzhou. Given that the three of them shared a dormitory and that he was the young master of the Bai family, while Lin Xie was the agent of the Angel Michael, it was only natural to assume that Luo Qingzhou possessed some remarkable identity as well. How else could he possibly share a dormitory with Bai Li and Lin Xie? I'm just an ordinary person, Brother Bai. You won't bully me, will you? Luo Qingzhou shrank back, fear evident in his eyes as he looked at Bai Li and Lin Xie, resembling a child who often faced bullying at school. Lin Xie retorted, "Ordinary? How dare you? While other recruits were typically found in the Zhan realm, you, a distinguished figure from the Chuan realm, are pretending to be a novice in the new recruits training camp. How is that reasonable?" Bai Li stammered, "Your performance was too convincing. My acting pales in comparison to Brother Qingzhou's, like a novice before a master. Indeed, only someone like Brother Qingzhou, clad in a humble t-shirt and jeans, could blend seamlessly with ordinary folk and cultivate genuine friendships. I comprehend now. Compared to Brother Chie's low profile, your humility, Brother Qingzhou, is the true essence of simplicity. As the saying goes, to truly integrate with ordinary people, one must first become one." Bai Li regarded Luo Qingzhou with immense admiration. Meanwhile, Luo Qingzhou could not help but twitch his lips. "Come on, my performance was not lacking either. Why does Bai Li refuse to believe that I am just an ordinary person? Indeed, my dear chubby brother, our low-profile friend Luo Qingzhou has reached a state of self-effacement that borders on oblivion. It is as though he perceives himself merely as an ordinary individual." At a critical moment, Lin Xie finally seized the opportunity to tease Luo Qingzhou, gazing earnestly at Bai Li Pangpang, urging him on. Understand. Since we are dorm mates, there is no need for secrecy, is there?" Bai Li Pangpang cast an expectant glance towards Luo Qingzhou. His curiosity about whom Luo Qingzhou might be a divine emissary for growing ever more fervent. After all, such a humble figure must surely represent a deity of considerable stature, right? Well then, what if I claim to be the envoy of the primordial goddess Nuwa and the divine figure Shen Gongbao of our illustrious Huaxia? Do you believe me, chubby brother? Luo Qingzhou winked playfully at Bai Li Pangpang. "Come now, Brother Qingzhou, let's not indulge in jest. In all our observations of deities in Huaxia, we have never encountered such figures as you claim. Who would truly believe you are the envoy of Nuwa and Shen Gongbao?" Bai Li Pangpang retorted, skepticism evident in his tone. "So, Brother Qingzhou, do not attempt to deceive me." Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Li Pangpang shot another flirtatious glance at Luo Qingzhou, eagerly anticipating the revelation of the truth. "Chubby brother, as fellow dorm mates, how could I possibly engage in mental games with you? I assure you, I speak only the truth." Luo Qingzhou furrowed his brow, fixing a serious gaze upon Bai Li Pangpang. "Indeed, chubby brother, what Brother Qingzhou says is the truth." Lin Xie interjected, growing anxious as he believed Luo Qingzhou's identity was on the verge of being exposed. Yet Bai Li Pangpang remained utterly unconvinced. "Brother Xie, while Brother Qingzhou has entered a state of oblivion, how is it that you two are complicit in this charade? And as for the divine emissary of Huaxia, do you think chubby brother is easily deceived?" A glimmer of intelligence sparkled in Bai Li Pangpang's eyes as he regarded Lin Xie with a knowing look. Lin Xie, indeed, it is rather easy to mislead him. Luo Qingzhou has already proclaimed himself as the envoy of Nuwa and Shen Gongbao. Yet you still doubt him? Is it not you who are easily swayed? It was akin to someone revealing all their cards, yet you stubbornly believed they were merely bluffing. All right, Brother Xie. Cease your collaboration with Brother Qingzhou in this performance. Be forthright and share the truth with chubby brother. Bai Li Pangpang was convinced that Lin Xie and Luo Qingzhou were merely acting, and he impatiently threw another flirtatious glance at Luo Qingzhou. In response, Luo Qingzhou could only let out a sigh, feigning disappointment as he handed over the detailed information of his night watchman to Bai Li Pangpang. "Chubby brother, I assure you, I am truly an ordinary person." "Oh, Brother Qingzhou, that seems a bit unfair. The information regarding the night watchman cannot be fabricated. Thus, who exactly are you? The representative of some divine being?" Upon seeing the information about the night watchman handed over by Luo Qingzhou by Li Peng, with a beaming smile, opened it and was utterly dumbfounded upon reading the words Forbidden Ruins. Gulp. Brother Qingzhou, are you truly just an ordinary person? Bai Li Peng rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he looked at the despondent Luo Qingzhou. Indeed, Brother Peng, although I am merely an ordinary individual, I aspire to serve my country. Becoming a night watchman has always been my dream. If I fail to pass the new recruit training camp this time, I fear I shall never realize my ambition of becoming a true night watchman. Luo Qingzhou sighed softly, seemingly articulating the entirety of his existence as an ordinary person. The sight of Luo Qingzhou's disappointment instantly conjured an inspiring image in Bai Li Peng's mind of an ordinary individual striving to become a night watchman. Rest assured, Brother Qingzhou, since you and I, along with Brother Qi, share the same dormitory, I shall ensure that you pass the new recruit training assessment. Even if I myself cannot succeed in the training camp, I will safeguard your journey to triumph. Bai Li Peng, seemingly inspired by Luo Qingzhou's determination, made a heartfelt promise. On the side, Lin Qi, witnessing this touching scene of one pursuing a dream and the other supporting that dream, fell into a prolonged silence. Meanwhile, he mused, Brother Peng, you and your friends are truly connected, but are you genuinely taking his words at face value? 3 days later, all new recruits from far and wide had gathered at the Changnan City training camp. The unreserved late-night conversations among Luo Qingzhou, Lin Qi, and Bai Li Peng finally came to an end as the new recruits began their arrival. Brother Qingzhou, why are you molding so many clay figurines? In their dormitory, Bai Li Peng and Lin Qi looked curiously at Luo Qingzhou, who was engrossed in his clay crafting. Changnan City is beautiful, and I wish to create a clay figurine for each person in Changnan City as a memento. After completing the clay figurine of Lin Qi's aunt, Luo Qingzhou smiled as he handed it over to him. Aunt, upon seeing the clay figurine of his aunt, Lin Qi suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia for her. Classmate Qi, take good care of this figurine. It will prove useful in the future. Luo Qingzhou looked at Lin Qi with utmost seriousness. Useful? What do you mean by useful? You haven't even imbued it with any divine essence. Lin Qi stared at the miniature version of his aunt in bewilderment. Don't ask, just know that it will have its purpose in the future. Moreover, an unimbued clay figure possesses the ability to harbor a soul. Luo Qingzhou retrieved a container filled with clay and handed it to Lin Qi. Realizing that Luo Qingzhou was earnest and serious, Lin Qi carefully placed the miniature clay figurine of his aunt into the container and concealed it within his suitcase. In the midst of such a serious scene, Bai Li Peng cast a peculiar glance towards Luo Qingzhou and Lin Qi, exclaiming, Brothers Qingzhou and Qi, you truly are the paragons of our generation. The way you converse so convincingly and with such abandon transforms this clay figure into a vessel seemingly imbued with a soul. If one could preserve their soul before the body is destroyed, might it not be possible to be reborn through this clay effigy? Lin Qi, upon hearing this, glanced at Luo Qingzhou, who playfully poked Lin Qi's cheek, saying, This is what Peng said. Why are you looking at me? I relish it. Lin Qi gazed meaningfully at Luo Qingzhou once more, then deemed it inappropriate to place the clay figure, Auntie, in his suitcase. Instead, he opted to carry the jar containing Annie with him, fearing it might be lost. What on earth? Has Qi truly come to treasure this clay figure? Bai Li Peng observed Lin Qi's cautious demeanor and hastily pulled out a Rolex. Qingzhou, would one of my Peng edition clay figures suffice in exchange for this Rolex? Bai Li Peng looked urgently at Luo Qingzhou, as though he would continue to offer Rolexes if his request was denied. There's no need. We are all brothers in the same dormitory. I'll gladly make you one. Seeing Bai Li Peng's anxious expression, Luo Qingzhou smiled while molding a new figure, Peng. As Qi and I delved deeper into our performance, we became quite engrossed. Why do you wish for this clay figure as well? Oh, you were merely acting? I almost believed that this clay figure was crafted by Nuwa, the goddess of creation from Chinese mythology. Hearing Luo Qingzhou's words, Bai Li Pang suddenly ceased to be anxious. Do you still desire the miniature clay figure of yourself? Luo Qingzhou halted his sketching of the mini Bai Li Pang. Absolutely. This is a gift from my dormitory brother, a cherished keepsake. Although Bai Li Pang did not truly believe that the clay figure possessed a soul, it was a thoughtful present from his comrade in the training camp, and he could not possibly refuse it. All right, just one final stroke to complete it. Luo Qingzhou smiled at Bai Li Pang and finished detailing the eyes of the figure. Hee, Qingzhou, your skill in sculpting clay figures is truly exceptional. If you pursued this as a profession, you would never go hungry. Bai Li Pang, gazing at the lifelike miniature of himself, was unable to part with it. He took out a Rolex box, carelessly discarded the Rolex on the ground, and placed the mini Bai Li Pang inside. What can I say? As an ordinary person, if I am unable to become a formal member of the Night Watch, I must at least possess a skill to sustain myself, Luo Qingzhou chuckled. No matter should you, Brother Qiangzhou, fail to become a formal night watchman, do come to Guangshan to find me, the plump one. I would not mind supporting you for a lifetime. Bai Li Pang comfortingly patted Luo Qiangzhou on the shoulder. All right, Luo Qiangzhou responded, placing his hand on Bai Li Pang's shoulder. Attention, all new recruits are to assemble on the playground within 5 minutes. Latecomers shall perform 1,000 push-ups. Just as Luo Qiangzhou and Bai Li Pang were basking in their camaraderie, the voice of instructor Hongying blared from the loudspeaker. In an instant, all the new recruits frantically hurried to the playground. After all, who could bear the thought of 1,000 push-ups for being late? 5 minutes later, remarkably, not a single new recruit was late. It seemed this batch was notably disciplined. Yuan Gang stood at the front of the playground, his piercing gaze sweeping over the new recruits. As they listened to Yuan Gang's commendation, a flicker of admiration blossomed within them for the figure on the platform. However, just as this sentiment began to take root, they heard Yuan Gang's voice rise again. Discipline is commendable, but there is another point I must address. Here in my new recruit training camp, all of you must unconditionally obey orders. Whatever I command, you shall do. Now, everyone do 1,000 push-ups. 1,000 push-ups? But we were not late, protested some recruits. ISNT, it only those who are late who must do 1,000 push-ups? Instructor, have you not yet sobered up? As the new recruits reacted with dissatisfaction, Yuan Gang raised an eyebrow. Dissatisfied? Yes. Some rebellious recruits shouted. Yuan Gang seemed to have anticipated this uproar, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He was waiting for their dissent, before he could revel in his thoughts. A handsome recruit clad in a cheap t-shirt and jeans stepped forward, exclaiming loudly, I comply. With that, he began performing push-ups right there in front of all the recruits and the instructor. 1, 2, 3. The rebellious recruits were left speechless. Yuan Gang found himself momentarily stunned as he watched Luo Qiangzhou unexpectedly performing push-ups on the playground. They were all left wondering from where this recruit, devoid of any rebellious spirit, had come. Did he truly intend to follow every command without question? 36, Yuan Gang mused, slightly warmed by the unexpected display. 98, 99, 100. Just as the new recruits remained defiant, Luo Qiangzhou had already completed a perfect 100 push-ups. Even as he continued his task, he managed to glance up at Commander Yuan, as if to express his disbelief. Surely, Commander Yuan, you cannot be assigning me to compete against the mass team? He added. Instructor, I am truly impressed. Observing Luo Qingzhou completing 100 push-ups, Lin Xie suddenly realized his predicament, fearing that he might, yet again, end up flat on his back. Just as before, receiving an invitation to join the Night Watch. Luo Qingzhou, Lin Xie, both of you are impressed? Then I, Bai Li Pang, must also concede. Although he was reluctant to yield to Commander Yuan's words, he felt compelled to follow suit since his roommates had already done so. Otherwise, it would appear he was lacking in loyalty. All right, splendid. You three are truly remarkable. Yuan's meticulously crafted plan was instantly disrupted by these three naive young men, leaving him uncertain whether he should connect with the mass team for a grand entrance. Obeying our superiors is the duty of us new recruits. Thus, Commander Yuan need not commend us. Luo Qingzhou stated earnestly while performing push-ups. his gaze fixed on Yuan. Very well. You seem to enjoy following orders, do you? What are your names? Yuan, flustered by the disruption of his plan, felt a rush of warmth. However, confronted with such obedient soldiers, he found himself at a loss. Reporting, Commander Yuan, I am Luo Qingzhou, an ordinary individual hailing from Songnan City. To my left is Lin Qie, a top genius also from Songnan City, and the agent of the 003 sequence, Angel Michael. To my right is Bai Li Pangpang, a young master from the ordinary by family of Guangshan. While executing push-ups, Luo Qingzhou systematically introduced himself to Commander Yuan. What does that even mean? An agent of a deity can still be impressed? And a young master from an ordinary family in Guangshan? ISNT that the second largest sponsor behind the Night Watch? The recruits, initially skeptical, widened their eyes upon hearing Luo Qingzhou's introduction. Soon after, they experienced a shift in sentiment. Perhaps we should also show some respect. Commander Yuan. I, Li Erden, am also impressed. In an instant, the previously defiant recruits began to drop down and earnestly perform their push-ups. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, Yuan's face changed from flushed to green with frustration, particularly when he glanced at the promising Luo Qingzhou and Lin Qie, feeling a surge of anger as he exclaimed, "Excellent. You are all such obedient children, since you enjoy following orders so much. My next command is for all new recruits to engage in a friendly combat simulation against the veterans." As Luo Qingzhou continued his push-ups, he thought to himself, I had assumed Commander Yuan would allow me to bypass the competition with the mass team. Yet you have devised an alternative way to pit us against them? Absolutely not. This cannot be allowed. Sister Hongying's second insight. If you find yourself in a scenario involving the use of the Forbidden Ruins, run. Run with all your might. After all, you can demonstrate your skills in the second half of the training without utilizing the Forbidden Ruins. Veterans? Friendly combat simulation? The new recruits collectively expressed their confusion. Indeed, to cultivate the cooperative abilities among you new recruits, I have specially invited members of the elite Team Mask squad to the training camp. Your task is to defeat the Mask squad. Yuan Gang nodded slightly at the new recruits before connecting with Wang Mian. The preliminaries are nearly complete. We can descend now. Understood. As the helicopter descended from thousands of meters above, the clouds gradually parted, revealing members of the Mask squad leaping gracefully from the aircraft one after another. The new recruits gazed at this group adorned with masks of varying colors, their hearts racing with excitement, for these were their aspirations, the renowned Mask squad, one of the 4 elite teams of Huaxia. Thud! As the new recruits watched the members of the Mask squad touch down, a member named Vortex appeared before them in a poised, kneeling posture. In that instant, the atmosphere of the entire training camp froze. Is this truly a member of the Mask squad? Surely, they are not merely jesters invited by Commander Yuan. Among the new recruits, the boldest, Shun Qingzhu, stared in astonishment at the Mask squad on stage. Ahem, this is a minor oversight. I hope everyone can overlook it. Moreover, as your seniors, we in the Mask squad should not be too harsh on you. So we will only send 5 members to engage in this combat simulation with all of you new recruits. Wang Mian coughed awkwardly, glancing at Luo Qingzhou and the others as if to show concern for the juniors. I protest, even if there are only 5 of you. You are all formidable warriors from the river and sea realms, while most of us are mere novices from the Lantern realm. Is this not bullying? A new recruit, familiar with the Mask squad, raised an objection. Very well. Do you think our realms are too high? Taking advantage of the weak? Then the entire Mask squad will suppress our realms to the Lantern realm. Furthermore, we will grant you new recruits a benefit. As a gesture of the older generation caring for the new, you need not defeat us as Commander Yuan suggested. Simply unveiling the mask of any member of the Mask squad will count as your victory. Wang Mian confidently regarded the new recruits before him. Suppressing to the Lantern realm? And merely needing to unmask any member of the Mask squad to win? Does that mean we, not yet official Night Watchers, can easily triumph over the Mask squad? A few individuals among the recruits envisioned the glory, gazing at Wang Mian as if he were a prized opportunity, should they succeed. It would be a tale to boast about for years to come. Hee hee, I hope you possess that strength. Wang Mian smiled as he observed the eager gazes of the new recruits. 240 to 5, the advantage is mine. Among the new recruits, some offered insightful remarks. What a splendid 240 against 5. Let the hunt officially commence. Beneath the mask of a king, a handsome visage revealed a subtle smile. Brothers, let us embark on this glorious moment together. After the king announced the start, 240 new soldiers, nearly half of them, charged wildly towards the 5 members of the masked squad. Upon witnessing this, Bai Li, plump and jovial, felt a spark of excitement. 7th Night, light boat. Let us join in. As he spoke, the fervor of the charging recruits inspired him, and he eagerly glanced at Lin Xie and Luo Qingzhou, only to find that the 2 figures who had just been beside him had vanished in an instant. What? Where did my large friend Lightboat and 7th Night go? Bewildered, Bai Li searched for his dear companions, only to discover after a lengthy search that Luo Qingzhou and Lin Xie had sprinted a staggering 800 miles away. They were even competing to see who could run farther. As a note of gratitude, I appreciate the little gifts from everyone. An additional chapter shall be added. While Wang Mian was still speaking at the front of the playground, Luo Qingzhou stealthily transformed into a swift figure, darting towards a corner of the new recruits training camp. Lin Xie had initially intended to wait for Wang Mian to finish his speech before dashing off, but upon seeing Luo Qingzhou take off, he immediately followed, fearful of missing out on the earlier opportunity. At the monitoring center of the new recruits training camp, instructors Yuan Gang and Hong Hao, upon witnessing Luo Qingzhou's departure, couldn't help but praise him. Although these 2 young fools nearly disrupted my training plan, they do possess some merit, knowing to let the others hold back the masked squad. Just as Yuan spoke, Hong Hao was about to concur when he saw on the screen that Lin Xie and Luo Qingzhou were now conversing as they chased each other. Lightboat, the weapon cache is just ahead. Why are you still running? Let us choose a suitable weapon, and we can organize our forces to strike back. Lin Xie sprinted after Luo Qingzhou, believing that he aimed to find a fitting weapon first and then lead the charge. Yet to his surprise, Luo Qingzhou continued to run without pause, exclaiming, Sister Hongying's second lesson. When faced with a forbidden scene, run. Run like hell. Engaging them head-on is foolish. As long as we avoid elimination by the masked squad, that's all that matters. Lin Xie, from the central monitoring station, Hong Hao, Yuan Gang, now even more exasperated. I thought he was a clever lad, letting the others engage the masked squad while he sought out weapons to organize a counterattack. Yet, the first to flee is genuinely running away. At this moment, Yuan Gang, watching the man racing like the wind on the screen, was filled with fury. A true talent. This fellow is indeed remarkable. Wang Mian, please respond upon receiving this. Yuan Gang was infuriated and directly connected with Wang Mian. What is troubling you, Chief Yuan? Why are you so enraged? Don't ask. Just know that the one who runs the fastest when I'm being beaten to a pulp is that very person. Damn it. I thought he was merely seeking weapons while others were distracted, organizing forces to confront you. But it turns out this scoundrel truly intends to flee. Yuan Gang exclaimed in exasperation. Wang Mian replied, Indeed, he is quite the character. Yu Gui, do you remember the first one to flee earlier? Go deal with him. This is an order from the organization. Wang Mian directed his gaze toward Yu Gui in the squad. Understood. I relish the game of cat and mouse. Yu Gui's lips curled slightly beneath his mask. In an instant, his form transformed into moonlight, seemingly vanishing as he eliminated new recruits along the way, pursuing Luo Qingzhou. Meanwhile, in the armory, Bai Li Pang encountered Shun Qingzhu, Lin Xie, and Mo Li, 2 of whom were deemed high risk in the Forbidden Ruins. Brother Xie, where's my brother Qingzhou? Bai Li Pang's eyes were fixed intently on Mo Li, yet his words lingered on Luo Qingzhou. He has fled, Lin Xie replied, a hint of disbelief in his tone. Fleeing is wise. This decision from my brother Qingzhou ensures that an ordinary talent like him will not be eliminated. Therefore, it is time for us to bear our burdens and pave a broad path for him toward the Night Watchman. Bai Li Pang stated earnestly while maintaining his gaze on Mo Li. Mo Li rolled her eyes at him. Why are you staring at me while talking to your brother Xie? Of course, it is because I have taken quite a liking to you. Bai Li Pang Pang's eyes began to glow with fervor. "Ha, you fool!" Mo Li selected a katana from the armory and approached Lin Xie, intending to discuss strategies against the masked squad. In the southeastern corner of the new recruit training camp, a desolate nook, Luo Qingzhou found himself in a state of boredom after running to this secluded spot. He squatted down and amused himself with a game of tic-tac-toe, using circles to represent himself and crosses for another. Finding a piece of iron shavings, he settled in the soft earth, lost in his own merriment. "Cough, cough, Chief Yuan." It seems Luo Qingzhou is playing with mud. Hong Hao observed the footage, astonished as he had never witnessed a recruit playing in the dirt. "I don't need you to point that out. I can see it myself. This truly is a prodigy among prodigies. While other recruits are scheming to seize the masked squad's masks, this fellow is hiding in a corner playing with mud." Yuan Gang slammed his fist against the wall in frustration. Yet shortly after, upon seeing Yu Gui's figure among the masked squad on the screen, his lips curved into a subtle smile. "Run? I shall see precisely where you intend to flee. If you possess no real skill, your journey shall end here. Found you." The Moon Demon raced towards the location where Luo Qingzhou was, finally catching sight of the individual specifically designated by the captain for elimination. However, when he beheld what Luo Qingzhou was engaged in, he was utterly taken aback. Was he playing in mud? During the new recruit training, he was indulging in such childish antics? While I was simulating combat with my masked squad, he was frolicking in the mud. At this thought, the Moon Demon felt that this new recruit was completely audacious, showing utter disregard for his masked squad. "Very well. You shall be eliminated while amusing yourself in the mud." The Moon Demon seemed to merge with the moonlight, becoming nearly invisible as he approached Luo Qingzhou, who was lost in his own merriment with the mud, wielding a short sword. Yet, amidst his playful engagement, Luo Qingzhou's lips curved into a slight smile. Although the Moon Demon appeared to be cloaked in invisibility, any movement inevitably produced sound. With his mastery as a martial arts champion in 2 lifetimes, he had honed his skill of sound localization to perfection. Thus, despite being unable to see the Moon Demon, Luo Qingzhou was acutely aware of his movements, which were as discernible as the veins of a tree. Still playing in the mud? Perhaps it would be best to continue your merriment after your elimination. As the Moon Demon positioned himself behind Luo Qingzhou, he suddenly retracted his short sword, preparing to deliver a disabling strike to the back of Luo Qingzhou's head. However, just as he was about to bring his hand down, Luo Qingzhou lazily yawned and reclined onto the ground. This unexpected movement caused the Moon Demon to miss entirely. "Ah, how thoroughly you disregard my masked squad. First, you play in the mud, and now you lie down in broad daylight." Having failed with his initial strike, the Moon Demon resolved to deliver a powerful punch, intending to inflict significant damage on Luo Qingzhou. Yet this punch was deftly evaded by Luo Qingzhou, who was rolling on the ground. Rolling is indeed quite comfortable. With a smile in his eyes, Luo Qingzhou continued to tumble on the grass. The monitoring center's Hong Hao, preparing to witness the drama. Yuan Gang. "Chief Yuan, why does it seem that this Moon Demon is rather lacking in intelligence?" Through the surveillance, Hong Hao observed that the Moon Demon had attempted several ambushes without success, prompting him to glance in bewilderment at Yuan Gang. Indeed, he appeared rather dim-witted. Yuan Gang, in a state of shock, nodded slightly, pondering. "Moon Demon, you are a member of the masked squad. Surely you cannot be incapable of dealing with a new recruit who cannot even see you? How infuriating! Just how can you evade so skillfully? Now, I shall see how you manage to escape." Growing increasingly vexed after multiple failed assaults, the Moon Demon resolved that since the new recruit was bound to recover quickly from any injuries, he would not hesitate to employ more ruthless tactics. In a state of invisibility, he drew his short sword and lunged towards Luo Qingzhou, aiming the hilt directly at his chest. It seems that with a ratio of 239 to 5, our new recruit has achieved a resounding victory. I should also retrace my steps and take a look. Just as the Moon Ghost lunged towards Luo Qingzhou, he suddenly stood upright in a most splendid and graceful manner, elegantly evading the thrust of the Moon Ghost's dagger, and proceeded towards the center of the new recruit's training camp. The Moon Ghost, having missed his target once again, was left in a state of bewilderment. Even Hong Hao and Yuan Gang sensed that something was amiss. Can this truly be mere coincidence, old Hong? Yuan Gong, observing Luo Qingzhou's repeated evasion of the moon ghost attacks, cast a doubtful glance at Hong Hao. Chief Yuan, I find it hard to believe. If this is indeed coincidence, then Luo Qingzhou's fortune is remarkably extraordinary. Hong Hao too began to feel that something was off. How outrageous! It is utterly preposterous. How dare a mere recruit toy with me? Not only Yuan Gang, but even Hong Hao sensed the anomaly. The moon ghost was beginning to realize that he had been made a fool of by Luo Qingzhou all along. Huh? Where did that voice come from? Wasn't this place empty? Hearing the increasingly exasperated tone of the moon ghost, Luo Qingzhou skillfully glanced around. Unable to withstand the humiliation of being toyed with by a recruit any longer, the moon ghost decided to temporarily shed his moonlit invisibility, revealing his true visage before Luo Qingzhou. You little brat, have you played enough? Before the moon ghost could finish his furious retort, a slight smile crept across Luo Qingzhou's lips, and the iron shavings he had been amusingly twirling suddenly shot towards the moon ghost's mask. Little Li's flying dagger, the small iron shard, akin to a lightning-fast flying knife, hurtled towards the moon ghost, who had discarded the moonlight and was ignoring physical attacks. Then, with a resounding crack, the mask adorning the moon ghost's face shattered spectacularly. Witnessing this scene on the surveillance screen, Hong Hao and Yuan Gang stood frozen in shock. Chief Yuan, it seems we have all been played for fools by this lad. This is no mere escape. Each of his steps appears to have drawn us, and the moon ghost of the masked team, into a web of traps. First, his initial flight piqued my attention. Then his absurd reasoning for fleeing became apparent during his conversation with Lin Xie, followed by my furious notification to Wang Mian to send someone to deal with him. Meanwhile, on the moon ghost side, observing a recruit playing with mud during their confrontation infuriated him, compounded by the consecutive failed ambushes, leading the moon ghost to realize he was being toyed with, ultimately revealing his true form, and then striking the mask on his face. What a cunning and sly Luo Qingzhou. As Yuan Gang replayed the entire scenario in his mind, he was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Initially, he believed that the new recruits were merely facing off against the masked team of suppressed realm opponents. Yet this Luo Qingzhou had managed to ensnare even him in his plans. Had he become a part of Luo Qingzhou's scheme to unveil the identities of the masked team members? Even the orchestrator of the scheme himself had become a pawn in the game. It's a wrap. Witnessing the moon spirit's stunned expression, filled with incredulity, Luo Qingzhou playfully winked at him. You, cunning and treacherous rookie, when did you discover my presence? How did you see through my invisibility? The moon spirit, feeling more wrong than Do-yi, gazed at Luo Qingzhou with lingering disbelief. I knew you had arrived the moment you did. As for how I detected you, have you heard of listening for position? The moment you make a move, there are traces to follow. With a smile, Luo Qingzhou waved at the moon spirit, then began humming his original tune, Sister Hongying, my future wife, leisurely making his way towards the center of the rookie training camp. Meanwhile, in the central area of the training camp, under the combined assault of Shen Qingzhu, Lin Xie, Mo Li, Bai Li Pang Pang, and Chao Yuan, the masked squad found themselves somewhat overwhelmed. Even the King Face had to intervene, facing off against Lin Xie. What was the situation with the moon spirit? Why hadn't he returned after being sent to deal with a rookie? Facing the onslaught of the rookies, Rose swung her massive hammer, frowning as she spoke. Hello. Who said I hadn't returned? Luo Qingzhou cheerfully hummed a tune, abruptly appearing at the heart of the intense battle. Moon spirit, you've finally arrived. We can barely hold on. Rose, upon hearing the voice, assumed it was the moon spirit returning. However, when she turned to look, she was utterly dumbfounded to find the very rookie being hunted instead. Why you? You are not the moon spirit. Where is he? Rose's charming face, hidden beneath her mask, widened in shock. Her heart raced, and she could hardly fathom that the moon spirit had been single-handedly defeated by a rookie. This cannot be. The moon spirit, now unmasked, awkwardly waved at Rose. Moon spirit, how could you bring such disgrace upon a masked squad? The four of us here held our ground against 200, yet you fell in a one-on-one? Rose, infuriated, stood before the moon's spirit, hammer in hand, lecturing him in exasperation. It's not my fault. I've encountered such a cunning rookie before. A scheme after scheme, no one can withstand it. The moon's spirit was nearly in tears. He felt like a victim, having never encountered such a devious rookie since joining the mass squad. Devious? I find this rookie to be quite amiable. He hardly seems like a schemer, Rose remarked, casting a doubtful glance at the sun-kissed and handsome Luo Qingzhou. Rose, do not be deceived by appearances. Even looking at his face makes me feel he is cunning, the moon's spirit replied, harboring some psychological shadows. Cunning? You are a fool. I see that you simply cannot match this rookie, Rose retorted angrily. At that moment, the loudspeaker in the center of the playground announced the voice of Commander Hongying. I declare the conclusion of this practical simulation. The victors are the rookie side. Reluctantly, Hongying had to acknowledge that Luo Qingzhou had indeed impressed him profoundly. It was no wonder that the Sentinels of Team 136 made an exception to recruit an ordinary individual without any forbidden grounds. It turned out that this seemingly mundane person harbored a heart steeped in darkness. Deviously cunning, it was likely that even a passing dog would become a pawn in his grand scheme, let alone the architect of the plot himself. This young man was undeniably a rare talent in the realm of intrigue. Even the god of trickery, Loki, would surely bow to him. After all, he could manipulate even the orchestrator into becoming a part of his intricate machinations. Red Silk, do you truly understand your brother? Had it finally come to an end? After clashing with Wang Mian, Lin Qiye felt an immense weight upon him. Fortunately, it concluded prematurely, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Yugui, how on earth do you handle matters? You were supposed to deal with a rookie, yet he managed to turn the tables on you? The pressure did not vanish suddenly. It merely shifted from Wang Mian onto Yugui. Captain, this rookie is so sly. I merely slipped up and... Yugui felt wronged. How could he have anticipated such cunning from newcomer? As he recounted the events, Wang Mian and the others were left in disbelief. Upon gazing again at the seemingly gentle and harmless Luo Qingzhou, they couldn't help but twitch their lips in amusement. Luo Qingzhou, I have serious doubts that your sunny visage aligns with your insidious methods. After hearing Yugui's account, Wang Mian felt a pang of sympathy for him. What does appearance have to do with it? This is simply a case of military cunning. Luo Qingzhou rested his chin on his hand, wearing an innocuous smile as he gazed at Wang Mian. Wang Mian remarked, what a cunning strategist. You managed to take down the mass team faster than our combined efforts. Truly, you are quite devious, direct, and forthright. Shen Qingzhu instinctively moved a few steps away from Luo Qingzhou, fearful of becoming an unwitting participant in his scheming. Indeed, he was not only treacherous but insidiously clever. Lin Qiye also took a few steps back, wary of falling into Luo Qingzhou's traps again. However, his actions caught Luo Qingzhou's attention, who suddenly became exceedingly respectful. Master Qiye, I have successfully completed the task you entrusted to me. It is no wonder that the intricate scheme devised by Master Qiye enables even an ordinary person like myself to unveil a mask among the members of the masked team. I am not. Lin Qiye was utterly flabbergasted, especially under the scrutinizing gazes of others, feeling as though he could never wash away this misunderstanding. So that was it. I thought a person without forbidden grounds could not possess such cunning. It turns out they had the Archangel Michael as their strategist behind the scenes. I nearly misjudged Luo Qingzhou. Upon hearing Luo Qingzhou's masterful performance, Yugui squinted at Lin Qiye. In his perspective, how could an ordinary person harbor such intricate schemes? Thus, it must be that all of this is orchestrated by the agent of the Angel Michael. Brother Qi, cease your charade. The singular aspiration of Ren Qingzhou, who has toiled his entire life, is merely to join the Night Watchers. His intentions are so pure, how could he possibly engage in such devious plots? Bili Pang cast a glance at the seemingly innocuous Luo Qingzhou, then at the hesitant Lin Qiye, and reflected on the shameless late-night conversations the three of them had shared over the past few days. Ren Luo Qingzhou had consistently spoken of pursuing dreams, to become an official Night Watcher. Conversely, Lin Qiye, upon hearing Luo Qingzhou's words, exhibited a countenance of fluctuating emotions, as if harboring a multitude of convoluted schemes within. Therefore, it is evident that Lin Qiyi is the one covertly manipulating Luo Qingzhou. Pang, do not be deceived by the superficial appearances. It truly is not me. Lin Qiyi was at a loss, wishing he had remained silent earlier. How had he drawn the attention of this troublesome classmate? In the monitoring center, Director Yuan, do you believe what Luo Qingzhou said is true, or Lin Qiyi's? After witnessing the events unfolding on the playground through the large screen, Hong Hao turned to Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang found it difficult to discern whether the cunning plan originated from Lin Qiyi or Luo Qingzhou, so he replied, I perceive that neither of these two appears to be virtuous. Although they may possess handsome visages, their hearts are undoubtedly wicked. Indeed, I too see no goodness in these individuals. After observing the utterly unjust defeat of the Moon Demon, Hong Hao concurred with Yuan Gang's assessment. Despite their questionable morals, at least they belong to us, the Night Watchers. In confronting those insidious and treacherous outer gods and malevolent deities, they shall undoubtedly wield unimaginable influence. Yuan Gang expressed a modicum of relief. He then communicated through the monitoring center's loudspeaker to the playground. In this practical simulation exercise, everyone has performed admirably. Thus, all personnel shall have a 2-day respite. Physical training will commence in 2 days. Oh yes, we have triumphed. With our status as recruits, we have defeated the mass team among the 4 exceptional squads. In the future, who would dare to look down upon us recruits? Upon hearing Yuan Gang's announcement, all the new recruits became animated. During lunchtime, in the cafeteria, the members of the mass team sat together, indulging in the highest quality of meals. While in stark contrast, Luo Qingzhou and Lin Qiyi, along with the other recruits, were relegated to mere steamed buns and pickled vegetables, indicative of their abysmal treatment. Bai Li Pang, unable to restrain himself, glanced at Lin Qiyi. Brother Qiyi, think of a way to bring the food from the mass team's table to ours. Lin Qiyi responded. If you wish to eat, go seek your brother Qingzhou. Don't involve me. Lin Qiyi looked at Bai Li Pang in exasperation, wishing to express that he was no master of cunning schemes. He himself was merely a part of Luo Qingzhou's plan, so how could he possess such elaborate machinations? If you wish to calculate the meals at the table of the mass team, you may as well confront Luo Qingzhou directly. Ah, Brother Qiyi, are you truly willing to let the portly Bai subsist on nothing but steamed buns and pickles? Bai Li, looking pitifully towards Lin Qiyi. Before Lin Qiyi could respond, Luo Qingzhou, with unabashed confidence, boldly seated himself at the table of the masked team, declaring audaciously, Wang Mian, let us be honest. My esteemed Lord Qiyi has taken a fancy to your dishes. Those who are wise will share this bounty. Otherwise, beware of my Lord Qiyi's future retribution. Wang Mian, Lin Qiyi, all the newcomers. Very well. My mass team has never enjoyed such prosperity. Before Wang Mian could finish his grumbling, Luo Qingzhou beckoned to Lin Qiyi and Bai Li. Lord Qiyi, Brother Bai, come quickly. Wang Mian has graciously allowed us to join him for a meal. Lin Qiyi, Bai Li, Bang Mian, all, Uxin. Following this meal, I, the captain of the mass team, formally challenged the agent of the 003 sequence, the divine Angel Michael, Lin Qiyi. I grant you time to grow, to form your team. Let us engage in a true duel of men. If you prevail, today's incident will be forgotten. However, should you fail, when next we dine together, you shall humbly yield your exquisite dishes to us. Frustrated, Wang Mian formally extended the challenge to Lin Qiyi. Lin Qiyi. Damn it, Luo Qingzhou. Very well, it's a deal. Once spoken, it cannot be retracted. Luo Qingzhou agreed on Lin Qiyi's behalf. All right, let us eat together. After this meal, there may not be another. Wang Mian squinted at Lin Qiyi, who felt utterly overwhelmed. Yet, considering the challenge had been issued and the trap had been set, it would be unreasonable not to partake in a sumptuous meal. Hence, Lin Qiyi, for the sake of mitigating losses, strode confidently over with Bai Li. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Gang, Hong Hao, and others couldn't help but ponder. This agent of the 003 sequence the angel Michael is indeed audacious, merely at the light realm, yet daring to challenge the mass team of the river and sea realms. A day later, at the Peace Bureau, Hongying, bored and chewing on a lollipop, scrutinized the surveillance footage of various streets in Songnam City, narrowing her eyes in frustration. "I'm furious. Who is that thief? How is it that he mysteriously appeared and effortlessly dealt with matters? What does it signify that he leaves behind mere remnants of corpses? Indeed, this thief has taken over our tasks. Does this mean old Zhao will have no opportunity for leisure anymore?" Zhao Kongcheng was equally determined to sift through the records, intent on uncovering the identity of that detestable thief. Ahem, old Zhao, Hongying, let's not dwell on the identity of the thief of secrets any longer. I wish to pose a query to you. Do you truly comprehend the essence of our younger brother Qingzhou? Shamai, after perusing the initial round of training results sent from the recruit training camp, cast a contemplative glance at the evaluations provided by the instructors regarding Luo Qing, Zhou, and Lin Xie. The feedback was stark, exceedingly insidious, and cunning. This portrayal seemed entirely at odds with Luo Qing, Zhou's usual persona of being obedient and sensible. What insidiousness and cunning! My brother is simply resourceful. By the way, the telegram at the end of the previous chapter has been amended to an email. What? Captain, what do you mean? How could I possibly not know my brother? Even if he were to turn to ashes, I would still recognize him. I am well aware of the brand of diapers he wore during his childhood. How could I not understand him? Upon hearing the captain's sudden existential inquiry, Hongying removed the lollipop from her mouth, reminiscing about their childhood, and confidently asserted her understanding. Oh, then Hongying, take a look at the video content in this email. Is this still the obedient and sensible younger brother we know? Chunmai stood up from his desk. Hongying, Zhao, Kongsheng, and the others all turned their attention to the screen. What is so surprising about him eliminating a member of the masked squad during the simulated combat with the special team? After reviewing the entire content of the email, Hongying's beautiful eyes sparkled with pride. Her brother had truly excelled. He had single-handedly taken down a member of the masked squad during the recruit training. No. Hongying, what I mean is the profound depth of Qingzhou's thoughts. If he had not meticulously provoked the moon demon step by step, ultimately revealing its true form, how could he have managed to eliminate it? Chunmai narrowed his eyes. Doesn't that, in effect, imply that my brother is indeed resourceful? Hongying pressed her lips together, her stunningly beautiful face unconsciously breaking into a smile. However, upon glancing at the evaluation of her brother in the email, she couldn't help but frown. What a ridiculous description of insidiousness and cunning. My brother Qingzhou is clearly resourceful and clever. Indeed, this young lad is exceptionally intelligent, which leads me to believe that Hongying's assessment holds merit, does it not? Zhao Kongcheng pondered for a moment and then turned to Chunmai. Intelligence is one thing, but have you considered that our younger brother's cleverness might border on excessive? The way he meticulously orchestrated his plan, gradually leading the moon demon into his trap, and then striking decisively at the very moment the moon demon revealed its true form. Everything seemed to unfold as if it were all under his control. Thus, while it is undeniable that our younger brother is clever, the crux of the matter is that he is merely a recruit with no practical combat experience. This is the aspect that Chunmai finds perplexing. Luo Qingzhou calculated every move against the moon demon, and in the end, the moon demon merely revealed a fleeting flaw, allowing Luo Qingzhou to seize the opportunity. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, even the most seasoned warriors might struggle to seize the opportunity, would they not? Yet, Luo Qingzhou, an ordinary individual devoid of any combat experience, remarkably exhibited a level of tactical acumen that one would not expect from a mere novice while engaging with a moon demon. His decisiveness in grasping that brief opportunity reveals a profound truth. Either Luo Qingzhou has endured countless battles, or he possesses an extraordinary innate talent. The notion of innate talent alone seems implausible. It is sheer folly to suggest that even the most gifted warrior could replicate Luo Qingzhou's counterattack against the moon demon without a wealth of combat experience. Indeed, any such warrior would inevitably encounter moments of awkwardness during the process. However, from the footage, It is evident that Lo Qingzhou's execution of the counterattack against the Moon Demon was executed with a fluidity that left no room for hesitation. This clearly indicates that Lo Qingzhou is far more complex than his initial demeanor suggested. It is entirely possible that he is the agent of the legendary Chinese deity, Niuhua. Such an explanation would clarify why Lo Qingzhou, a novice, displays an uncanny level of expertise. For every divine, agent emerges from the crucible of relentless struggle, including Lin Qie, and the battles awaiting him are sure to be formidable. The captain's remarks seem to carry some weight. Indeed, while Lo Qingzhou is clever, the manner in which he dispatched the Moon Demon in the video is decidedly seasoned, even for a battle-hardened special forces operative like myself. I cannot guarantee that I would succeed in shattering the Moon Demon's mask with a single strike, even if presented with the same opportunity as depicted in the footage. Upon grasping the significance of Chun Mai's observations, Zhao Kongcheng replayed the video of Lo Qingzhou's counterattack against the Moon Demon multiple times. Given what you all have said, it does appear that my younger brother has some peculiarities. Hongying, too, watched Lo Qingzhou's actions repeatedly, internally simulating whether she could replicate his seamless execution in a similar scenario as a novice. The conclusion was evident. She felt incapable of achieving the same fluidity as Lo Qingzhou in the video. Right? Zhao, Hongying, you two have sensed this, so Hongying, did Lo Qingzhou ever sneak out alone during his childhood? Chun Mai gazed intently at Hongying, for if she affirmed this, it would strongly suggest that Lo Qingzhou is indeed the agent of the legendary Niuhua. Sneaking out alone? Hongying hesitated, then began to reflect on her childhood memories. Sister, hug me. Sister, give me a kiss. Sister, let's ride a horse. It seemed that her brother Lo Qingzhou spent over 90 of his childhood alongside her. Thus, he had little opportunity to sneak out and engage in any clandestine activities. No, he adored sticking close to me as a child, wherever I was. He was sure to be there. Hongying shook her head. Is that so? Chun Mai was about to unveil the identity of the suspected agent of the Chinese primordial deity Niuhua, but his excitement was abruptly doused, akin to being doused with cold water. How peculiar, exceedingly strange. If it were truly as Hongying suggested, then Brother Qingzhou's adaptability in combat would indeed be a remarkable gift. Chun Mai found himself perplexed by this notion, largely because he remained unaware that Luo Qingzhou was a time traveler, and prior to his arrival, he was a national martial arts champion. The significance of being a national martial arts champion is immense. It requires one to engage in rigorous competition with numerous eminent masters in various martial arts disciplines to achieve such a title. Therefore, Luo Qingzhou's ample combat experience was entirely justifiable. I share your sentiments. My brother is indeed exceptional. Since childhood, his academic performance has been stellar, never once causing our parents any concern. Furthermore, he has always indulged in various rigorous exercises at home and has taken me along to martial arts school since our youth. In summary, whether in martial arts or academics, my brother Qingzhou has always been extraordinarily gifted. Reflecting on their childhood memories, Hongying couldn't help but swell with pride, as if this impeccably outstanding brother were a reflection of herself. Indeed, he is remarkable, yet it seems implausible that someone as talented as him would lack a forbidden realm. Chun Mai furrowed his brow slightly. Zhao Kongcheng interjected, "Isn't my swordsmanship impressive? Yet I too lack a forbidden realm." Chun Mai replied, "No, that is not correct. There is certainly something amiss here. Once again, the notion of innate talent is sheer nonsense." Thus, seizing the opportunity presented by the mysterious thief operating in Songnan City, he resolved to reassess Luo Qingzhou. Moreover, when the illustrious Guan Yu appeared beside Hongying to protect her, he had suspected that Luo Qingzhou, the presumed agent of the Chinese primordial deity Niuhua, had never truly vanished. If memory serves, the suspected agent of Niuhua had seemingly manifested in the old city not long ago. Therefore, to ascertain whether Luo Qingzhou was indeed the suspected agent, he must investigate the overwhelming divine presence that emanated from the old city on that day. However, before proceeding, I must review the surveillance footage from the second university on that day. This will clarify what Brother Qingzhou was indeed engaged in. Chen Mai contemplated inwardly. After a 2-day respite at Jinan Mountain, all new recruits gathered at an undeveloped wild mountain on the outskirts of Songnan City. Everyone present. Today's training is extreme training, carrying a load of 50 kilograms, traversing this mountain before tomorrow. Yuan Gang announced the training mission to the recruits. Really? Is it just climbing with a load? Can it even compare to defeating the mass team? Indeed, Chief Yuan seems to be raising the stakes each time. Who does he think he is looking down upon with such trivial challenges? One could only lament that the masked squad had succumbed, and even Commander Yuan had little to offer in terms of our training. In that fleeting moment, the newly recruited soldiers, still basking in their triumph over the masked squad, cast glances at Yuan Gang, feeling as though the old man was growing increasingly archaic. Yuan Gang, overhearing the murmurs of the recruits, felt his stern expression gradually soften into a warmer hue. With a squint of his eyes, he continued, Jinan Mountain possesses a unique magnetic field. Once anyone enters its confines, their forbidden powers will become unusable. Furthermore, there are thousands of drones deployed throughout Jinan Mountain, which will launch colored projectiles as you traverse the rugged terrain. Should any of you be struck by these projectiles, it will be deemed a failure in the assessment. Now, I hereby declare the assessment officially commenced. With that, a faint smile crept upon Yuan Gang's lips. A mere gaggle of recruits dared to claim he had nothing to offer, with their powers rendered useless and thousands of drones intercepting them. Let us see how resilient their bravado remains. Indeed, as Yuan Gang's pronouncement lingered in the air, the recruits quickly realized their powers had been nullified, their expressions shifting dramatically. Damn it, we knew Commander Yuan harbored no good intentions. We suspected this training would only grow increasingly arduous. It turns out he was merely awaiting our arrival. The recruits exchanged glances, their faces revealing their dismay. Yet, only Luo Qingzhou recalled Sister Hongying's third piece of advice. In scenarios where forbidden powers are unusable, one must strive to outshine all others and become the most dazzling presence in the arena. Thus, speed was of the essence. You all continue your discussions. I shall take my leave first. Luo Qingzhou scoffed at the 50-kilogram burden he bore, knowing that in both his past and present lives, he had scaled Mount Tai with a weight of 150 kilograms without losing composure, let alone this mere hillock before him. With a swift whoosh, Luo Qingzhou dashed forward, seemingly unfazed by the 50-kilogram load, moving with the agility of an arrow towards the far side of Jinan Mountain. Bailey Pang Pang watched in astonishment and couldn't help but rub his eyes. Holy cow, was that Luo Qingzhou who just zipped by? He is so fast. I really admire him. Lin Xie remarked, Pang Pang, if you admire him, then pursue him boldly. I shall also set forth. Lin Xie cast a serious glance at Bailey Pang Pang before adopting a steady pace, cautious not to exhaust himself and fall behind. Most of the new recruits, like Lin Xie, endeavored to conserve their energy while maximizing their speed. The drone streamed live footage, and Yuan Gang, Hong Hao, and the other instructors were momentarily taken aback by the images on the large screen. Is that kid Luo Qingzhou trained in parkour? How is it that he runs so swiftly each time? Panic set in. Oh no, Commander Yuan, this training might just play to Luo Qingzhou's strengths. Hong Hao recalled how quickly Luo Qingzhou had sprinted during the simulated exercises with a masked squad, swallowing hard. But what good is speed if he can't endure to reach the other side of Jinan Mountain? Yuan Gang scoffed, feeling that Luo Qingzhou's display of bravado, devoid of energy conservation, would inevitably lead to his downfall at the hands of the drone's artillery due to fatigue. General Yuan had stated. Hong Hao merely nodded in agreement. However, as time progressed, contrary to their expectations of Luo Qingzhou's imminent exhaustion, he astonishingly began to run even faster. Gulp. General Yuan, I told you this time Luo Qingzhou is perfectly suited for this challenge, right? His expertise in parkour surely implies he understands the importance of conserving energy. Therefore, General Yuan, could it be possible that the speed Luo Qingzhou is demonstrating now is a result of energy conservation? Hong Hao, gazing at the live footage on the screen, stared blankly at Yuan Gang beside him. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. I refuse to believe that Luo Qingzhou could possibly be some sort of superhuman. Deploy half of the drones to intercept him, Yuan Gang commanded obstinately. Just after his words fell, Luo Qingzhou, running with unrestrained freedom, felt that this was all too effortless. Carrying a 50-kilogram load felt lighter than a feather compared to the burdens he bore in his youth and past life. There's no need to wait until tomorrow. I'll have it done this afternoon. Luo Qingzhou sprinted through the mountains like a gale. Yet, just as he thought he was about to dash to the other end of Jinan Mountain, nearly half of the drones surged from various directions ahead of him, unleashing a torrent of artillery fire aimed at him. Damn, old dang, have they sent so many drones to intercept me? Don't the other recruits need to be intercepted? Observing the swarm of drones above him, Luo Qingzhou, unable to employ the forbidden ruins, could only retreat momentarily in search of cover while advancing cautiously. Phew, finally, the situation feels right. Upon seeing Luo Qingzhou slow down, Yuan Gang felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Internally, he reveled in the thought, what of his parkour expertise? As long as I increase the deployment of drones, even if he runs to the ends of the earth, he'll have to slow down. Just then, General Luo Qingzhou is about to reach the other end of Jinan Mountain. Just as Yuan Gang felt a sense of relief, Hongying, who had been closely observing the fastest runner, swallowed hard, staring in disbelief at the now relaxed Yuan Gang. How is this possible? Old Hong, have you grown old and myopic? Yuan Gang, still skeptical, glanced at the projection screen, only to witness Luo Qingzhou, amidst the barrage of drone artillery, leap directly off the waterfall at the mountain's peak. This maneuver not only allowed him to temporarily evade the drone's fire, but also serendipitously led him to the only shortcut through Jinan Mountain. Damn, how did this kid inadvertently discover a shortcut? Yuan Gang watched as Luo Qingzhou was on the verge of reaching the end of Jinan Mountain before afternoon, his eyes nearly bulging out. Commander Yuan, isn't it your drones that are forcing Luo Qingzhou to leap off the waterfall? Hong Hao cautiously glanced at Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang responded, Old Hong, if you can't keep quiet, then say less. No one thinks you're mute. He shot a glare at Hong Hao before turning his attention back to Luo Qingzhou, who was about to swiftly conquer Jinan Mountain. He couldn't help but squint slightly. At first, I thought this kid was merely talented. To my surprise, he truly is exceptional. Although his performance in the simulated combat with a masked squad was somewhat sly and cunning, his display in Jinan Mountain was indeed impressive. At the very least, regardless of the circumstances, his physical capabilities had surpassed the limits of human endurance. This implies that he likely trained himself under greater difficulties before joining the Night Watch. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a rookie to excel so remarkably in running. It is no wonder that Team 136 made an exception to accept a member without a forbidden zone. Witnessing an ordinary person surpass all rookies with forbidden zones, Hong Hao couldn't help but admire Luo Qingzhou for a moment. At the end of Jinan Mountain, as the first rookie to arrive, Luo Qingzhou casually shed his burdens and laid down on the grass, completely indifferent. Gazing at the azure sky, he found this leisurely position to be quite delightful and soothing. This kid is actually lying down. Observing Luo Qingzhou reclined on the grass upon reaching the destination, Yuan Gang couldn't help but chuckle. Why lie down now that you've reached the end? Yuan Gang replied, I didn't ask you. Stop being so meddlesome. Let us see how the other rookies are doing. After shooting another glare at Hong Hao, he resumed observing the progress of the other newcomers. Suddenly, Luo Qingzhou, who had been comfortably lying on the grass, stood up, gazing into the distance towards a western church. A smile crept onto his lips. Ancient God Church. I have found you. Art never fades away. Let the explosive mouse put on a spectacular show that shakes the heavens and terrifies the spirits. Through a special connection with the electronic mouse he had previously released, Luo Qingzhou vaguely sensed a corner of the church belonging to the Ancient God Church. Inside, there were 3 significant positions resembling dragon heads, reserved for the 3 oldest deities of the Ancient God Church. And beneath the dragon heads lay countless followers of the Ancient God Church. I'm pleased to meet you, the agent of the Angel Michael. In a secluded area devoid of drones, a middle-aged figure clad in black leather, adorned with tattoos and wearing sunglasses, suddenly appeared. However, your tattoos and demeanor make me quite reluctant to see you. Lin Xie narrowed his eyes slightly, astonished to encounter members of the ancient god church near the Xianbing training camp, nestled within the Jinan Mountains. Oh, whether you wish to meet me or not is irrelevant. You are presented with but two choices. Either join the ancient god church or perish. The middle-aged man arrogantly lit a cigarette, inhaling and exhaling in one fluid motion. Perhaps it would be better for you to embrace death. Lin Xie had no desire to entangle himself with such a nefarious organization, nor did he wish to confront the followers of this malevolent church. In any case, he vowed that any encounter with such individuals would result in their demise. Casually picking up a broken branch from the ground, Lin Xie charged towards El Liang without a hint of trepidation. However, El Liang was a formidable expert on the verge of transcending to the sea realm, and Lin Xie, wielding only a twig, stood little chance against him. Courageous though he was, a grave mistaken choice would ultimately lead to his demise. As negotiations collapsed, El Liang extinguished his cigarette, and with a mere thought, countless vines effortlessly ensnared Lin Xie. Yet, just as he was bound, an intense instinct for survival surged within Lin Xie. Meanwhile, within the confines of the mental institution, Nike seemed to sense something, recounting a tale of a bear as if weaving a fairy tale. In that moment, Lin Xie transformed into a humanoid bear, exuding an overwhelming aura that shattered the vines in an instant. Subsequently, as Nike's story reached the part of the falling stars, a meteor shower suddenly graced the Jinan Mountains, utterly dismantling the arrogance of El Liang. With El Liang collapsing, Lin Xie's mind momentarily faltered. The next second, it felt as though he had wandered into an ancient cathedral. Before him sat the three oldest disciples of the ancient god church, surrounded by numerous followers. The agent of the angel Michael, this is the reward from the ancient god church for your victory over El Liang. Thus, you are truly remarkable. If possible, I hope you will join the ancient god church and become a disciple of the divine. The leader, smiling, extended a most sincere invitation to Lin Xie. I would rather join your mother as sellout, he retorted, confronted by the leader's smiling offer, his brows furrowing as he unleashed a curse. Almost immediately, he caught sight of 6 shadowy explosive mice lurking in a corner of the ancient god church, his eyes brightening with a glimmer of mischief. Rather than asking me to join your ancient god church, I suggest you worry about your own safety first. Safety? You must be utterly daft, the serpent woman scoffed. Since you dare to reject the master's invitation, it appears you are courting death. Before the cloaked disciple could finish, the 6 explosive mice suddenly froze, followed by a resounding buzzing sound that echoed throughout the cathedral, drawing the attention of everyone present. This is bad. Boom! Before the congregation in the church could react, 6 peak-level explosive mice ignited themselves, transforming into a splendid display of fireworks. The once tranquil church was instantly shattered into a myriad of fragments. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Xie could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. What a tragic church, so feeble, and yet they dared to invite me, Lin Xie, to join their ancient deity cult. With that thought, Lin Xie, amidst the explosion, gave a thumbs up to the members of the ancient deity cult. Your home has been blown to bits, and you still act so arrogantly. A bunch of fools. As the echoes of his words faded, Lin Xie experienced a brief moment of disorientation before he found himself back in Jinan Mountain. Meanwhile, the ancient deity cult was left in ruins after the explosive mice detonated. Numerous practitioners from the river and sea realms, caught off guard, were reduced to charred remains. Although they suffered no substantial harm, the discovery of their lair and the use of vermin as explosives to demolish their church left them feeling as if their faces were being pressed into the ground and trampled repeatedly. Investigate. Find out where these explosive mice came from. How dare they defile the statues of the 3 ancient deities? We must hunt down this individual and utterly annihilate them. The ash-covered followers gazed at the shattered statues of their deities, their rage igniting. Since joining the ancient deity cult, they had never felt so humiliated. To be played with in their own stronghold? Was this a slap in the face to all their followers? Seeking me? Now, that is truly intriguing. At the end of Jinan Mountain, through unique connection with the explosive mice, Luo Qingzhou reveled in a vibrant fireworks display, feeling elated as she reclined back onto the grass. By the time night fell, Lin Qiye finally arrived at the mountain's end, joy radiating from him like a child as he rushed towards Luo Qingzhou. Qingzhou, you're amazing. I saw the ancient deity cult's lair blown to smithereens by your explosive mice. I can only imagine how furious they must be right now. It's as if disaster struck while they were peacefully at home. Who told this bunch to conduct experiments on the ghost-faced people in Sangnan City? They even put my sister Hongying in danger. Thus, the ancient deity cult deserves every bit of this retribution. Thinking of the warm figure of Sister Hongying, who illuminated his life, Lin Qiye couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, the members of the ancient deity cult, terrified and bewildered, had no idea why they were so specifically targeted. It was all because of the ghost-faced people they had nurtured among their followers, who nearly harmed a night watcher named Hongying. 43. I just want to go home and kiss my sister Hongying. Qingzhou, how long has it been since the ghost-faced people incident? Do you still remember? Listening to Luo Qingzhou's indignant remarks, Lin Qiye felt utterly bewildered. Due to the near injury of Sister Hongying, Luo Qingzhou is truly able to hold this concern for a lifetime. The ancient divine sect is indeed unfortunate. Of all people to provoke, they chose to offend Sister Hongying. Fortunately, nothing serious happened to her. Otherwise, Lin Qiye firmly believes that even if Luo Qingzhou could not subdue the ancient divine sect, he would unhesitatingly march into their territory to deliver a bloody lesson to them. This must be remembered with utmost clarity. Does classmate Qiye wish to witness such a kind-hearted and beautiful sister Hongying come to harm? Luo Qingzhou gazed at Lin Qiye with a pure and untainted look in his eyes. No, I do not wish for that, nor do I dare. Upon seeing Luo Qingzhou's remarkably innocent gaze, Lin Qiye quickly shook his head. Besides, he and Sister Hongying are not mortal enemies. Wishing to see her harmed would be quite irrational. Indeed, my sister Hongying is so kind, she deserves nothing but good fortune. If no one else avenges her, then I shall take it upon myself. Luo Qingzhou's eyes shone brightly with determination. Yes, with a brother like you, classmate Qingzhou, Sister Hongying is already blessed. Is she not? Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled with admiration. Really? Luo Qingzhou blinked in surprise. Truly. Lin Qiye stepped forward and laid down beside Luo Qingzhou on the grass beneath the night sky. It was not until Yuan Gang and others arrived in a military off-road vehicle that Lin Qiye and Luo Qingzhou heard the commotion and stood up from the grass. You two are quite impressive. You are the only two new recruits to have crossed Jinan Mountain. Yuan Gang jumped down from the vehicle, visibly pleased as he approached them. Is there a reward from Commander Yuan? Luo Qingzhou innocently winked at Yuan Gang. A reward? What do you expect from training? A reward? Seeing Luo Qingzhou's harmless expression, Yuan Gang shot him a wary glance. Well, if there are no rewards, then it's better to return to the dormitory and get some sleep. Luo Qingzhou retorted with annoyance, then turned to head back the way they came. Noticing this, Yuan Gang could not help but speak. I have observed your excellence. So tell me what rewards you desire. As long as it is within my capacity, I shall fulfill all your requests. Having led many batches of recruits, this was the first time he had seen two new soldiers achieve full marks in extreme assessments, thus sparking a fondness for talent in him. I wish to see my aunt and my younger brother. Lin Qiye, influenced by Luo Qingzhou's fondness for Sister Hongying, felt a surge of longing as he realized how long it had been since he last saw his aunt and brother, making his emotions difficult to articulate. Well, our training camp is a closed environment. Yuan Gang fell silent for a moment. Lin Qiye thought it was a lost cause, but unexpectedly, Yuan Gang suddenly said, in a couple of days it will be the new year, and on New Year's Day, I will let you both go for a reunion dinner. Really? Lin Qiye's initial feeling of despondency swiftly transformed into a radiant smile. Truly, however, you mustn't divulge this to the other recruits in the training camp. Moreover, it is only because you hail from Sangnan City, which is not far away, that I find myself able to acquiesce to your request. Yuongong, upon witnessing the smile adorning Lin Chiye's face, returned the gesture with a grin. Very well, Luo Qingzhou, what reward do you desire? Yuan Gang cast a curious glance towards Luo Qingzhou, wondering what sort of reward he might wish for. Me? I wish to return home and share a kiss with my sister Hongying. Luo Qingzhou exclaimed, his eyes sparkling, wholly disregarding the abruptly halted atmosphere. He was consumed by thoughts of the playful kiss that his sister had promised him when she brought him to the training camp, making him yearn to return and steal a kiss from her. Lin Chiye. Yuongong. All right. You inquire about a reward, and you dare to suggest feeding me dog food? You even wish to kiss my sister Hongying? Absolutely not. Yuan Gang, though silent, thought this to himself while wearing an expression of disdain. Nonetheless, he replied, fine, on New Year's Day, I shall grant you both a day off. Go visit your aunt, and if kisses are to be exchanged, let them be exchanged. As he spoke the last part with evident disdain, Yuan Gang turned his gaze towards Lin Chiye. Chiye, let us depart. We shall take the off-road vehicle back, leaving Luo Qingzhou to run home on his own. How dare he force us to consume dog food? How infuriating. Agreed. Lin Chiye promptly boarded the off-road vehicle. Observing this, Luo Qingzhou remained unfazed, for it was merely another run. And what could possibly be more important than returning home to share a passionate kiss with his sister Hongying? In the new recruit training camp, upon their return, all recruits were unceremoniously tossed into wooden tubs filled with medicinal bathwater. Luo Qingzhou and Lin Chiye were no exceptions. Brother Qingzhou, Brother Chiye, are you even human? How could you possibly reach the finish line after such a daunting burden of climbing mountains and crossing valleys? Li Pang lay in the medicinal bath, regarding Luo Qingzhou and Lin Chiye with an expression akin to that of a monster. What do you mean, not human? And Pang, can you not speak? Is it so difficult to acknowledge that others are strong when you yourself are not? Luo Qingzhou and Lin Chiye chimed in unison. Not difficult. Li Pang shook his head earnestly. Then say it. Praise us a little. Let us hear. Lin Chiye and Luo Qingzhou perked up their ears, eagerly gazing at Li Pang in the medicinal bath. Li Pang. Wow. Brother Qingzhou, Brother Chiye, you both are so impressive, truly remarkable. I Pang. Utali in Ave. After a moment of silence, Li Pang extravagantly praised them. Initially, he thought that Luo Qingzhou and Lin Chiye would struggle to endure such exaggerated flattery. Yet to his surprise, they appeared thoroughly captivated by it. Not so. Brother Chiye, Brother Qingzhou, have you two encountered some fortuitous event? In general, I have often showered compliments, but can you truly endure them? Li Pang himself cannot tolerate his own ostentatious and sarcastic flattery. One cannot speak of ice to summer insects. Faced with Li Pang's probing inquiries, Luo Qingzhou recalled Yuan Gang's admonition to refrain from revealing anything to the other recruits, and thus spoke without hesitation. One cannot speak of the sea to a frog in a well. Lin Chi followed closely in Luo Qingzhou's footsteps, adding his own remark. Li Pang. So not only will you not share with me, but you will also go around in circles to insult me. Is that it? How infuriating. From this day forth, I, Li Pang, hereby declare my severance of ties with Luo Qingzhou and Lin Chi. Li Pang proclaimed with a heart full of sorrow, yet unwavering resolve. Where in a wooden barrel would you find a robe to sever? Luo Qingzhou glanced over in curiosity. Indeed, you speak of nothing but nonsensical ramblings. Lin Chi could not help but frown. Li Pang. Nikes. He is the origin of civilization. Training ground. After the training session in Jinan Mountain, Yuan Gang instructed all the recruits to summarize these 2 training sessions and identify their shortcomings for subsequent improvement. Thus, on the training field, those lacking in physical stamina repeatedly engaged in long-distance running to enhance their endurance, while soldiers with insufficient combat experience sought out instructor Han Li for practical sparring. Wah. I don't want to do physical training. Instructor, can I skip running? I also wish to practice and spar like Brother Qingzhou and Brother Chiye. Li Pang, under the relentless urging of instructor Hong Hao, was drenched in sweat under the scorching sun. No, You cannot even improve your stamina, and yet you wish for combat? Instructor Hong, how narrowed his eyes. Bai li pang pan. Lin jie, luo wing shu. Instructoran. You mentioned that I am unsuitable for wielding a blade because my strikes lack spirit? Glancing at Bai Li Peng Peng, who was running, Lin Chi Yi suppressed his smile and turned his attention back to Instructor Han. Indeed, observe how Luo Qingzhou wields his blade, as if he and the sword are one. The execution of his strikes possesses a certain ethereal quality, that sensation of the blade in hand, flowing seamlessly as if an extension of oneself, requires a unique sensitivity to truly appreciate the art of swordplay. Only when wielding a blade can one manifest its inherent spirit. Han Li Geist Ongviuslu Ot Liu Kingse, who was training with a straight sword, seemingly embodying the state of unity between man and sword. He had witnessed many who wielded blades and swords with grace. Yet he had never encountered anyone with such extraordinary talent as Luo Qingzhou, whether it be sword, saber, staff, or gun. Any weapon in his hands appeared to possess a soul. Not only did he wield them as if aided by divine intervention, but each weapon's unique characteristics were flawlessly showcased through his mastery. As Han Li engaged in a sparring session with Luo Qingzhou, he felt as though he were facing an all-encompassing master of martial arts. The pressure was palpable, yet what struck him most was Luo Qingzhou's unwavering apprentice spirit, continually seeking to identify and rectify his shortcomings through each exchange, striving for perfection. Han Li believed that this mindset was one that all the recruits present should aspire to emulate. Was it a peculiar sensation? Upon hearing Instructor Han Li's words, Lin Chie focused intently on Luo Qingzhou, attempting to discern a unique essence of his own in the art of the blade. When momentum is achieved, the spirit flows effortlessly. With his innate talent, he swiftly grasped the essence of the blade's movement, as if he understood the ideal form it should take. Consequently, he seized another blade, wielding dual swords with an almost divine assistance. The two blades danced in his hands, each stroke emanating a natural grace, a harmonious expression of spirit. Dual swords, are we? It seems you are exceptionally suited for the dual-wielding style, Chia, remarked Luo Qingzhou appreciatively, observing the seamless execution of Lin Chie's technique. Thank you, Qingzhou, for your continuous demonstrations of the blade's properties. Without your guidance, I may not have realized my affinity for dual swords so swiftly, Lin Chie exclaimed, his face alight with excitement after discovering his own swordsmanship. Since we are classmates, no need for thanks. Next time, let me take advantage of you more shamelessly. Luo Qingzhou winked at Lin Chie. Lin Chie's expression shifted abruptly. I didn't say anything. He hastily departed the training ground. His departure was not motivated by fear of Luo Qingzhou's continued antics, but rather by a message that had manifested in his mental realm. Nix's treatment progress has reached 50, allowing for brief excursions from the asylum. Upon entering the mental asylum, Lin Chie fortuitously drew Nix's divine relic, Eclipse of the Abyss. Elated, he contemplated how lonely Nix must feel within the asylum and extended an invitation for Nix to join him in the external world. The moment Nix emerged from the asylum, an overwhelming aura of divine power enveloped the entirety of Sangnan City. All formidable beings, including those at the pinnacle of humanity or the likes of Yuan Gang, sensed the emergence of a supreme deity. The presence of a deity. Both Luo Qingzhou and Yuan Gang perceived this sudden divine aura, and they rushed toward its source simultaneously. On the rooftop of the dormitory, Lin Chie introduced Nix to the world for the first time. He gazed at the enchanting Nix, who appeared as a living deity, momentarily entranced. Mother, how do you find the scenery outside? Lin Chie inquired, smiling at Nix, who was curiously observing the world beyond. Dana Doze, your divine realm is beautiful. I truly adore it, Nix replied, a smile gracing her face as she felt the autumn breeze caress her. However, before the smile could linger for long, Luo Qingzhou and Yuan Gang arrived at the rooftop of the dormitory with remarkable synchronicity. Yuan Gang, particularly wary, cast a penetrating gaze towards Nix. Although he remained oblivious to the divine purpose that brought this deity to our sacred land, He cautioned her to refrain from causing any turmoil in our midst. Yuan Gang issued a stern warning. Yet Nix appeared to be wholly indifferent to his presence, her astonished gaze fixed instead upon Luo Qingzhou. This was the divine realm of Deadless, and even more so, it was your divine territory. Nix merely glimpsed into the depths of Luo Qingzhou's soul, and what she beheld was the emergence of a civilization, the genesis of a culture. Before her stood a primordial sage, a being with a human head and serpent body, exuding an ethereal aura that commanded both reverence and awe. Yet, in her every gesture, she embodied the very origin of civilization itself. She mingled the earthly clay with the waters of life, shaping one lifelike figure after another that danced vividly before her eyes. Then a divine might surged into those figures, animating them as if they had truly come to life. Through the passage of time, they evolved from primitive beings into the modern society we recognize today. She was the progenitor of Chinese civilization. She was the mother of this great culture. She was the creator deity of Chinese heritage. With a single glance, Nix perceived countless wonders within the depths of Luo Qingzhou's soul, and when she looked back at him, her admiration for the divine entity residing within him became almost overwhelming. Although Nix had borne many children throughout her existence, none had achieved the monumental heights of civilization or established such a flourishing divine realm as Luo Qingzhou had. Though her offspring did not possess the extraordinary powers that Nix's children did, she recognized their resilience, strength, and decisiveness, traits that enabled them to rival the divine. Alas, it seemed that he had already departed from this dimension. Did he not fear that his children might meet the same fate as Nix's own? Nix appeared to be haunted by a sorrowful recollection, her countenance shrouded in an endless melancholy. Indeed, he had transcended this realm, yet similarly, you two had arrived in this world. Nix suddenly seemed to recall something significant, her gaze now sharp and penetrating as it turned towards Luo Qingzhou. Bewildered by the brilliance of her starlit eyes, stood in confusion. As for Yuan Gang, he was utterly perplexed by the implications of Nix's words. "Mother, we must return," Lin Xie interjected, as if struck by a sudden realization, stepping forward to Nix's side. Yuan Gang, still in a state of disbelief, inquired, "Mother?" "Commander Yuan, I am but the earthly agent of the night goddess Nix. Thus it is entirely reasonable for me to address her as Mother," Lin Xie replied, casting a glance at Yuan Gang, while Nix was gently ushered back to her realm of sanity. "What? Another deity has chosen you as their earthly representative?" Although the words of Nix were incomprehensible, Yuan Gang could still understand Lin Xie's speech. A dual deity agent. An unprecedented dual deity agent. Gazing at Lin Xie before him, Yuan Gang, despite having encountered numerous divine agents, could hardly contain his excitement at this moment. Such a remarkable talent within the ranks of the Night Watchers was indeed a fortuitous blessing for them. "Thus, Chief Yuan, I must rely on you to keep this a secret, for I do not wish to attract the attention of the outer gods or the ancient ones," Lin Xie implored, casting a meaningful glance towards Yuan Gang, while his remarks about Luo Qingzhou were subtly performed for Yuan Gang's benefit. He was aware that Luo Qingzhou harbored secrets even more profound than his own. "This is imperative. Qingzhou, you two must ensure absolute confidentiality. I shall promptly send classified documents to the capital." With Nix, the goddess of night, having departed, Yuan Gang hurriedly made his way to the office of the new recruits training camp. Phew, she has finally gone. Once Yuan Gang was out of sight, Lin Xie felt a sense of relief wash over him as he turned to Luo Qingzhou. "It seems you are not surprised by my ascension to dual deity agent status. Have you seen through me so thoroughly that you know the color of my undergarments? Yet, I remain oblivious to the hue of yours? Behold, blue boxers." Luo Qingzhou replied without missing a beat, lifting the corner of his pants to reveal the blue boxers gifted by Sister Hongying. "Lin Xie, is this truly what I meant by undergarments? What are you implying by exposing your boxers? If you don't intend to share, why jest with me?" He retorted with annoyance before departing from the rooftop. Meanwhile, Luo Qingzhou found himself pondering the murmured words of Nix. What does it mean that he is no longer in this world, and I happen to have arrived here? Could it be that my crossing over was a deliberate act, rather than a mere twist of fate? Luo Qingzhou felt a sense of bewilderment. He even considered the possibility that his system, devoted to pampering his beloved, might have been orchestrated by the very entity that brought him to this world to impart the essence of love to his child. No, my previous demise cannot be termed as a sudden end. Due to years of excessive training, my body and mind could no longer withstand the strain. Thus my death in the previous life was entirely reasonable. Moreover, I was an orphan in that life, making me an ideal candidate for this new world. Luo Qingzhou speculated based on Nix's words. However, to fully comprehend the entirety of this journey, it seemed one must strive to become the strongest existence in this world, an ascension to a higher dimension. P.S. Grateful for the small gifts from the esteemed readers. I shall add another chapter. 45 Qingzhou, my brother, is the agent of the creator goddess Enhua. The path of pampering my beloved is long and arduous, yet I shall seek diligently. It appears that my path to pampering my beloved Hongying is one that cannot afford a moment's pause. Otherwise, I remain oblivious to when I might ascend to the pinnacle of strength in this realm and uncover the entirety of the truth. Thus, let the new year arrive swiftly. I can scarcely contain my eagerness to return and share a tender kiss with my cherished Hongying at the Second University of Changnan City. Ever since I suspected that Luo Qingzhou might be the agent of the Chinese primordial deity, Niuhua, Chun Mai has devoted the past few days to scrutinizing the surveillance footage from the university. After several days of watching the recordings, he discovered that on the day the suspected agent of Niuhua appeared, Luo Qingzhou had conveniently left the school half an hour prior, just around noon. However, despite examining numerous surveillance feeds from the streets surrounding the university, he could find no trace of where Luo Qingzhou had ventured after departing the school. In that half-hour span, where could the younger brother Qingzhou possibly have gone? As Chun Mai pondered this, his right hand instinctively rested upon his shoulder. To empathize, if I were to leave school at noon, my first destination would undoubtedly be a restaurant. Therefore, if there were evidence of Luo Qingzhou dining at a restaurant on the day the suspected agent of Niuhua appeared, it would confirm that he was indeed not the agent. Conversely, if there remained no answers regarding Luo Qingzhou's whereabouts during the appearance of the suspected agent, such a coincidence would surely invite scrutiny. After contemplating this perspective, Chun Mai's efficiency surged as he set out to explore every restaurant within half an hour's reach of the university. Unfortunately, the majority of restaurant owners reported that with so many patrons each day, they could not recall whether a student named Luo Qingzhou had dined there on that particular day. Left with no choice, Chun Mai produced special identification and reviewed the restaurant surveillance footage from that day, only to find no trace of Luo Qingzhou. How peculiar. After class, where could the younger brother have gone instead of seeking lunch? Having combed through the restaurant footage from that day, Chun Mai inexplicably felt as if he was drawing closer to the truth. Since there were no records of Luo Qingzhou in the restaurant footage and none in the street surveillance, it was evident that he must have visited some location after leaving the school. With this realization, Chun Mai resolved to sweep through every conceivable place accessible within half an hour of the university, certain that he would eventually uncover some trace of Luo Qingzhou's presence. 3 hours later, fortune favored the diligent, as Chun Mai finally discovered a location that Luo Qingzhou had visited. Initially, as he stood before the century-old ceramic shop, he contemplated that the owner might be too busy to remember if someone named Luo Qingzhou had ever entered her establishment, and thus he prepared to investigate the shop's surveillance footage. To his astonishment, as soon as he presented a photograph of Luo Qingzhou, the proprietress of the century-old ceramic shop approached him with palpable excitement, exclaiming this student, I've seen him before. He came here and purchased 2 bags of black clay. The moment he heard her words, Chun Mai felt as though he had been struck by lightning, jolted into realization. It is well known that the illustrious Guan Yu lost an arm to the Ghost-Faced King during their battle, and that severed limb transformed into black clay. With this thought, Chun Mai's heart raced violently. Could be? Is it possible that this insufferable brat is the one? Is my sixth sense truly this sharp? Suppressing his inner excitement, Chun Mai took a deep breath and continued to speculate. He calculated the time from the second university to the century-old ceramic shop, which was approximately 15 minutes. Therefore, could it be that during that time, Luo Qingzhou went to mold Guanyu with the black clay? And after crafting Guanyu, the unique sacred aura, possibly belonging to the Chinese creation goddess Nuwa, would be revealed? Indeed, the black clay, the healing sacred aura, reminiscent of the earth mother goddess Nuwa. Only Luo Qingzhou could be considered an agent of the Chinese creation goddess Nuwa, which explained why Lin Xie, upon entering the realm, could effortlessly annihilate the ghost-faced king without sustaining any harm. The collaboration of two divine agents to vanquish a ghost from the Chuan realm seems entirely plausible, does it not? In that case, old Zhao, you have been thoroughly deceived by our dear Qingzhou. He merely fainted out of fear. He was feigning unconsciousness. And that mischievous Lin Xie, it turns out he is allied with Luo Qingzhou. Otherwise, how could he have misjudged Luo Qingzhou as not being the agent of the Chinese creation goddess Nuwa, based on Lin Xie's words? Ah, I see now. No wonder you two are often disappearing together into the restroom. It appears there is a deeper connection between you. Well then, handsome, would you care to come in for a while? The alluring proprietress playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, beckoning to the somewhat dazed Chen Mai. No, thank you, Chen Mai replied curtly, not looking back as he departed. Captain, where are you? During our search for the thief of secrets, we have encountered numerous unfamiliar faces. They seem to originate from various places, yet share a common goal. Within the Peace Affairs office, Hongying and her companions, who had been investigating the thief of secrets for several days, found no leads on the thief, but they did observe many unfamiliar faces headed towards the new recruit training camp. Unfamiliar faces? What could they possibly be concealing, prompting their arrival in Songnan City? The agent of the sequence 003, Angel Michael, Lin Xie. In an instant, Chen Mai comprehended the purpose of these unfamiliar faces in Songnan City. Hongying, Long Xian, prepare yourselves. We are heading to the new recruit training camp. It is no longer safe there. The followers of the ancient God Church may very well have set their sights on the training camp. As Chen Mai suddenly realized the intentions of those unfamiliar faces, he urgently instructed Hongying and her companions. The new recruits training camp was not merely home to one divine agent. It also harbored a deity unique to their homeland, Huaxia. Both were the future sentinels of the night. This cannot transpire beneath his very nose. All right, Captain, where are you? We shall fetch you. Upon discerning Chen Mai's anxiety, Lung Xian and the others sprang into action with resolute determination. Yet, it was Hongying who was most anxious. After hearing Chen Mai's words and confirming that the unfamiliar faces were fixated on the new recruits training camp, she promptly drove with Si Xiaonan and Wu Xiangnan towards the camp. Yuan Gang. So you're Hongying? The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a vivid orange hue across the sky, as if igniting the heavens. Sister Hongying, I understand your concern for the safety of your younger brother Qingzhou, but we are in the wilderness. Do you comprehend the terrain? It is riddled with uneven ground. Are you attempting to jolt me and Deputy Captain Wu to our deaths by driving at 120 kilometers per hour? Si Xiaonan clung to her seat in the black pickup, her eyes filled with distress as she cast a reproachful glance at Hongying, who was intently driving towards the training camp. Meanwhile, Wu Xiangnan, seated in the back, felt as though he were on a roller coaster, jostled to the point of losing his ability to articulate. Indeed, Wu Xiangnan stammered in agreement. Time is of the essence. If anything were to happen to my brother Qingzhou, I would be unable to face our parents, who vanished into the fog. Hongying's delicate features tightened. She paid no heed to the potential destruction of the vehicle. With her bumpy driving, she arrived at the new recruits training camp a full quarter of an hour ahead of Chen Mai and the others. All unauthorized personnel depart immediately. The soldier on watch regarded Hongying and her companions, who emerged from the nearly wrecked black pickup with a stern expression. Hongying promptly produced the unique night watchman badge possessed by every sentinel. Hongying of the Songnan City 136 team, I have urgent matters to discuss with Commander Yuan, Songnan City's local night watchman. Upon seeing the distinctive badge and noticing Hongying's urgency, the soldier replied, Follow me. In the underground base, where Commander Yuan Gang conducted his affairs. Hongying and Wu Xiangnan stood before him. Are you saying that someone intends to attack the new recruits training camp? Yuan Gang furrowed his brow. Indeed, Commander Yuan, and those who may strike are likely affiliated with the ancient God Church. You are aware of their motives, I trust. After Hongying and her companions informed Yuan Gang of the numerous unfamiliar faces appearing in Sangnan City, Chun Mai and the others also arrived at the underground base. Lin Xia, one divine agent, is sufficient for them to contemplate an assault on an entire new recruits training camp? Yuan Gang laughed, bemused at the audacity of the ancient God Church. Did they truly believe that the individuals within the training camp were mere soft persimmons? How dare they attempt to stir trouble there? As far as I know, you're the only formidable master of the Sea Realm in the new recruit training camp. Commander Yuan. However, it is highly probable that the believers sent by the ancient God Church include more than one master of the Sea Realm. Therefore, I suggest we immediately disperse the recruits and focus on protecting Lin Xia and Luo. This strategy would minimize the losses of the training camp. Chun Mai cast a glance at Yuan Gang that brooked no refusal. He actually wished to mention Luo Qingzhou as well, but he feared there might be a traitor from the ancient God Church among the higher-ups of the Night Watch. After all, the deities of Huaxia had not made an appearance for a century. It was unfathomable to consider the emergence of a representative of a Huaxia deity at this moment. The commotion it would cause would be immense, more significant than the presence of Lin Xia, the 003 sequence angel, Michael's representative. Only Luo Qingzhou knows the whereabouts and current state of the Huaxia deities. Thus, should news of Luo Qingzhou being the representative of a Huaxia deity leak out, he would undoubtedly become the target of everyone's ire, be it the followers of the ancient God Church or the foreign gods from various civilizations. They would spare no effort to descend upon Huaxia. More than one master of the Sea Realm? The ancient God Church certainly holds Lin Xia in high regard. Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes, contemplating that previously the ancient God Church had not been so frantic over the appearance of a deity's representative. Could it be that the confidential dossier he had submitted to his superiors had been seen by the traitor within the Night Watch, thus drawing their covetous attention towards Lin Xia's dual divine representative status? Well, since he had already promised those two youngsters a holiday during the new year, he might as well extend it to all the recruits. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yuan Gang relaxed and prepared to act according to Chun Mai's suggestion. By the way, I heard the soldier mention your name is Hongying? Yuan Gang seemed to recall the reward that Luo Qingzhou had mentioned that night and cast a peculiar glance at Hongying. Is there something wrong, Commander Yuan? Hongying was taken aback by Yuan Gang's strange gaze. No, nothing is wrong. That young man indeed has good taste. Yuan Gong chucked. He indeed has good taste? Hongying blinked her beautiful eyes, and a sudden blush crept onto her cheeks as she seemed to recall something. Commander Yuan, what exactly did my brother say to you? Also, could you take me to find him? I wish to bring him home. Brother? This time, it was Yuan Gang who was stunned. He had always thought that the Hongying Luo Qingzhou spoke of was his girlfriend, but she turned out to be his sister? This cannot do. As his commanding officer, Yuan Gang felt the need to have a serious talk with him. Yuan Gang furrowed his brows. No, not a biological brother. Upon hearing Yuan Gang's words, Hongying's pretty face turned even redder. Oh, I thought he was a biological brother. You startled me. That young man, Luo Qingzhou, right? He did not say much to me, except when he achieved first place in the Jinan Mountain assessment. I inquired about what reward he desired, to which he replied that he wished to go home and share a kiss with you. At that moment, I certainly did not acquiesce to his request. Although he was the top performer in the Jinan Mountain assessment, I could not compel a respectable person to engage in such an act, could I? Reflecting on that night at Jinan Mountain, Yuan Gang recounted the events with considerable enthusiasm. Meanwhile, upon noticing the peculiar gazes directed at her from Si Xiaonan, Chun Mai, and others, Hongying could not help but bite her lip, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment wash over her. Her youthful face flushed crimson as she exclaimed, "You naughty brother. I told you not to speak nonsense outside. Just wait until I get home. You'll see." With gritted teeth, Hongying strode purposefully toward the direction of a new recruit training camp. simultaneously within the dormitory. As the new year approached, Bailey Pang Pang, felt a surge of homesickness. Gazing out the window at the sudden snowfall, I found myself yearning for home. It's best not to dwell on it too much, Luo Qingzhou remarked nonchalantly, aware that even if Yuan Gang granted all the new recruits a holiday, it would only amount to a mere 4 days, hardly enough for Bailey Pang Pang to make a round trip. Therefore, it was prudent for Bailey Pang Pang to keep his thoughts in check, especially since daylight had yet to wane, making it ill-suited to indulge in daydreams so early. "Don't you miss home, Qingzhou and Xie?" Bailey Pang Pang inquired, his face awash with longing as he turned to Lin Xie and Luo Qingzhou. "I do, very much," Lin Xie replied, already envisioning the warmth of reuniting with his aunt and younger brother, thanks to Yuan Gang's promise of a holiday for the new year. "Of course I miss home, but more than that, I long for Hongying." Before Luo Qingzhou could finish his thought, Hongying, having learned from Yuan Gang where Luo Qingzhou was, stormed into the dormitory with an air of determination. "What are you thinking? I see you're just asking for trouble." The fierce and determined Hongying entered the dormitory, her gaze anything but welcoming. "Red, Hongying?" Luo Qingzhou stammered, taken aback by her sudden appearance, filled with an intimidating aura. His initial reaction was to rub his eyes repeatedly, attempting to comprehend why Hongying looked so fierce. It must be that Commander Yuan embarrassed my Hongying," he thought. Are we still in that game of pursuit and evasion? How could he so bluntly express his desire to return home and kiss Hongying in front of so many people? Commander Yuan truly lacks emotional intelligence. No wonder he remains single. After mentally critiquing Yuan Gang, Luo Qingzhou's eyes brightened. "Hongying, it really is you. I was just thinking about you." "It is no good to think of me." Hongying slightly pursed her crimson lips, recalling the peculiar gazes cast upon her by Si Xiaonan and the others just moments ago. With a faint blush gracing her cheeks, she approached with the demeanor of an elder sister ready to admonish her younger brother severely. "You foolish brother, it has begun to snow. Aren't you cold-dressed so lightly?" Though her heart simmered with irritation at her brother's careless revelation of their relationship, the sight of the sudden snowfall and the thin white garments he wore evoked a sense of tenderness within her. If her memory served her right, the first time she encountered Luo Qingzhou, he was but a small, quiet child, peacefully sleeping on the bustling streets amid the biting cold, without a single cry or fuss. She reached out, gently caressing his resolute yet handsome face. "You silly brother, did I not bring you a warm coat? Why aren't you wearing it?" As her delicate fingers brushed against his cheek, a chill coursed through her, reminiscent of the first time she felt his forehead as a child. "Where's your suitcase? Let me fetch it for you." Initially filled with embarrassment and indignation, Hongying found herself softening at the sight of Luo Qingzhou, despite the frigid weather, seemed oblivious, merely glancing around. At last, she discovered the suitcase she had meticulously prepared for him tucked beneath his bed. With a swift motion, she opened it, retrieving a white cotton coat. Regardless of whether he protested, she enveloped him in the warm garment. Once he was clad in the coat, Hongying's beautiful eyes sparkled like the most resplendent jewels as she appraised Luo Qingzhou, and with a gentle smile, she remarked, "Ah, my little brother looks quite handsome in this cotton coat." Hongying, may I steal a kiss from you?" The words slipped from Luo Qingzhou's lips, unbidden, as he gazed at her breathtaking beauty, which defied description. "Hongying." Bailey Pang Pang leaned in close to Lin Xie and whispered, "Qingzhou, has he always been this bold?" With a serious nod, Lin Xie replied, "Not only is he bold, but he also dares to overstep." Bailey Pang Pang responded with a playful grin. Listening to Lin Xie, Bailey Pang Pang bantered back and forth, leaving Hongying utterly flustered and at a loss for words. Akish, is that what you desire?" "Lin Xie, you should just indulge him." After a prolonged moment of shock, Hongying, her face flushed with embarrassment and exasperation, shot a glare at Lin Xie. Lin Xie retorted, "Hongying, I have no interest in men. You and Qingzhou continue your conversation. Bailey Pang Pang, and I shall refrain from being your third wheel." Startled by the unexpected turn of events, Lin Xie quickly grabbed Bailey Pang Pang and hurried out of the dormitory, fearful of being coerced by Hongying into witnessing a kiss between Luo Qingzhou and herself. Outside the dormitory, Bailey Pang exclaimed, "Che, do you think as soon as we stepped out they actually kissed?" His eyes widened in astonishment. "Shall we take a look?" Lin Xie tilted his head to glance at Bailey Pang. Previously, he had not witnessed the scene where Hongying and Luo Qingzhou shared a kiss, and the overwhelming curiosity within him compelled him and Bailey Pang to stealthily peer through the crack of the dormitory door. "Sister Hongying, what brings you to the new recruits training camp?" Realizing her remark was somewhat ill-timed, Luo Qingzhou promptly shifted the topic. "ISNT it, because I'm worried about you. My troublesome little brother?" Hongying playfully punched Luo Qingzhou's chest with her delicate, rosy fist. "What could possibly happen to me?" Luo Qingzhou chuckled, still laughing. "You've lost all sense of decorum. You're not as obedient as you were in childhood." Hongying reminisced fondly about her younger brother, the soft and adorable little Qingzhou. "But I could transform back to how I was as a child." Luo Qingzhou's gaze was piercing. "How would you do that?" Hongying was momentarily taken aback. "Sister hug. Sister. Quiche. Sister." Before Luo Qingzhou could finish mimicking his childhood antics, Hongying's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly covered his mouth with her hand, exclaiming, "Troublesome brother, you should just keep quiet." Muffled, Luo Qingzhou felt the warmth of Hongying's palm and wanted to say more, but his words were stifled. "All right, enough of the mess. You sound like a child who can't properly speak. Hurry up and pack your things. I'll take you home." Hongying shot a flush glare at Luo Qingzhou. "Oh." Luo Qingzhou stared at Hongying's cherry-like lips, his thoughts lingering as he clumsily gathered his belongings, appearing somewhat disoriented. Witnessing this, Hongying felt a surge of frustration, exclaiming, "Is it only when you kiss that you can act serious?" Gathering her courage, Hongying swiftly cornered Luo Qingzhou against the wall of the dormitory. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she boldly pressed her lips against his. In that instant, Luo Qingzhou felt the warmth of her lips and the sweet sensation that lingered, leaving him yearning for more. He closed his eyes, savoring the somewhat unfamiliar yet exhilarating experience of the wall kiss from Hongying. Outside the dormitory, they kissed. They really kissed. Bailey Pang excitedly patted Lin Xie's shoulder. Indeed, Sister Hongying and classmate Qingzhou have mutual feelings for each other. It's merely the layer of sibling relationship that has delayed their acknowledgement of it. Lin Xie felt his heart warm as he observed Luo Qingzhou and Hongying locked in their kiss, offering his most sincere blessings. He then glanced at Bailey Pang, who was muttering about wanting to kiss Molly, and said, "I'm off, Pang. I need to find Molly. Let us head to the girls' dormitory next door." Bailey Pang looked dejected. "I fear Molly would send me flying with a punch. That is just a reflection of your own shortcomings. Look at Brother Qingzhou, managing to charm such a beautiful and fiery sister with ease. If you can't do the same, who can you blame?" Lin Xie observed Bailey Pang, realizing he ought to seek advice from Qingzhou in the future, as he too wished to experience a sweet romance. Bailey Pang was utterly envious of the kiss shared between Hongying and Luo Qingzhou in the dormitory. As the night deepened, the voice of Yuan Gang resonated through the loudspeakers of the training camp. "All new recruits, listen carefully. Given the unusual circumstances this year, the training camp has granted you a 4-day holiday. You have 15 minutes to pack your belongings and prepare to leave the new recruit training camp." At that moment, while Luo Qingzhou savored the somewhat awkward kiss from Sister Hongying, excitement erupted among the new recruits. "All right, that's enough. Don't dawdle. Pack your things. I'll take you home." Hongying gently pushed Luo Qingzhou away, her cheeks flushed with shyness. "Okay, Sister Hongying, let us go home." At that instant, Luo Qingzhou felt an unwavering determination to return home, for it was the place he shared with Sister Hongying. "Little brother, are you still staring?" Hongying tried her best to divert her gaze from Luo Qingzhou, but little did she expect that he would crouch down to observe her blushing face. After all, her flushed visage was indeed charming. Luo Qingzhou grinned, playfully blinking. "Bah, I think you're just asking for a beating." Hongying, she couldn't, playfully bit her lip and shyly exited the dormitory. Meanwhile, Luo Qingzhou, undeterred, followed her with his luggage, as calm as ever. "Sister Hongying, your face is so red," exclaimed Si Xiaonan, eyes wide as she gazed at the blushing Hongying in front of a dilapidated black pickup truck. Is it red? Perhaps it's just the heat, Hongying stammered. But Sister Hongying, it's snowing right now. Si Xiaonan innocently pointed at the falling snowflakes. Xiaono, you wouldn't understand. Everyone has different constitutions. Mine tends to heat up easily, which is why my face turns red. Besides, now that Qingzhou and Qie have received the news, we can head home. So let us not dwell on unnecessary thoughts. Hongying attempted to navigate Si Xiaonan as confusion. However, Si Xiaonan, watching Hongying open the car door, felt frustrated. Sister Hongying, this vehicle is already scrapped. We might have to walk back. No need to walk back, Xiaonan. You, Lao Zhao, and Lung Xian can take another vehicle. Hongying, Qie, and I, along with Qingzhou, will ride the military bus back, Chen Mai assured, concerned for Lin Qie and Luo Qingzhou's safety. Seizing the opportunity to join them on the bus under the pretext of the vehicle being out of commission. Oh, then Captain, we'll meet at the office. Upon hearing the captain's words, Si Xiaonan noticed Zhao Kongcheng waving at him from another vehicle. Simultaneously, Luo Qingzhou and Hongying, called by Chen Mai, boarded the military bus of the new recruit training camp. Lin Qie, may I ask you a question? In an unexpected twist, the traditionally insular boot camp has granted us leave. What could have prompted such a change? Just as Luo Qingzhou boarded the vehicle, he observed Shun Qingzhu with evident reluctance, approaching Lin Qie to inquire about this sudden development. Behind Shun Qingzhu stood all the younger brothers he had previously aided. Oh no, brothers! It was precisely because of these comrades that he swallowed his pride to seek Lin Qie's insight regarding this unforeseen situation. I am not certain, Lin Qie replied, furrowing his brow. How can you be uncertain? You are the cunning and treacherous agent of Sequence 003, the Angel Michael. You meticulously calculate every move of the masked team. Surely, any disturbances in the boot camp must fall within your purview. Shun Qingzhu expressed disbelief. For the masked team was one of the 4 special units of Huaxia, and if even they had fallen victim to Lin Qie's schemes, what hope did others have? Lin Qie retorted, cunning and treacherous, my foot. The only treachery I engage in involves charming young ladies. He cast an exasperated glance at Luo Qingzhou, who was beside him. Amusing Hongying. To Lin Qie's surprise, Luo Qingzhou, as if perceiving the widow-like complaint in his gaze, winked back at him. With this thought, Lin Qie decided to play along, adopting a serious demeanor. If you wish to uncover my schemes, seek out Luo Qingzhou. He is my representative in the mortal realm. Luo. Cunning? Shun Qingzhu's attention was drawn to Luo Qingzhou, as were the new recruits, Mo Li and Chao Yuan, aboard the vehicle. Mo Li recalled the time during a simulated battle with a masked team, when Luo Qingzhou, through sheer cunning, had gradually unmasked the member known as Moon Demon. She was immensely curious about Luo Qingzhou's true capabilities, for despite the masked team's members being formidable, Luo Qingzhou's profile clearly labeled him as an ordinary individual. Even when Moon Demon, blinded by rage, revealed a flaw, it was generally beyond the reach of a mere ordinary person to seize the opportunity. Thus, while Luo Qingzhou's records indicated normalcy, it was evident he was far from ordinary, much like the Rotund Bai Li, who constantly proclaimed himself a mere commoner from an ordinary family, yet in reality was the young master of the Bai family, the second benefactor of the Night Watchers. Amidst it all, may I inquire, do you seek to deceive my friend? The bold Chao Yuan abruptly appeared before Luo Qingzhou, an unexpected interruption. Why do you ask? Luo Qingzhou responded, taken aback by the monk's directness. Before I arrived in Songnan, a master foretold that I would encounter 2 benefactors. Chao Yuan declared earnestly, hands clasped in prayer. Who are the 2 benefactors? Luo Qingzhou inquired, eyes wide with curiosity. He only knew of Lin Qie. Could the other benefactor possibly be him? If so, he was indeed intrigued to know what the master had to say about him. 2 pillars stand firm, 8 divinities converge as one, drawn into the night. I guide the world. Chao Yuan gazed intently at Luo Qingzhou, his eyes burning with fervor. Luo Qingzhou. So does Shuangmu, standing tall. And the 8 gods departing refer to Lin Qie? Is that pit referring to me? Where on earth did this so-called master come from? He has no emotional intelligence. Just like Chief Yuan. No wonder he can't even afford a decent meal. Lin Xie. Well done, master. Such eloquence. Even that pitiful desk mate fell silent. I'm not the one causing trouble. That master is quite the troublemaker, lacking any emotional intelligence. Luo Qingzhou shot a displeased glance at Chao Yuan. So, does Master Luo cause trouble? Chao Yuan's gaze remained sharp. Luo Qingzhou. Not at all. Old Chao, do you see my face? Do I look like someone who could cause trouble? Or have I caused any? Luo Qingzhou was rendered speechless. Everywhere, Lin Xie stepped forward, a serious expression on his face. Luo Qingzhou. My younger brother Qingzhou has grown up. Whether he causes trouble or not is uncertain. But since Xie says Master Luo is quite troublesome, it must be true. Chao Yuan seemed to have just discovered his two benefactors in Songnan City. His previously stern expression instantly transformed to one of warmth and delight. Seated beside Luo Qingzhou, Hongying and Chunmai listened with great interest to the banter between Luo Qingzhou and the new recruits. Particularly, when they heard someone claim that Luo Qingzhou was troublesome, Chunmai and Hongying appeared as if they had stumbled upon a new world. From Hongying's perspective, it seemed rather amusing that a mischievous younger brother could be entertaining. Chunmai finally understood why Zhao Kongcheng always recounted that Lin Xie had swiftly defeated the Ghost-Faced Man and the Ghost-Faced King. It was entirely because these two had collaborated to vanquish the Ghost-Faced Man and the Ghost-Faced King, while Luo Qingzhou either slept soundly or acted foolishly afterward. Thus, the dual divine agents revealed only Lin Xie. Troublesome. What nonsense. I, Luo Qingzhou, have always conducted myself with integrity. How can I be seen as troublesome? Noticing Hongying's peculiar expression directed at him, Luo Qingzhou vigorously defended himself. Master Luo needs no explanation. I understand. I completely understand. From now on, I, Chao Yuan, shall associate with the two of you. Chao Yuan joined his hands in reverence. Before Luo Qingzhou or Lin Xie could respond, Bali Pangpang interjected. What do you mean, old Chao? Do you not realize that Brother Xie and Brother Qingzhou are my brothers? Since you want to hang out with them, why not join me? Pangpang, do you think I can't support you? As he spoke, Bali Pangpang produced a box containing a Rolex and handed it over. Chao Yuan accepted the Rolex and, without hesitation, offered it to Luo Qingzhou as if presenting a treasured gift. Master Luo, please feel free to take advantage of me in the days to come. Ravage me. Luo Qingzhou. Faced with such an unreasonable request from a monk, Luo Qingzhou had never encountered someone so eager to be taken advantage of. For a moment, Chao Yuan's boldness left Luo Qingzhou unsure of how to respond. Without further ado, your demeanor is quite peculiar, monk. Shen Qingzhou struggled to comprehend the extreme and eccentric mentality of Chao Yuan. Indeed, gazing at Chao Yuan, who wore an expression akin to infatuation as he looked at her, Luo Qingzhou took a long moment before managing to utter those two words. To be frank, Luo Qingzhou, you are indeed rather troublesome. Reflecting upon the pitiful plight of the masked team, Yue Gui, Shen Qingzhou turned her serious gaze towards Luo Qingzhou once more. Brother Shen, it seems whether Luo Qingzhou is troublesome or not is not the crux of the matter. Do we not come to inquire whether Luo Qingzhou knows why the new recruits were given a break at the training camp? Reminded the younger brothers behind Shen Qingzhou. It does appear to be so. Thus, Comrade Luo, could you enlighten us? It will be beneficial for everyone to be informed. Shen Qingzhou earnestly implored Luo Qingzhou. When soldiers arrive, they shall face the enemy. When water comes, earth shall cover. All of us are destined to be vigilant guardians. So why fear encountering such situations in the future? Luo Qingzhou looked at Shen Qingzhou and the others with unwavering conviction. In an instant, not only Shen Qingzhou, but even the other new recruits on the military bus felt the truth in his words. Just because there was a slight disruption at the new recruit training camp, should they become flustered and anxious? How could they aspire to be guardians in the future? Setting aside all else, I, Emoli, wholeheartedly agree with Luo Qingzhou. Emoli glanced at Luo Qingzhou, acknowledging the reason in his statement. I concur as well, said the plump Bai Li, raising his hand second. Following suit, Lin Chia and the other new recruits believed that since they were the future guardians, they should be prepared to sacrifice everything, even if the road ahead is fraught with challenges. Which guardian has not faced hardships? Have you noticed? Brother Qingzhou is no longer the little boy who required your protection. He has matured. Chunmai, seated on the military bus, reminisced about the various occurrences in Songnan City. He suddenly realized that if Guan Yu, the noble warrior, were sent by Luo Qingzhou to protect Hongying, then perhaps. Luo Qingzhou had long since transformed into an adult. Once under the care of an elder sister, the moment he became the agent of the creator goddess Nuwa, he possessed the capability to stand alone and understood that with great power comes the responsibility to protect his family. Hongying observed how just a single phrase from Luo Qingzhou earned the recognition of the new recruits, her beautiful eyes momentarily lost in thought. As the boy who once stood shorter than her had, unbeknownst to her, grown into a man taller than herself. Captain, my brother has truly grown up. As a cascade of memories flashed before her, like a fleeting panorama, Hongying felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, wiping away the tears that had appeared at some point. Indeed, from now on, as his sister, you must not regard him as a child any longer. Chunmai winked at Hongying. Then what should I regard him as? After drying her joyful tears, Hongying looked at Chunmai with glistening eyes. He should be regarded as a boyfriend. Chunmai's lips curled slightly upward, causing Hongying's exquisite face to flush a deep crimson. Annoyed, she retorted, "What are you grinning at? Captain, are you here to watch me make a fool of myself?" While the humor was lost on him, he certainly felt the weight of the dog food that he and Luo Qingzhou had been dishing out to each other. Chunmai sighed in exasperation. All he did was cook a meal and break a fast, allowing Luo Qingzhou to take the first bite. And yet he found himself caught in the crossfire of the sibling duo's antics. Who told you, Captain, not to let me eat first? Hongying seemed to understand Chunmai's thoughts, her mind drifting back to the day when her younger brother had been so well-behaved, a small smile creeping on her lips. Just as Hongying gazed expectantly at her now-adult brother, a sudden flash of light outside the military bus caught the attention of the new recruits. What is that?" shouted one recruit, leaning against the bus window as he spotted the blinding glow speeding toward them. The other recruits turned their heads to follow his gaze, and upon realizing the true nature of the lights, they stood frozen in shock. Those are military missiles. The recruits stared in horror at the incoming projectiles, despair etched across their faces. I knew something was amiss at this training camp. There must be a traitor within. Otherwise, how could missiles be fired at us? Chunmai's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly turned to Hongying and the others. Hongying, Chia, Qingzhou, stay in the vehicle. I will intercept those missiles. Captain, I can help you. I have broken through to the Chuan realm and can assist you, Hongying said earnestly, her gaze fixed firmly on Chunmai. You have reached the Chuan realm? When did this happen? Chunmai was taken aback. He had not expected Hongying to be the first among the many team members in the Qi realm to break through to a higher level, now standing alongside him in the Chuan realm. If that were the case, their combined strength could indeed intercept the missiles. Strangely, ever since that day, it seemed that my progress in cultivation had accelerated. Hongying bit her lip, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as she glanced at Luo Qingzhou, who was intently focused on the approaching missiles. Despite his intense concentration, Luo Qingzhou remained remarkably calm, murmuring, "The missiles that have been calibrated for launch will surely hit their target." As he spoke, the divine power words manifest from the Chinese deity Shen Gongbao began to drain Luo Qingzhou's mental energy in accordance with the difficulty of the situation. Feeling his mental strength gradually depleting, the recruit near the window, who had appeared despondent moments earlier, suddenly erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "The missiles heading toward us have inexplicably collided with each other. They exploded mid-flight before reaching their target. 50. Qingzhou, hurry over and take care of your girlfriend." Boom! Boom, boom! Boom, boom, boom! Several missiles, originally aimed with precision at a military bus, unexpectedly deviated from their trajectory mid-flight, resulting in a catastrophic collision and a thunderous explosion. Even from a distance, The new recruits aboard the military bus could feel the terror of the speeding missiles. Had these missiles struck the bus, it is likely that none of the recruits would have escaped unharmed. Fortunately, a malfunction in the missiles spared them from disaster, leaving Shun Qingzhu and the others to exhale in relief, drenched in cold sweat. Curiously, how could missiles that were pre-calibrated to target the military bus malfunction? Chun Mai furrowed his brow, his instincts suggesting that the issue lay not with the missiles themselves, but rather with someone covertly tampering with them. However, all new recruits' profiles aboard the military bus were meticulously recorded by the night watchers, and there was no indication of any influence capable of causing such a malfunction. Moreover, the missiles themselves would struggle to breach defenses without the strength of at least a River Realm practitioner, suggesting that whoever possessed the unknown influence must also wield at least that level of power. At present, the only individual aboard the military bus whose profile was unrecorded by the night watchers was Luo Qingzhou. It was reasonable to assume that Luo Qingzhou, who had reached the pinnacle of the Pool Realm, could indeed possess the strength of the River Realm, especially given his connection to the illustrious figure Guan Yu. Yet, something felt amiss. Luo Qingzhou did not appear to be suffering from excessive mental strain. In fact, after orchestrating the missile malfunction, he seemed unfazed, which implied that his capabilities might well surpass that of the River Realm. Upon realizing this, Chun Mai's breath quickened, and he felt a sense of absurdity in his and Hongying's mission to protect Luo Qingzhou and Lin Xie on this military bus. The reality was that Luo Qingzhou's strength far exceeded his expectations. This revelation meant that the most formidable member of the entire team, 136, was, astonishingly, Luo Qingzhou, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lao Zhao in the realm of the unconstrained void. It seemed that his earlier remarks to Hongying about Luo Qingzhou's growth were overly modest. This young man was not merely growing up. He was capable of single-handedly facing the entire team, 136. Observing Luo Qingzhou's expression, Chun Mai swallowed hard, contemplating the absurdity of having two River Realm practitioners safeguarding a figure whose power lay well beyond that threshold. "Captain, why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Luo Qingzhou inquired, noticing Chun Mai's gaze, which bore an almost infatuated quality. "And no, it's nothing. I just haven't seen you in a while, and I wanted to look at you a bit more," Chun Mai stammered, awkwardly averting his gaze. Hongying, however, regarded Chun Mai with a puzzled expression. "Captain, you're not secretly in love with my younger brother, are you? I never imagined you were such a person." "Hongying, don't be ridiculous. I have a wife and children," Chun Mai retorted. Chun Mai, with a face flushed with embarrassment, attempted to defend himself. No, to refute. "Oh, come now. It was merely a jest." "Captain, how could you blush?" Hongying immediately burst into laughter, her joy exuberant. Observing this, Chun Mai felt his authority as captain had been challenged, and with a furrowed brow, he exclaimed, "Qingzhou, quickly come and manage your girlfriend. How dare she mock me? The captain, in such a manner?" "Understood." Luo Qingzhou promptly made his way toward Hongying's direction. To his surprise, the once jubilant Hongying now found herself blushing deeply, her head buried in her lap, too shy to lift it, fearing that others might witness her embarrassment. Seeing Hongying in such a state, Chun Mai's confidence as captain seemed to return. Let this be a lesson. When in doubt, consult your blue friend. Satisfied, he patted Luo Qingzhou on the shoulder. Luo Qingzhou, grateful for Chun Mai's unexpected assistance, gave him a thumbs up. In Sangnan City, as the military bus gradually came to a halt, they had arrived. "Hongying, we've reached Sangnan City. Why do you still have your head buried in your lap?" Luo Qingzhou looked at the curled-up Hongying with amusement. "None of your business. Once the bus is empty, I'll get off by myself," she retorted with a hint of pride, hiding her small head beneath her long legs. "Ha! All right then, my friends and I will step off first." Luo Qingzhou laughed heartily as he and Lin Xie, along with Bai Li Pangpang, made their way off the military bus, their camaraderie evident. "Brother Qingzhou, your skills in wooing are simply remarkable. As fellow brothers, could you possibly share a few techniques with me?" Bai Li Pangpang, who had witnessed the entire scene on the bus, was nearly moved to tears by the sweetness of such romance. Of course, the first rule of wooing, sincerity begets sincerity. The second rule, provide emotional value. The third rule, the more she relies on you, the closer you are to success. Luo Qingzhou earnestly imparted his romantic wisdom. Sincerity begets sincerity? Am I not sincere enough with Molly? Am I not providing enough emotional value? Bali Pangpang looked at Luo Qingzhou with skepticism. Luo Qingzhou, glancing at Bali Pangpang, recalled Molly's attitude towards him and added, the first 3 rules come with a prerequisite. You both must be mutually attracted. Otherwise, no amount of sincerity or emotional support will be of any avail. Bali Pangpang replied, I can't help but feel that you've just stated the obvious. He regarded Luo Qingzhou with a peculiar expression. Not at all. If it were mere platitudes, how could I have won over Hongying so completely? Luo Qingzhou proudly cited his own successful experience. Bali Pangpang fell silent once more. Having arrived in Songnan, I have yet to experience its allure. I am contemplating finding a 5-star hotel to stay for a couple of days. Bali Pangpang gazes at the vibrant scene of Songnan, harboring a yearning for the foot massage establishments. Why not stay at your brother's place? Luo Qingzhou replied with a hint of discontent directed at Bali Pangpang. Oh, after indulging you with all the dog food from the car, you still wish to invite me back to your home for more? Bali Pangpang shot a disdainful glance at Luo Qingzhou and then turned to Chao Yuan, who was trailing behind them. Old Chao, since you are now following Brother Qingzhou and Brother Qie, why not accompany me to the 5-star hotel for a couple of days? Staying with Brother Qingzhou and Brother Qie might leave you feeling uncomfortably full. Oh, all right, Chao Yuan responded after a brief pause. As the new recruits departed, Luo Qingzhou waved at the military bus, now occupied solely by Sister Hongying. Is there really no one else? Sister Hongying, her cheeks still tinged with a hint of crimson, cautiously lifted her head to scan her surroundings. Upon confirming her solitude, she finally exhaled in relief. Humph. That detestable captain better not cross my path. Otherwise, he shall face my wrath. Once off the military bus, a fierce expression adorned Sister Hongying's delicate face. Sister Hongying, look at how fierce you are. The moment the captain disembarked, he vanished without a trace. Luo Qingzhou remarked, struggling to suppress a smile. Laugh all you want. It's all because of you, you insufferable little brother. If you don't prepare me a delicious meal during the new year, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Sister Hongying playfully brandished her tiny fists at Luo Qingzhou. All right, ha ha. He chuckled in response. Still laughing? You little brat, you're asking for it. Sister Hongying, feigning anger, lightly punched Luo Qingzhou's chest. As they watched the snow begin to fall gently over Songnan, Luo Qingzhou stood amidst the flurries, his hair swiftly dusted white. Sister Hongying couldn't help but tease, little brother, you've turned into an old man. What of it? Being with Sister Hongying, even turning into an old man, has its charm. Luo Qingzhou replied with a gentle smile. Humph, I would want to be with you. Sister Hongying huffed playfully, prancing through the snowfall, her slender fingers catching delicate snowflakes, dancing like a sprite within the winter wonderland. In her exuberance, she twirled right into Luo Qingzhou's embrace. Sister Hongying, your form is even more sincere than you. Holding her soft, warm figure, Luo Qingzhou brushed the remaining snowflakes from her hair. Nonsense. I was merely worried about falling. Sister Hongying retorted, her denial half-hearted. As she gazed at the mall with its doors firmly shut, a tinge of regret washed over her as she remarked, You promised to buy me 2 new garments for the new year, yet now the mall has closed its doors to celebrate the holiday. It's all right. There are plenty of cotton-padded jackets at home. As long as they are purchased by Sister Hongying, I would wear them even if they were tattered, let alone the old ones. Luo Qingzhou replied with a carefree smile. You certainly have a sweet tongue. Come on, let us head to the peace office. Given the incident at the new recruits training camp today, our Team 136 is bound to be busy this year. Elated, Hongying linked arms with Luo Qingzhou as they made their way to the peace office. Meanwhile, within the confines of the peace office, Si Xiaonan cast a curious glance at Chun Mai and Lin Qie. Captain, where are Hongying and little brother Qingzhou? On a date. Chun Mai chuckled at the thought of Hongying's awkwardness on the military bus. A date? Lin Chie chimed in, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Isn't that risky, Captain? With the unexpected turn of events at the training camp, how can you allow Hongying and little brother Qingzhou to meet alone? Zhao Kongqing questioned, perplexed. It's fine. It's not as if they're the targets. Little brother Qingzhou can handle it. Oh no, it's not a big deal. Lin Chie will be there to support them. Chen Mai waved his hand dismissively, confident that with Lin Chie from the ancient god church around, everything would be fine. As for Hongying and Luo Qingzhou, he felt reassured. After all, Luo Qingzhou was the strongest scout of Team 136. If anything were to happen to him, it would spell disaster for their team. Captain, your words seem to carry an air of offense. Lin Chie turned to Chen Mai. Having deduced that the captain had realized Luo Qingzhou was the agent of the Chinese creation deity, Enhua. It's all right with us here. How could the ancient god church truly threaten you, little brother Chie? So for now, just stay safe within the peace office. I'll handle the rest. Chen Mai assured Lin Chie. However, Captain, I believe hiding is not a solution. I would prefer to confront those who oppose me directly. Lin Chie declared resolutely. Well, that could work. Let General Guan protect you. Chen Mai replied as he approached a miniature statue of Guan Yu within the peace office, calling out General Guan. It's time to rise. We have tasks to undertake. Tasks to undertake? Finally, I can stretch my limbs. I've been cooped up for days. The miniature figure transformed into a striking figure, standing 8 feet tall with a majestic beard. Your task is simply to ensure little brother Chie's safety, Chen Mai instructed. No problem. I guarantee that little brother Chie will be safe under my watch. The handsome Guan Yu winked at Lin Chie. As for why he was so compliant with Chen Mai's orders, it was because Luo Qingzhou had given him another directive. He could heed the commands of others from Team 136 as long as Hongying was in a secure environment or in the presence of Luo Qingzhou. That's reassuring. By the way, what is General Guan's current realm? Chen Mai inquired, as if suddenly struck by a thought. The pinnacle of the Pool realm, replied the bearded Guan Yu. The pinnacle of the Pool realm? Indeed, my young brother Qingzhou has been occupied with a new recruit training camp these days. So it's understandable that he hasn't been able to assist Guan Yu in his advancement. However, once my young brother returns to the office, he should be able to elevate Guan Yu's status. Chen Mai mused inwardly. Captain, we have returned. Hongying and Luo Qingzhou entered the peace office, brushing off the snowflakes from their clothing. It's good that you're back. You didn't mishandle our Hongying, did you? Chen Mai immediately struck with a pointed remark. Luo Qingzhou responded smoothly, while Hongying shot a somewhat gritted-teeth glance at Chen Mai. Captain, he is my brother. What could he possibly do to me? What could he do? Quite a bit, actually. Chen Mai's expression subtly shifted as he regarded Hongying. The directness made her feel a bit self-conscious, prompting her to walk over to Luo Qingzhou's side and pout. You little brother, are you just going to stand there while the captain bullies your sister? That one do. I'll help you teach him a lesson, Sister Hongying. Luo Qingzhou stood up, facing Chen Mai directly. Zhao Kongqing's eyes sparkled at this scene. The night watchman Luo Qingzhou versus the strongest man of Team 130 SIXS Night Watchman. Well, since my young brother Qingzhou has spoken, as the captain, I should at least give him some face, right? So, today I want to say anything further about you, Hongying. Chen Mai was well aware of Luo Qingzhou's true prowess. He could not allow himself to lose face in front of the team members. Thus, rather than engaging in a confrontation, his strategic retreat only served to elevate his stature as captain. Is that all? I expected to witness the strongest night watchman facing off against the mightiest man during the New Year festivities, Zhao Kongqing remarked, shaking his head in disappointment. Why don't you take a turn, old Zhao? Chen Mai shot a disapproving glance at Zhao Kongqing. I can't win. Didn't I get beaten before? Zhao Kongqing sighed, recalling the moment he lost his title of the strongest night watchman to Luo Qingzhou. Then that settles it. You can keep up with me, just like you can without the Forbidden Ruins, right? Chen Mai rolled his eyes at Zhao Kongqing and then pondered. It's still early enough today. Old Zhao, old Lung, why don't you assist me? I'll prepare a sumptuous New Year feast for you. If we help you, then what will Qingzhou and 7 Knights do? Zhao Kongqing and the others queried. Well, I think it would be fitting for my young brother Qingzhou to accompany 7 Knights home to visit his family, fulfilling a wish of 7 Knights. Compared to having others protect Lin Chie, Chen Mai now felt that the strongest night watchman of Team 136 will be safer beside Lin Xie. P.S. Thank you for your support, dear readers. A little gift today, an additional chapter. Just let my young brother accompany 7 knights? In the new recruits training camp. It is evident that those fellows are all here for brother Lin Xie. Zhao Kongqing and Lung Xian do not comprehend Chen Mai's arrangements. General Guan, I implore you. Chen Mai then turned his gaze towards the bearded warrior, Guan Yu. I assure you, I shall not disappoint the captain. Guan Yu pledged. Well then, is that settled? If too many people gather, it might attract undue attention. Chen Mai gestured for Luo Qingzhou and Lin Xie to depart. Outside the Peace Affairs office, I, Guan Yu, pay my respects to the Lord. The bearded warrior knelt and clasped his fists. Your current realm is indeed insufficient. Let me assist you in your advancement. Luo Qingzhou activated his divine ability creation of beings and applied a small amount of black clay onto Guan Yu, elevating him from the pinnacle of the pond realm to a formidable presence in the sea realm. Even his cherished green dragon crescent blade ascended in status from the pond realm to the sea realm. After completing this, Luo Qingzhou felt his mental energy deplete significantly. Had Guan Yu not been at the pinnacle of the pond realm previously, this upgrade would have left him nearly devoid of energy. Thank you, my lord, for bestowing upon me such powerful strength in the sea realm. Guan Yu exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement at the surge of power. The sea realm? Lin Xie was taken aback. He recalled that when he first met Luo Qingzhou, he seemed to be at the pond realm. How could it be that after merely 6 months in the new recruits training camp, Luo Qingzhou had ascended to the sea realm? This rate of advancement was beyond Lin Xie's comprehension, even as he now entered the pond realm. Alas, there is no choice. The outer gods have long coveted Huaxia. If I do not ascend swiftly, I risk being discovered by them, with dire consequences. Luo Qingzhou did not conceal this from Lin Xie. He even wished to share this with the members of Team 136, yet the fewer who knew of his role as the agent of the Huaxia deity, the better. At least until he reached the pinnacle of humanity, he must remain hidden from the gaze of the outer gods. Otherwise, not only would he face irreversible doom, but the plans of other outer gods to invade Huaxia might also be expedited. Thus, until he reaches the Klein realm, it is paramount to develop further. Indeed, should a Huaxia deity, absent for a century, suddenly appear, who knows how the outer gods would react. Therefore, dear Qingzhou, it is imperative that you grow stronger promptly. Lin Xie regarded Luo Qingzhou with seriousness. Of course, Luo Qingzhou nodded slightly. Ever since encountering his dear Hongying sister in the recruits training camp, his previously depleted wife points had surged back to an impressive 150,000 due to their affectionate interactions, including kisses. Just 280,000 more points would allow him to reach the limitless realm. At that point, attaining the Klein realm would be merely a step away. By the way, since Fat Brother has arrived in Artsangnan, we haven't properly entertained him. Why not go visit him? Luo Qingzhou suggested. All right, Lin Xie agreed, as it was still early. In front of the opulent 5-star Kolinsky Hotel, Luo Qingzhou and Lin Xie arrived, guided by the location shared by Li Pangpang. To their astonishment, upon their arrival, they encountered the unique void of no restrictions exclusive to the Night Watchers. Who would have imagined that Li Pangpang, the young master of the Li family, would attract such attention so swiftly? Luo Qingzhou furrowed his brow slightly at the familiar territory before him. After all, who was Li Pangpang? He was a brother willing to support him for a lifetime. Such a companion could not possibly allow trouble to befall him in his own domain. Chia, this is the arena card I crafted out of board and back at the Second University. I have plenty of them. Use this to disrupt the void of no restrictions of those 2 Night Watchers, and then we can each handle one of them. Luo Qingzhou retrieved a jar containing a mini version of the arena card from his system space and handed it to Lin Xie. However, to Lin Xie, it appeared as though Luo Qingzhou had taken the jar from his pocket. Qingzhou, your creation abilities are truly remarkable. Not only can you conjure anything you desire, but it can also revert to its original size. Lin Xie's eyes lit up at the sight of the miniature arena card. Crafted by Qingzhou, it must be of the highest quality. Luo Qingzhou smiled faintly. After pricking his finger, he let a few drops of fresh blood fall onto the arena card, activating its unique skill, Realm of the Dead, which suddenly pulled a burly middle-aged man, who was in the midst of attacking by Li Pangpang, into the Realm of the Dead. Simultaneously, Lin Chia dragged a slender Night Watcher into the same realm. This left Li Pangpang and Chao Yuan, who were being pursued by the two Night Watchers, utterly bewildered in the chaotic five-star hotel. Old Chao, what just happened? How did those two Night Watchers vanish? Li Pangpang, clad in a bath towel, looked at the frenzied Chao Yuan in confusion. In his berserk state, Chao Yuan, lacking a target, maniacally laughed at Li Pangpang, exclaiming, "I will tear your flesh apart. Crush it." Li Pangpang was taken aback. Damn, just escaped the Night Watchers. And now I have to deal with old Chao chasing me. Why is my life so arduous? With a distressed expression, he tightened his bath towel and bolted away as Chao Yuan, in his berserk state, indiscriminately charged at him. At the same moment, within the Realm of the Dead, the burly Night Watcher who had been pulled into the special domain stared blankly at Luo Qingzhou, demanding, "Who are you? What is the consequence of meddling in others' affairs?" Luo Qingzhou's brow furrowed, and in an instant he appeared before the burly Night Watcher, seizing his neck and swiftly snapping it with precision. A murderer must be dealt with accordingly, especially one who was once a Night Watcher. After eliminating the burly Night Watcher, the domain of the Realm of the Dead swiftly dissipated. Luo Qingzhou cast a glance towards the realm known as the Kingdom of Death, yet he felt no apprehension regarding Lin Chia's safety. After all, the two Night Watchers were merely of the Pool Realm, and Lin Chia, being of the same caliber, could effortlessly dispose of one of them in the time it takes to save her cup of coffee. Indeed, as anticipated, just 10 seconds after Luo Qingzhou swiftly eliminated the burly Night Watcher, the other side of the Kingdom of Death also retreated. Let us depart. There is a troublesome fool inside. Luo Qingzhou's realm mental prowess allowed him to easily sense the presence of Chao Yuan, who was currently in a frenzied state. It was indeed quite troublesome. Lin Chia recalled the chaotic and formidable Chao Yuan during their simulated combat with a masked team, feeling a wave of embarrassment. "Help! Old Chao is on a rampage. Chao Yuan, please regain your senses. I am your chubby brother. This is bad. This is dire. Having survived the encounter with the two Night Watchers, I might just fall prey to my own brother in a 5-star luxury hotel." Li Pangwan found himself utterly exhausted and sprawled on the ground, pursued relentlessly by the frenzied Chao Yuan, closing his eyes in despair as he awaited the inevitable blade aimed at him. However, at that very moment, Luo Qingzhou, wielding an electric baton with sealing capabilities akin to the sealing scroll, approached Chao Yuan from behind and prodded him, instantly bringing him back to his senses. "Luo Qingzhou and Lin Chia, is that you?" "Indeed. Had we not arrived in time, my dear Pangwan would have met his demise." Upon witnessing the even more troublesome Chao Yuan, Luo Qingzhou swiftly lifted the unconscious Li Pangwan from the ground. As Li Pangwan beheld Luo Qingzhou, he immediately burst into tears and threw himself into Luo Qingzhou's embrace. "Brother Qingzhou, thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, I might never have seen my chubby self again." Luo Qingzhou replied, "To be honest, I am rather reluctant to see you at this moment." "Wait until your blue friend arrives before we dine," said Luo Qingzhou, gently comforting Li Pangwan. "All right, Pangwan, that's enough. Lin Chia and I have other matters to attend to." Li Pangwan, though reluctant, finally released Luo Qingzhou. "Take this. It resembles the sealing scroll. The next time old Chao goes berserk, simply poke him from a distance with this electric baton, and he will regain his senses." Fearing that Chao Yuan might confuse friend with foe, Luo Qingzhou handed the clay-made electric baton to Li Pangwan. Is it truly that miraculous? This seems far more practical than the sealing scroll. The sealing scroll requires old Chao to be mummified for him to recover, but with him in a frenzied state. Who would dare approach him so closely? However, this electric baton can do the trick from a safe distance. Li Pangpang cast a significant glance at Chao Yuan, seemingly in retaliation for being chased around the streets moments ago. Chao Yuan, feeling a tightness in his chest, earnestly remarked, "Pang, you could actually poke my armpit." "Oh, it might be easier since it's in your blind spot. I'll be quick, just endure it for a moment." With a flirtatious wink, He brandished the electric baton in his hand. Chao Yuan was left speechless, as were Lin Xie and Luo Qingzhou, who quickly declared, "All right, you two enjoy your vacation. Lin Xie and I have work to attend to." After a brief silence, Luo Qingzhou addressed Bailey Pang Pang and Chao Yuan before departing the five-star hotel with Lin Xie. In the dimly lit old district, Luo Qingzhou and Lin Xie traversed the streets until they reached a corner where the flickering candlelight cast the shadow of a household. "Xiaojin, even though your brother is not home this year, he left behind a clay figure before he left, which resembles him quite well. So, let us consider that clay figure as your brother during dinner, and our family can still be united." The loving silhouette, illuminated by the candlelight, smiled at the person and dog seated beside her. "All right," Yang Jin replied with a cheerful nod. "Meanwhile, boss, that kid has appeared." As Lin Xie observed his aunt and younger brother from a distance, from menacing figures donned in motorcycle helmets and wielding baseball bats emerged from the shadows. "No more chatter. Just take him out," came a stern command over the walkie-talkie. "Understood, boss." The four sinister youths smirked, but before they could make a move, Luo Qingzhou signaled the burly figure beside him. Guan Yu, the handsome warrior, promptly arrived and crushed one of the youths with a powerful punch. The reason he opted for his fists instead of the green dragon crescent blade was that Guan Yu deemed it inappropriate to behead these villains during the festive season, believing it would tarnish the New Year's ambience. Thus, he chose to eliminate them with his fists, avoiding excessive bloodshed. Another one? In an instant, Guan Yu dispatched the four ruffians who threatened the festive spirit and sensed the presence of Scorpion One nearby, immediately rushing to confront him. "Damn it! How did you find me?" Scorpion One, upon witnessing the demise of his companions, intended to invoke the forbidden item blood boiling to secure his own survival. However, he was taken aback when he realized his movements had been tracked, rendering his forbidden item ineffective. "Of course I saw you." Guan Yu, embodying the essence of his master Luo Qingzhou, refrained from unnecessary chatter. His colossal fists, imbued with immense strength, swiftly eliminated Scorpion One. "Master, all those harboring ill intentions in the vicinity have been thoroughly dealt with." The illustrious warrior, Guan Yu, approached Luo Qingzhou and clasped his fists in salute. "Ah, splendid performance. Truly worthy of General Guan." He then added, "You may now return to safeguarding Sister Hongying." Luo Qingzhou smiled at Guan Yu, who responded, "I am at your service. I shall go protect the young lady this very moment." With another bow, Guan Yu vanished into the depths of the falling snow. "Thank you, Qingzhou." Lin Xie expressed his heartfelt gratitude, quietly observing the flickering candlelight that illuminated a family gathered in joyous reunion. "It's nothing. It seems I no longer feel guilty when I play tricks on you," Luo Qingzhou replied with an innocent and generous smile. Lin Xie was momentarily speechless. At the peace agency, after Chun Mai received assistance from Zhao, Kongsheng, Lung Xian, and others, a splendid New Year feast was laid out on the dining table. As Hongying gazed at the fragrant oil-braised shrimp, dompa pork, and chicken stewed with mushrooms, her eyes sparkled like precious gems. "It smells divine. I long to savor a piece." Seated at the table, she glanced around, ensuring no one was paying attention, and just as she reached for a piece of chicken, Chun Mai's gaze locked onto her. Upon noticing, Hongying's face fell immediately. If you won't let me eat, then I won't." She pouted, upset. "It's a New Year feast. How can it truly be a reunion without Chia and my dear brother Qingzhou present?" Before Chun Mai could finish his earnest admonition, the door of the peace agency was abruptly pushed open. Upon entering, Luo Qingzhou immediately spotted his dear Hongying, who wore a look of deep dismay, which brought a smile to his face. "What has happened to my beautiful and lovely Hongying? You appear as if you've been wronged." "Wah, brother, the captain won't let me eat the chicken," Hongying lamented, pointing an accusatory finger at Chun Mai as her trusted ally arrived. "Now hold on. I never said she couldn't eat. She simply has to wait for her boyfriend to arrive before we dine together, right?" As a commendable captain, Chun Mai knew how to navigate the dynamics among his team, delivering a double blow with his words. Even the bystanders, like Si Xiaonan and her companions, were left dumbfounded by Chun Mai's sharp retorts. "The captain is right. I completely agree." Upon hearing the term boyfriend, Luo Qingzhou swiftly changed allegiance. Meanwhile, Hongying's cheeks flushed with a slight rosy hue, and she glared at Chun Mai, gritting her teeth. Captain, don't think that your sweet words grant you free rein. Eh, sweet, you say? Well then, why not give her girlfriend a kiss to sweeten her day? Chun Mai winked at Luo Qingzhou. Understood. I shall comply with your request. With no regard for the bystanders, Luo Qingzhou approached the enchanting, slightly flushed Hongying. However, she blushed deeply and pushed him away. You cheeky brother. Whose man are you? The captain's or mine? Why do you always listen to him? Of course, I belong to my beautiful Hongying. Luo Qingzhou did not rush to speak. Apidisitling buzid Hongying. This is more like it. Hongying, blushing and somewhat proud, felt her heart swell with joy at Luo Qingzhou's words. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The sweet words made Hongying's heart flutter, earning a reward of tenfold critical wife pampering points 10,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making Hongying's heart blossom with joy, earning a reward of 100-fold critical wife pampering points 100,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host. After dinner, Hongying happily patted her little belly. I'm so full. Is there a little baby in there? Luo Qingzhou teased with a smile. As if, Hongying blushed and shot a glare at Luo Qingzhou. Let's go. Time to go home and sleep. With great joy, Hongying stood up, waved goodbye to Chun Mai and the others, and set off with Si Xiaonan and the others. Soon, driving the spare off-road vehicle from the peacekeeping office, they arrived in front of a luxurious villa. Sister Hongying, I'm going to wash up, okay? I'm a bit tired today. Si Xiaonan, knowing it was best not to be a third wheel, found an excuse and slipped into her room after washing up. After Xiaonan finished washing, I'm going to take a bath too. Hongying glanced at Luo Qingzhou, who was watching the Spring Festival Gala on the sofa in the living room. Need any help? Luo Qingzhou smiled thoughtfully. Help? Hongying was taken aback. Then, as if realizing something, her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, You little rascal. Your audacity seems to have grown, hasn't it? No way. Luo Qingzhou blinked innocently. Yes, indeed. Hongying blushed and shot him a glare, then grabbed her pajamas and entered the bathroom, firmly locking the door behind her. At that moment, Si Xiaonan cautiously tiptoed into the living room. Little brother Qingzhou, I have the key to the bathroom. Do you want it? Isn't that inappropriate? Luo Qingzhou looked at the key in Si Xiaonan's hand, feeling tempted yet hesitant, shaking his head. Then what about the key to Hongying's room? Si Xiaonan, still smiling, produced another key. This. Luo Qingzhou hesitated. Here you go. This is the one. Si Xiaonan joyfully handed the key to Hongying's room to Luo Qingzhou and skipped back to her own room, humming a little tune. Sister Xiaonan, you're so kind to me. Watching Si Xiaonan bounce back to her room, Luo Qingzhou quietly tucked the key to Hongying's room into his pocket. Half an hour later, Hongying emerged from the bathroom clad in a pink cat-themed pajama, standing confidently before the misty bathroom entrance. Her long black hair slightly damp from a recent shower. You little rascal, what are you staring at? Aren't you going to grab the hairdryer and help me dry my hair? Standing before the bathroom, Hongying caught sight of Luo Qingzhou's gaze upon her, causing her cheeks to flush as she began to command him. Oh, my sister descended from the heavens. Obediently, Luo Qingzhou retrieved the hairdryer from the drawer and approached Hongying from behind, gently touching her slightly damp hair before using the warm air to dry her tresses. Sister descended from the heavens? Hongying pondered, feeling the warm breeze caressing her hair. The misty ambience of the bathroom, combined with her freshly bathed appearance, rendered her as ethereal as a celestial being descending from the 9 heavens. Exquisitely beautiful, breathtakingly stunning. After helping Hongying dry her hair, Luo Qingzhou set down the hairdryer with a smile, gazing sincerely at his enchanting sister. Nonsense. I am no celestial being. Suddenly flustered by her younger brother's compliments, Hongying stammered in rebuttal, yet her heart brimmed with indescribable joy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for praising Hongying, elevating her mood. Reward. Tenfold crit wife points 10,000. I don't care. You are indeed a celestial being, Luo Qingzhou replied earnestly, observing the rosy hue on Hongying's face. What are you staring at? I'm going to sleep. Hongying shot a glance at Luo Qingzhou, her cheeks flushed and swiftly dashed back to her room like a rabbit. Still shy? Luo Qingzhou's lips curled into a slight smile as he entered the bathroom for a relaxing soak. After bathing, he donned a set of pajamas adorned with blue cats and settled in the living room, holding the room key that Xiao Nin had given him for Hongying's room. Should I sleep in Hongying's room? Luo Qingzhou hesitated, but the thought of her often sneaking into his room to sleep emboldened him. However, when he approached the door with the key, he discovered that Hongying had not locked it at all. To his surprise, she was still awake, lying on her bed and gazing at him with an intriguing expression as he stood before the door. Hongying, let me explain. Faced with her scrutinizing gaze, Luo Qingzhou attempted to plead his case, but to his astonishment, she ignored his defense, shifting to make space on the bed and patting the spot beside her. Are you afraid of the cold, my dear brother? Come sleep here. The place I just occupied is quite warm. Hongying is so kind to me. Luo Qingzhou felt elated as he joined her. Yet, as he closed his eyes, he did not immediately succumb to sleep. With each playful interaction with Hongying, the wife points system continued to announce updates, and soon his points amassed enough for him to ascend to the limitless realm. System, proceed with the exchange for promotion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully ascending to the limitless realm, consuming 430,000 wife points. Remaining wife points, 20,000. The current progress of the infinite realm stands at 1 million. Have we reached the infinite realm? It seems that coming to Sister Hongying's room to rest was indeed a fortuitous choice. As Luo Qingzhou felt his mental strength transform from a vast ocean into a magnificent force, he gently wrapped his arms around Hongying's slender waist, akin to a delicate willow swaying in the breeze, and peacefully drifted into slumber. The following day at the office, you little rascal, you crushed my hair. Upon awakening, Luo Qingzhou was met with Sister Hongying's fierce gaze, glaring at him with indignation. Crush your hair? Wasn't it you who was in my embrace last night? How could I have pressed your hair? Luo Qingzhou questioned, puzzled, as he looked to Hongying. Look, Hongying pointed at her hair, which was indeed pressed against the side, her expression turning into one of grievance. This can be crushed? Luo Qingzhou hurriedly apologized, Sister Hongying. It was entirely unintentional. If you prepare a delicious breakfast for me, I shall forgive you, Hongying replied, crossing her arms defiantly. Understood. Luo Qingzhou leaned in and planted a quick kiss on Hongying's fragrant cheek, like a dragonfly skimming the water, then swiftly got out of bed before she could fully react. You little rascal. No. Now you're a bad little brother. Once Hongying regained her composure, she bit her lips slightly, feeling the lingering coolness on her cheek from Luo Qingzhou's kiss, causing a blush to bloom across her face. Meanwhile, in the living room, Xiao Nin was up early. Upon hearing the commotion from Hongying's room, she curiously approached Luo Qingzhou, asking, little brother Qingzhou, you and Sister Hongying didn't tea. Well, last night, did you? I hope I want to have a nephew or niece soon. Her large, sparkling eyes widened at the mere thought. Luo Qingzhou replied, Sister Xiao Nin, what are you thinking? I merely slept in Sister Hongying's room last night, and besides, she can flash. I wouldn't dare to overstep. He shook his head. Oh, I was just thinking I might soon have a little nephew or niece. Xiao Nin, somewhat disappointed, returned to her seat. Seeing this, Luo Qingzhou felt that her imagination was rather overblown. In the kitchen, having accrued quite a few wife pampering points from last night, Luo Qingzhou felt compelled to prepare a more refined breakfast for Sister Hongying. Fresh shrimp dumplings, pumpkin porridge, red date soup, and some sweet rice balls, along with mango taro mochi, would suffice. Once he decided on the breakfast menu, he immediately set both stoves alight, ensuring the microwave was also in use, and busied himself with the preparations. After approximately 80 minutes, the breakfast was nearly ready at the dining table. Sporting sharp-patterned pants and a black cotton jacket, Hongying, eagerly patting her belly, exclaimed, Bad little brother, why is breakfast taking so long? That's because I'm making your favorite fresh shrimp dumplings and red date soup. Luo Qingzhou smiled as he arranged the prepared breakfast on the dining table. Once everything was set, Hongying glanced at him with suspicion. Such a lavish breakfast this morning. Did you do something nefarious last night? You troublesome brother? Not all. In fact, I committed a misdeed this morning. Luo Qingzhou chuckled, casting a glance at the spot he had kissed earlier. Instantly, Hongying's face flushed as she shot him a glance. Well, at least you're aware of how to make amends with your sister. With that, she gazed at the exquisite array of delicacies before her, and, like a little glutton, eagerly began to indulge. As for Si Xiaonan, having never encountered such a sumptuous breakfast in her life, she felt fortunate to share in Hongying's good fortune and savor this delightful meal. Delicious. After finishing, Hongying's face radiated a satisfied smile. Ding. Congratulations to the host for preparing a nutritious breakfast that Hongying thoroughly enjoyed, rewarding you with tenfold critical wife points 10,000. As long as it's tasty. Luo Qingzhou smiled as he stood to tidy the dining table. Then, he took his place in the luxurious passenger seat and set off towards the Peace Bureau. A quarter of an hour later, before they could even enter the Peace Bureau, Luo Qingzhou and Hongying sensed an unusual tension in the air. Captain, there are quite a few uninvited guests surrounding the Bureau. Upon entering, Hongying furrowed her brow at Chen Mai. Indeed, it's because the dual deity agent Lin Chie is in the Bureau. Chen Mai narrowed his eyes, unaware that Lin Chie had become a dual deity agent. Yet it was evident that the ancient god church had anticipated this first. Had he not encountered an oblivious lackey from the ancient god church trying to intrude upon the Peace Bureau that morning, he would have remained oblivious to Lin Chie's current status. This clearly indicated that there was a mole within the higher echelons of the Night Watchers. Otherwise, how could the ancient god church have learned of the classified documents that Yuan Gang had only recently uploaded to superiors? Dual deity agent? Upon hearing this news, Hongying and the others exchanged astonished glances at Lin Chie. Sister Hongying, it's not that I intended to keep this from you. It was Luo Qingzhou who asked me to conceal it. Seeing Hongying's sharp gaze, Lin Chie quickly turned to betray Luo Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou, all right. You've grasped my essence. Haven to you? You even know how to strike first? Luo Qingzhou exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Chie before awkwardly chuckling. Sister Hongying, I did it all for the sake of classmate Chie. True. Hongying nodded thoughtfully, then furrowed her brow in confusion. Captain, since they have surrounded the Bureau, why haven't they acted yet? Are they waiting for Chie to step outside? Wait, with that group of ruffians outside, I have no fear. Thus, there is only one possibility. They are waiting for someone who can at least restrain me to arrive. Chen Mai furrowed his brow, pondering which follower of the ancient god church would be dispatched to attack the agency. Captain, you hail from the river realm, and so do I. If the ancient god church intends to abduct Chie from us, there is but one possibility. They must be sending a master from the sea realm. After analyzing Chen Mai's words, Hongying felt the situation becoming increasingly precarious. Indeed, the question remained, which seed of followers would the ancient god church send? Unable to arrive at a conclusion, Chen Mai felt a headache coming on. However, upon observing Luo Qingzhou maintaining an unwavering composure, his curiosity about which follower would be sent from the ancient god church diminished. The steadiness of Luo Qingzhou implied confidence in overcoming that follower. Old Zhao, Brother Qingzhou, you two must now set up the Wujie Kongyuan remain by Brother Chie's side once it is established. We shall handle the rest. Chen Mai directed Zhao Kongsheng and Luo Qingzhou, then turned to Hongying, Guan Yu, and the others. Hongying, General Guan, you will accompany me to confront the enemy. Meanwhile, Zhao Kongsheng, holding a placard, glanced at Luo Qingzhou with a hint of resignation. Brother Qingzhou, you are indeed a master of the Wuliang realm, with a sea realm expert involved. It seems we are no longer of any concern. Had it been a being of the level of the Nantua snake demon progeny, Zhao Kongsheng might have been willing to engage, but foes from the sea and river realms were far beyond that caliber. The formidable mental strength of such masters could wash over the body, enhancing their physique. Against an adversary from the river or sea realm, even a national martial arts champion or one endowed with divine strength would find themselves akin to an egg striking a boulder, utterly defenseless. Well, if that is the case, Brother Zhao, might I borrow some of your blood to activate the Wujie Kongyu? That way, you would have more to occupy yourself with. Luo Qingzhou, also brandishing a placard, winked at Zhao Kongsheng. Zhao Kongcheng retorted, "Go away. Though I find myself with little to do, I can still indulge in some casual games. I haven't completed my levels yet." With a look of disdain, Zhao Kongcheng waved his hand dismissively, then bit his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the placard. Immediately, a dark red domain enveloped the entire peace agency. As the Wujia Kongyu realm unfolded, the agency resembled a den of serpents, with tables, lamps, sofas, and even dishes inexplicably sprouting snake eyes. Some even managed to slither out as enormous pythons, stretching dozens of meters in length. Clearly, the follower sent by the ancient god church was no fool, knowing to target Chia and Brother Qingzhou once I emerged. Standing outside the agency, Chen Mai frowned slightly upon witnessing the changes within. I must return to assist my brothers. As a formidable Chuan realm practitioner, Hongying possesses the ability to discern that the individual who has unleashed this enigmatic snake-eye domain is also a practitioner of the Chuan realm. He harbors concerns that Zhao Kongcheng and Luo Qingzhou may not be able to withstand this formidable opponent. Yet, it is the one inside who is truly unfortunate. With a furrowed brow, Chen Mai's lips suddenly curled into a slight smile. On the surface, he may appear to be the strongest member of Team 136, but in truth, the true strength of Team 136 lies in a different individual. The one inside is indeed the more unfortunate. Not only was Hongying taken aback, but even Si Xiaonan and the others wore expressions of confusion. Impossible. The snake woman is the avatar of the divine Medusa, while the Lin Xie within is merely at the Qi realm, and the other two are ordinary individuals who do not even possess the capabilities of a forbidden realm. Chen Mai, are you merely engaging in bravado? A young man with a long spear, exuding charm and elegance, stepped out from the shadows. You are Han Xiaoyan, the captain of the night watchers in Gusu City? Upon seeing Han Xiaoyan, who had vanished from Gusu City years ago, Chen Mai's pupils constricted. He could hardly fathom that the captain of the night watchers had become a follower under the ancient god church. No, I am now the 13th seat of the followers. Han Xiaoyan introduced himself calmly, stepping forward. You claim the snake woman will suffer more, but that is merely an attempt to draw my attention. Regrettably, I possess comprehensive knowledge of the members of your team 136. Is that so? Then let us wait and see. Chen Mai responded with unwavering confidence. Hongying, Leng Xiong. Xiaonan, General Guan, you will handle those few Japanese individuals, and I shall deal with Han Xiaoyan. Before Chen Mai could finish his arrangement, the illustrious Guan Yu, brandishing his green dragon crescent blade with an air of dominance, stood before Han Xiaoyan. Captain, allow me to confront this Han Xiaoyan. Guan Yu, you are merely at the Qi realm, while Han Xiaoyan is at the High realm. Let me and the captain handle him. Hongying recalled how Guan Yu had nearly been severely injured by the Ghost-Faced King, and had it not been for him, she would have sustained considerable harm that day. Thus, how could she allow someone at the Qi realm to face certain death? No, Miss Hongying, Han Xiaoyan is at the High realm, and I too am at the High realm, Guan Yu proclaimed, striking the ground heavily with his green dragon crescent blade. The unique mental energy of the High realm instantaneously radiated, astonishing everyone present. Upon witnessing this figure, who bore a striking resemblance to the historical Guan Yu, Han Xiaoyan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. How is this possible? This Guan Yu is also at the High realm. What is impossible? My lord is a formidable practitioner at the Wuliang realm. Hence, my position at the High realm is quite reasonable, is it not? Guan Yu stroked his beard, exuding calmness. While he remained composed, Chen Mai was utterly stunned. He had always believed that given Luo Qingzhou's age, even as a genius, he would only reach the High realm. Yet, he could not fathom that Guan Yu would claim Luo Qingzhou was a master of the Wuliang realm. The Wuliang realm, even among the night watchers in the capital, who are predominantly at the High realm, there are hardly a few. Such an existence can rival that of Xia Siming, the captain of the Special Squad Phoenix. With a gasp, Chen Mai was utterly stunned as he gazed into the office, already envisioning the dire fate that awaited the agent of Medusa. A sovereign? In the small city of Cangnan, there exists a formidable being of the Wuliang realm? Upon hearing Guan Yu mention the Wuliang realm sovereign, Han Xiaoyan's expression shifted dramatically. Snake Lady, cease your attack. Retreat at once. There is likely a Wuliang realm expert inside. Within the office, the battle between Lin Qiye and the Snake Lady had reached a fever pitch, with neither side gaining the upper hand. It was only when Han Xiaoyun's shout echoed from outside that the Snake Lady, shaken, turned her gaze towards Zhao Kongsheng and Luo Qingzhou, who were engrossed in a game of match 3. The strength of Lin Qiye was already evident to her. Indeed, he was of the Qi realm. If Han Xiaoyun claimed there was a Wuliang realm expert within the office, it could only refer to Zhao Kongsheng or Luo Qingzhou, who appeared so nonchalantly engrossed in their game. Damn it, the intel was flawed. I shall not play with you any longer. In a state of panic, the Snake Lady unleashed a multitude of serpents, attempting to flee the office. However, just at that moment, Luo Qingzhou, still engaged in his game, suddenly stood up and fixed a steady gaze on the retreating Snake Lady, calmly uttering, "Realm of Death." With that, a shadowy domain instantly enveloped both Luo Qingzhou and the Snake Lady, drawing them into a special spatial realm. This left Zhao Kongsheng, still playing his game, utterly bewildered. What has transpired? Wasn't it agreed that they would flank left and right, in an unbounded void? So, dear brother Qingzhou, what exactly did you just do? Why did you vanish without a trace, taking the Snake Lady along with you? Could it be that the Wuliang realm expert mentioned outside is indeed you, dear brother Qingzhou? I am the agent of the creator god of Huaxia. Enwa. Inside the office, Zhao Kongcheng stared in confusion at the direction where Luo Qingzhou and the Snake Lady had vanished. He could not comprehend why his partner, who had been so elusive, had suddenly revealed himself as a Wuliang realm expert. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye was equally perplexed as to why Luo Qingzhou, who had concealed himself for so long, had chosen this moment to expose his true power. In truth, at the moment the Snake Lady attempted to escape, Lin Qiye had also intended to summon the competition card and use the divine skill Realm of Death to draw the Snake Lady into a special space. However, before he could pierce his finger and stain the competition card with blood, Luo Qingzhou had unexpectedly stood up and pulled the Snake Lady into the Realm of Death. Why? What was your purpose, dear classmate Qingzhou? Gazing at the direction where Luo Qingzhou had disappeared, Lin Qiye murmured, lost in thought. What do you mean, why? You must have known all along, right? Zhao Kongsheng, still in a state of disarray, seemed to catch Lin Qiye's murmured words, fixing him with a piercing gaze. I have come to understand the reason. Lin Qiye, seemingly oblivious to Zhao Kongsheng's confusion, suddenly declared with piercing eyes, it is for Sister Hongying that classmate Qingzhou chose to expose himself, even before encountering the Ghost Face King. Classmate Qingzhou harbored an intense hatred for the ancient God Church. Thus, at this very moment, how could he allow the Serpent Woman to escape right beneath his nose? In the realm of death, the Serpent Woman was abruptly pulled into a special space, where she beheld Luo Qingzhou, calm and composed before her. A wave of profound unease surged within her. At that moment, she felt like prey in the crosshairs of a hunter, an icy chill enveloping her entire being. No, it cannot be. The data clearly indicated you were merely an ordinary person with no forbidden realm, possessing only basic martial skills. How could you possibly be a formidable being of the Wuliang realm? How could the small town of Sangnan possibly harbor a guardian of the Wuliang realm? Like a creature trapped in a millennium-old ice cellar, the Serpent Woman trembled in disbelief as she gazed at the expressionless man who fixed his unwavering gaze upon her. Because Sangnan City is home to Sister Hongying and me. Yet your ancient God Church has secretly cultivated ghost face individuals and the Ghost Face King within Sangnan City. You even nearly harmed my beloved sister Hongying. Therefore, how dare you ancient God Church members still roam freely before me? This is tantamount to courting death. Luo Qingzhou regarded the Serpent Woman with indifference, then retrieved the preformed Qingwei gun from his system space. After calibrating its precision, he hurled it forth. In an instant, it pierced through the Serpent Woman's chest. She had no opportunity to defend herself and lost all signs of life. Immediately thereafter, the myriad serpent eyes within the agency vanished in an instant. Outside the agency, Han Xiaoyun felt his heart sink upon witnessing this turn of events. His greatest fear had indeed materialized. The figure before him, the handsome warrior Guan Yu, was truly one of the two vigilantes documented in the records. It seemed we could not escape. Sensing the serpent woman had lost all signs of life within the agency, a powerful aura approached from outside, prompting Han Xiaoyun to reveal a hint of resignation and despair. The few Japanese individuals accompanying him, witnessing this, sought to seize the opportunity to flee. General Guan, please cleanse the ancient god church members. With one hand holding the serpent woman's corpse, Luo Qingzhou stepped lightly toward the outside of the agency, under Zhao Kongqing's astonished gaze. I shall faithfully execute my lord's command. Upon seeing Luo Qingzhou, Guan Yu grasped his green dragon crescent blade, no longer idle, and unleashed his martial prowess upon the fleeing Japanese individuals. His extraordinary skills, combined with high realm strength, allowed him to eliminate one of the Japanese men with a single stroke. It was a sight that delighted the onlookers. To think that the Wuliang realm powerhouse was you, Luo Qingzhou. Han Xiaoyun, his face marked by despair, was taken aback as he witnessed Luo Qingzhou emerge, holding the serpent woman's lifeless body. In his heart, he believed that Zhao Kongqing was the true Wuliang realm powerhouse concealed within Songnan City. Zhao's age and experience perfectly aligned with the characteristics of such a hidden figure. In stark contrast, Luo Qingzhou was merely 20 years old. He was far too young. It was unimaginable what would happen if the news of a 20-year-old Wuliang realm powerhouse were to be revealed. Luo Qingzhou would become an unparalleled figure among the Night Watchers. His potential could upend the entire world's understanding. Moreover, countless foreign deities and malevolent gods would go to any lengths to eradicate this budding talent within China. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Luo Qingzhou, a member of the 136th Squad of the Night Watchers and a representative of the Chinese primordial deity, Niwa. After casually discarding the corpse of the snake woman onto the ground, Luo Qingzhou cast a detached gaze toward Han Xiaoyun. Chinese deities? Have they not always remained absent? How is it that a representative of a Chinese deity suddenly appears? Han Xiaoyun's eyes brimmed with shock, and he even erupted into a mad laughter. The Chinese deities have always existed. They have been trapped in a cycle, striving to protect China. However, it will not be long before they return. Luo Qingzhou replied coolly. I have answered all your questions, so, as for you, Han Xiaonan, the 13th seed of the ancient God Church's believers, your time has come. To my death? Yes. I suppose it is my fate, but I cannot go down without a fight. Otherwise, she will. Han Xiaoyun cradled his head in his hands, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, he gazed at the city of Songnan, illuminated by countless lights, and exclaimed, a great wind disaster. In that instant, a storm's eye manifested above the office, unleashing swirling snowflakes that gradually expanded outward. Once this eye formed, it could obliterate half of Songnan City. I have done my utmost. The Forbidden Ruins Sequence 0, 79-foot Great Wind disaster was the last line of defense Han Xiaoyun could muster. Divine Technique Wind sweeps the clouds away, observing the expanding storm's eye above the office. Luo Qingzhou produced a fan reminiscent of the one used by Princess Iron Fan from Journey to the West. With a gentle sweep toward the storm's eye, a terrifying blizzard erupted, instantly extinguishing the storm's eye that had appeared above the office. After the blizzard subsided, the skies cleared, as if the storm's eye had never existed. Truly, Wuliang realm powerhouse, effortlessly dismantling my great wind disaster. If only I had had Wuliang realm ally in Suzhou back in the day. After witnessing the destruction of the great wind disaster, Han Xiaoyun took a deep breath and closed his eyes, as if awaiting the end of his life. I am sorry. Had he not been a member of the ancient God Church, I would not have intervened. It is indeed a pity. With that, Luo Qingzhou conjured the Qingyue spear in his right hand and, without hesitation, hurled it at Han Xiaoyun, granting him a swift release. The deeply moved Hongying, overwhelmed with emotion, hurled the Qingyue spear, which gracefully arced through the air like a beam of pure moonlight, piercing Han Xiaoyun's heart. Yet, contrary to the despair he had felt upon learning of the Wuliang realm master among Team 136, Han Xiaoyun faced death with remarkable composure and a smile. For in this demise, he would finally be liberated from the control of the whispering. It was over. As Han Xiaoyun fell with a smile, The Wuliang aura emanating from Luo Qingzhou instantly receded. Brother, could you truly be the suspected agent of the Chinese creation deity Nuwa we have been searching for all along? After Luo Qingzhou concluded the siege by the ancient god church, Hongying found herself unable to shake off the image of Luo Qingzhou's indifferent yet commanding demeanor. She gazed at her brother, whom she had been tasked with protecting since childhood, in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had casually emerged, effortlessly carrying the corpse of Medusa's agent, the Snake Woman, and had easily slain Han Xiaoyan of the Sea Realm. Most astonishingly, her brother was the agent of the Chinese creation deity Nuwa. It is I, Hongying, who has wronged you by concealing the truth for so long. What wrongdoing? It was well concealed. Who prompted you to reveal yourself now? Do you have any idea how perilous your exposure could be? Hongying did not blame Luo Qingzhou for keeping his identity a secret. Rather, her eyes brimmed with tears of frustration as she struck his chest with a fierce blow. She did not care whether her brother was the agent of the Chinese creation deity Nuwa. Her only concern was for her charming and radiant brother's safety. Thus, she refrained from reproaching him for hiding his identity as the agent of Nuwa. But she chastised her insufferable brother for recklessly exposing himself without the means to confront the ensuing dangers, placing himself in extreme peril. Sister Hongying, if I hadn't revealed myself, the Snake Woman might have truly escaped. She is one of the ancient god church. Anyone who seeks to harm you deserves to perish. Therefore, the ancient god church is my enemy. Seeing them, I cannot tolerate the notion that they nearly harmed you and then left unscathed. Observing Hongying, whose face was streaked with tears of sorrow, Luo Qingzhou tenderly reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Let her flee. The escape of one Snake Woman pales in comparison to your safety. Tears glistened in Hongying's beautiful eyes as she glared at Luo Qingzhou in anger. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that this insufferable brother had exposed his identity as the agent of Nuwa for her sake, warming her heart and making it difficult for her to continue scolding him for his reckless act in defense of her honor. Never mind. Fortunately, all members of the ancient cult have perished, and everyone present is part of our team 136. As long as we keep our lips tightly sealed, we might still salvage the situation. Hongying stifled a sob and turned to Chunmai, Lin Xie, and the other members of Team 136, earnestly requesting, Captain, my younger brother is rather naive. I implore you not to disclose that he is the agent of the Chinese deity. I fear he may attract the attention of the outer gods and those from the ancient cult. This goes without saying. We are well aware of the implications of being an agent of the Chinese deity. Moreover, Captain, I have known for quite some time that my dear brother Qingzhou is the avatar of the Chinese creation goddess, Nuwa. Yet, I have managed to keep this secret from you all, even refraining from reporting it to our superiors. So, Hongying, I believe my discretion has been quite commendable. Wouldn't you agree? Chunmai smiled faintly. Thank you, Captain. Hongying joyfully wiped away the tears that had betrayed her resolve and turned her gaze to Lin Xie and the others. Sister Hongying, you can rest assured. I knew he was the agent of the Chinese deity even when we were still desk mates. I haven't breathed a word to anyone, Lin Xie assured her. Hongying then looked at Zhao, Kongsheng, Si Xiaonan, and the others. Don't worry, Hongying. Since Qingzhou is also an agent of the deity, I, old Zhao, am quite pleased that no one is vying for my position as the lookout. Zhao Kongsheng chuckled. I can only rejoice for my little brother Qingzhou being the agent of a deity. Besides, I live with you, Sister Hongying. Do you really think I would let anything slip? Si Xiaonan added with a playful adjustment of her glasses. We are all members of Team 136. We are like family. We would never do anything to harm our own, Cold Xian and Wu Xiangnan chimed in, sharing a smile. Thank you, everyone. Hongying bowed to Chunmai and the others, her smile radiant. What are you thanking us for? We are quite interested in the matters concerning the Chinese deity. So let us tidy up the battlefield and thoroughly interrogate Brother Qingzhou about it. Chunmai remarked with a knowing glance at Luo Qingzhou. Indeed, we must properly interrogate Brother Qingzhou regarding the Chinese deity, especially since he has kept it from me for so long. I thought we were both in the same plight. Yet you, my boy, have unexpectedly become the agent of the Chinese deity and risen to be the strongest among our team, 136. Zhao Concheng eagerly echoed Chimai. More than the details about the Chinese deity, I am far more curious about what the ancient cult did to Sister Hongying, prompting Brother Qingzhou to risk exposure and eliminate their members. Si Xiaonan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Yes, dear brother. You claimed it was for my sake that you exposed yourself to eliminate the ancient cult's members. Yet, I cannot recall ever being harmed by them. Not only is Si Xiaonan curious, but even Hongying herself is somewhat intrigued as to when she was harmed by a member of the ancient god church. Sister Hongying, do you remember the ghost-faced king that nearly inflicted grave injury upon you near the old district? That ghost-faced king was deployed in Sangnan City by the ancient god church through the method of nurturing a poison insect. With a smile and genuine curiosity, Luo Qingzhou informed the now tearless, smiling Hongying. Ghost-faced king. Hongying paused, but soon recalled that perilous moment when it nearly crushed her skull. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of Guan Yu, she might have met her demise that day. It turns out that even then, she was being protected by her younger brother, whom she was meant to safeguard. You still remember that you were my brother? At the Peace Affairs office, after Luo Qingzhou and Hongying had just cleared the battlefield and briefly learned about the reincarnation of the deities of Huaxia, they saw Yuan Gang, Bai Li Pangpang, Chao Yuan, and Shen Qingzhu rushing in with great urgency. Is Lin Qie all right? The audacity of the ancient god church is astonishing. Not only did they place 3 traitors beside me, but they also have ulterior motives toward Lin Qie. After rescuing Bai Li Pangpang and the others from a 5-star luxury hotel, Yuan Gang hurried towards the fiercely contested office. Director Yuan, I'm fine. But how did Shen Qingzhu end up coming along with you? Lin Qie, having removed the gloves worn while clearing the battlefield, looked curiously at Shen Qingzhu. After all, it was hard not to notice him amidst the throngs of younger recruits in the training camp. Isn't it a 4-day holiday? I plan to wander around Sangnan and happen to run into Bai Li Pangpang and Chao Yuan. Bai Li Pangpang spent a fortune to have me protect him. Shen Qingzhu explained, unable to suppress his complaints. Damn, earning this money is no easy task. While I was protecting him, a powerhouse from the Sea Realm showed up. If Director Yuan hadn't arrived in time, I might have lost my life after just taking on one job. How tragic. Who told you not to hang out with us? Look at me and Qie. We easily dealt with the people the ancient god church sent to encircle us. Luo Qingzhou cast a meaningful glance at Shen Qingzhu. Hey, you're not trying to make me your little brother, are you? Shen Qingzhu instinctively took a step back. The cunning and treacherous Luo Qingzhou was not merely a saying. If he became Luo Qingzhou's subordinate, even 100 lives would not suffice for Shen Qingzhu to escape his schemes. Hey, I never said that hanging out with us means you have to be our little brother. Luo Qingzhou waved his hand to prevent Shen Qingzhu from misunderstanding. Then what do you mean by wanting me to hang out with you? Shen Qingzhu asked suspiciously. Of course, it means brothers share both hardships and joys. Luo Qingzhou grinned and winked at Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu, your smile evokes an unsettling chill, I must say. Upon witnessing Luo Qingzhou's seemingly harmless grin, Shen Qingzhu felt an inexplicable anxiety stir within him. Yet, the thought of having such a cunning and treacherous brother by his side was not entirely unwelcome. At the very least, he would not fall prey to others in the future. It appears you are reluctant to be our esteemed Brother Qie's ally. Be wary when you encounter him in the future. Luo Qingzhou pushed Lin Qie forward, instantly casting a shadow of cunning upon Lin Qie's demeanor. No. We can be brothers, but please refrain from deceiving me and my comrades. Shen Qingzhu hastily gestured. Now, that is more like it. Why don't you come and meet our esteemed Brother Qie? Luo Qingzhou displayed the demeanor of a sycophant beside Lin Qie, leaving Lin Qie utterly perplexed, merely staring at Luo Qingzhou's baffling antics. Brother Qie, let us not deceive our own brothers in the future. What is there to fear from the fierce and audacious? What truly instills fear is the cunning machinations of those with ulterior motives. Thus, even the audacious one, who seemed to command the heavens and earth, called out to Brother Qie. I assure you, I would never betray my own brothers. Lin Qie responded with an awkward smile and a nod. That is reassuring. Shen Qingzhu exhaled in relief. Well then, since Captain Shun and your team have dealt with the members of the Ancient God sect, I shall return to the new recruit training camp. Yuan Gang, relieved to see everyone safe, finally let go of the tension in his heart. However, before heading to the training camp, he turned to Luo Qingzhou and the others. You all must remember to return to the squad when holiday ends. Rest assured, Captain Yuan, we will certainly be punctual. Luo Qingzhou and the others nodded in agreement. All right, I must take my leave. I need to report the events that transpired here to the higher-ups. Yuan Gong hurriedly departed. Observing this, Chen Mai turned to Lin Xie and Luo Qingzhou. Qingzhou, why don't you introduce your esteemed brother? This is Bailey Tumming. This is Chao Yuan. And the one you just heard, Shun Qingzhu, is also with us. Luo Qingzhou approached the plump Bailey Tumming, placing a hand on his shoulder. Greetings, I am Chen Mai, the captain of Team 136. The individuals beside me are Hongying, Si Xiaonan, and Wu Xiangnan. Chen Mai cheerfully introduced the members of Team 136. Hongying, I know her all too well. She is the sister that Qingzhou speaks of incessantly. Furthermore, on the day she came to the training camp to fetch Qingzhou, I secretly witnessed her and brother Chia sharing a kiss in the dormitory. Bailey Tumming exclaimed excitedly, causing Lin Xie's expression to shift dramatically. He rushed forward to cover Bailey Tumming's mouth, then awkwardly smiled at Hongying and Luo Qingzhou. Qingzhou, Sister Hongying, he speaks nonsense. I have never spied on you two in the dormitory. Then how do you know that Sister Hongying and Brother Qingzhou kissed in the dormitory? Si Xiaonan adjusted her glasses, curiously observing Lin Xie. Lin Xie replied, Sister Xiaonan, I've nearly put this matter behind me, and your question has drawn me back into the depths of turmoil. You've fallen silent? It seems there is indeed something to it. Qi, you better be prepared. When you find someone you fancy and share a kiss, I will be watching you with eyes wide open, as if they were larger than bronze bells. Luo Qingzhou mimicked the act of widening her eyes. Lin Xie thought to herself, while others might not believe such words. There's no doubt in my mind when it comes from Luo Qingzhou. With such a troublesome desk mate, her words must carry weight. Alas, I've only myself to blame for my overwhelming curiosity, which has led to Luo Qingzhou taking notice of me. By the way, Sister Hongying, when Qi was peeking at us kissing, did you not also gaze at him with eyes as wide as bronze bells? Lin Xie turned her head to the side, only to realize that Hongying, who had been beside her moments ago, had vanished. Where could my large sister Hongying have gone? Luo Qingzhou looked around and eventually spotted a blushing Hongying, who was cautiously and stealthily attempting to return to the office. Upon noticing everyone's gaze fixed upon her, the flustered Hongying bit her lip in annoyance. You little rascal. If it weren't for your relentless pursuit that day, how could anyone have seen us? With that, Hongying, in a fit of frustration, grabbed Luo Qingzhou's arm and pulled him back into the office. Ouch, Sister Hongying, be gentle. I am your brother, Luo Qingzhou exclaimed, wincing as he looked at an irate Hongying. Do you still remember you are my brother? Inside the office, Hongying squinted her eyes, adopting a fierce demeanor. However, to Luo Qingzhou, she appeared anything but menacing. Rather, it felt like she was playfully flaunting her affections in front of others. Here, Sister Hongying, this is the dowry from your brother Qingzhou, exclaimed a chubby friend. Even when you are angry, you still look lovely. As he gazed at the adorably fierce Hongying, Luo Qingzhou's eyes sparkled with delight. Oomph. Don't think that by saying such things, I will cease to be angry. Hongying suppressed her inner joy, maintaining her fierce demeanor. Then, Sister Hongying, if I give you a kiss, will you not be angry? Luo Qingzhou blinked innocently. Dream on. Hongying shot him a playful glare. Her cheeks flushed, while her eyes darted to see if anyone was entering the office. Upon noticing that their captain and the others were still outside, engaged in pleasant conversation, Hongying, with a sudden rush of courage, leaned in and planted a quick kiss on Luo Qingzhou's lips. In that fleeting moment, Luo Qingzhou experienced a rush of sensations. First the chill, then the warmth. Two contrasting temperatures lingered on his lips. Hongying, having delivered a swift kiss, blushed deeply and hurriedly exited the office, exclaiming, You little rascal. Thank you for your unwavering protection of your sister. Congratulations to the host for providing diligent protection, which has instilled a profound sense of security in Hongying. As a reward, you receive 100-fold critical hit pet wife points, 100,000. The protective instinct of a brother towards his sister is only natural. Upon hearing the sudden announcement from the system, Luo Qingzhou gazed at the blushing figure of Hongying as she shyly departed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Outside the office, Sister Hongying, your face is quite flushed, Si Xiaonan remarked with curiosity as she observed Hongying. I mentioned that my physique tends to heat up easily, which is why my face is red, Hongying stammered in response to Si Xiaonan. A physique that heats up? But Sister Hongying, it's snowing heavily. I've seen that look on your face back in the recruit training camp when you were with Brother Qingzhou. Bai Li Pang began to blurt out, but Lin Xia swiftly covered his mouth. Brother Bai Li, I've already caught Brother Qingzhou's attention. Please don't put me in a predicament. Besides, do you wish to be scrutinized with eyes as wide as saucers while sharing a kiss with your beloved? I don't want that. Bai Li Pang felt uneasy at the mere thought of such a scenario. Then it settled. In the future, refrain from speaking carelessly in front of Brother Qingzhou, and certainly do not embarrass Sister Hongying, or else you'll face the consequences with me. Lin Xia advised kindly. Understood. Bai Li Pang's eyes sparkled with newfound wisdom. Subsequently, he produced 10 boxes of Rolex watches from seemingly nowhere. Sister Hongying, this is the dowry I've arranged for you on behalf of Brother Qingzhou. If it's insufficient, please do not hesitate to ask. As the best friend of Brother Qingzhou, I, Pang, will ensure that your wedding is splendidly organized. Not only must it be beautifully arranged, but I also intend to treat the entire city of Songnan to your wedding feast. Dowry? Hongying's face, which had finally lost some of its blush, suddenly became as radiant as the finest rouge in the world, breathtakingly beautiful. I haven't developed that far with my brother yet. Her cheeks still tinged with pink, she dared not meet the gaze of Luo Qingzhou, her friend from training camp. Fear not. A kiss or two will bring you closer. Once your endeavors bear fruit, I, Pang, will certainly spare no expense in orchestrating a grand wedding for you. Bai Li Pang proclaimed generously. At this, Chen Mai and the others were visibly excited. They hadn't anticipated that Luo Qingzhou would forge such a strong friendship in a recruit training camp. Not only was he offering luxurious Rolex watches, but he also intended to handle the wedding arrangements. This was truly akin to having a benefactor. Hey, Pang, may I inquire why you are so generous towards our brother Qingzhou? You've only known each other for 6 months, yet you're willing to lavish such gifts on him? Chen Mai asked curiously. That story begins back in our 3-person dormitory in the recruit training camp. Originally, I assumed that Qingzhou was merely an ordinary child from an unremarkable family, much like myself and Xie. However, upon reviewing Qingzhou's profile as a night watchman, I discovered that he truly hails from a commonplace household. At that moment, I resolved to ensure that Qingzhou would lead a life akin to that of ordinary people like myself and Xie. Admittedly, becoming a divine agent is beyond my capabilities, yet I lack nothing but money. Bailey, with a flourish, produced a stack of banknotes from his pocket and handed it to Hongying. Sister Hongying, I came without a gift this time, so please accept this 100,000 as a token of my appreciation to buy some clothing and cosmetics. Hongying was momentarily taken aback, staring at the money for an extended time. It was only when Luo Qingzhou appeared before her that she regained her composure, returning the cash and the Rolex watch to Bailey. I cannot accept this, dear brother. Moreover, my brother and I are still quite young. With a blush, Hongying insisted on returning everything to Bailey. However, Bailey waved his hand dismissively. I have never asked for anything back once given. Besides, this is a sincere gesture from me as your brother. If you refuse, it would imply that you look down on me, just like Qingzhou. Well, then thank you, dear brother, Hongying conceded, recognizing Bailey's steadfastness. She reluctantly accepted the money, casting a meaningful glance at Luo Qingzhou, as if to say, you must remember to look out for this wonderful friend during the new recruit training camp. In response, Luo Qingzhou smiled knowingly at Bailey. From this day forth, your affairs shall be my affairs, and you shall be my dearest brother. Absolutely. Bailey shot a glance, at Luo Qingzhou. By the way, Chia, you must not be envious of our friendship. When you find a partner, I shall also arrange your wedding. Bailey winked at Lin Chia, perhaps fearing that he might feel left out. Not at all, but I must say, you are indeed a remarkable brother. Lin Chia replied earnestly. From now on, just like Qingzhou, your troubles will be mine. If you encounter any difficulties, I, Lin Chia, will certainly lend my unwavering support. He could hardly believe that in just 6 months, he had forged a bond with someone as loyal as Bailey, a friend who treated him better than family. All right, dear brother, you have friends visiting, yet you leave them standing outside? Hongying shot a glance at Luo Qingzhou. Why don't you invite them in for some tea? Chun Mai and the others also turned their attention to Luo Qingzhou, recognizing the admirable character of the friends he and Lin Chia had made. Otherwise, they would not have urged them to invite Bailey and his companions into the office. When you return, I shall be your girlfriend. Inside the office, Bailey Pang Pang, Chow Yuan, and the others were visiting the office of the night watchers of Team 136 for the first time. Each of them cradled a steaming cup of tea as they explored the entire premises. Qingzhou, one cannot deny, your office is remarkably well equipped. Bailey Pang Pang remarked after touring the underground shooting range and the training ground, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. The array of facilities within the office, including outdoor spaces, was astonishing, resembling nearly half the size of a rookie training camp. Even after departing from the training camp, my sister Hongying and her companions could not neglect their physical training. Luo Qingzhou cast a glance at the perfectly sculpted Hongying, whose physique bore no trace of excess, akin to a flawless statue, and his eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, among the members of Team 136, not a single one resembled him in their rotundity. So, Pang Pang, it appears that you truly ought to consider shedding some weight. Chow Yuan stated earnestly. Just because I am plump does not mean I lack agility. Otherwise, you would have long since met your demise at my hands. Bailey Pang Pang retorted, unfazed by his weight, proudly asserting that a bit of extra flesh only made him more resilient. Chow Yuan sighed. All right, the hour grows late. We should return to the hotel. Tomorrow at the rookie training camp, we shall continue our extended discussions with Qingzhou and Chia. After casting a glance at the dimming sky, Bailey Pang Pang exchanged a few more words with Luo Qingzhou and Lin Chia before departing the office. Brother, your friends are quite amusing, Hongying remarked with a smile, watching Luo Qingzhou after the trio had left. Indeed, especially Pang Pang. He has even prepared for our future wedding. I am at a loss for how to repay him. Luo Qingzhou responded, casting a meaningful look at Hongying. In the next moment, Hongying's cheeks flushed a radiant hue as she retorted, I have not promised to marry you. Furthermore, I do not even have a girlfriend at present. Sister Hongying, are you not concerned that Qingzhou might be swept away by the female recruits at the training camp? I believe he possesses quite the charm and would surely be popular among the ladies there. Si Xiaonan exclaimed, her large eyes filled with curiosity as she examined Luo Qingzhou. He wouldn't dare. Before Luo Qingzhou could reply, Hongying narrowed her eyes playfully at him. He wouldn't. Not when I have Hongying, Luo Qingzhou replied, sensing Hongying's jealous gaze directed at him, and he couldn't help but smile. It was evident that she cherished him deeply, yet the pride of being an elder sister held her back from expressing it openly. After all, there is a saying, fortune favors the bold. That's more like it. A radiant smile blossomed on Hongying's face, pleased with her brother's perceptiveness. The following day, Luo Qingzhou and Lin Chia were once again escorted to the new recruit training camp by Hongying. Sister Hongying, Qingzhou, I shall take my leave now. Lin Chia, understanding that the siblings had much to discuss, wisely chose not to linger as a third wheel. After watching Lin Chia walk away, Hongying patiently handed the suitcase to Luo Qingzhou. Qingzhou, once you arrive at the training camp, be sure not to reveal your identity as you did that day at the office, understand? Not a chance. Unless Sister Hongying gives me a kiss. Luo Qingzhou replied with a playful smile. All right then. Hongying stood on her tiptoes and quickly planted a flustered kiss on Luo Qingzhou's cheek. Her primary concern was her brother's safety. A mere kiss was a trivial matter in her eyes. Would you mind giving me another kiss, Sister Hongying? The last one was too quick. I didn't get to savor it. Luo Qingzhou winked at the blushing Hongying. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Hongying playfully pinched Luo Qingzhou's side. Ha! Sister Hongying, that tickles. Luo Qingzhou knew that her playful pinches were always gentle, akin to a light tickle, leaving him in fits of laughter. Stop it. Did you hear what I said? You mustn't make me worry about you. Hongying frowned, her expression serious as she ceased their playful banter. I heard you, Sister Hongying. You can rest assured and return home. Luo Qingzhou waved at her with a broad smile. As Hongying turned away and opened the car door, she suddenly felt a pang of reluctance and dashed back to him. She enveloped Luo Qingzhou in a tight embrace. Stinky brother, it will be ages before I see you again. I can't bear to part with you. Feeling Hongying pressed closely against him, Luo Qingzhou too felt a twinge of sadness. Had it not been for his promotion to the Wuliang realm just before joining the training camp, he wouldn't have dared to leave her side, fearing for her safety. Well, when you return, I promise to be your girlfriend. Hongying, holding on to Luo Qingzhou, summoned tremendous courage to utter these words. The very declaration caused her cheeks to flush like a teapot, as if steam might erupt from her head. If Luo Qingzhou could see the adorable expression on her face, he would undoubtedly be unable to contain his laughter. All right, it's a promise then, when I come back. Sister Hongying, you'll be my girlfriend. The mere mention of the word girlfriend sent Luo Qingzhou's heart racing with excitement. He had awaited this moment for so long. Previously, Hongying had hesitated to lower her guard due to her role as an older sister. But now she had mustered the courage for him. This is ample evidence that his wait was worthwhile. Moreover, he occupies an absolutely significant position in Hongying's heart, one that transcends that of a mere brother, embodying the importance of a boyfriend. Ah, it seems my brother. I shall take my leave now. After a shy nod from Hongying, she swiftly boarded the car, not affording Luo Qingzhou even a fleeting glance before driving away along the same route. As for the reason, it was evidently because her cheeks were not merely flushed, but her entire being was enveloped in shyness, stemming from a bold confession that had been long in the making, rendering her unable to meet the gaze of the one who would soon be her boyfriend. Only I shall encourage you, fatty. In the boys' dormitory, Luo Qingzhou, filled with an indescribable joy following Hongying's proposition to become his girlfriend, hummed a cheerful tune while dragging his suitcase into the trio's dormitory. Qingzhou, you seem to be in high spirits. Did you and Hongying share a kiss? Bali Fatty, spotting Luo Qingzhou's beaming smile, could not contain his curiosity. Luo Qingzhou responded, Fatty, do you ever feel you know a bit too much? And those who know too much often meet unfavorable ends. He squinted seriously at Bali Fatty. Meet a tragic fate? Lin Xie approached with piercing eyes. Then, I know nothing at all. Bali Fatty immediately covered his eyes. Excellent, your awareness has certainly improved, Fatty. Luo Qingzhou je ne patavai li fatis shulde. At that moment, a voice resonated from the loudspeaker outside the dormitory. All new recruits assemble at the center of the training ground in 5 minutes. Latecomers shall face 1,000 push-ups and a run of 300 laps around the field. Goodness, if I'm late, it might just cost me my life. Bali Fatty exclaimed, hastily dashing out of the dormitory, fearing tardiness. A similar scene unfolded among other new recruits, as both male and female dormitories erupted with activity. A throng of fresh recruits hastening towards the center of the training ground. Soon enough, the field was teeming with a bustling crowd of new recruits. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Instructor Gu, responsible for your training in the Forbidden Zone. Before you lies a device designed to enhance your mental fortitude. All new recruits will line up to don this device. This ACE apparatus will accompany you throughout your training at the camp until its conclusion. Instructor Gu did not elaborate on the specific functions of the ACE device, merely observing as recruits approached to claim their equipment. What is this? Instructor Gu, your device pales in comparison to my watch. Is it possible to forego wearing it? Bali Fatty disdainfully flaunted his Rolex while eyeing the unappealing wrist device. Instructor Gu, exasperated by Bali Fatty's antics, commanded, remove your Rolex. Hurry up and put on the wrist device immediately. Bailey Pang Pang, somewhat helpless, switched the wristwatch to his other hand. And in the next moment, he uncontrollably shouted, Farewell, Mother, I am about to embark on a journey. as he watched his body roll uncontrollably. He sang with a heart full of sorrow. "Puffed. How pathetic. Let me see what is so extraordinary about this watch." Shun Qingzhu, witnessing Bailey Pang Pang rolling on the ground, laughed so hard that his stomach hurt before putting on the wristwatch. In an instant, the smile vanished from his face. His entire body shivered. "Damn, this thing has a charge." After the jolt, Shun Qingzhu felt the electric current course through his feet, causing him to leap up. "Is it electrified?" Gao Duan, following Shun Qingzhu's lead, donned the wristwatch and immediately trembled. His speech slightly slurred as he looked at Instructor Gu. "Instructor Gu, how do I stop this thing from discharging?" "It's simple. Output a mental force equal to the electric current, and the watch will cease its discharge. Otherwise, the current will persist," Instructor Gu said with a slight smile. He then turned to Lin Xie. "It's your turn." Lin Xie nodded, picked up a wristwatch, and, to avoid the embarrassing fate of Bailey Pang Pang and the others, immediately matched his mental force with the output current upon contact. Thus, he merely felt a slight tingle at the moment of contact, and then everything was fine. Next was Luo Qingzhou. Observing the new recruits in line, Instructor Gu recalled that Luo Qingzhou seemed to have no limitations, which implied that it mattered little whether he trained in the Forbidden Realm or not. Instructor Gu, ordinary people possess a trace of mental force as well. I would like to give it a try. Luo Qingzhou gazed curiously at the wristwatch that had caused Bailey Pang Pang and the others such embarrassment. Very well. Instructor Gu nodded. As Luo Qingzhou donned the wristwatch, he felt the electric current surging from the watch, extending from his arm to other parts of his body. Fortunately, Luo Qingzhou reacted swiftly, easily matching his mental force with the output current. The sensation was pleasantly tingly. After experiencing the wristwatch, Luo Qingzhou smiled at Bailey Pang Pang, who was rolling on the ground. How infuriating! If an ordinary person like Brother Qingzhou can manage it, I refuse to believe I cannot. Calming himself amidst the chaotic rolling, Bailey Pang Pang began to feel the stimulation from the electric current, gradually outputting his mental force to match it, careful not to overshoot or undershoot, which might trigger the watch's electric response. 15 minutes later, Bailey Pang Pang, now covered in dust from rolling around, finally adapted to the wristwatch. Breathing heavily, resembling a coal miner fresh from the mines, he sat beside Luo Qingzhou, a triumphant smile on his face as he proclaimed, "Brother Qingzhou, I did it. Indeed, you are truly remarkable, Pang Pang." As I gazed at the withered blades of grass perched atop Bailey Pang Pang's head, coupled with his grin reminiscent of a dusty beggar, I found myself stifling laughter. Yet, Chao Yuan beside me could not contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. "Pang Pang, you rolled on the ground for 15 minutes. Even more than a loach. Do you have any objections to my fondness for rolling?" Bailey Pang Pang huffed softly and turned to Luo Qingzhou. "At least Brother Qingzhou is kind, not mocking me, but encouraging me." Suppressing his laughter, Luo Qingzhou turned away, unable to hide the smile blooming on his face. Lin Xie, witnessing this, let out a soft chuckle. After a moment, Luo Qingzhou turned back to Bailey Pang Pang and said, "Brother Pang Pang, they are truly wicked, unlike me, who only knows how to encourage you. I hope this group of people does not give me a reason to find fault, or I shall laugh at them all day." Bailey Pang Pang cast a sharp glance at Lin Xie and Chao Yuan, who were laughing at him. "Is that so? Ha ha ha, Brother Pang Pang." When Brother Qingzhou turned around just now, Lin Xie attempted to pull Luo Qingzhou into the jest, but Luo Qingzhou swiftly covered Lin Xie's mouth, earnestly admonishing him. "Brother Pang Pang is our dorm mate. As brothers, how can we mock him? We should offer him more encouragement. So, Brother Xie, will you promise me to rein in your laughter?" Lin Xie replied. "But weren't you the one who laughed first? I couldn't help it once I saw you. Tomorrow, there will be surprises. Woo-woo. Brother Qingzhou is truly good to me." Observing Luo Qingzhou earnestly instructing Lin Xie on his behalf, Bailey Pang Pang was so moved that tears of joy welled in his eyes. Lin Xie interjected, "But it was Pang Pang who laughed first. If he and T laughed, I absolutely could have held it in. All right, Brother Pang Pang, you need not be so touched. This matter is already behind us. Look at Brother Xie now. He is deeply remorseful." His features had settled into a mask of self-reproach. Luo Qingzhou, noticing Lin Xie's gaze, which resembled that of a sorrowful widow, promptly took Bai Li Pang aside to rest, preventing him from perceiving Lin Chie's self-reproachful look, which was, in truth, directed at him. I hope Brother Chie can engage in some self-reflection. Bai Li Pang and Luo Qingzhou settled down with their arms around each other, turning their backs to Lin Chie. Observing this, Shen Qingzhu and Chao Yuan suddenly felt that the scheming and cunning were not attributed to Lin Chie at all. The true cunning was, evidently, Luo Qingzhou, what the esteemed Lord Chie. On the surface, he appeared to revere Lin Chie, like a sycophant at his side. It was evident that Lin Chie had allowed Luo Qingzhou to act in his name, turning a blind eye to it all. Lin Chie, could it be that you possess some leverage over him, rendering you unable to voice your grievances? Shen Qingzhu and Chao Yuan cautiously approached the melancholic Lin Chie, inquiring gently. No, his leverage is in my hands. Lin Chie replied earnestly. Then how is it that he is causing trouble under your name, rather than you under his? Shen Qingzhu and Chao Yuan were left bewildered, for the weight of his leverage was substantial and burdensome. They glanced at Luo Qingzhou, and Lin Chie appeared suddenly relieved. How heavy? How burdensome? Shen Qingzhu and Chao Yuan queried with curiosity. The kind that suffocates you, Lin Chie mused, envisioning the looming threat of external deities and the nefarious actions of the ancient god church in Huaxia, thus viscerally sensing the immense pressure that Luo Qingzhou bore invisibly. Suffocating, you say? Yet we hardly resemble that. Shen Qingzhu and Chao Yuan observed Lin Chie, who was laughing and chatting amiably with Bai Li Fadi, casting serious doubt on Lin Chie's mental state. Alas, you do not comprehend. I am, after all, the first to grasp the gravity of his mission. Lin Chie, watching Luo Qingzhou engaged in jovial conversation with Bai Li Fadi, bore an expression that only a true understanding of Qingzhou could elicit, one that was uniquely his. Indeed, we do not comprehend. Shen Qingzhu and Chao Yuan seriously suspected that Lin Chie had been indoctrinated by Luo Qingzhou. Yet, they dared not question the cunning Luo Qingzhou, fearing they too might become akin to Lin Chie. All right, the half-hour adaptation period for the ACE device has concluded. Next, we will combine training in the Forbidden Ruins with physical conditioning. So run forth, young men. Without the use of the Forbidden Ruins, you are to complete 1,000 laps around the track. Instructor Gu surveyed the new recruit's adaptation to the ACE device while glancing at his watch. 1,000 laps? Bai Li Fadi, engaged in light-hearted banter with Luo Qingzhou, suddenly appeared on the verge of tears. Isn't this asking for my life? Does Instructor Gu even regard us as human? Indeed, 1,000 laps it is. In any case, whether you're exhausted from running or running until exhausted, you must not stop, whether at a slow jog or a brisk pace. As long as you meet today's standard, you will be dismissed to rest. Instructor Gu's mouth curved into a slight smile, for Bai Li Fadi had previously criticized the unattractiveness of the watch he was required to wear. Get going. The sooner you run, the sooner you can rest. Shen Qingzhu glanced back at his comrades and took the lead in starting to run. Subsequently, the other recruits followed suit. The track was approximately 400 meters per lap, and at a pace of 30 seconds per lap. They would need to run for at least 9 hours to complete 1,000 laps. Would they not finish by midnight? Bai Li Fadi, running around the track, bore a face of despair. Though the task was daunting, he resolved to persevere. Come on, Fadi, you can do this. Luo Qingzhou ran alongside Bai Li Fadi, offering him encouragement. Yes, I will definitely finish these 1,000 laps. With Luo Qingzhou's support, Bai Li Fadi finally found a glimmer of confidence. As the 1,000 laps drew to a close, the night gradually deepened. Due to the varying stamina of each individual, the time taken to complete a lap differed greatly. For instance, Luo Qingzhou astonishingly finished the 1,000 laps in precisely 8 hours, leaving everyone else in his wake. Following him were Lin Chie and Shen Qingzhu, who took 12 hours, having paused for a few hours to jog and rest. The remaining participants took nearly a full day to finish. As for Bai Li Pang, owing to his physique, he completed the 1,000 laps right at midnight, collapsing onto the ground immediately afterward, gazing at Luo Qingzhou with a face full of despair. Qingzhou, how do you possess such remarkable stamina? You finished in 8 hours. Are you even human? Bai Li Pang Pang stared at Luo Qingzhou in bewilderment, unable to fathom how a seemingly ordinary person could surpass those of them endowed with forbidden realms. No, I'm a deity, Luo Qingzhou replied with a smile, pulling Bai Li Pang Pang to his feet. Indeed, you are more divine than a god. Bai Li Pang Pang expressed his admiration for Luo Qingzhou, who, despite appearing ordinary, far surpassed their group of prodigies endowed with forbidden realms in many aspects. Is that not so? Luo Qingzhou chuckled without a hint of modesty. Qingzhou, you really aren't going to be modest at all? Bai Li Pang Pang, supported by Luo Qingzhou as they made their way back to the dormitory, paused to look at him. Pang Pang, since Qingzhou rarely shows such humility, have you ever considered that he might be an agent of the divine? Lin Xie cast a meaningful glance at Bai Li Pang Pang. Can the information about the night watchman be fabricated? Besides, Qingzhou indeed possesses no forbidden realm. Bai Li Pang Pang regarded Lin Xie with a look of incredulity. Lin Xie responded, All right, I'll concede to your perspective, Pang Pang. The silent Lin Xie rubbed his temples. I'm going to take a shower and then sleep. Today has been exceedingly exhausting. Go ahead, there are surprises awaiting us tomorrow, Luo Qingzhou remarked with a slight smile. Surprises? Lin Xie replied, Qingzhou, why does your smile feel more like a fright to me? Xie, please refrain from looking at me with such skepticism. I'm tired too. If you don't intend to shower, I'll go ahead, Luo Qingzhou retorted. Just as Lin Xie silently scrutinized Luo Qingzhou, the latter swiftly gathered his clothes and dashed to the faucet beside the dormitory to wash up. Let us wash together. Afterward, we can sleep together. Bai Li Pang Pang, drenched in sweat, hurriedly grabbed his clothes alongside Lin Xie and followed suit. After all, they were all grown men, wearing merely boxers. They simply turned on the outdoor shower to rinse off. The next day, as the sky began to lighten with the first blush of dawn, a horrifying scream erupted from the dormitory. In an instant, everyone was jolted awake by the piercing cry. Li Erden is dead. He died a most tragic death. In the boys' dormitory, a new recruit was rendered momentarily paralyzed with shock as he beheld the gruesome sight of Li Erden, whose body was reduced to nothing but a bloodied, flayed skin lying on the lower bunk. Simultaneously, Luo Qingzhou, Bai Li, and others, drawn by the piercing screams, arrived to witness the horrifying scene of what was left of Li Erden. What on earth could have transpired? Could it be that a mysterious force had infiltrated the recruit training camp? But what kind of audacity would such a mysterious entity possess? It is known that Commander Yuan is a formidable force in the realm of the seas. Bai Li, upon seeing the bloody tableau in Li Erden's dormitory, was equally perplexed by the appearance of this mystery in the training grounds. It was futile. Upon discovering that Li Erden was reduced to mere skin, I rushed to seek out the instructors, yet they seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving us unable to locate them. Moreover, Qin Hao and his companions appeared to be ensnared in an endless loop, as if they were caught in a phantom maze on their way to the instructors' quarters. Li Erden's roommates shook their heads in terror and confusion. Could it be that the instructors were also? Lin Xie furrowed his brow. However, as he observed Luo Qingzhou nonchalantly crafting a miniature clay figure, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Qingzhou had mentioned that a surprise awaited them the following day. Could this unsettling scene merely be an elaborate simulation? Yet, the fact remained that Li Erden truly was reduced to a mere layer of skin. Lin Xie, perplexed, crouched down to examine Li Erden's skin closely. It bore no resemblance to silicone, but appeared as though it had been directly peeled from Li Erden himself. Qingzhou, what are your thoughts on this matter? Lin Xie, unable to discern the truth behind the bizarre occurrence, turned his gaze towards Luo Qingzhou. Regardless of whether this was a simulation or a stark reality unfolding before them, it was imperative to eradicate all manifestations of mystery within the training camp, was it not? Therefore, there was no need for excessive contemplation. Life was fleeting, action was paramount. Luo Qingzhou, invigorated by the aura of the unknown, felt a surge of eagerness. He had no desire to pursue anything else. He simply wished to locate the spider child and then unleash the aura of the infinite realm to gauge the spider child's reaction. As for the Rubik's Cube and the headless man, well, These two mysteries held little allure for him. Indeed, Qingzhou's reasoning was sound, whether this was a simulation or not. The only path to uncovering the truth lay in vanquishing all these mysteries. Lin Xie surveyed the other recruits present. Let us proceed with determination, regardless of the mystery at hand. Those who dare to slay our comrades beneath our very noses shall find themselves eternally trapped in this realm. Shen Qingzhou narrowed his eyes slightly. Very well, brimming with enthusiasm. You and Lao Chao shall rescue the trapped Qin Hao and the other recruits ensnared in the Phantom Maze. Bai Li, you shall seek a way to establish contact with the female dormitory and the likes of Molly. As for you, Chia, just charge forward. I have faith in your strength. Luo Qingzhou observed the crowd in an orderly manner, offering his suggestions. What about you, Brother Qingzhou? Lin Xie inquired, turning his gaze toward Luo Qingzhou. As for me, I shall merely mold some clay and await your triumphant return. Luo Qingzhou, in front of the new recruits, produced a jar of clay and meticulously sculpted a lifelike elderly figure, a sanitation worker from Songnan City. Lin Xie looked on, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Although he was unaware of why Luo Qingzhou had recently taken to crafting figures of people from Songnan City, he sensed that there must be a purpose behind Luo Qingzhou's clay figurines. Well then, since you are free of restrictions, it is indeed suitable for you to remain here and direct operations. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. As for me, I shall head to the girls' dormitory to find Molly. Bali Pongpong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at the others. Go ahead. Remember, once you locate Molly and the others, devise a plan to collectively eliminate the mysteries. Only then will the truth be revealed. Having finished crafting one clay figure, Luo Qingzhou placed a miniature elder into the jar and began shaping another elderly figure, this one being the spouse of the previous elder. Speed is of the essence. Bai Li Pang Pang dashed toward the girls' dormitory with the swiftness of a rabbit, envisioning a perfect opening for a heroic rescue. Soon, all the new recruits began to systematically search for the mysteries, attempting to vanquish them. Observing this scene from the underground base, Yuan Gang and the other instructors could not help but express their evaluations. Lin Xie truly lives up to his reputation as a dual deities agent. He was the first to deduce that this might merely be a simulated exercise. Instructor Hong Hao held Lin Xie in high regard. And what of Luo Qingzhou? I believe his clarity of thought succinctly conveyed to the recruits that only by confronting the mysteries within the training camp could they uncover the truth. Thus, I believe Luo Qingzhou could serve as an invaluable strategist within a squad, which explains why Team 136 made an exception to accept him. Yuan Gang offer high praise for Luo Qingzhou. Indeed, Luo Qingzhou is a regrettable loss among the Night Watchmen. If only he possessed the ability of the Forbidden Ruins, he would surely possess considerable potential, even if not a divine agent. Instructor Gu lamented, observing Luo Qingzhou's mundane clay sculpting on the large screen before him. Indeed. Hong Hao nodded slightly, intending to glance at Luo Qingzhou's camera, only to suddenly realize that Luo Qingzhou had begun to move. Director Yuan, Instructor Hong looked quickly. Did Luo Qingzhou not claim he would wait here for Lin Xie and the others? Why is he now heading towards the direction of the Spider Child? Indeed, this lad lacks the Forbidden Ruins. Encountering the Spider Child in the Chuan realm could spell disaster. Yuan Gang and Hong Hao squinted their eyes. Meanwhile, Luo Qingzhou continued to craft his clay figures, seemingly unperturbed as he approached a warehouse. If his memory served him correctly, the Spider Child should be resting within that very warehouse. As he stood before the warehouse door, filled with anticipation, Luo Qingzhou suddenly flung it open, releasing an overwhelming aura of the infinite realm directed at the Spider Child, who was hanging from the ceiling. Instantly, the slumbering Spider Child jolted awake, and upon seeing the terrifying figure of a human exuding a sinister smile, he was overwhelmed with fear and began to wail uncontrollably. He curled up in the corner, trembling, tears and snot streaming down his face as he pleaded for mercy, declaring, "It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me. It was that despicable group of humans outside who made me do it. Please, kind sir, spare little Zhu. I am but a child." The sight of the quivering Spider Child, eyes brimming with desperation, left Yuan Gang and instructor Hong utterly speechless. For a moment, they found themselves questioning whether Luo Qingzhou was the true master of the realm, or if the Spider Child held that title. This Spider Child was undeniably a disappointment. Wasn't he supposed to be a mysterious figure of the realm? How could he be so terrified of an ordinary person like Luo Qingzhou? One could easily mistake him for facing a formidable master of the infinite realm. As they observed the pitiful and humble pleas of the Spider Child, Yuan Gang and the others couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. They had never encountered such a timid mystery in their lives. Meanwhile, Luo Qingzhou's reaction upon seeing the Spider Child was not one of fear, but of exuberant curiosity as he approached the trembling figure in the corner. He playfully prodded the Spider Child's leg, and then gently poked his head, exclaiming, "Have you ever tasted a spider? Are you delicious? If so, I might just chop off a few legs to let my dear Hongying sister have a taste." The Spider Child could only respond with a distressed expression. "Yuan Gang, what? Oh no. Instructor Gu. P.S. This book has been reported and removed. May we meet again under better circumstances." Chapter 65. Reversed Heaven and Earth. P.S. After a week of revisions, the author has finally been released. Love you all, moi. Goodness, this lad has truly reversed the heavens. Initially, one might assume that Luo Qingzhou would at least engage in some verbal sparring with the Spider Child, even if he wasn't afraid of him. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, he immediately spoke of wanting to cut off a few spider legs for his sister, Hongying, to sample. In front of the massive screen at the underground base, Yuan Gang, Hong Hao, and the others were genuinely stunned by the contrast between Luo Qingzhou and the Spider Child's actions. "Oh dear, sir, my legs are not tasty at all. They are quite sour and reek terribly," the Spider Child cried, overwhelmed at the thought of this fearsome infinite realm human actually wanting to eat his legs. "Really?" Luo Qingzhou inquired skeptically as he examined the spider leg, poking it with his hand. It was indeed hard and unyielding. "My sister Hongying has poor dental health. She wouldn't be able to chew such tough legs." He gave the spider leg a firm squeeze before shaking his head and departing the warehouse. Upon witnessing the scene, the Spider Child finally felt a sense of relief, gazing at the retreating figure of Luo Qingzhou with lingering trepidation, exclaiming, "What a terrifying human." Thankfully, he has departed. Before the Spider Child could finish their words, Luo Qingzhou unexpectedly returned, startling them once more. "And master, you have not left?" The Spider Child curled up timidly in the corner, casting a wary glance at Luo Qingzhou. "It is quite chaotic outside, disrupting my play with mud, so I thought I'd find refuge here with you." As he spoke, Luo Qingzhou locked the warehouse door behind him. The Spider Child merely stared at this unexpected maneuver, paralyzed with fear. Though the external chaos was indeed unsettling, it seemed far preferable to being in the presence of this human. The Spider Child contemplated offering assistance to Luo Qingzhou in addressing the turmoil outside, but upon catching a fleeting glance from Luo Qingzhou, the words remained lodged in their throat. Thus, within the sealed confines of the warehouse, a mysterious being and a cautious individual coexisted, one engrossed in playing with mud while the other huddled in the corner, timidly seeking slumber. In the underground base, Yuan Gang observed this peculiar scene on the large screen, his lips twitching slightly in amusement. The Spider Child and Luo Qingzhou seemed to be getting along quite harmoniously. Indeed, it was a sight not witnessed in over a century by Hong Hao and Instructor Gu. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Luo Qingzhou had successfully detained a mysterious entity from the Hongying realm, granting Lin Xie and the others ample time. Despite the absurdity of the situation, Yuan Gang could not deny the significant role Luo Qingzhou had played. Thus, upon the conclusion of this simulated training, he was likely to emerge as the first new recruit from the training camp without a forbidden realm, achieving a perfect score. Such glory would surely render him a paragon for all future sentinels devoid of the forbidden realm. Meanwhile, Lin Xie and Shun Qingzhu also performed admirably, having established a foundation of cooperation in their earlier confrontation with the king, fostering an unspoken camaraderie among the new recruits. After evaluating Luo Qingzhou, Yuan Gang and his colleagues turned their attention to Lin Xie, who had vanquished the Rubik's Cube, as well as Molly and Bali Pang Pang. who had successfully subdued the Headless Man, all receiving high praise for their efforts. The Headless Man had been eliminated. The Rubik's Cube that had ensnared them in a maze-like predicament was also vanquished. All that remained was the final mysterious entity resembling a spider. In front of the male dormitory, Lin Xie addressed by Li Pang Pang and the others, "Indeed, where has this spider-like mystery vanished to? We did not encounter it while dealing with the Rubik's Cube or the Headless Man." Shen Qingzhu looked at everyone with confusion. The others shook their heads. Aside from the initial sighting of the new recruit's corpse caught in the spider's web, it seemed that the spider-like mystery had completely disappeared thereafter. Bad news. That spider-like mystery wouldn't have targeted my brother Qingzhou, would it? Among all the new recruits, he is the only ordinary person from a humble background. That spider mystery couldn't he possibly be? No, my brother Pang Pang absolutely must not come to harm. Everyone, help me locate my brother Qingzhou. Once found, each person will receive 10 Rolex watches. Bai Li, anxiously scanning the surroundings without spotting the mysterious spider or Luo Qingzhou, felt a knot in his throat. After all, this was an opportunity for him to deepen his relationship with Molly, evolving from fellow recruits in the training camp to partners. This was all orchestrated by Luo Qingzhou. Such a brother. How could he let him fall victim to the enigmatic spider? He would have a hard time explaining this to Sister Hongying. All right, let us form teams of 3 and find Luo Qingzhou as swiftly as possible, with Bai Li's bounty on the line. The recruits earnestly teamed up in 3s to search for Luo Qingzhou's whereabouts. Lin Xie observed this scene with a calm demeanor, for he knew Luo Qingzhou all too well. Was it conceivable that the mysterious spider could outmaneuver him? Perhaps Luo Qingzhou, the so-called fool, was merely waiting to ambush the spider and assert his dominance. As expected, through the collective efforts of the recruits, they scoured the entire training camp, ultimately converging upon a sealed warehouse. This was the only place left unsearched. Chao Yuan took a deep breath before the warehouse door, while Bai Li, with a pounding heart, anxiously kicked it open. What greeted them was a royal flush. Spider Child was poised to declare victory in a game of landlord when Luo Qingzhou shot him a piercing glance. That single look startled Spider Child into retracting his cards, cautiously resuming the game. Big King. 4 force. A subtle smile graced Luo Qingzhou's lips. Not worth it. Spider Child looked up, aggrieved at the insufferable human before him. A 3. I win. Luo Qingzhou's eyes sparkled as he revealed his final card, triumphantly announcing himself as the ultimate victor in the game, before turning to the astonished Bai Li and others who had just entered the warehouse. Brother Fatty, Brother Chie, you finally arrived. I was missing 1 player for landlord, and without you, I couldn't form a full team, so I had to face off against Spider Child alone. Upon seeing Bai Li and the others, Luo Qingzhou wore a pitiful expression, as if he were single-handedly holding the cards of 2 players, unfairly dominating Spider Child. Bai Li, Lin Xie, Chao Yuan, and the others. So we searched high and low for you, and you were here, bullying Spider Child in a fair 2-on-1 match? Moreover, did we just witness something? In a 2-on-1, you still couldn't best that mysterious spider? This doesn't seem right at all. You've completely led Luo Qingzhou astray. How did you two, one mysterious and the other, end up in this situation together? 66. The Sentimental by Li and Lin Xie. Wait, Brother Qingzhou, allow me to gather my thoughts. You are a human without restrictions, while the Spider Child hails from a mysterious realm of Chuan. How did the 2 of you come to be together? After a prolonged moment of astonishment, Bai Li Pang Pang voiced the collective curiosity of all present. Was it a case of instant rapport? Luo Qingzhou glanced at the Spider Child, who widened his eyes, seemingly wanting to exclaim, I do not know him at all. He charged at me, emanating the terrifying aura of the limitless realm. At that moment, I truly wished to flee, but escape was impossible. Noticing the Spider Child's lack of response, Luo Qingzhou narrowed his eyes. Yes, indeed. I share an immediate connection with the Esteemed One. From now on, I shall be the loyal servant of the Esteemed One. The Spider Child, sensing the sharp gaze of Luo Qingzhou, nodded vigorously towards Lin Xie and the others. Bai Li Pang Pan. Lin Xie and the others. Something felt amiss. There was an overwhelming sense of strangeness in the air. Why would a being from the Chuan realm be so utterly terrified of an ordinary human like Luo Qingzhou? To confirm their suspicions, Bai Li Pangpang bravely approached the spider child. Curiously, he tapped on one of the spider child's legs, which caused the creature to react like a startled bird, instantly clinging to the ceiling in fright. Bai Li Pangpan, Lin Qie, and the others. Upon witnessing the spider child's swift reaction, they finally understood why such a being would fear an ordinary human. The truth was, the creature was simply afraid of everyone. The vast world is truly full of wonders. It was the first time they encountered such a timid entity. Bai Li Pangpang and the others began to comment on the spider child. So, should we set this spider child free? Bai Li Pangpang made a gesture as if to cut his throat. Instantly, the spider child, clinging to the ceiling, scrambled away with all 8 legs, terrified that these fearsome humans might take his life. This spider child is rather endearing. It would be somewhat cruel to kill him, wouldn't it? Luo Qingzhou felt quite comfortable in the company of the spider child, yet he glanced at Lin Qie. So, shall we refrain from killing him? Bai Li Pangpang looked at Luo Qingzhou in confusion. I will take action. With just a glance, Lin Qie understood Luo Qingzhou's intent. This spider child crimes did not warrant death. Thus he could serve as a caretaker in his psychiatric hospital. In this manner, the spider child could exist in spirit even after physical demise, and perhaps one day he might manifest in the real world from that hospital. By heavens! Brother Qie, how can you bring yourself to harm such an adorable spider child? Wait for me, Pang Pang. I shall join you. Bai Li Pangpang hurriedly followed Lin Qie's lead. However, he was ultimately a step too late. By the time he and the other recruits arrived, the spider child had already become a soul lost at the hands of Lin Qie. How cruel! Truly, the esteemed Lord Qie is known for his ruthless nature. Upon seeing the spider child's body pierced by a blade, Luo Qingzhou approached Lin Qie, a slight smile gracing his lips. Lin Qie, Shun Qingzhou, Bai Li Pangpang, and others. Brother Qingzhou, do we appear to be fools? We have long discerned that the truly cunning and treacherous one is not Lin Qie, but you, Luo Qingzhou, who stirs trouble under the guise of Lin Qie's divine agent. Let us disperse. Everyone should search for the instructors. This new recruit training camp is but a tiny place. Yet we have no idea where the instructors have wandered off to. Shen Qingzhou dismissed the new recruits. We have been here all along. You need not look for us. The voice of Yuan Gang echoed through the underground base, visible on the large screen as Shun Qingzhou and the others stood before them. This is your final test as new recruits. Your performance has been exceptionally outstanding. As your instructors, it is our fortune to have such remarkable soldiers like you. Therefore, congratulations on officially becoming qualified night watchers. Yuan Gang stood solemnly before Luo Qingzhou and the others, his words resonating with gravity. Does this mean our new recruit training has come to a complete end? A smile graced the faces of Bai Li Pangpang and the other new recruits. Indeed. Next, we will assign you to different night watcher teams in various cities based on your performances. Those who were already temporary members of a night watcher team will continue with their original squads. Yuan Gang cast a pleased glance at the new recruits before him, and then at Lin Qie and Luo Qingzhou. One of them is the divine agent of the God Ruins, whose performance has always stood out, leading the way. The other, though lacking a forbidden ruin, possesses wisdom beyond the ordinary, instilling fear in many new recruits who possess forbidden ruins, making him the pinnacle among all new recruits without a forbidden ruin. No, one could even say he stands as the pinnacle among all ordinary people in Huaxia. Half an hour later, after Yuan Gang assigned each new recruit to their respective night watcher teams, an unexpected sense of reluctance settled over the new recruits regarding their time in the training camp. Upon reflection, it is understandable. Over the past year, they have lived together, trained, and grown stronger, supporting one another through countless dangerous simulations. Each new recruit has invested their energy and emotions into this training camp. Thus, the sudden prospect of parting sparked a tinge of melancholy. Brother Qingzhou, Brother Qie, I am headed to Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Will you two miss me? Bai Li Pangpang, assigned to Guangzhou and Shenzhen, gazed wistfully at Luo Qingzhou and Lin Xie. Of course we will. Since we are about to part ways, why not organize a barbecue gathering? This way, everyone can express what they wish to say to each other. When fate brings us together again in the future, we can celebrate with drinks. Luo Qingzhou looked dazzlingly at the somewhat sorrowful Bai Pang Pang. Sound good. I'll go call Molly in the girls' dormitory. Bai Pang Pang, filled with determination, dashed towards the direction of Molly, who had recently returned to the girls' dormitory. The moment food was involved, both Bai Pang Pang and Molly's expressions transformed entirely. As he watched the lightning-fast Bai Pang Pang depart, Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but smile wryly at Lin Xie beside him. Indeed, the most precious aspect of this trip to the new recruits training camp was the friendship forged with such a good brother like Pang Pang. Surely, we shall meet again in the future? Lin Xie's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Luo Qingzhou. Certainly, Luo Qingzhou replied with a gentle smile. On a dark and windy night in July, amidst the chaos of the new recruits training camp playground, both Commander Yuan and the instructors wore smiles as they oversaw the recruits diligently fulfilling their tasks. Each individual, yearning for delectable barbecue, was required to earn their share. Commander Yuan, weren't you going to fetch the fruitwood charcoal? Where is it? After Shen Qingzhu crafted an iron barbecue model, he impatiently glanced at Yuan Gang, who was meandering about the playground. Yuan Gang replied, "If it weren't for the commendable performance of your recruit batch, I would have made you regret your arrogance. The charcoal is in the warehouse. I was just chatting with Hong Hao and will retrieve it now." Despite finding Shen Qingzhu's behavior somewhat excessive, Yuan Gang felt a sense of relief knowing it was the final gathering of the new recruits of the training camp. "Commander Yuan, please hurry. Everyone is starving," Shen Qingzhu proclaimed, casting aside any semblance of military decorum. With a frown, Yuan Gang headed toward the warehouse. Bai Li Bang Bang, Lu Qingzhou, and the others all gave Shen Qingzhu a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are quite the bold one." Commander Yuan himself said that today, regardless of rank, we should all enjoy a barbecue as friends, so why should I be polite? Shen Qingzhu replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Indeed, indeed. Luo Qingzhou and the others nodded in agreement. Soon, Yuan Gang returned from the warehouse, carrying a large bag of fruitwood charcoal. What a pity. If only my sister Hongying were here, with her flame feather garment. This charcoal would ignite in no time. Observing the group searching for flammable materials to light the charcoal, Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt a pang of longing for his sister. "I can light the charcoal too," Shen Qingzhu exclaimed, preparing to snap his fingers. Everyone immediately recoiled in fear. Seizing Shen Qingzhu's hand, his method of igniting fire was not merely a simple spark. He intended to compress the oxygen and nitrogen in the air to create a spark that could potentially cause an explosion, endangering those nearby. Thus, it was clear that Shen Qingzhu was not merely lighting the charcoal, but rather plotting to endanger them. "Bold brother, we understand your audacity. But what do you mean by trying to blow us up at the slightest provocation?" The group, huddled together in anticipation of the barbecue, looked at Shen Qingzhu in exasperation. Indeed, my power may be somewhat formidable. Upon contemplating the violent explosion resulting from the compression of oxygen and nitrogen, Shen Qingzhu discarded the absurd notion of igniting fruitwood charcoal. Instead, he decided to seek out some easily combustible fluff grass. Once ignited, he could simply toss it into the charcoal. Luo Qingzhou glanced around, recalling that the vicinity of the new recruit training camp was abundant with various weeds. Before long, he discovered some fuzzy grass, ignited it with a lighter, and cast it into the barbecue grill filled with fruitwood charcoal. It was reassuring to have Brother Qingzhou around. As the charcoal ignited, Molly and the others, who were responsible for washing vegetables and cutting meat, began to bring over the ingredients. "Molly, hand the ingredients over to me, Fatty. No one understands barbecuing better than I do," Fatty exclaimed. "I've often grilled on my own back in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. I can assure you, the food I grill will be the epitome of the barbecue realm." Upon seeing Molly approach, Bai Fatty eagerly eyed the ingredients in her hands. "Are you sure?" Molly asked, somewhat skeptically, as she handed the ingredients to Bai Fatty. True to his lineage as the young master of the Bai family, he deftly arranged the ingredients on the grill with flair. Even when the food was ready, his sprinkle of cumin was executed with finesse. In no time, grilled corn, lamb skewers, and beef skewers appeared in the hands of each recruit. This flavor is indeed delightful. After tasting the sizzling lamb skewer, Luo Qingzhou and Lin Chiye felt that it truly captured the essence of barbecued meat, surpassing any they had previously savored. Not to mention, fatty, your grilling skills are quite impressive. Molly, holding a grilled corn cob, tasted it and was taken aback by the exquisite flavor. She had not anticipated that Bailey Fatty, this wealthy scion, could grill so well, surpassing all barbecues she had ever tasted. Hee Molly, feel free to tell me what else you enjoy eating. Bailey Fatty will do my utmost to grill the best flavors for you. Bailey Fatty, unfazed by the curious glances from others, beamed at Molly. Noticing the peculiar looks directed at her and Bailey Fatty, Molly's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully replied, "This is quite sufficient for now, and I can't eat that much." Understood. It's all about maintaining one's figure. Bailey Fatty, Nuda Biguruzli. After grilling a few more of his favorite skewers, he, along with Lin Chiye and Luo Qingzhou, engaged in lively banter while enjoying their meal. As the night deepened, a sudden torrential downpour abruptly ended the barbecue feast. Back in the dormitory, Bailey Fatty took a refreshing shower and soon fell into a blissful slumber. Meanwhile, Luo Qingzhou, gazing at the sudden downpour in the starry night, abruptly sat up halfway from his bed. This prompted Lin Chiye, who had yet to succumb to slumber, to feel a twinge of confusion. "Qingzhou, why do you suddenly sit up in the dead of night, as if you intend to haunt us?" "No, Chiye, do you not perceive that this moonlit, windswept night is the perfect backdrop for mayhem?" In the dim light, Luo Qingzhou's lips curled into a slight smile as he regarded Lin Chiye. Lin Chiye protested, "Calm down. Qingzhou, the recruits in this training camp are our companions with whom we share our days. They are our future connections. You must not act foolishly and eliminate others in the dead of night." With a sense of vigilance, Lin Chiye half sat up, observing Lin Chiye's apprehensive demeanor. Luo Qingzhou fell into silence for a moment before exclaiming, "Chiye, are you questioning my character? Do I strike you as the kind of person who would harm companions in the dead of night? I merely discovered the whereabouts of the followers of the ancient God Church. So, on this moonless, windy night, are we to confront the followers of the ancient God Church?" Lin Chiye blinked. "Of course. While there's still time, I shall take the lead." With a graceful leap from the upper bunk, Luo Qingzhou donned a black raincoat, seamlessly merging into the torrential downpour of the night. Witnessing this, Lin Chiye, bolstered by the starry night dancer, donned a black raincoat and hurriedly followed the intermittently stopping Luo Qingzhou. As they traversed the relentless downpour on Jinan Mountain, their pace was considerably slowed. Such heavy rain, could there be a flash flood? Lin Chiye, cloaked in his dark raincoat and trailing behind Luo Qingzhou, expressed concern regarding the deluge. A flash flood is unlikely. Otherwise, the villagers living at the mountain's base would have long since evacuated. Thus, it is not the flood that poses the greater threat, but rather the individuals within the ancient God Church. What heinous acts would they not commit to achieve their ends? Luo Qingzhou reached out to feel the powerful, steady rain. If memory served him correctly, this torrential rain would not significantly affect the villagers at the base of Jinan Mountain. Yet, due to the actions of the ancient God Church, an unusual earthquake had indeed struck Jinan Mountain, and it was confined to the vicinity of the mountain. Who were the nearest individuals to Jinan Mountain? Naturally, it was their group of recruits from the training camp. Thus, one of the objectives of the individuals within the ancient God Church became glaringly apparent. "So, you mean to say that the people of the ancient God Church may be on a move?" Lin Chiye furrowed his brow slightly. "Indeed, and I have already spotted them." In the darkness, Luo Qingzhou's gaze was piercing as he looked up the mountain. Meanwhile, Ma Tianyi, the 14th seat of the followers on the mountain, was startled when he caught Luo Qingzhou's gaze directed at him from the foot of the mountain. "My lord, there are suddenly two individuals at the foot of the mountain looking at us." Ma Tianyi was drenched in cold sweat from the unexpected scrutiny of Luo Qingzhou. Why the panic? A common man devoid of any restrictions and a divine agent. Lin Chiye, upon perceiving the mental fluctuations of two individuals below, the murmuring spirit could not help but smile faintly. although it remained unaware of why Lin Chia, this dual divine agent, had ventured to Jinan Mountain at such a late hour. It was evidently a prime opportunity to eliminate him. Lin Chia? What could he and an ordinary person possibly seek on Jinan Mountain amid such pouring rain? Upon hearing the murmur declare that Luo Qingzhou was merely an ordinary individual, Ma Tianyi's trepidation dissipated entirely, even convincing him that Luo Qingzhou's earlier gaze toward the mountain was merely a coincidence. Fool! What does it matter why they are here? The crux of the matter is that this dual divine agent is already on the path to demise. Initially thinking that a slight arrangement was necessary to lure them into his meticulously crafted trap, he was taken aback that while heaven offered a path, they chose to trespass in hell. Fixating his gaze on Lin Chia below, the murmuring spirit exchanged a glance with Ma Tianyi, who instantly comprehended the situation. You all follow closely. This time, let this dual divine agent arrive alive, but leave with no breath. Ma Tianyi beckoned several lesser-ranked followers as they began their descent toward the mountain. In contrast, Luo Qingzhou and Lin Chia steadily ascended the mountain. Lin Chia, do you recall the clear moon spear I lent you during our encounter with the Ghost Face King? I've upgraded it to the Infinite Realm. You may wield it to engage in battles beyond your current level. Of course, you may also leverage it in conjunction with your own secrets for enhanced combat. The followers heading down are all yours. As for me, I shall confront the murmuring spirit atop the mountain. Luo Qingzhou conjured a 200 cm clear moon spear, gleaming coldly from the system space. The length has been adjusted, as the previous measurement of over 100 centimeters was somewhat short. The clear moon spear of the Infinite Realm? Lin Chia received the spear, reminiscing about the sensations it evoked during his first use. If employed merely as an ordinary weapon, this clear moon spear is undeniably an indomitable blade. However, the spear possesses a divine skill, Silver Moon Flash, which allows one with sufficient mental fortitude to wield the powers of an infinite realm master. Thus, while the clear moon spear can indeed engage in battles beyond one's level, it hinges on whether his mental strength can fully unleash the divine skill Silver Moon Flash, should the soul of Nyx be contained within. Perhaps even a master of the ocean realm could be instantaneously obliterated with a single shot. With the clear moon spear in hand, Lin Chia felt an exhilarating sense of invincibility, utterly unfazed by the approaching Ma Tianyi and his followers, even feeling a surge of excitement. Lin Chia, they are drawing near. Luo Qingzhou alerted Lin Chia as he sensed the followers' proximity. Lin Chia, unreserved and transparent, felt as if he was completely laid bare before Luo Qingzhou. Thus, he directly communicated with the goddess of night, Nyx, embracing her essence. In an instant, Lin Chia's flowing hair transformed him into a captivating woman, exuding both elegance and sweetness. What was happening? This divine agent, along with an ordinary human, was actually ascending the mountain? Could it be that these two had initially set their sights on us from the start? Ma Yiqian, accompanied by the remaining followers, was making his way down the mountain when he unexpectedly encountered Lin Chia and Luo Qingzhou midway. Moreover, the divine agent Lin Chia appeared increasingly charming with each glance. Adorable. No, this was not the time for such thoughts. If he could eliminate them all, it would be a grand achievement. Ma Yiqian immediately cast aside his wicked thoughts and summoned his forbidden domain, assimilating the surrounding environment. From the mountainside, an enormous pendulum materialized in his grasp. To think you could eliminate us and deem it a grand accomplishment? Such audacity. Lin Chia, who had stepped into the initial stage of the boundless realm by channeling the essence of the goddess of night, regarded the oblivious Ma Yiqian, who was foolishly seeking glory through the defeat of others, with disdain. With a single shot, he thrust the invulnerable Qingyue spear into Ma Yiqian's makeshift pendulum, shattering it to pieces. With that strike, Ma Yiqian was jolted into clarity, gazing at the remnants of the shattered pendulum in his hands. He could not suppress the gulp in his throat. What realm do you occupy? Aren't you merely at the pool realm? How could one shot wield such power? You can't even withstand a simple shot? How would you respond if I unleash my divine technique, Silver Moon Flash? A slight smirk graced Lin Chia's lips. Initially, Ma Yiqian believed he had achieved a monumental feat, but upon confronting this legendary divine agent, he realized the true challenge he faced. Fortunately, he was not alone. The Lord of Whispers observed from atop the mountain. Thus, his gaze shifted to Luo Qingzhou standing beside Lin Qie. What use is your strength, divine agent, when you are burdened by such a liability? If I can seize him. Ma Yiqian transformed the mountain's environment, conjuring countless spikes that surged towards Lin Qie while simultaneously launching an attack on the ascending Luo Qingzhou. The sins wrought by heaven can be forgiven, but self-inflicted misfortunes are inescapable. As Ma Yiqian charged, Luo Qingzhou executed a sweeping maneuver, sending him flying several dozen meters away with a resounding slap. The blow left Ma Yiqian dazed and questioning his own confidence. You're just an ordinary person, aren't you? Why do I feel you're even stronger than this divine agent? Embedded in the mountainside, Ma Yiqian touched his swollen face in disbelief, staring at the so-called ordinary person mentioned by the Lord of Whispers. So, you're Yui, right? Fool! Upon witnessing the incredulous expression in Ma Yiqian's eyes, Luo Qingzhou cast him a fleeting glance before resolutely making her way towards the summit. Truly foolish. Otherwise, how could your ancient god sect have entangled itself with such a devoted husband? No, wait, it should now be a devoted sister's husband. Lin Qie, the bearer of the soul of Nyx, the goddess of night, shook his head at Ma Yiqian. What does that even mean? A devoted husband? A devoted brother-in-law? What nonsense is this? Isn't he merely an ordinary person? When did we, the ancient god sect, ever provoke his sister or his wife? Ma Yiqian suddenly felt utterly innocent. He was entirely unaware of the unfolding events. Everything happened so swiftly. A slap had come out of nowhere. Do you remember the ghost-faced man in Hongying City? The ghost-faced king? Had it not been for your sect nurturing the ghost-faced man's curse in Hongying City, how could they have encountered Sister Hongying near the old town that fateful day? It nearly cost her life. Sister Hongying, such a kind-hearted and sensitive person. How could the ghost-faced king dare to harm her? Reflecting on Sister Hongying's cheerful kindness and her generous spirit, even Lin Qie felt compelled to stand up for her. This is intolerable. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. You might as well perish. Lin Qie resolved to cease this trivial conversation with the minion and, wielding the Qingyue spear, unleashed his divine technique Yin flash towards Ma Yiqian, who was embedded in the mountainside. Subsequently, a brilliant flash of moonlight erupted, and a streak of silvery radiance precisely pierced through Ma Yiqian's chest. 14 seats have perished. The disciples led by Hongying, such as Chuanqi, who were not ranked, felt a wave of despair as they witnessed Ma Yiqian's effortless demise at Lin Qie's hands. They cried out for help towards the summit. Lord Yu, the 14th seed has been slain by Lin Qie. Please, Lord Yu, intervene and subdue Lin Qie. Ha! Fools! I was nearly driven to madness over Sister Hongying's near demise, let alone that trivial matter regarding Qingzhou. Therefore, rather than relying on your so-called Lord Yu, you should pray for your own survival. Lin Qie, having obliterated Ma Yiqian of the Sea Realm with a single shot, gazed at the Qingyue spear in his hand. Increasingly aware of the unfathomable depths of the Chinese creation goddess, Niuhua. Previously, when he was merely at the Lantern Realm, the spiritual energy consumed by the divine technique Yin flash of the Qingyue spear only required the spiritual power of his Lantern Realm. Little did he expect that now, while harboring the soul of Nyx, his realm fluctuated between the Sea Realm and the Infinite Realm, and he could wield the Yin flash using less than the spiritual energy of the Sea Realm. What does this signify? It means that even if Zhao Kongsheng is merely an ordinary person with a modest amount of spiritual energy, he could at least exhibit the prowess of the Chuan realm. As long as he possesses the weapon crafted by Luo Qingzhou, Zhao Kongsheng could transcend from an ordinary individual to an entity comparable to the formidable beings of the Chuan realm. With the Qingyue in hand, it is time for a counterhunt. Gazing at the nefarious thugs led by Kawasaki, Lin Qie melded into the shadows, launching a hunt against these assailants who sought his life, a primal clash between prey and predator. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, He was taken aback by the display of power exhibited by Lord Luo Qingzhou. To his astonishment, he discovered that the esteemed member of Team 136 was, in fact, a young prodigy of the Infinite Realm. Yu had not anticipated Luo Qingzhou's ability to conceal his strength, leading him to fear that their mission might culminate in failure at the hands of this formidable opponent. Standing majestically on the mountaintop, Luo Qingzhou narrowed his eyes. In truth, on the day of Hongying's peril, he was able to witness the events unfold through his connection with Guan Yu. Thus, he had nearly witnessed the terrifying moment when the Demon Face King almost crushed Hongying's skull. Such an act did not merely provoke Luo Qingzhou's ire. It had placed the entire ancient divine sect on his list of enemies to be vanquished. At merely 20 years old, this genius of the infinite realm possessed a promising future. If only he would consider joining the ancient divine sect. Though Yu only wielded power at the sea realm, he was merely a doppelganger and thus felt no fear towards Luo Qingzhou. Yet, he harbored the desire to recruit Luo Qingzhou under his banner. Regrettably, before he could articulate his thoughts, Luo Qingzhou appeared abruptly before the murmuring Yu. Akin to a specter, with a resounding slap, Luo Qingzhou struck Yu's face, leaving it swollen and bruised. Are you Yu? One of the 3 oldest deities of the ancient divine sect? You commanded the other followers to unleash the demon face upon Sangnan City, did you not? With every question, Yu faced the full might of Luo Qingzhou's infinite realm prowess, receiving 3 powerful blows without restraint. Merely 3 strikes left, Yu bewildered. He had merely wished to negotiate, yet he found himself on the brink of defeat. Curse it, were it not for the fact that I am but a doppelganger here today. Yu, as one of the ancient deities of the ancient divine sect, had never experienced such humiliation. Even the members of the spirit medium team would not dare to strike him so brazenly. Consumed by indignation, Yu glared fiercely at Luo Qingzhou. Yet, before he could finish his retort, another resounding slap echoed against Yu's already swollen cheek. Go to hell. You dare to retort? You can only think, never have I felt such suffocation and humiliation in my life. After being struck, I am not even allowed to speak. Are you even human? Realizing that Luo Qingzhou was not behaving like a normal person and had no intention of dialogue, Yu chose to mute himself and secretly conjured nightmares, attempting to ensnare Luo Qingzhou within the realm of dreams. And he succeeded. However, Luo Qingzhou is not merely an agent of a deity from Huaxia. He is also a representative of the divine figure Shengongbao. Although the nightmare woven by the murmurs is exceptionally formidable, belonging to his realm, with but a single utterance of a beautiful world, Luo Qingzhou's praise shatters the nightmarish domain crafted by the murmurs in an instant. What manner of forbidden abyss is this, capable of effortlessly dismantling the nightmare I have spun? The eyes of the murmurs brimmed with profound shock. As one of the oldest deities in the ancient god church, albeit this projection possessing only the strength of the sea realm, he believed that relying on this nightmare would suffice to contend against the mighty of the infinite realm. Yet, he had not anticipated that the individual he once regarded as an ordinary person could dismantle his nightmare with merely a word. You, have you finally found your voice? You dare to speak? The fervent Luo Qingzhou charged towards the murmurs, delivering another resounding slap, leaving the latter's face swollen beyond recognition, entirely devoid of the gentlemanly demeanor he once maintained. You, the murmurs groaned, clutching one side of his face while pointing a finger at Luo Qingzhou. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? How dare you point that filthy finger at me? You shall pay for this. Luo Qingzhou responded with another resounding slap to the other side of the murmur's face. Yet how infuriating. One may slay a warrior, but never may they humiliate him. The murmurs teetered on the brink of collapse. Faced with this man, he found himself unable to retaliate or even speak. Never before had he felt such utter despair. Even the members of the spiritual medium team had never reduced him to such a state of disarray. Had they? Still watching? Did I permit you to gaze upon me? Each time the image of his near-miss with Hongying flashed through Luo Qingzhou's mind, he unleashed another furious slap upon the murmur's head, causing a dent to form. Blood and flesh became a gruesome tableau. At that moment, After dispatching the remaining lackeys, Lin Xie ascended to the mountaintop, only to be taken aback by the ghastly sight of the murmurs. He did not dare to utter a sound as he beheld Luo Qingzhou relentlessly striking the murmurs, gripping the collar of his gentlemanly attire. He feared that Luo Qingzhou might suddenly turn his ire upon him as well. "Why have you fallen silent? If you do not speak, how shall I find reason to strike you?" Observing the murmurs, who appeared utterly bereft of hope after being battered, Luo Qingzhou delivered yet another punch to his face. In an instant, the scene was once again drenched in blood and chaos. The murmurs found himself incapable of uttering a single word. He had never anticipated that a mere visit to Jinnan Mountain to settle some affairs, alongside the intent to eliminate the dual deity agents, would lead him to encounter such an unreasonable lunatic as Luo Qingzhou. Why are you so unreasonable? Despite being battered and bloodied, the murmurs could not contain the ire that surged within him, finally asking the question that had been burning in his heart. "The blue rabbit is dead. I have no desire to explain the rights and wrongs." Luo Qingzhou's response was utterly irrelevant. "The blue rabbit? Who on earth is she? I can hardly recall any mention of a blue rabbit by my ancient divine church." The murmurer, too, felt innocent. This blue rabbit was entirely unknown to him. Had he truly become a target for the delusions of a madman over a figment of imagination? He found himself inexplicably transformed into a vessel for someone else's frustrations. One blow after another, with no respite. He felt as if he were on the brink of being utterly overwhelmed. Oh no, he was already there. The question he had just uttered was the last he could muster. Not even knowing who the blue rabbit was, and yet he dared to claim he was one of the 3 oldest deities of the ancient divine church. "I see you as nothing but a fool, deserving of a beating." Luo Qingzhou continued to hurl insults, delivering yet another blow to the murmurer's head. After this blow, the murmurer was quite literally struck dead by Luo Qingzhou's grip on his collar. It could be said that the next scene was utterly gruesome. Lin Xie, witnessing this, resolved never to provoke Hongying again, fearing that the fate that befell the murmurer might soon be his own. So fragile, so easily dispatched after just a few questions. How dull. Observing the utterly mangled form of the murmurer, Luo Qingzhou glanced at his blood-stained right hand and murmured, "There's blood on my hands." Upon speaking, the reverse effect of words manifesting as law took hold, and the blood on his hands vanished as if it had never existed. Lin Xie, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of curiosity but refrained from inquiring, for he was not the only one in the divine ruins. Fragile? Look at this murmurer. Does he even resemble a person? Lin Xie approached, gazing at the bloodied remains of the murmurer, rendered speechless. He had barely finished venting his rage before meeting his demise. How fragile indeed. Luo Qingzhou, seemingly unsatisfied, delivered a fierce kick to the murmurer's corpse before turning to Lin Xie and declaring, "The rain has ceased. It's time to return to the dormitory for some rest." Indeed, Lin Xie glanced at the rain, which was gradually stopping under the starry night, and returned to the dormitory alongside Luo Qingzhou. The following day, all the new recruits at the training camp boarded military buses once more, this time to head to various night watcher squads, tasked with guarding different cities. "Brother Qie, Brother Qingzhou, I'm heading back to Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Don't forget about me. Your good brother. Remember to miss me." Bali Pangpang cast a reluctant glance at Lin Xie and Luo Qingzhou from the military bus. "Fear not. We will not forget you, Brother Pangpang. Who knows? We might visit Guangzhou and Shenzhen in a couple of days. When that time comes, make sure to let us experience the local culture." Luo Qingzhou winked at Bali Pangpang on the bus. "Absolutely." Bali Pangpang nodded affirmatively. Soon after, the military buses began to depart from the new recruits training camp. As for Lin Xie and Luo Qingzhou, being natives of Sangnan City, they did not board the military bus. After all, Hongying had already sent a message to Luo Qingzhou in advance. She was on her way to the new recruits training camp. "Qingzhou, are you waiting for your sister Hongying?" Yuan Gang, well aware of the relationship between Luo Qingzhou and Hongying from Team 136, stepped forward to tease him. It has been so long since we last met." "It's holding me here." Luo Qingzhou gazed down the path leading to the training camp, eagerly anticipating the moment when his sister Hongying would arrive in her black pickup truck. "TSK, TSK. Miss her? I believe you simply wish to plant a kiss on her lips," Yuan Gang remarked, observing the unabashed soldier before him. "I want to kiss her. I want to kiss her 10 times. The thought of Hongying's subtly sweet cherry-like lips only heightened Luo Qingzhou's anticipation. Yuan Gang exclaimed, "After so many years of gossiping, this is the first time I've encountered someone so unashamed. I mean, after my comments, you show no sign of embarrassment, and you intend to intensify it by claiming you want to kiss her 10 times. Impressive, truly impressive." He gave Luo Qingzhou a thumbs up, deeply admiring his boldness. "Commander Yuan, you simply do not understand. Qingzhou embodies a profound and selfless love, so much so that he has forgotten what it means to feel shy." Lin Chia also smiled as he gazed down the path. "There is some truth to that. I wonder what kind of enchantment Hongying has cast on this lad, as he never fails to refer to her as Sister Hongying." Yuan Gang joined him in looking down the path, knowing that once Lin Chia and Luo Qingzhou were picked up, he would be returning to the capital. "Foolish brother, we are going home." Just then, as Luo Qingzhou eagerly awaited his sister Hongying's arrival in her black pickup, a vehicle swiftly approached. "Your sister Hongying is here. Why not hurry and plant those 10 kisses?" Yuan Gang observed the approaching car, excitedly glancing at Luo Qingzhou. "I want to kiss her 100 times," Luo Qingzhou exclaimed, grabbing his luggage and making his way towards the black pickup, filled with uncontainable excitement at the thought of seeing Hongying again. After all, she had officially become his girlfriend. "Wait, Qingzhou, my brother, I cannot quite handle the thought of 100 kisses." As the car window rolled down, Chenmai greeted Luo Qingzhou and Lin Chia with a broad smile. "What? Are you saying that Captain can only handle 1 kiss?" Zhao Kongcheng also leaned out of the window, waving at Luo Qingzhou and Lin Chia with a grin. Luo Qingzhou was taken aback. "How is it that my sister Hongying is driving her car, yet she is not in it?" Feeling disappointed, he muttered, "You rascal. I knew it would turn out like this. She refused to come pick you up herself, claiming she was too shy to see you, and now we have been sent by your sister Hongying to fetch you and brother Chia." Chenmai chuckled at the disappointed expression on Luo Qingzhou's face. "Always feeding them dog food, and now, finally, you get a taste of feet, huh? Oomph. If she doesn't come to pick me up, then I shall not return." Luo Qingzhou became somewhat petulant. "Chenmai, Zhao Kongcheng, Lin Chia, perhaps we should return? After all, you will still get to see your sister Hongying at home, right?" Yuan Gang is eager to gather the team and head back to the capital. "I want to go back." Luo Qingzhou resolutely found an empty space and sat atop his suitcase, his expression transforming from anticipation to one of profound disappointment and grievance. Old Zhao hastily called Hongying, urging her to come as soon as possible. Chenmai found himself at a loss with Luo Qingzhou. After all, he was the most formidable member of Team 136. It was unrealistic for him to forcibly take Luo Qingzhou back. So the one who tied the knot must also be the one to unravel it. Still on the line, Zhao Kongcheng glanced at Luo Qingzhou's woeful face. Realizing this was the first time he had witnessed such a display from him. He had always thought Luo Qingzhou to be a savvy, carefree individual. But little did he know that this stubborn child could exhibit such childish defiance. "Hey, Hongying, hurry over to the new recruit training camp, if you don't come. Little brother Qingzhou says he wants to return." After connecting the call, Zhao Kongcheng spoke with a hint of exasperation. On the other end, Hongying seemed to understand Luo Qingzhou's temperament, responding softly. In no time, she had arrived at the front of the new recruit training camp. "Hongying, you got here so fast? Did you take a plane?" Zhao Kongcheng marveled, as it had only been a minute since he made the call, yet Hongying had already arrived from the Peace Affairs office. "Of course, I followed the captain, and you too." Hongying's beautiful eyes sparkled. "Followed us?" Zhao Kongcheng was puzzled. After all, Hongying had instructed him and the captain to fetch Luo Qingzhou. So why had she come herself? "Because I know my silly brother's temperament. I remember promising to pick him up from school when we were little, but I must have forgotten that day or something. And I didn't go. He ended up not returning home. So what can I do with such a foolish brother? I had to obediently come to fetch him." Hongying gazed tenderly at the lost in thought Luo Qingzhou took a deep breath, and swiftly walked over with light steps. "Silly brother, it's time to go home. Sister is here to pick you up. Sister Hongying." Upon hearing that gentle voice, Luo Qingzhou looked up, his face lighting up with excitement. "Yes, we're going home." Hongying slightly brushed her bangs and, with a radiant smile, linked her arm with Luo Qingzhou's. Seeing Hongying's exquisitely beautiful face, Luo Qingzhou happily dragged his suitcase with one hand while gripping her warm little hand with the other. In a short while, the brother and sister climbed into the off-road vehicle driven by Hongying. Zhao, Kongsheng, and Chanmai exchanged helpless smiles and shook their heads, since little brother Qi has gotten into the vehicle. "Let us not go over to Hongying's car and eat dog food." "All right," Lin Qie chuckled as he got in the black pickup truck. Subsequently, two vehicles prepared to depart from the rookie training camp, but at that moment, Instructor Hong Hao hastily arrived, blocking the narrow path with several corpses. He reported gravely to Yuan Gang, "Commander Yuan, we receive an emergency call for villagers near Jinan Mountain, reporting deaths in the vicinity. The local police, aware of our presence at Jinan Mountain, have entrusted us with investigating the situation." Upon inspection, Hong Hao furrowed his brows as he gazed upon the 5 lifeless bodies before him. Yuan Gong, Shen Mue, and Hongying were likewise drawn to the sight of the corpses. Among the 5, 2 belonged to formidable Sea Realm experts, while the weakest among the rest was at the River Realm level. This assembly was sufficient to decimate their entire rookie training camp. How could they have inexplicably perished near Jinan Mountain? Moreover, they had not sensed anything amiss. And then there was the attire. Upon seeing a mutilated corpse, Yuan Gang's pupils constricted. What was peculiar about the clothing? Chen Mai, seated in the vehicle, glanced curiously at the startled Yuan Gang. This tailcoat, this gentlemanly style, bore a striking resemblance to someone Yuan Gang had encountered references to the Whisperer within the ancient deity cult literature, and even at the first sight of the disfigured corpse, a suspicion arose in his mind. Who could evoke such a reaction from Commander Yuan? Chen Mai and the others were puzzled. The Whisperer, one of the 3 most ancient deities. Yuan Gang approached, incredulous, to examine the features of the 5 corpses closely. One of the bodies was unmistakably that of Ma Tianyi, the 14th seat of the followers, featured on the wanted list, confirming that all 5 corpses hail from the ancient deity cult. The Whisperer, one of the oldest deities? Only at the Sea Realm? Chen Mai and Zhao Kongsheng exchanged doubtful glances with Yuan Gang. Indeed, this was the Whisperer. However, it was merely a projection of the Whisperer. Nonetheless, even a projection at the Sea Realm possessed the strength to contend with a master of boundless realms. The enigma lingered. Who in the small city of Songnan could have silently dispatched this projection of the Whisperer? Furthermore, given the grotesque state of the Whisperer's corpse, it was evident that it had endured inhuman torment before death. Yuan Gang squinted, realizing the sinister nature of Songnan City, but he had not anticipated its depths of treachery. A mere city could harbor a master capable of effortlessly annihilating the Whisperer's projection. Fortunately, this master only harbored profound malice towards the ancient deity cult. Otherwise, if they bore ill intent towards Songnan City, not a soul would stand a chance to oppose them. Now, let us refer to me as Blue Friend. The ability to contend with a master of boundless realms, and to have suffered unhuman torment before death. As Yuan Gang spoke, Chen Mai, Hong Ying, and the others instinctively turned their gazes toward Luo Qingzhou. For within all of Songnan City, only Luo Qingzhou possessed the capability to accomplish such feats. Though the reasons behind that individual's desire to eliminate members of the ancient God Church remain shrouded in mystery, it is evident that over the years in Songnan City, he has left no significant impact. His actions were provoked solely by the arrival of the ancient God Church members, which clearly indicates that his animosity is directed exclusively towards them. Therefore, Captain Shun, it would be prudent for you to adopt a natural approach and refrain from becoming entangled in the identity of this person. In due time, others will come to investigate and uncover the truth. Yuan Gang, observing the disfigured body of the muttering victim, advised Chen Mai and the others. Acknowledging this, Chen Mai nodded. In that case, we shall leave this matter in your capable hands, Commander Yuan. We must return to our post in Songnan City. Understood. Yuan Gang waved his hand towards Chun Mai and the others. At the Peace Affairs office, Redding, Chun Mai, and the others did not dare to linger, swiftly driving back to the office. Qi, Qingzhou, regarding the incident with the muttering victim, was it you too? Chun Mai and Redding fixed their serious gazes upon Lin Qi and Luo Qingzhou. Without hesitation, Lin Qi pointed at Luo Qingzhou. Report, Captain. Sister Hongying. It was a tempestuous night. I was resting in the dormitory when suddenly classmate Qingzhou said to me, on a moonless and windy night, "It is the time for murder and arson." And then he dragged me up Jinan Mountain. Luo Qingzhou interjected. Your reflexes are truly remarkable. They remind me of your quick responses back in the old district. So, it was you, Qingzhou, who led Qi to confront the muttering victim. Chun Mai and Redding exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend why Luo Qingzhou would take the initiative to attack the muttering victim and his associates. Indeed, I sensed that they were secretly orchestrating something nefarious, particularly aimed at Qi. Rather than passively enduring their schemes, it was far better to strike first, Luo Qingzhou asserted, his eyes gleaming with determination. Yet, what grievance did the muttering victim hold against you? Why inflict such harm? Chun Mai and the others recalled the disfigured state of the victim and could not help but swallow hard, feeling that their seemingly harmless companion, Luo Qingzhou, might have been excessively ruthless. He provoked me. Besides, have not the members of the ancient God Church always been my adversaries? If it were not for the oldest faction within the church sending their followers to Songnan City to unleash the ghost-faced ones and nurture them, how could a ghost-faced king have emerged? They nearly harmed my sister Hongying. Thus, those who threaten her deserve no mercy. The gods are no exception. Luo Qingzhou narrowed his eyes, his lips pressed together, as if anyone daring to lay a finger on his sister would be met with a grim fate. Witnessing this, Chun Mai, Lin Qi, and the others were visibly moved, their gazes instinctively shifting toward Redding. Redding, touched by her earnest brother's sincerity, approached and gently ruffled Luo Qingzhou's hair. Her heart warmed. Dear brother, you need not be so intense. But I am a devoted brother. Luo Qingzhou replied with utmost seriousness. A devoted brother? Upon hearing the term red tassel, Hongying was momentarily taken aback. Not only she, but even Chun Mai and Zhao Kongsheng turned to Hongying, teasingly remarking, shouldn't it be spoiled wife maniac, Brother Qingzhou? Indeed. From now on, dear Hongying, please refer to me as your blue friend. Luo Qingzhou, as if recalling something significant, stood before Hongying with an earnest demeanor. Blue friend? Hongying gazed at the sun-kissed, handsome face mere inches from her own. Her cheeks suddenly flushed with a vibrant hue, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. She never anticipated that her mischievous younger brother would be so direct, stating such a thing in front of so many people. Hongying, did you not promise me that when I returned, you would be my girlfriend? Luo Qingzhou blinked expectantly. Did I say that? Hongying stammered, her blushing cheeks betraying her as she dared not meet Luo Qingzhou's fervent gaze. Of course you did. If you don't believe me, just ask Qi. Luo Qingzhou was determined not to let Hongying wriggle out of this, quickly glancing at Lin Qi, who had been present when Hongying sent them off to the new recruit training camp. Did she say that? Lin Qi, looking at Hongying, spoke uncertainly, as he had entered the training camp early that day, fearing to disrupt the affection between Hongying and Luo Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou narrowed his eyes at the indecisive Lin Qi. In an instant, Lin Qi's expression transformed, his resolve as unwavering as that of a guardian. She did. Hongying, you indeed said it. I heard you clearly proclaim that once Qingzhou returned, you would be his girlfriend. Oh, so was that day. No wonder Hongying didn't want us to accompany her in sending off Qi. It turns out she secretly confessed to Brother Qingzhou then. Si Xiaonan adjusted her glasses. I did not. Hongying felt a wave of heat wash over her as she caught sight of Si Xiaonan, Chun Mai, and others, their curious gazes making her feel utterly exposed. The notion of a sister confessing to her younger brother was simply too embarrassing. TSK. Not yet. Look at how red your face is, Hongying. Even the ripest apple in the orchard pales in comparison. Zhao Kongcheng jested. Exactly. We've been known for quite some time that you fancy Brother Qingzhou. So why are you still shy? You can't back out of your promise to him. Chun Mai chimed in, finding the situation rather amusing as he glanced at the bashful Hongying. How could I not? Last time when I sent him off to the training camp, I dodged when he tried to kiss me. Hongying retorted defiantly, her face still a deep crimson. But didn't you make up for it later in the dorm? Qi Yi and Fat Brother both witnessed it. Luo Qingzhou gazed at the shy yet stunningly beautiful Hongying, filled with anticipation for the day he would officially become her blue friend. And you made up for it? Did Brother Qi Yi really do that? Si Xiaonan, Chun Mai, and others gazed at Lin Qi Yi with wide eyes, brimming with curiosity. Indeed, it had been rectified. Moreover, that day, Sister Hongying was incredibly bold, just like how I am now playfully cornering Brother Zhao. Sister Hongying had boldly cornered Luo Qingzhou back then. As Lin Qi Yi recalled, that day as clandestine observation, he demonstrated the wall push against Zhao Kongcheng. Zhao Kongcheng was equally cooperative. However, when it came to the moment of kissing, both Zhao Kongcheng and Lin Qi Yi refrained from making contact. Yet, the scene of Sister Hongying cornering Luo Qingzhou in the dormitory was vividly replayed in their minds. Hongying, are you still claiming you didn't do it? Chun Mai and Si Xiaonan exchanged peculiar glances towards Hongying, who was now blushing and desperately searching for a hole to hide in. 73 reiterated, "You must call him your boyfriend." Shyly feeling utterly embarrassed, Hongying seemed to shrink in stature, even appearing shorter than Si Xiaonan. She crouched bashfully on the ground, her head releasing steam like a locomotive. I didn't deny it, so what? I just like him, perhaps due to her crouched position. Staring at the ground, the once timid Hongying found a surge of courage. Her admission of affection undeniably indicated her acceptance of becoming Luo Qingzhou's girlfriend. Then, Sister Hongying, if you like Qingzhou, why not promptly call him your boyfriend? Si Xiaonan crouched down as well, lifting her gaze towards the blushing Hongying. Not only she, but Zhao Kongcheng, Chun Mai, and others looked forward to witnessing Hongying proclaim Luo Qingzhou as her boyfriend. After all, this was a momentous occasion for their team, Team 136. Not only were they mutually affectionate, but they were also childhood sweethearts. If Hongying and Luo Qingzhou were to become a couple, wouldn't Team 136 become even livelier? They could tease her about it. Sister Hongying, your boyfriend ran off with another woman. Or, Brother Qingzhou, aren't you going to manage your girlfriend? She drags us around all day. Xiaonan was right. Hongying, look at how Brother Qingzhou has been waiting for you. Chun Mai and Zhao Kongcheng, observing the bashful Hongying crouch down, couldn't help but chuckle and shake their heads. On Hongying's side, upon hearing everyone's encouragement, she slowly attempted to stand and gaze at her sunny, handsome Brother Qingzhou. However, as soon as she lifted her head slightly, she blushed and quickly crouched down again. Si Xiaonan, Chun Mai, and the others were all amused by the adorably timid Hongying, unable to contain their laughter. The way she suddenly crouched back down was simply too endearing. Go, go, go. Sister Hongying, you can do it. Si Xiaonan smiled gently, cheering her on. In response, Hongying, having crouched down again, cautiously began to stand up slowly. Yet, upon seeing Luo Qingzhou's sunny, handsome face, her cheeks instantly flushed with crimson once more. As she appeared ready to retreat shyly like a timid creature, Luo Qingzhou suddenly stepped forward, standing before Hongying. He gently placed his hands on her warm, blushing cheeks, and declared, "Sister Hongying, my affection for you will never waver. Thus, I humbly ask you to be my girlfriend." Upon hearing his words, Hongying, her cheeks flushed with warmth, stood in stunned silence for a considerable moment. A torrent of memories, intimately entwined with Luo Qingzhou, surged through her mind. It was as if the cherished recollections of their days spent together had awakened something deep within her, ultimately allowing her affection to triumph over her shyness. "Be boyfriend, I like you too," she stammered, seemingly unable to meet Luo Qingzhou's fervent gaze. Suddenly, she rose onto her toes and, with a soft peck, pressed her lips against his. Luo Qingzhou, captivated by the breathtaking beauty before him, felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Unable to restrain his feelings any longer, he embraced Hongying tightly around her slender waist, savoring the kiss from his girlfriend. Ding! Congratulations! The relationship between the host and Hongying has advanced. You have officially become a couple. Reward: 1,000,000 points for pampering your wife. On the sidelines, Si Xiaonan, Chun Mai, and others, witnessing the blossoming romance, felt a wave of relief and happiness for the couple. Let us head to the underground shooting range for some practice. No need to linger here as a third wheel. Chun Mai chuckled, glancing at Si Xiaonan and the others. All right. They all agreed eagerly, though as they made their way to the shooting range, they frequently turned back, seemingly wanting to steal more glances at the affectionate couple. Little brother, are you pleased now? Have your wishes been fulfilled? After kissing Luo Qingzhou, Hongying, with a rosy blush and arms crossed over her chest, gazed dreamily at him. Not yet. I haven't convinced you to become my wife, Luo Qingzhou replied, licking his lips before suddenly kissing her alluring red lips once more. As Hongying beheld his handsome face so close, warmth surged through her entire being. After a prolonged moment, they reluctantly released each other. You think you can make me your wife? Dream on. Following the kiss, Hongying resumed her proud demeanor. However, the lingering blush on her cheeks unmistakably revealed her anticipation for that day. Dream all you want. Sooner or later, my dream will become reality. Sister Hongying, you will be my wife. Luo Qingzhou's lips curled into a smile, filled with hope for the future. Seeing the smile on Luo Qingzhou's face brought a deeper blush to Hongying's cheeks. It's not even evening yet. Why are you already daydreaming? She teased. Tonight, I want to sleep holding my girlfriend. Luo Qingzhou replied playfully, winking at her. No kuling, Hongying declared, turning her head away with a haughty demeanor, though the corners of her enchanting eyes remained fixed on Luo Qingzhou's reaction. In response, Luo Qingzhou effortlessly swept the proud Hongying into his arms, cradling her like a princess. Sister Hongying, if you refuse to embrace me this evening, I shall resolutely cling to you from this moment forth. Luo Qingzhou gazed upon the beauty in his arms, a triumphant smile adorning his face. Let go! Let go! Hongying blushed, playfully striking Luo Qingzhou's chest with her tiny fist. Not a chance. With a grin lingering on his lips, Luo Qingzhou endeavored to carry Hongying to the underground shooting range. Observing his intentions, Hongying quickly realized the predicament. If she were to be seen in such a manner by Captain and the others, her embarrassment would be insurmountable. Thus, as Luo Qingzhou carried her, she relentlessly pounded his chest with her small fists. You rascal! Put me down! Call me your blue friend. Luo Qingzhou narrowed his eyes, unyielding. Blue friend. Please let me down. Hongying stammered, her shyness compelling her to bury her head into Luo Qingzhou's embrace. Oh no! A mischievous grin spread across Luo Qingzhou's face. Hongying, feeling bashful while nestled in his arms, widened her beautiful eyes in displeasure. You naughty brother! I called you my blue friend. How can you still go back on your word? But I never said that upon calling me your blue friend, I would release you. Luo Qingzhou replied with a sly smile. You little rascal. I think you deserve a spanking. Hongying glared at him with faux ferocity, as if to suggest that if he did not set her down soon, he would experience the wrath of an irate girlfriend. Luo Qingzhou, undeterred, continued his deliberate pace toward the underground shooting range, cradling the beauty in his arms. As they approached the site of Si Xiaonan and Chun Mai, Hongying's face flushed a deep crimson. Still not letting go? Then I shall bite you until you cry. With an air of mock ferocity, Hongying contemplated where she might sink her teeth into Luo Qingzhou. Ultimately, her gaze fixated on his arm. With a playful growl, she opened her mouth, revealing a row of exquisite, pearly teeth, and firmly sank them into Luo Qingzhou's arm. Ouch! He exclaimed, feigning pain as he looked at the rather smug Hongying, his irritation growing. Isn't biting your thing? Well then, Luo Qingzhou decisively pressed his lips against her enticing red ones. planting 2 fervent kisses before finally releasing the squirming Hongying from his embrace. Of course, her struggles were not born of the kiss itself, but rather from the impending arrival at the underground shooting range. If Si Xiaonan and Chun Mai were to witness her in Luo Qingzhou's arms, kissing, her dignity within Team 136 would be irreparably tarnished. It was simply too humiliating. Is that all? Si Xiaonan inquired boldly, her gaze directed at Luo Qingzhou as they arrived at the underground shooting range. Adjusting her glasses, she appeared to question his capabilities. This has completely left Luo Qingzhou at a loss. What do you mean it's over? Luo Qingzhou appeared utterly bewildered. Of course, why don't you have that? If you don't have that, when will I become an aunt and hold a little baby? Si Xiaonan pouted in dissatisfaction, casting a disapproving glance at Luo Qingzhou. She had been eagerly anticipating the day when Luo Qingzhou and Hongying would welcome their little one. She had thought that once the relationship between Hongying and Luo Qingzhou was solidified, that day would not be far off. Yet, it seems this younger brother is not up to the task. With such a large firm providing you space, it's rather Hongying, Luo Qingzhou, Chun Mai and others. Ahem. Chun Mai cleared his throat. Xiaonan, you're still young. Such topics are not suitable for you. I'm not young. Si Xiaonan frowned slightly. Fine, not young, but we cannot discuss inappropriate matters. This is a serious office environment. Chun Mai emphasized, casting a glance at Luo Qingzhou and Hongying, as if to say to behave in the office and indulge in whatever you wish once you return home. In response, Luo Qingzhou fell silent while Hongying shot a shy glare at the overly eager Si Xiaonan. Well, since we're here, let us see if 7th Knight's marksmanship has improved. After Chun Mai concluded, he approached Lin Xie and handed him the handgun. Lin Xie then fired 3 shots in rapid succession, all of which missed the target. How about we continue discussing the baby? Compared to practicing marksmanship, Lin Xie felt far more intrigued by the prospect of a child between Hongying and Luo Qingzhou. What nonsense! The captain has declared that this is an office. If you wish to discuss children, go to the couple's hotel next door. Chun Mai shot a glare at Lin Xie, then another at Si Xiaonan, perplexed as to why these two thought his office was a hotel. Huh? A little baby? You two look like little babies yourselves. Quickly, Xiaonan, come over and teach 7th Knight some marksmanship. We must prevent you both from endlessly discussing babies. Today, your task is to ensure that 7th Knight can hit the target. If you fail to accomplish this task, you shall not eat dinner tonight. Chun Mai looked at the two with exasperation. Then I want to talk about babies anymore. Si Xiaonan blinked. Lin Xie. Sister Xiaonan, is this polite? You want to teach me marksmanship and are willing to stop talking about babies? No way. I'm the captain. You must listen to me. Chun Mai was not swayed by Si Xiaonan's tactics. He waved his hand and headed towards Zhao Kongqing. Old Zhao, come here for a moment. Now that Brother Qingzhou has returned, perhaps you can have him craft a weapon tailored for you. The weapons he forges can rival the Forbidden Ruins. No, they're even stronger. In fact, they far surpass the Forbidden Ruins. In the past, Brother Qie had remarked that the weapons crafted by Brother Qingzhou, even if one's mental prowess were merely akin to a few drops of water, could still unleash the might of at least the Pool Realm. Upon discovering that Luo Qingzhou was the representative of the Chinese primordial deity Enhua, Chun Mai had long contemplated enhancing the strength of the entire 136 team. The most significant method of enhancement was to request Luo Qingzhou to tailor a weapon specifically for each member of the team. Brother Qingzhou, had you mentioned earlier that you are the agent of the primordial deity Enhua, I would have called you my adoptive father long ago. What is this about left and right? And the boundless void? Zhao Kongqing approached Chun Mai, his gaze piercing as he focused intently on Luo Qingzhou. He had long desired to burn brightly like the other Night Watchers, to unleash his forbidden realm and shatter the mysteries before him. Now, with Luo Qingzhou, the representative of Enhua, he could fulfill the aspirations of an ordinary man. Haha, as for calling you adoptive father, that can wait. The truth is, Brother Zhao, I have nearly exhausted the clay I possess. If I am to craft a weapon, I shall need to procure more clay. The clay that Luo Qingshou had previously purchased at the ceramic store had long been exhausted during the year spent crafting figurines of the citizens of Sangnan City at the new recruit training camp. Thus, upon returning from the camp, he intended to acquire more clay to store in his system space for future needs. Rest assured about this clay, Brother Qingshou. Once I discovered you were the representative of the primordial deity Hua. Our office stocked an entire warehouse of clay, more than enough for your needs. Chenmai winked at Luo Qingshou. By the way, Brother Qingshou, do you still have that competition card that Brother Chia mentioned? I would love to experience the thrill of a one-on-one duel within a designated realm. Chenmai rubbed his hands together, exhilarated by the thought of suddenly pulling an enemy into an inescapable domain. For instance, if the adversary numbered in the thousands, possessing a competition card would allow him to defeat them one by one, dragging each into the realm of death. Indeed, I have crafted quite a few of those competition cards. Luo Qingshou produced a delicate wooden box containing many competition cards, distributing them to each member of the 136 team. What a remarkable item! Chenmai's eyes sparkled at the sight of the many competition cards. With these, the members of the 136 team would no longer need to fear being outnumbered in battles. Well, as long as you all enjoy them, that's what matters. Luo Qingshou smiled. He then turned to Zhao Kongcheng. Brother Zhao, let us head to the warehouse. I shall craft an exceptionally stunning weapon tailored just for you. Excellent. Zhao Kongcheng beamed as he eagerly pulled Luo Qingshou away from Hongying, making it seem as if Luo Qingshou were his girlfriend, causing a hint of jealousy in Hongying. As they arrived at the warehouse, they found it indeed brimming with clay, just as Chenmai had described. Could it be that the captain has secretly taken the owner of the ceramic shop under his wing? Luo Qingshou was momentarily taken aback. What nonsense are you talking about? I have a wife and children. Chenmai, who followed closely behind, was fiddling with a mini combat card while casting a disapproving glance at Luo Qingshou's wild speculation. Well, Luo Qingshou offered an awkward smile. He then stepped forward to gather some clay, skillfully crafting a straight knife reminiscent of the one often wielded by Zhao Kongcheng. In no time, a dark-hued straight knife came into view. This was a straight knife of the ocean realm, possessing the divine ability known as close enough to the horizon. Once a target is locked by this divine ability, it cannot escape the relentless pursuit of close enough to the horizon, regardless of their location or the use of time manipulation. Zhao, what do you think of this straight knife from the ocean realm? Does it align with your vision of the Forbidden Ruins? Luo Qingshou presented the dark straight knife to Zhao Kongcheng. The instant Zhao Kongcheng touched the knife, a flood of information regarding it surged into his mind. Isn't this divine ability close enough to the horizon a bit too powerful? It feels as if any weapon you casually mold, my dear Brother Qingshou, could rival the Forbidden Ruins. Zhao Kongcheng had heard tales of many Forbidden Ruins, but it was his first encounter with an attack that could disregard the barriers of time and space. Such a mode of assault would indeed be invincible even within the Forbidden Ruins. That is naturally because our Chinese deities are exceptionally strong. Luo Qingshou remarked proudly. If our deities weren't trapped in the cycle of reincarnation, how could those foreign gods wreak such havoc upon our great Xia? Zhao Kongcheng nodded earnestly. Yet, he soon furrowed his brow. Brother Qingshou, this straight knife is a weapon of the ocean realm. I lack the Forbidden Ruins and possess only a meager amount of mental energy. I cannot possibly activate the divine ability. Fear not. If I can break through once more, the mental energy required to wield the divine ability of the weapon will significantly diminish. At that time, with this straight knife, you shall be comparable to a formidable ocean realm warrior. Luo Qingshou reassured him. However, your mental energy is still too scant. Using the divine ability close enough to the horizon will leave you bedridden for several days. Luo Qingshou was well aware that the ocean realm weapon could not be activated with Zhao Kongcheng's limited mental energy. But hadn't he recently acquired 1,000,000 spoiling wife points from Hongying? As long as he used them to advance his realm, he could swiftly ascend to the Klein realm. Gulp. Compared to Luo Qingshou's casual mention of rivaling an ocean realm warrior, Zhao Kongcheng was utterly astonished by the prospect of Luo Qingshou breaking through once more. He recalled that the last time he had seen Luo Qingshou, he was already a powerful being of the Wuliang realm. How could it be that upon his return, he was about to break through yet again? If he succeeded, wouldn't that mean he would directly step into the sixth realm, the Klein realm? Zhao Kongsheng was not the only one left in shock. Even Chun Mai, Hongying, and others gazed at Luo Qingzhou with wide-eyed astonishment. They cannot comprehend why such a breakthrough seems as effortless as eating or drinking for Luo Qingzhou. Are you joking, Qingzhou? After the initial shock, Chen Mai looked at Luo Qingzhou with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. If Luo Qingzhou truly ascended to the Klein realm, would that not imply that the night watchman reserves of the small third-tier city, Songnan, could rival those of the capital? I'm not joking at all, Luo Qingzhou declared earnestly, even turning to the radiant-eyed Hongying. Sister Hongying, if I manage to break through to the Klein realm, will you grant me a kiss? 10 times. No, 100 times would be acceptable. Without hesitation, Hongying agreed. For once her brother stepped into the sixth realm of Klein, it would mean that the only threats to him would be the pinnacle of humanity and the divine. As long as her brother refrained from provoking the divine beings and the apex of humanity, he would remain safe. This realization allowed her, as an elder sister, to finally relax regarding her brother, who bore the title of the agent of the Chinese primordial goddess, Nuwa. Really? Luo Qingzhou's gaze began to blaze with fervor. Truly. Seeing her younger brother's passionate expression, Hongying's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. All right, just give me a moment to gather my thoughts. Luo Qingzhou's mind immediately focused on the wife pampering system. System, redeem promotion points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for consuming 1,000,000 wife pampering points, successfully advancing to the Klein realm. Remaining wife pampering points, 150,000. Current realm promotion progress. Klein realm, 02,000,000. As the voice of the wife pampering system echoed in his ears, Luo Qingzhou felt his boundless mental energy shatter the confines of spatial dimensions, truly becoming inexhaustible and limitless. Furthermore, the surrounding environment was engulfed in a terrifying aura of mental power due to his breakthrough. After experiencing this overwhelming and suffocating mental force, Hongying, Zhao Kongsheng, and the others could hardly believe their eyes as they gazed at the source of this formidable energy. Luo Qingzhou, who was meditating with closed eyes. Did he truly break through? Chen Mai wiped his eyes in disbelief. Even Si Xiaonan, who was teaching Lin Chia marksmanship at the underground shooting range, felt the sudden surge of formidable mental energy and followed Lin Chia to the warehouse. Upon seeing everyone staring at Luo Qingzhou, Si Xiaonan and Lin Chia exchanged glances, seemingly grasping the situation as they stood in stunned silence, gazing at Luo Qingzhou, who had ascended to the Klein realm. Especially Lin Chia, who recalled when he first discovered that Luo Qingzhou was the agent of the Chinese primordial goddess, Nuwa. At that time, Luo Qingzhou was merely at the Pool realm. Now, after just 1 year of training in the rookie training camp, he had leaped from the Sea realm to the Klein realm. He truly broke through. Feeling an overwhelming surge of spiritual power, Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes and smiled at the astonished Chun Mai and the others. Incredible. Brother Qingzhou, you are truly remarkable. After receiving Luo Qingzhou's own acknowledgement, Chun Mai found himself at a loss for words to describe the astonishingly rapid advancement of Luo Qingzhou. Indeed, it was extraordinary. I had thought that returning to my aunts and brothers in the guise of a divine agent would take a considerable amount of time. But it seems that with your pace of ascension, dear classmate Qingzhou, that day will come sooner than expected. At this moment, Lin Chia also felt that the past year of concealing Luo Qingzhou's identity had been worthwhile. Prepare yourselves, Team 136. Zhao Leoj, now ready, could attempt to activate the distance between heaven and earth. After ascending to the Klein realm, Luo Qingzhou smiled at Zhao Kongsheng. He had always known that Zhao Kongsheng longed for a unique, forbidden realm of his own. Thus, Luo Qingzhou had arrived. Although Zhao Kongsheng lacked a forbidden realm, he now possessed the divine skill, the distance between heaven and earth, rivaling even a divine sanctuary. Excellent. Brother Qingzhou, only you can manage the attacks of the Sea realm. No need for the leader. I shall test my skills with Zhao Kongsheng. The once dormant mini Guan Yu, sensing the aroma of battle, suddenly transformed into a towering figure with a splendid beard, appearing before the warehouse. Indeed, General Guan was a master of the Wuliang realm, making this test with him all the more relevant to their respective strengths. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the magnificent figure, Zhao Kongxing's eyes brightened. The realm of death. Possessing a competition card as well, Zhao Kongxing feared that the clash with Guan Yu might turn the workshop into ruins, promptly drawing Guan Yu into the realm of death. At this, Chun Mai, Hongying, and the others were momentarily stunned. Brother Qingzhou, once this realm of death is unleashed, it seems that only one party can emerge alive. Does it not? Chun Mai expressed his concern for the well-being of Guan Yu and Zhao Kongxing within. Rest assured, Captain, I can strip the competition card of its sentience. Thus, after Zhao Leoj and General Guan conclude their sparring, they will emerge safely from the realm of death. Luo Qingzhou replied with a smile. Is that truly possible? Chun Mai's eyes widened in disbelief. Otherwise, if the weapons I conjure fall into enemy hands, would that not mean that my creations serve to empower my foes? Hence, I must certainly have a countermeasure, Luo Qingzhou patiently explained. Indeed, Chun Mai nodded in agreement. He then gazed curiously at the direction where Zhao Kongxing and Guan Yu had vanished, eager to witness the battle within the realm. For only by doing so could he, as the captain, understand each team member's limits and better strategize their deployment. Brother Chun, Zhao is not a fool. He must have known that young Master Qingzhou had the means to handle the realm of death. Thus, he preemptively brought in a drone for real-time filming. Just as Chun Mai was fixated on Zhao Kongxing, in the direction where Guan Yu had vanished, Lung Xian, holding a notebook, glimpsed the images within the realm of death. It seems I underestimated Zhao's rationality in the face of immense temptation. I thought he might have lost his head in excitement after acquiring divine prowess and dragged Guan Yu into the realm of death. Upon viewing the images projected from the notebook, Chun Mai engaged in self-reflection. He realized that the willpower of each member in Team 136 was formidable and should not be underestimated. There was no way anyone from Team 136 would betray the group due to temptation. Therefore, with the addition of Lin Qie and Luo Qingzhou, two divine agents, the future of Team 136 is undoubtedly promising, forming a perfect unit. General Guan, you are a master of the infinite realm, while my straight blade merely resides in the sea realm, so I shall not hold back. Zhao Kongxing, without hesitation, summoned his meager spiritual energy, pouring it entirely into the inky blade. In an instant, Zhao Kongxing felt the entirety of his spiritual power drained. He could fall at any moment, yet his indomitable will as a special forces soldier compelled him to execute the strike, a step away from heaven and earth. As the blade was unleashed, it appeared to disregard all obstructive elements, launching an unavoidable inky slash towards Guan Yu, a step away from heaven and earth. As Guan Yu observed the relentless advance of the unavoidable inky strike, his brow furrowed slightly. He recognized it as a divine technique bestowed by his lord, warranting his utmost respect. To meet it barehanded, even as a master of the infinite realm, would likely leave him severely wounded. Thus, he summoned his 2-meter-long Blue Dragon Crescent Blade with a swift motion, Blue Dragon's Sacred Slash. Facing the inescapable blow, the only recourse was to confront it head-on. Consequently, Guan Yu tempered his strength to the sea realm and prepared to clash with Zhao Kongxing a step away from heaven and earth. In an instant, a phantom of a massive 5-clawed azure dragon lunged toward the unavoidable inky strike, perhaps due to both weapons being forged by Luo Qingzhou. The azure dragon's phantom quickly engaged in a fierce contest with the inky strike, with both energies consuming and obliterating each other, until the azure dragon's phantom faded and the inky strike vanished. Zhao Kongxing and Guan Yu each retreated several steps. Impressive. After experiencing a step away from heaven and earth, Zhao Kongxing staggered back a few steps before suddenly collapsing, his complexion pale. This was the aftereffect of having completely drained his spiritual energy. It would take several days for him to recover and wield the divine technique, a step away from heaven and earth once more. Certainly, through repeated utilization of close at hand, yet worlds apart, drawing upon his internal spiritual energy, may gradually enable Zhao Kongcheng to acclimate to the depletion of his spiritual power, thereby alleviating the tendency to succumb to slumber immediately after employing his extraordinary abilities. Upon witnessing Zhao Kongcheng collapse on the notebook screen, Luo Qingzhou promptly stripped him of the essence of his competition card, leading to the dissolution of the realm of death. Subsequently, Zhao Kongcheng was carried forth by Guanyu, appearing before Luo Qingzhou and the others. Lung Xian, please escort old Zhao to rest. I believe that Brother Qingzhou is undoubtedly an extraordinary asset for our Team 136. With Brother Qingzhou by our side, I feel our Team 136 could rival any special team. Having witnessed Luo Qingzhou enable an ordinary individual without forbidden ruins to contend against a formidable Sea Realm expert, Chun Mai suddenly perceived that their current lineup was far from the limits of Team 130 SIX's potential. With Luo Qingzhou's slight intervention, Team 136 could not only match, but even surpass any special team. Understood. Lung Xian immediately carried the unconscious Zhao Kongcheng away, even winking meaningfully at Chun Mai before departing. Chun Mai comprehended Lung Xian's intent, which was simply to explore the capabilities of the extraordinary Brother Qingzhou. Brother Qingzhou, old Zhao could engage a Sea Realm expert with the body of an ordinary person. So, Captain, do you and Sister Hongying possess the ability to contend against the formidable beings of the infinite realm with your prowess in the river realm? Chun Mai regarded Luo Qingzhou with fervent admiration, as if he had encountered a rare treasure, eagerly rubbing his hands together. Indeed, among the 6 realms, the disparity among the first 4 realms is, in fact, less significant than the leap from the Sea Realm to the Infinite Realm, which is why old Zhao could stand against a Sea Realm expert as an ordinary man. However, transitioning to the Infinite Realm entails an entirely different magnitude. Luo Qingzhou reflected thoughtfully. Thus, the weapons I create could indeed empower Brother Chun and Sister Hongying to stand alongside the formidable beings of the Infinite Realm. However, it is equally likely that Brother Chun and Sister Hongying may find themselves, like old Zhao, succumbing to exhaustion after utilizing their extraordinary skills. That's a minor concern. Brother Qingzhou, simply craft us weapons suited for the Sea and Infinite Realms. For everyday use, the Sea Realm weapons, and for life and death crises, the Infinite Realm ones. Chun Mai exclaimed with eager anticipation, casting a glance at Wu Xiangnan behind him. Wu Xiangnan, recognizing the cue, promptly opened a bag of clay and fetched a bucket of water from the restroom. With a serious demeanor, he turned to Luo Qingzhou, saying, Brother Qingzhou, the future renown of our Team 136 may well rest solely upon your shoulders. As Wu Xiangnan prepared everything, Luo Qingzhou paused for a moment and replied, All right, Brother Wu, please wait a moment. I shall craft 2 exclusive weapons tailored for you. Thank you very much, Brother Qingzhou. Wu Xiangnan responded with delight, his eyes sparkling. I shall prepare a grand feast to reward our dear brother, Luo Qingzhou. As Chun Mai observed that lunchtime was fast approaching, he promptly exited the warehouse, eager to personally sort a few of his signature dishes to treat Luo Qingzhou. Let us assist the captain. Lin Jie, Lung Xian, and others were equally eager for the exclusive weaponry that Luo Qingzhou would prepare for them. Thus they diligently followed Chun Mai out of the warehouse. In the end, only Wu Xiangnan, Si Xiaonan, Luo Qingzhou, and Hongying remained in the vast warehouse. The anticipation for the weapon crafting process was palpable. Si Xiaonan had yet to witness Luo Qingzhou personally forge a miraculous weapon imbued with divine skills using the divine ruins, and her little face was brimming with curiosity. Similarly, Hongying gazed intently at her brother Luo Qingzhou, had he not revealed that he was the agent of the Chinese creator goddess, Niwa. She might have never discovered that her brother was, in fact, a hidden powerhouse. Moreover, she would not have had the chance to see this concealed expert forge weapons that rivaled those of the divine ruins. Well, if the vice captain is here, I shall craft a couple of light swords for him. Luo Qingzhou recalled correctly that Wu Xiangnan hailed from the Blue Rain team, and he was indeed the immortal swordsman of that group, making sword-type weapons a perfect fit for him. Yet, My hand can no longer wield a sword. Wu Xiangnan's gaze dimmed slightly. No matter, I shall create flying swords that can be controlled with mental power, just like in the novels, soaring through the skies. Luo Qingzhou's eyes sparkled. Indeed, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Since Wu Xiangnan could not grip a sword, let us forge flying swords that can be manipulated with mental prowess. Is that even possible? Brother Qingzhou, your divine ruins is truly extraordinary. It can rival the most perfect armory in the world. Wu Xiangnan exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Yet, it is not only an armory. I am also a creation of the Lord. If the Lord so desires, he could entirely cultivate a new world. All beings revere the Lord. The Lord is the one true deity in this realm. Guan Yu gazed intently at Luo Qingzhou, anticipating the revival of his elder brother and third brother, which would herald the dawn of a new era. Indeed, seems that way. Upon hearing Guan Yu's words, Wu Xiangnan suddenly felt that the worth of Luo Qingzhou's creation of beings within the divine ruins was elevating further. If every Chinese deity were akin to the creator goddess Nuwa, then what role would the foreign gods play? However, are all Chinese deities truly as formidable as Nuwa? That seems unlikely. Although Chinese deities are generally stronger than foreign gods, Wu Xiangnan sensed that the capabilities of Luo Qingzhou's divine ruins undoubtedly rank among the very best. As for other divine ruins, which can cultivate an entirely new world on its own, one person can represent an entire world. One individual can forge the most terrifying armory known to mankind. As Wu Xiangnan reflects on the formidable prowess of Luo Qingzhou's divine realm, Luo Qingzhou has already conjured a flying sword akin to those depicted in tales, crafting a flying sword of the sea realm and infinite realm. This sword, reminiscent of those that soar through the skies and traverse the earth in novels, is imbued with an ethereal charm. By merely channeling his mental energy into the sword, it can be wielded with the ease of an extension of oneself. Wu, what do you think of this god-slaying sword? Luo Qingzhou inquires, presenting the sword with a blade as thin as a cicada's wing. The moment Wu Xiangnan makes contact with the god-slaying sword, a torrent of information regarding it floods his mind. The god-slaying sword is a flying sword that can traverse the heavens and earth, controlled through mental energy as a medium. Its divine technique, the sword transformation technique, allows a vast quantity of mental energy to be infused into the sword, resulting in a transformative increase in the number of swords created based on the quantity of mental energy. As long as the mental energy is sufficient, in an instant, the world transforms into a sea of swords. Young brother Qingzhou, I must say, your divine realm may be even more extraordinary than we imagined. After absorbing the information about the god-slaying sword, Wu Xiangnan feels that the creator deity of China, Nuwa, might possess a strength far beyond their collective comprehension. In contrast to other more flamboyant divine realms, Wu Xiangnan feels that the only one truly deserving of the title of divine is the creator deity of China, Nuwa. Indeed, it is astonishing. Si Xiaonan, Hongying, and others, upon reviewing the information about the god-slaying sword, were equally struck dumb by the revelation. Even Luo Qingzhou himself sensed that his divine realm was somewhat excessively powerful. That system, it seems that the creator deity of China, Nuwa, is not part of the pantheon of deities in the world of god-slaying, is she? So, from where does this creator deity of China, Nuwa, originate? The more he utilizes the creation of being's divine realm, the more Luo Qingzhou feels that it is extraordinarily potent, thus sparking his curiosity about the origins of the creator deity, Nuwa. Ding! System assessment complete. The creator deity of China, Nuwa, hails from a real world. The universe she inhabits transcends the world of god-slaying. Within countless universes and dimensions, there seem to exist divine realms belonging to the creator deity, Nuwa. Furthermore, she is the origin of innumerable civilizations and a pioneer of countless worlds, as well as the creator of this very system. As the system concludes its response, it evidently experiences a malfunction, unable to answer Luo Qingzhou's subsequent inquiries due to its higher-level confidentiality. From a real world, divine realms belonging to her exist across countless universes and dimensions. Upon hearing the system's response, Luo Qingzhou is left utterly astounded, never anticipating that he would catch the attention of such an immensely powerful and enigmatic deity. What could possibly compel such a deity to select him as her agent among countless universes and dimensions? System, do you know why Nuwa has chosen me as her agent? Luo Qingzhou poses the question he most yearns to have answered. Ding. The host is currently at the Klein realm and is not authorized to know the secrets of this place. Thus, I implore the host to swiftly transcend this world to acquire all information. The pet wife system emitted a mechanical prompt. Luo Qingzhou. Not a single piece of information is provided. Luo Qingzhou felt somewhat disheartened. Ding! It detected records in the system's past documentation indicating that the host, in his youth, was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the youthful Nuwa. However, in his previous life, he resembled an emotionless challenger. Aside from growing stronger, he merely traversed the world seeking challenges. Therefore, to prevent the host from becoming a mere emotionless challenger, this system was brought into existence. Women only affect my speed in seeking challenges? Standing alongside the youthful Nuwa? After hearing the information divulged by the pet wife system, Luo Qingzhou was utterly stunned. If memory serves, he indeed was invincible in his previous life. Even when facing all martial arts masters together, he felt he could handle them with ease. However, that world seemingly lacked the spiritual energy described in the god-slaying world, not to mention the mysterious substances that enhance one's limits, such as the fighting spirit and spiritual energy depicted in the fantastical realms. Thus, had it not been for Nuwa bringing him to the god-slaying world, perhaps he would have perished prematurely on that earth due to its inherent lack of mystical elements. Yet if he could indeed stand alongside the youthful Nuwa, why did he not sense any extraordinary talents upon arriving in the god-slaying world? Could it be that this pet wife system, while transforming him from an emotionless challenger into a person with feelings, also restricted his innate abilities that could rival the youthful Nuwa? In that fleeting moment, numerous speculations flooded Luo Qingzhou's mind. Glancing once more at Sister Hongying, who was momentarily stunned by the excessively bizarre creation of beings' divine ruins, Luo Qingzhou felt an urge to exclaim, "Humph, woman, you only affect my speed in seeking challenges." Though he thought this, the dazed Hongying, upon noticing the peculiar gaze from her troublesome little brother, tenderly retrieved a tissue from her pocket and gently wiped the sweat from Luo Qingzhou's forehead, which had accumulated due to rapid depletion of his spiritual energy. Sister Hongying is truly delightful. Just as Luo Qingzhou was about to reiterate that women only affect his speed in seeking challenges, his expression abruptly softened. It was indeed because of Sister Hongying that he had become so sentimental, filled with humanity. He even felt that this world was not merely about seeking challenges, but held a plethora of vibrant and splendid experiences awaiting him. Wah, what is this delightful feeling? Little brother, what are you thinking? While carefully wiping the sweat from Luo Qingzhou's forehead, Hongying blushed at his sudden remark and cautiously distanced herself from him. For she remembered correctly, it seemed that when Luo Qingzhou was on the verge of breaking through to the Klein realm, she had promised him 100 kisses. Thus, she found herself apprehensive in the presence of the vice-captain, Xiao Nan, as Luo Qingzhou suddenly swept her into his arms in a princess hold, planting a flurry of kisses upon her. What audacious words! Xiao Nan's delicate face turned crimson. She had been diligently crafting her weapon, and now it felt as though she had been thrust into a scene of affectionate display. The crux of the matter was, if one must indulge in such displays of affection, they ought to produce a little one as a result. So, I am to feast on your affectionate exchanges without any promise of a future offspring? Indeed, since my dear brother Qingzhou has already fashioned his flying sword, I shall refrain from being a third wheel. Wu Xiangnan, equally taken aback by this unexpected display from Sister Hongying, hastily departed the warehouse, clutching his flying sword, fearful that Luo Qingzhou might attempt to feed him more of their affectionate antics. I will also withdraw, but, dear brother Qingzhou, do remember to craft me a couple of exquisite pistols. And yes, do not forget to allow me a chance to cradle the little one born of you and Sister Hongying in a year's time. Xiaonan's eyes sparkled as she waved goodbye to Luo Qingzhou, skipping joyfully out of the warehouse. In an instant, the warehouse was left with only Hongying and Luo Qingzhou. Qingzhou, I have a penchant for firearms, so please remember to craft me a couple of dashing ones, she said, her head bowed, blushing. Well, if there is nothing more, I shall assist the captain, Hongying declared, attempting to make her exit with haste. However, Luo Qingzhou swiftly embraced her slender waist from behind. Sister Hongying, why the rush? First, grant me 100 kisses. Kiss you? It was I who agreed to let you kiss me 100 times, not the other way around. Hongying retorted, her cheeks aflame as she bit her lip. Well, if I must, 100 kisses are not out of the question. Luo Qingzhou repositioned her, ensuring that she stood facing him. Gently lifting her chin, he beheld the rosy flush adorning her cheeks, reminiscent of delicate rouge. Sister Hongying, I am about to begin. I will not, she exclaimed bashfully, then, in a flurry akin to a startled rabbit, bolted from the warehouse. Luo Qingzhou mused. With no one else around, why are you still shy, Sister Hongying? Ah, well, perhaps it would be sweeter to embrace and kiss when I retire for the night. Watching her retreat, a smirk graced his lips as he resumed, crafting unique weapons for the members of Team 136. Naturally, he would also design a personalized weapon for himself to stow away in his system space. After all, he lacked nothing except a weapon of slaughter, and fortuitously, divine skills could remedy this shortcoming. Half an hour later, Luo Qingzhou had fashioned exclusive weapons for all members of Team 136. Meanwhile, thanks to the assistance of Lin Xie and others, Chenmai had already prepared lunch ahead of schedule. Dear Brother Qingzhou, it seems that the task of crafting weapons has taken a toll on you. Do indulge in a hearty pig trotter to replenish your strength. Upon witnessing the pallor of Luo Qingzhou's complexion upon his return to the office, Chenmai promptly served him a beautifully presented pig trotter. Indeed, Brother Qingzhou, savor a piece of the braised pork that I, as your vice captain, have personally prepared. You must replenish your energy. Otherwise, with the demands of weapon forging and human creation, how can one sustain such exertion? Wu Xiangnan offered Luo Qingzhou a piece of exquisite braised pork, casting a meaningful glance at Hongying. Vice Captain, creating humans is akin to forging formidable beings like General Guan. It has nothing to do with me, so why direct your gaze at me? Hongying's cheeks flushed as she bit her lip. Isn't it all the same? It's all about creating beings. Lang Xian also enthusiastically offered Luo Qingzhou a piece of lamb kidney, teasingly glancing at the blushing Hongying. Indeed, it is all about creating beings. There is no need to draw such sharp distinctions. Brother Qingzhou, let Sister Xiaonan serve you another piece of lamb kidney. You must replenish your strength. Si Xiaonan winked at Luo Qingzhou. Xiaonan, how could you join in on this? In the midst of this teasing atmosphere, Hongying's lovely face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. No. I distinctly remember someone weeping like a beautiful tear-stained maiden upon hearing that Brother Qingzhou had a girlfriend at school. Si Xiaonan playfully brought up the past. Instantly, Hongying's already flushed face became as red as a ripe tomato, as if emitting steam like a locomotive. Her beautiful eyes dared not glance towards Luo Qingzhou. Instead, she lowered her head, watching him and others enjoy their meal with longing, yet too shy to reach for her favorite dishes. Observing the adorable Hongying, Luo Qingzhou could not help but smile broadly as he served her a generous portion of her preferred food. Sister Hongying, if you are this shy now, when I eventually persuade you to become my wife, how will you ever face anyone again? The future is the future. The present is the present. Hongying, blushing, boldly began to savor the delectable dishes laid before her. Xiaonan, you must endure great trials ahead. Burp, how satisfying. A radiant smile graced Hongying's cherubic face as her delicate hands rubbed her little belly. Let's go. After a hearty meal, it's time to sleep at home. Hongying lazily stood up from her seat, intending to leave the office alone. Fortunately, Si Xiaonan sensed something amiss and quickly turned to Luo Qingzhou, who was still engaged in conversation with Chenmai and others. Brother Qingzhou, your girlfriend is trying to leave all by herself. Luo Qingzhou Chun Mai, and the others. Everyone at the table turned their gaze toward Hongying, who was attempting to sneak away as if nothing were amiss. As Hongying prepared to stealthily exit the office, her plan was thwarted by the mischievous interference of Si Xiaonan, prompting her to narrow her eyes and address him. Xiaonan, you have sealed your own fate. With a playful gesture, Si Xiaonan stuck out his tongue at Hongying, then promptly hid behind Luo Qingzhou, exclaiming, Qingzhou, please manage your girlfriend. She intends to sneak away alone and even dares to. To hit me? Who said I wanted to run away? I merely wish to retrieve the car from the parking lot. Hongying retorted, blushing upon being discovered by Luo Qingzhou. Oh, it seems I misunderstood you, Sister Hongying. I apologize. It was entirely my fault, Si Xiaonan graciously admitted. Oomph. It's good that you recognize your mistake. Hongying replied with a haughty snort. In truth, she never intended to escape. She merely wished to sneak to the parking garage and gauge Luo Qingzhou's reaction. The thought of driving home alone, abandoning her boyfriend, had never crossed her mind. Ever since they had confirmed their romantic relationship, she found herself increasingly caring for Luo Qingzhou, leading to subtle changes within her. In the opulent villa, after returning home, Si Xiaonan was the first to freshen up before retreating to her own room, eager to avoid becoming a third wheel between Luo Qingzhou and Hongying. Sister Hongying, Luo Qingzhou called out from the spacious living room, where he observed Hongying practicing yoga. Clad in a snug black yoga outfit, her flawless and well-defined figure was on full display as she executed her poses, captivating Luo Qingzhou's attention. What is it? Hongying, caught in the midst of a split, looked at him quizzically. I wish for the 100 kisses you owe me. Sister Hongying, Luo Qingzhou's gaze remained fixed on her in her yoga attire. Get lost. Hongying's cheeks flushed crimson, retracting her pose and standing up. I'm done practicing. I'm off to shower and sleep. Wait. Luo Qingzhou swiftly approached her. Captivated by her exquisite figure, he enveloped her in his arms. Despite Hongying's flustered struggles, he gently seated her on his lap on the sofa. Quick, hurry up and kiss me. I need to rest after. Hongying, unable to meet Luo Qingzhou's handsome, sunlit face, felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Luo Qingzhou studied her blushing face intently before decisively pressing his lips against her alluring ones. How sweet! A joyful smile spread across Luo Qingzhou's face after the kiss. There are still 99 more. Hongying, her gaze dreamy and cheeks still flushed, began counting. Well, we shall save the remaining 99 kisses for next time. Luo Qingzhou's lips curled slightly upwards. He certainly would not exhaust all opportunities to tease Hongying at once. Otherwise, the next time he sought a kiss, she might shyly concoct various excuses to decline. Well, I'm off to take a shower. Hongying bit her lip lightly, her shyness propelling her swiftly towards the bathroom. Half an hour later, she emerged clad in a blue Tyrannosaurus Rex pajamas. Subsequently, upon entering her room, she promptly locked the door, as if guarding against an intruder. Witnessing this, Luo Qingzhou quietly retrieved the key that Si Xiaonan had given him. He had initially thought it would remain unused, yet after solidifying their relationship, it proved quite essential. Another half hour passed, and Luo Qingzhou had also enjoyed a warm shower. Seizing the cover of night, he took out the key to Hongying's room, and with a soft click, he entered, locking the door behind him. With practiced ease, he slipped under the covers beside Hongying and embraced her soft form, showering her with kisses. The sudden affection roused Hongying, who had nearly slipped into slumber. She gazed in astonishment at Luo Qingzhou, who was kissing her. How did you get in? I locked the door. Ah, there are always clever tricks. Luo Qingzhou replied, with a playful lick of his lips before kissing her again, this time more fervently. After delivering a total of 49 kisses, he finally held her close, content, and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Hongying, overwhelmed by his affectionate onslaught, felt her entire being flush with warmth, her beautiful eyes unable to meet his gaze. Only when Luo Qingzhou nestled his head against her chest did she cautiously glance at him. Upon realizing he had succumbed to sleep, her cheeks flushed with boldness. She gently caressed his head and enveloped him in her embrace, falling asleep herself. The following day, Luo Qingzhou awoke feeling refreshed from a delightful night as sleep. As for Hongying, she had enjoyed an even more restful slumber, for Luo Qingzhou had bestowed upon her a profound sense of security, allowing her to sleep soundly in his arms. Thus, upon waking, she was brimming with energy as she set off to confront Si Xiaonan. Xiaonan, why does Qingzhou have a key to my room? Dressed in a white trench coat and denim jeans, Hongying squinted at Si Xiaonan, who was hiding beneath a blanket. Shouldn't you be asking Qingzhou about that? Hongying, why come to me? Si Xiaonan replied, a hint of guilt evident as she hurriedly pulled the blanket over her head. Hiding, are we? Let's see where you can escape. Hongying exclaimed, yanking the blanket away from Si Xiaonan before mercilessly tickling her, prompting cries of surrender from Si Xiaonan. However, her pleas seemed to have little effect, leading her to resort to a different tactic. Qingzhou, save me. In the living room, Luo Qingzhou approached with curiosity upon hearing the words. What greeted her was the sight of Hongying raising her delicate little fist high, accompanied by a fierce yet adorable glare. Well then, Sister Hongying, please continue. I shall take my leave to prepare breakfast. Luo Qingzhou, displaying her keen awareness, gracefully entered the kitchen. Meanwhile, Adi Onqing exclaimed, Big pot, is it wrong for me to cast a glance at you? Honk, honk, honk. Sister Hongying, I apologize. I shall never again dare to hand over the key to your room to little brother Qingzhou. Shi Xiaonan, being tickled under her arms, could barely contain her laughter as she gazed at the fierce yet adorable Hongying before her. Umph, I knew it was you. The only one who saw where I placed the key to my room was you last time. Hongying recalled the moment she placed the room key into the piggy bank in the living room, realizing that only Shi Xiaonan had been present. Thus, it was certain that the key found its way to Luo Qingzhou through Shi Xiaonan's treachery. Honk, honk, honk. Sister Hongying, I truly recognize my mistake. Shi Xiaonan, laughing so hard that tears streamed from her eyes, could hardly breathe. Oomph. Should there be a next time, I shall make sure your laughter distorts your mouth. Hongying narrowed her eyes at Shi Xiaonan, who was doubled over with laughter. Then, with a gentle clap of her hands, she elegantly exited Shi Xiaonan's room. In the car, en route to the peace office, Shi Xiaonan, arms crossed and a dissatisfied expression on her face, remarked, Little brother Qingzhou, how can you be afraid even of your girlfriend? Setting aside the matter of his girlfriend, had Xiaonan forgotten that she was still our sister Hongying? Luo Qingzhou turned with a serious expression to look at Shi Xiaonan. Shi Xiaonan responded, So, Xiaonan, do you truly believe that once Qingzhou becomes my boyfriend, my status as an older sister would diminish? With a slight smirk, Hongying, driving the black pickup truck, maintained an air of superiority. Umph, I have no words left. Shi Xiaonan felt utterly defeated, for both of them were indeed making compelling arguments, leaving her at a loss for any retort. Upon reaching the peace office, the atmosphere was markedly different from the leisurely days prior. Everyone was actively engaged. Finally, Luo Qingzhou, Hongying, and Xiaonan, you have arrived. There has been an incident in Songnan City. Many have already perished. Chun Mai frowned as he addressed the trio. At such a critical moment, how could there be a mysterious entity causing chaos in Songnan City? Do they not realize that our team 130 SXS strength has transformed significantly? Adjusting her glasses, Shi Xiaonan emanated an aura of fierce determination. Indeed, our strength has transformed, but for now, our priority is to uncover the identity of that mysterious entity. Otherwise, no matter how strong we become, our power will be rendered meaningless. Therefore, since you and little brother Qingzhou have arrived, let's head to the scene of the incident together. Chun Mai and his companions naturally believed they could unravel the mystery. However, the crux of the matter lay in their ignorance of the unknown entity's capabilities and its true whereabouts. Indeed, let's hasten our departure. As Si Xiaonan disembarked from the black pickup truck belonging to Hongying, she promptly re-entered the vehicle. Upon arriving at the tavern, Luo Qingzhou and his companions were greeted by Uncle Hat, who proceeded to elucidate the crime scene. Allow me to briefly summarize the situation. The victim, a male named Sun Xiao, met his demise due to a nail piercing his heart. Furthermore, the perpetrator appears to possess a peculiar penchant for severing the fingers of the deceased. Uncle Hat stated, displaying a video for Luo Qingzhou and the others. The footage depicted Sun Xiao who had been tidying up the tavern, suddenly freezing, his fingers eerily consumed by an unknown force, followed by the camera's signal becoming increasingly distorted. Witnessing this scene, Chun Mai and the others promptly searched for relevant mysterious files, discovering that the entity with a penchant for severing fingers was only known as the Ten-Cutting Demon Child. However, it was perplexing that the Ten-Cutting Demon Child lacked the uncanny ability to stealthily sever Sun Zhao's fingers, as depicted in the video, leading to their confusion. Was it possible that this was not a solitary mysterious event, but rather a collaboration of multiple entities? Chun Mai speculated, glancing at Hongying and the others. Captain, could it be that the crime was not committed by several entities working in concert, but rather a human accomplice collaborating with a mysterious force? As a time traveler, Luo Qingzhou understood that the entire affair was orchestrated by the tavern owner. Coupled with the involvement of the Ten-Cutting Demon Child, it indeed suggested a conspiracy between man and the supernatural. Why do you assert this? Chun Mai and the others inquired, turning their attention to Luo Qingzhou. Firstly, the Ten-Cutting Demon Child lacks significant intelligence. Secondly, the only individuals present at the scene were the tavern owner, Sun Zhao, and the unknown entity. Thus, we cannot dismiss the tavern owner as a suspect simply because the video shows him appearing somewhat inebriated, can we? Are you suggesting that the tavern owner's flushed face is merely an act? Before Luo Qingzhou could elaborate, Chun Mai and the others hastily rewound the video, and indeed, they detected something amiss. After the banquet concluded, the tavern owner was seen staggering towards Sun Zhao while filming with the camera, yet the device inexplicably fell during his approach. Of course, this could be attributed to the tavern owner's intoxication, yet the peculiarity remained. If he was so inebriated that he could not steady the camera, how could he manage to approach Sun Zhao to relay information? Shouldn't he have collapsed in his slumber or stumbled out the door instead? Why, in a moment of lucidity, would he let the camera drop without any thought of retrieving it, proceeding straight to Sun Zhao? Something is amiss with this tavern owner. It is evident that his intoxication is feigned. The footage captured by the camera has been deliberately exposed to us. Chun Mai swiftly glanced at Uncle Hat. Where is the owner of this tavern? I'm not sure. It seems that after the incident at the tavern, he disappeared after calling the police. Uncle Hat was momentarily taken aback. Let us go. Hongying, we must investigate. It is highly probable that the owner of this tavern is in cahoots with that enigmatic entity. Chun Mai and his companions promptly pushed the door open and exited. After their departure, Luo Qingzhou followed closely behind Lin Xie. However, just as they stepped out of the tavern, they were confronted by a medical professional wearing a white mask, who adjusted their glasses and cast a meaningful glance at Luo Qingzhou. Are you looking at me again? Do you fear I am unaware that you, the secret thief, have a penchant for necrophilia? Upon noticing Qingyu's gaze, Luo Qingzhou shot him a peculiar look. Qingyu, what is wrong with glancing at you? I am merely curious as to why, being an ordinary academic prodigy, you are with Lin Xie, who has embraced the role of a night watchman. Why do you immediately leap to secret thief and necrophilia? Do I not deserve a modicum of privacy? With a mere pout, one can grow stronger. In an instant, Luo Qingzhou's ill-timed remarks left Qingyu in silence for a long while. He was perplexed as to why he stood before Luo Qingzhou, akin to an unveiled beauty, yet was scrutinized so thoroughly, while his perception of Luo Qingzhou remained tethered to that of an ordinary scholar from years past. Luo, my fellow student, right? You seem to know me well? And Qingyu removed his white mask, gazing curiously at Luo Qingzhou. A smidgen. Luo Qingzhou pondered aloud. A smidgen? And Qingyu was even more bewildered. Not only him, but Lin Xie, upon hearing that Qingyu was the secret thief, took a long time to process. Wait, didn't you say last time that the one who unleashed the realm of death was the secret thief? I always thought secret thief was a mere fabrication of yours. Yet there truly exists a secret thief. Xie, are you foolish? I do not possess a penchant for necrophilia. Luo Qingzhou rolled his eyes at Lin Xie, incredulous that he had missed such an obvious flaw. Indeed, Lin Xie regarded the fair-faced Qingyu thoughtfully, recalling that during their last encounter at school, this individual had shown an unusual interest in corpses. Therefore, is he now appearing near the tavern? And Qingyu, You're not here to pilfer corpses, are you? Lin Chia's eyes widened as he stared at Xingyu. And Xingyu merely smiled faintly. Chia, you truly are astute. Lin Chia. But what do you want with the corpses? Lin Chia queried with a perplexed expression. Dissection? Or perhaps to trace the unknown mystery through clues gleaned from the corpses? Luo Qingzhou contemplated. Clever. And Xingyu disembarked swiftly and entered the tavern in full view of Luo Qingzhou and Lin Chia. Qingzhou, it seems rather inappropriate for him to attempt to steal a corpse right before our eyes, does it not? Lin Chia remarked, glancing at Luo Qingzhou, who allowed Xingyu to enter the establishment. Was this not an unexpected ally arriving at their doorstep? With his intelligence and the significantly enhanced combat prowess of Team 136, capturing that elusive mystery would surely be well within reach. Therefore, I shall refrain from involving myself in this matter. Chia, you can investigate alongside Xingyu. Luo Qingzhou calculated the time. The divine battle seemed imminent, and the southern sea would dissipate within half a year. Thus, his time appeared limited. Moreover, the Klein realm still seemed inadequate before the deities, even if he could conjure numerous individuals of that realm. Perhaps he should request the remaining 50 opportunities from Sister Hongying ahead of time. With this thought in mind, Luo Qingzhou bid farewell to Lin Chia and made his way towards Hongying's location while communicating with the wife pampering system. System, open the host panel. Ding. The host panel is now open. Host, Luo Qingzhou age, 20 realm. Klein, 02000. Wife pampering points, 900,000. 1. Can be used to purchase items in the wife pampering mall. 2. Can be exchanged 1-to-1 for realm advancement points. 3. Can be used in the wife pampering roulette for a chance to win. Items. Miracle Scroll 1 Divine Ruins. Creation of life word becomes law. Exchange for advancement points. Without hesitation, Luo Qingzhou declared after reviewing the host panel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the Mid-Klein realm. Remaining wife pampering points. 0. Mid-Klein realm? Yet this is still insufficient. Although Luo Qingzhou felt a distinct enhancement in his mental faculties, he sensed he still fell short. He must attain the pinnacle of human capability to truly contend with the divine. At the airport, Luo Qingzhou, aware of the tavern owner's self-directed report to the authorities, hurriedly arrived, intent on sacrificing the souls of an entire airplane's passengers to resurrect the enigmatic Belle Clander from the mists. Thus, Sister Hongying and Shanmai would undoubtedly rush to the airport upon uncovering the tavern owner's recent travel information through their investigation at the police station. And indeed, shortly after Luo Qingzhou's arrival at the airport, he observed Chunmai, Hongying, and others arriving in a flurry. Little brother Qingzhou, how did you arrive before us? We had just discovered the tavern owner's travel details, and you were already here at the airport? Chunmai exclaimed, visibly surprised to see Luo Qingzhou. Brother Chun, have you forgotten that I am an adept of the Klein realm? I can sense the direction in which you are heading with my mental prowess, allowing me to foresee your destination in advance. Luo Qingzhou casually offered as an excuse. Indeed, Chunmai nodded and squinted towards the airport. The target plane takes off in 1 minute. We must hurry. Qingzhou, no need. A certain arachnid-riding individual has already boarded the plane. Luo Qingzhou's mental energy extended outward, instantly sensing Lin Chia and Xingyu, who were aboard the aircraft even faster than Chunmai and the others. What on earth is an arachnid rider? Chunmai and the others looked bewildered. It's just Chia. He has already reached the plane, and it's too late for us to catch up. Rather than rushing, we should allow Chia to handle the tavern owner on his own. Luo Qingzhou suggested. Can he manage alone? See Xiaonan expressed some concern. He will succeed. The tavern owner is merely at the river realm in my mental perception. Moreover, Chia possesses the exclusive weapon I prepared for him. So even if he encounters a formidable opponent at the infinite realm, he will be able to hold his ground. Luo Qingzhou asserted confidently. That's a relief. With the assurance of Lin Chia, Si Xiaonan felt a wave of relief wash over her as she found a place to sit at the airport, swinging her little feet leisurely while anticipating Chia's triumphant return. Since Qingzhou believes that Chia can handle it, worrying is futile. We might as well sit back and relax while awaiting his victory. Chumai, seeing the plane take off, also found a vacant seat to sit down. Indeed, Lung Xian and the others followed suit and settled down. As for Luo Qingzhou, he unexpectedly approached Hongying, sitting beside Si Xiaonan, and earnestly remarked, "Sister Hongying, you still owe me 50 kisses." Hongying, Si Xiaonan and the others. Is it true? Is Qingzhou so direct? Isn't this a mission to capture the mysterious? You're here flirting, leaving Qie to put in all the effort. Is that really appropriate? What? What time is it? Why bring this up now? Hongying's cheeks flushed as she bit her lip. Xiaonan, are you trying to send Qingzhou away? Sister Hongying, I need you. Luo Qingzhou understood that approaching her during such a crucial moment was somewhat untimely. However, the allure of interaction seemed to garner more points in his quest for affection than anything else. Thus, to ascend to the pinnacle of human potential in the shortest time possible, he needed to redeem the remaining 50 kisses. What do you mean? I need you. Sister Hongying, where did this little brother learn such bold words? Xixiaonan, Siting Buzid Hongying, felt a chill run down her spine and hurriedly moved to sit next to Chen Mai and the others. Upon hearing Si Xiaonan's words, Hongying's already flushed face turned even more radiant. You cheeky little brother, this is a time for capturing the mysterious, so be serious with your sister. Hongying pursed her crimson lips, attempting to assert her sister's authority to subdue the presence of Luo Qingzhou before her. But am I not earnest enough? Luo Qingzhou approached Hongying, gently caressing her flushed cheek. How about a kiss when we return home? Hongying, blushing, bit her lip, feeling a touch of shyness under the gaze of so many onlookers. All right, Luo Qingzhou nodded with delight. Wait, isn't it you, brother Qingzhou, who was in such a hurry? Just a moment ago, you needed Sister Hongying's kiss. Why is it that now, the moment she mentions kissing at home, you are ready to comply? The gossiping Si Xiaonan observed, on the verge of witnessing a tender moment, utterly astonished that Luo Qingzhou was rendered speechless by Hongying's words at such a critical juncture. Indeed, he was anxious, yet upon reflection, it was not an urgent matter. Luo Qingzhou recalled the previous night when he had indulged in Hongying's affections a total of 49 times, resulting in a remarkable accumulation of 600,000 wife pampering points. Although the divine battle loomed ever closer, he could certainly spare an evening to kiss his beloved Hongying 50 times. Is that truly an option? Si Xiaonan's expression was one of utter disbelief. Of course, my girlfriend has declared that it is not the right moment. Do you expect me to disregard her wishes? Luo Qingzhou beamed as he gazed at the enchanting Hongying. Hearing his words and witnessing the smile that adorned his face, Hongying bashfully shot him a playful glare. Shoo, who said I'm your girlfriend? Not your girlfriend? Are you perhaps wishing to be my wife, Sister Hongying? Luo Qingzhou's eyes widened in astonishment. You are dreaming. Hongying's face flushed crimson, and she sprang to her feet, playfully striking Luo Qingzhou's chest with her delicate fist, albeit in a mock fierce manner. Haha, that doesn't hurt. Luo Qingzhou chuckled as he wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Exactly. Sister Hongying, your gentle taps on Brother Qingzhou hardly inflict any pain. It should be done like this. First, clench your fist tightly. Then, using the 5 knuckles, deliver a solid punch to Brother Qingzhou. Si Xiaonan declared, demonstrating with a fierce expression as she stepped down from her seat. Chen Mai, Lung Xian, and others watched, swallowing nervously. Xiaonan, do you wish to see Brother Qingzhou subdued? Are you trying to send him away? Of course not. I merely want Brother Qingzhou to experience a bit of hardship. After all, when I assisted him last time, he did not come to my aid when Sister Hongying was teasing me. Si Xiaonan thought back to the morning when Hongying had playfully tickled her mercilessly, feeling a surge of frustration as she narrowed her eyes at Luo Qingzhou. What assistance? Chen Mai and the others inquired with curiosity. I simply gave Brother Qingzhou the key to Sister Hongying's room. Xixiaonan replied cautiously. And how did Hongying bully you? Chen Mai and the others pressed further. By tickling me. I have been scratching my armpit for nearly half an hour. It's nothing serious. I'm merely teasing you. What can you ask Qingzhou to do for you? Hold down his girlfriend and join you in tickling Hongying? After learning about the situation, Chen Mai felt that it hardly amounted to bullying. It was merely playful banter. Why not? Si Xiaonan's gaze was fixed intently on Hongying's armpit. wishing to share the delightful experience of laughter that could lead to a stomachache with her. Huh, I was just joking. It seems unlikely that Qingzhou would join you in teasing Hongying. Chunmai shook his head at Si Xiaonan's somewhat reckless idea. And indeed, no sooner had Chunmai spoken than Hongying appeared before Si Xiaonan, accompanied by Luo Qingzhou. Hey Hongying, what do you intend to do? Si Xiaonan felt a pang of fear. Was it not permissible to think about it? Nothing much. I just thought your armpit might be itching again. Hongying squinted playfully. No, please don't tickle my armpit. Captain, save me. Si Xiaonan hurriedly hid behind Chunmai and the others. Chunmai, feeling awkward, glanced at Hongying with a smile. Hongying, for the captain's sake. Isn't it a bit unkind for you two to pick on poor Xiaonan? What do you mean by you two? Hongying's previously fierce expression quickly shifted to one of shyness, her cheeks flushing. She even swiftly retreated from Chunmai, no longer daring to mention tickling Xiaonan. As for Luo Qingzhou, he was not as bashful as Hongying. Instead, he secretly gave Chunmai a thumbs up. Captain, when my Hongying and I walk down the aisle, I will definitely invite you to the wedding feast. Sound good? Chunmai winked at Luo Qingzhou. Meanwhile, Lin Xie and Qingyu successfully eliminated the tavern owner and ensured the aircraft landed safely. However, their only discomfort stemmed from the mysterious bell cran from the fog that ultimately managed to escape. Xie, how did it go? Did you resolve it? Upon seeing Lin Xie disembark from the plane, Chunmai and Luo Qingzhou hurried towards him. Partially resolved, there's still some remaining. Lin Xie recounted the details of the incident. It was indeed a pity. Nonetheless, a special task force from abroad was designated to handle it. So Xie, you need not worry excessively. Chunmai consoled him with a pat on the shoulder. In truth, there was no need to await the special task force, for the competitive card from the Klein realm could sufficiently envelop the entire Songnan city. The elusive Belkrand would certainly find it difficult to escape from Songnan city anytime soon. So, Xie, did you manage to capture any part of that Belkrand? Even a hint of its essence would suffice. Luo Qingzhou looked at Lin Xie with urgency. The lowest realm child. A part? Or a hint of essence? Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback. The insect, no larger than a thumb, would surely perish if any part of its being were to be compromised. Thus, Lin Xie pondered deeply and ultimately shook his head. Was there truly nothing? It seemed rather unfortunate to have allowed it to escape. Luo Qingzhou found himself at a loss, for he was unaware of the direction in which Belcland would flee. No, speaking of aura, when I seized the tavern owner's forbidden object, the mysterious thread, it had encountered that enigmatic creature, yet I remain uncertain if the aura from the mysterious thread could be of any use. And Qingyu approached, intrigued by what Luo Qingzhou referred to as the arena card, which could envelop an entire city like Songnan. Let me see. Luo Qingzhou reached out to touch the mysterious thread and effortlessly perceived the myriad of auras entwined within it, immediately locking onto the aura of a formidable being from the Sea Realm. Given that both Qingyu and the tavern owner had not attained the Sea Realm, the exceedingly feeble aura emanating from the mysterious thread could only originate from the mysterious Belcland. The Realm of Death. Luo Qingzhou produced a miniature arena card, pricked his finger to let a drop of blood fall, and a vast, domineering domain audaciously enveloped the entirety of Songnan City. Meanwhile, Belcland, frantically fleeing beyond the city's borders, relaxed momentarily upon realizing he had evaded his pursuers, only to be startled as the very sky seemed to change hue around him. The path ahead appeared to stretch infinitely as he flew. When he looked back, he was met with the piercing gaze of a Klein realm powerhouse, fixated upon him, merely a sea realm, and yet so pitifully weak. It hardly piqued his interest. Luo Qingzhou ascended expressionlessly, seizing Belcland, erasing the sentience of the arena card, and returning to the realm of reality. Xie, you are still young, and the least experienced among our team 136. So you should open the Sea Realm's realm of death and engage this insect in a duel to enhance your strength. Luo Qingzhou, gripping the Sea Realm's Belcland, regarded Lin Xie with utmost seriousness. Lin Xie was momentarily rendered silent by Luo Qingzhou's remark about being the least experienced among Team 136. However, in the end, he sincerely pricked his finger drawing Belcland into the Sea Realm's arena card within the Realm of Death. Is this the forbidden object capable of enveloping an entire city like Songnan? And Xingyu watched Lin Chia vanish before his eyes, a spark of realization igniting within him. Instinctively, he grasped the now sentience-less miniature arena card and began to analyze it. Yet, after much contemplation, he could only discern that it was composed of clay. How peculiar! How could clay possess such formidable capabilities? And Xingyu was left in a state of bewilderment, yet he refrained from inquiring further with Luo Qingzhou and the others. He was aware that he was not particularly acquainted with Luo Qingzhou and the others. Thus, inquiring about their secrets would likely lead to a dead end. By the way, who is this young brother Qingzhou? How did he come here with brother Chia? After Lin Chia entered the realm of death, Chunmai and the others finally took notice of Qingyu. Although they had seen Qingyu earlier, the pressing matters concerning the mysterious events left them no time to inquire about his identity. However, now that the mystery had been drawn into the realm of death for training by Lin Chia, they found themselves with some leisure. The Thief of Secrets. As I mentioned to you before, Captain Luo Qingzhou introduced. The Thief of Secrets? You're not harboring some peculiar obsession with corpses, are you? Chunmai and the others exchanged knowing glances at Qingyu. As long as I don't commit any heinous acts, my interest in corpses does not seem to be unlawful, Qingyu replied calmly, adjusting his glasses. It is not illegal, but all mysterious corpses must be surrendered, as per the rules among us night watchmen. Chunmai's lips curled into a slight smile. And Qingyu, is there still an opportunity for me to leave? The silent Qingyu glanced at Luo Qingzhou, who merely smiled in response. Observing Qingyu's eager desire to depart, Chunmai couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Since you resolved quite a few mysteries in Songnan City, you've indeed aided our team 136 significantly, so I shall overlook the previous matters. However, any future mysterious corpses will need to be handled by us. And Qingyu, why are you silent? You're not contemplating the corpse of Belcrandall, are you? Noticing Qingyu's intense gaze fixed on the direction Lin Chia had vanished, Chunmai suddenly realized what was happening. Just then, he spotted Lin Chia having disposed of Belcrandall and holding the corpse in his hands. Actually, I have use for that corpse as well. Lin Chia thought of his earlier summoning spell, which had conjured a war mummy, and he wished to collect more mysterious corpses for summoning purposes. You have use for it too? You also harbor a fascination for corpses? Chunmai was taken aback, as he initially believed only the peculiar in Qingyu had such unusual proclivities. I have use for it, but I don't have a corpse obsession, Lin Chia hurriedly clarified, distinguishing himself from the eccentricity of Qingyu. That's a relief. However, since you both have a need for this corpse, why don't you two divide it among yourselves? When the higher-ups inquire about the whereabouts of the mysterious corpses, I will simply say they were all turned to ash. Chunmai did not question Lin Chia about his intentions for the corpse. He was content knowing Lin Chia needed it. Thank you, Captain. Lin Chia expressed his gratitude toward Chunmai. This is precisely why you are one of us. If it were that peculiar fellow, I wouldn't entrust the corpse to him. Chunmai squinted at Qingyu. After all, he was unfamiliar with Qingyu. What if this individual intended to commit some nefarious act with a mysterious corpse? On Qingyu, upon noticing Chunmai's peculiar gaze, Qingyu fell into silence once more. However, after a brief pause, he turned to Lin Chia, saying, Classmate Chia, I only require a small portion of this corpse. I wonder if you could assist me? What about the posterior? Lin Chia glanced at Qingyu. On Qingyu, perhaps we could consider a different part? He gestured towards the head of Belcrand. Very well. Without hesitation, Lin Chia severed Belcrand's head and handed it to Qingyu. After all, the magic he intended to use for summoning did not necessitate a complete offering. Thank you. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. And Qingyu produced a glass vial, contained Belcrand's head within, and waved goodbye. Your friend is truly remarkable. Back at the Peace Affairs office, after documenting the mysterious incident involving Belcrand, Chunmai exhaled a deep sigh. Were it not for Luo Qingzhou's presence during this enigmatic affair, it is likely that Belcrand would have already escaped from Songnan City. Brother Qingzhou, you have certainly earned considerable merit this time. Chen Mai fixed a keen gaze upon Luo Qingzhou, who was playfully teasing Hongying. No need, no need. The credit should go to my girlfriend. I have no desire for such accolades. Luo Qingzhou, currently holding a cherry-flavored lollipop, peeled off the wrapper and waved it enticingly before Hongying's eyes. As her beautiful eyes brightened and her mouth opened in anticipation, ready to take the lollipop, Luo Qingzhou abruptly shoved the cherry-flavored treat into his own mouth. Instantly, Hongying's face fell, her expression one of dejection as she stared at Luo Qingzhou, who was now savoring the lollipop. Ha ha! Would you like a bite of what I've already tasted? Luo Qingzhou remarked, unable to contain his laughter at Hongying's glum demeanor. EW, I don't want something you've bitten. Hongying retorted, pouting adorably. Well, I have none left. Luo Qingzhou chuckled as he licked the cherry-flavored lollipop, exaggerating, so sweet. Wah! You brat, return my lollipop. Give me back my cherry-flavored lollipop. Upon witnessing Luo Qingzhou deliberately licking it in front of her, Hongying could no longer maintain her composure. Sister Hongying, I offered you one, but you refused. Now that I don't give it to you, you're crying. You make it quite difficult for me, as your friend. Luo Qingzhou laughed heartily. Humph, I do not have a friend. Witnessing Luo Qingzhou's mischievousness, Hongying turned away, appearing genuinely upset, as if no amount of coaxing could remedy her discontent. Truly? Luo Qingzhou produced yet another unopened cherry-flavored lollipop from his pocket. Friend, give it to me. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Hongying stood up from her seat somewhat awkwardly, reaching out eagerly for the lollipop. However, to her surprise, Luo Qingzhou swiftly dodged, and in her attempt to grab it, she found herself nestled in his embrace. Seizing the moment, Luo Qingzhou pulled her closer, asking playfully, My dear girlfriend, what would you like from me? Lollipop. Hongying replied, her face flushed as she locked eyes with him. No. Luo Qingzhou grinned mischievously. Are you tricking me again? Hongying pouted, undeterred, and wrapped her arms around him, one hand gripping his waist as she playfully threatened. If you don't give it to me, I'll pinch you. All right. Luo Qingzhou conceded, realizing that what he had intended to be a playful moment had turned into his own vulnerability. Just you wait. With an unopened lollipop in hand, Hongying joyfully returned to her seat. As she unwrapped the candy and popped it in her mouth, a sweet smile spread across her face. It's truly delightful. Ahem. Chen Mai, observing the affectionate display between Hongying and Luo Qingzhou, couldn't help but clear his throat, exclaiming, Hongying, little brother Qingzhou, it's work hours. No romance allowed. But we aren't, Hongying said, winking at Chen Mai while savoring her lollipop. Exactly. I'm merely showing concern for my teammate. What is wrong with sharing a lollipop? Luo Qingzhou defended himself with conviction. Then what about me? I'm also your teammate. Why don't I have a lollipop? Si Xiaonan pouted, casting an irritated glance. Not familiar enough. Luo Qingzhou retorted bluntly. Si Xiaonan avd, Luo Qingzu. I shall sever our friendship. Return the key to Hongying's room. Fuming, she stomped her foot. Indeed, little brother Qingzhou, this is infuriating. Not only do you flaunt your affection, but you also play favorites? Leng Xian and the others stood in solidarity with Si Xiaonan. Observing the collective discontent directed at him, Luo Qingzhou promptly retrieved an entire box of lollipops from his system space. Who said I was playing favorites? He waved the box of lollipops in front of them. Quick, give me one. Si Xiaonan's demeanor transformed instantly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Place it on Hongying's desk. If you want it, go fetch it yourself, Luo Qingzhou replied, setting the box down at Hongying's workspace. Hongying, I want one. Si Xiaonan said eagerly, approaching her. Will you give it to me if I ask? Hongying teased, a playful smile gracing her lips as she savored her treat. Little brother Qingzhou, she won tea share. Si Xiaonan shot an annoyed look at Luo Qingzhou. That is not my concern. I brought out the lollipops, he shrugged nonchalantly. Hongying, look at my skillful hand. As Si Xiaonan reached towards Hongying's chest, the latter, startled, quickly handed her a lollipop and deftly swatted away Si Xiaonan's grasp, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she admonished. No mischief. If you dare act like this again, I shall give you a sound thrashing. Hee hee. Thank you, Sister Hongying. Si Xiaonan smiled, holding the orange-flavored lollipop. At home, Luo Qingzhou pondered, unable to recall any such incidents between Si Xiaonan and his sister Hongying. None of your business. Hongying shot a flustered glance at Luo Qingzhou. How is it not my concern? She is bullying my girlfriend. Luo Qingzhou interjected, his expression darkening as he glared at Si Xiaonan. Blah, blah, blah. I've seen your girlfriend, and... Before Si Xiaonan could boast before Luo Qingzhou, Hongying, blushing profusely, swiftly covered her mouth, exclaiming, You talk too much. I've given you candy, yet you still prattle on. Can we not focus on our work? Hee, it's only because he is envious of me. Si Xiaonan triumphantly trotted back to her seat. Chun Mai and the others exchanged glances with Luo Qingzhou, shaking their heads in sympathy, as if to say, You poor soul. Your girlfriend has already been. Damn it. Luo Qingzhou clenched his teeth, vowing to assert his privileges as a blue friend upon returning home. What on earth? Why do I awaken to find my good brother Qingzhou in such a state of agitation? Zhao Kongcheng, who had been unconscious for several days due to the distant horizon technique, emerged from his resting quarters. Don't ask, just know that brother Qingzhou has been wronged. Chumai laughed. What? Hongying, how could you do this? Who is the culprit? I, Zhao, shall avenge my brother Qingzhou. Zhao Kongcheng, having gained the strength to contend with the formidable beings of the sea realm, thanks to Luo Qingzhou, stood firmly by his side. Xiaonan, Chumai chuckled even more heartily. Zhao Kongcheng, just awakening. Good night, facial cleanser. Under the starlit night, Luo Qingzhou returned home in Hongying's small black pickup truck. Sister Hongying, I'm off to rest. I hope you all enjoy a splendid night. Si Xiaonan said as she quickly retreated to her room after washing up. What nightlife? Where does that come from? I shall also rest after my shower. As if ignoring Si Xiaonan's words, Hongying, blushing, stole a glance at Luo Qingzhou before swiftly slipping into the bathroom. Seeing this, Luo Qingzhou chuckled and shook his head. His sister Hongying remained adorably shy. Though she had improved significantly, he felt there was still room for growth. Thus, a bold idea suddenly blossomed in Luo Qingzhou's mind. However, it would require Hongying's consent to bring it to fruition. For now, he resolved to cultivate more formidable warriors in the Klein realm. Preparing for any eventualities in the divine conflict ahead, Luo Qingzhou extracted a portion of clay from the system space, then fetched a cup of water from the kitchen. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to gather all 5 of the legendary generals. After all, a family should be complete and harmonious. A quarter of an hour later, utilizing his extraordinary clay modeling skills, Luo Qingzhou swiftly shaped the figures of Zhao Yun, Huang Zhong, Zhang Fei, and Ma Chao from the 5 legendary generals. However, although he managed to mold these generals all at once, he discovered that he could only imbue one of them with sentience at a time. It appeared that despite the Klein realm suggesting boundless mental energy, if he were to channel all his mental strength into Zhao Yun simultaneously, even the Klein realm would require time to recover after drawing upon such energy. Pondering this, Luo Qingzhou poured all his mental energy into the miniature clay figure of Zhao Yun. In no time, the tiny Zhao Yun figure seemed to come alive with spirit. A dazzling light flashed, and a tall, majestic figure in white armor materialized before him. I am Zhao Yun, here to serve my lord. The general knelt, clasping his fists in respect towards Luo Qingzhou. Very well, go inside and catch up with General Guan. Luo Qingzhou waved his hand, and Zhao Yun transformed back into his miniature clay form, entering the system space. Upon seeing Zhao Yun, Guan Yu in the system space was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. General Zhao, I never imagined we would meet again one day. General Guan, have you also returned? Zhao Yun exclaimed joyfully. The 2 generals quickly engaged in animated conversation. As for Luo Qingzhou, he merely paid them a fleeting glance before turning his attention elsewhere, feeling somewhat drained from the substantial mental energy he had infused into Zhao Yun. Thankfully, the Klein realm continuously replenished his mental energy, leaving him feeling significantly better than when he first molded Guan Yu. Brother, why does your complexion appear somewhat pale? Redding, freshly bathed and clad in a pink nightgown, entered the living room and noticed Luo Qingzhou's one appearance, rushing to his side. It's nothing. Just found a companion for General Guan. Luo Qingzhou replied with a smile, shaking his head as Red Ying approached him with concern. Oh, it seems you've overexerted yourself mentally. Do take care to rest well tonight. Red Ying reassured him, visibly relieved. However, the next moment, she was suddenly pinned down on the sofa by Luo Qingzhou. Gazing at Red Ying's slightly damp hair and the unique fragrance emanating from her, Luo Qingzhou could not help but caress her flushed cheek. Sister Hongying, tonight I wish to sleep in your embrace. All right. Red Ying flusteredly pushed Luo Qingzhou away and, blushing, hurried into her room. Yet, she did not lock the door, for she had promised Luo Qingzhou that he could sleep in her room. However, the atmosphere just now was quite unbearable, prompting her to shyly retreat to her room. How could she run away after promising? Luo Qingzhou was left at a loss with Hongying, and with a smile, he entered the bathing area. A quarter of an hour later, he walked directly into Hongying's room, donned in the blue Tyrannosaurus pajamas she had gifted him. Carefully lifting the small blanket, Luo Qingzhou nestled his head into Hongying's embrace, rubbing against her affectionately. Even though Hongying was still awake, the intimate gesture flushed her cheeks. Be gentle. Not asleep? Luo Qingzhou's eyes brightened. Then he rolled over and began playfully pecking at Hongying. MMM. He completed the remaining 50 kisses, leaving Hongying's face warm and flushed. No more kisses. You have exhausted your mental energy. You need to rest well. Hongying held onto Luo Qingzhou's head, cradling it in her arms. Feeling the unique softness, he nuzzled closer and said, Good night, facial cleanser. Good night, facial cleanser? Hongying's cheeks instantly turned crimson, her small mouth pouting as if to punch Luo Qingzhou. But when her fist approached, she instead embraced him. Soon after, her face still flushed and shy, she peacefully fell asleep. The next day, as Luo Qingzhou's mental energy nearly recovered, he poured all of it into the clay figure of Ma Chao. This action granted him a third ally of the Klein realm. Moreover, following the previous night's interaction with Hongying, his pet wife points surged by 1 million, leaving him only a mere 100,000 points away from ascending to the peak of humanity. Little brother, why do you still look so pale? Upon waking, Hongying noticed Luo Qingzhou in the living room appeared much like he did the night before, which prompted her to approach with concern. Of course, I just summoned another general. A smile appeared on Luo Qingzhou's pale face, especially as his gaze lingered fervently on Hongying's chest. Seeing this, Hongying's face instantly turned beet red. Facial cleanser. What do you mean by that? Realizing Luo Qingzhou was not unwell, she shot a disapproving glance at this impure-minded friend. Facial cleanser? What's wrong with that? Si Xiaonan, stepping out of her room, looked curiously at Hongying's flushed face. And nothing. It's just that we're running low on facial cleanser in the bathing area, and we need to buy some after work. Hongying replied, her face burning. Oh. Si Xiaonan nodded doubtfully. Then, upon entering the bathing area and discovering several bottles of facial cleanser still available, she emerged with a puzzled expression. Hongying, there is plenty of facial cleanser left. How could it be insufficient? I must have misjudged. Hongying stammered. This is the bond of love between you and me. Peacekeeping agency. After finishing breakfast, Luo Qingzhou and his companions began another day of idleness at home. Oh, little brother Qingzhou is playing with mud so early in the morning? Zhao Kongchang remarked, noticing Luo Qingzhou molding small clay figures in the office. Brother Zhao, can you handle the words that General Quan calls out? Luo Qingzhou turned with a slight smile. No way. I am merely a humble night watchman in an ordinary team. How could I withstand the onslaught of a Klein realm expert? Zhao Kongqing's smile faded, realizing it was unwise to tease Luo Qingzhou about his clay play. Good to know. Next time you see me molding clay, you should call it creating beings. Luo Qingzhou said with utmost seriousness. Creating beings? Why don't you create with Sister Hongying instead of with mud? Si Xiaonan innocently glanced between Luo Qingzhou and Hongying. WH. What nonsense are you talking about, Xiaonan? Hongying blushed and shot a glare at Si Xiaonan. This is called creating deities. Creating beings to bring home with Sister Hongying. Luo Qingzhou winked at Si Xiaonan. Then I won't be going home tonight. Si Xiaonan gave Luo Qingzhou a thumbs up, confident that as long as he was motivated, she too would be an aunt. Or will you stay? You have to come back. Hongying approached, her cheeks flushed as she pinched Si Xiaonan's delicate face. Anywhere is fine, as long as I can hold a little baby soon. Si Xiaonan's eyes sparkled with excitement. If you love babies so much, can't you just have your own? Hongying frowned slightly. No, I like other people's babies. Si Xiaonan replied cheerfully. Like other people's babies? Do you want to be a bandit? Hongying fiercely pinched Si Xiaonan's cheek. From now on, I will be Bandit Xiaonan. I not only love other people's babies, but I also adore other people's girlfriends. Si Xiaonan exclaimed, suddenly utilizing a playful move to grab at Hongying, startling her and causing them to distance themselves. Blue, boyfriend, she's bullying me. Hongying pouted as she hurried to Luo Qingzhou's side. Ha ha, I'll help you beat her up. Luo Qingzhou, amused by Hongying's adorable, aggrieved expression, set aside his clay figure and approached Si Xiaonan with mock ferocity. Qingzhou, don't forget who has always tried to match you and sister Hongying together, and who risked their life to hand you the key to sister Hongying's room. Not to mention our earlier silent agreement. Si Xiaonan retreated while speaking firmly. Indeed, if that is the case, Sister Xiaonan is still the matchmaker between me and Sister Hongying. Luo Qingzhou pondered before returning to his seat. What of being a matchmaker? You still deserve a beating. Hongying glared playfully at Si Xiaonan. Suddenly, a lively little bunny sprang forward, pouncing towards Si Xiaonan. Immediately, the two began to playfully chase one another around the office. Chen Mai and others, witnessing this scene, could not help but chuckle and shake their heads, remarking that Xiaonan and Hongying still retained their childlike innocence. If they had a child, it would certainly bring about some growth. Curiously, Chen Mai approached Luo Qingzhou. Brother Qingzhou, the clay figure you crafted bears a striking resemblance to the renowned General Bai Qi of the Warring States. As he observed the vividly sculpted figure with its stark black and white eyes and imposing gray armor, he felt a sense of familiarity. Indeed, it was Bai Qi. Luo Qingzhou smiled. After completing the figure of Bai Qi, he promptly placed it into the system's storage space. His ability to do so in Chen Mai's presence stemmed from the existence of a mystical item in this world capable of storing objects. It was quite reasonable for a formidable individual like Luo Qingzhou, who was at the Klein realm, to possess such a mystical storage item, wasn't it? Interesting. Brother Qingzhou, are you preparing to create another Klein realm killing god? Chen Mai's eyes gleamed with excitement at the thought of witnessing the ancient heroic spirit Bai Qi in action. After all, who did not know of the legendary General Bai Qi? Indeed, my plan is to first create several powerful figures of the Klein realm for any unforeseen circumstances. Luo Qingzhou continued as he began crafting another figure, this time of the mighty Xiangyu, the hegemon king of Western Shu. Next, he sculpted the renowned Song Dynasty General Yufei. After completing these three figures, he also carefully fashioned exclusive weapons and steeds for each of them. However, due to the necessity of waiting a day before creating another figure of the same realm, these creations would not come to life for several days. With Brother Qingzhou around, I feel that even if a deity were to descend upon Sangnan City, we would still possess the strength to confront them. Chen Mai's gaze intensified as he beheld one heroic spirit after another being formed by Luo Qingzhou. Deity? Captain, you jest. The Klein realm still has its limitations. If we could ascend to the pinnacle of humanity, then perhaps even slaying a god would not be beyond our reach. Luo Qingzhou's sharp gaze suddenly turned toward Hongying, who was playfully tussling with Si Xiaonan. What are you looking at me for? I'm not a deity. Hongying pouted at Luo Qingzhou. Who says you're not? My sister Hongying is far more formidable than any god. Luo Qingzhou approached her with a smile. Really? I don't feel it. Hongying responded, her face filled with confusion. Of course it's true. Upon reaching Hongying, Luo Qingzhou could not resist the urge to plant a sudden kiss on her enticing lips. I'm startled by the kiss. Hongying gazed at Luo Qingzhou with her enchanting eyes now shimmering with a hint of daze. Encouraged by her reaction, Luo Qingzhou grew bolder, kissing her 2 or 3 more times before finally releasing her. Captain, can you not keep an eye on things? During work hours, the amiable duo, Changzhou and Hongying, could be seen displaying their affection for one another. Si Xiaonan, with arms crossed, cast a glance at Chen Muyi. I wish to intervene, but I cannot contend with Chang Zhou. Perhaps you should handle it, Xiaonan? Chen Muyi glanced back at Si Xiaonan. Well, I cannot contend either. Si Xiaonan lowered her head. Then that settles it? Chen Muyi waved his hand with a hint of exasperation. You cheeky brother. Just a moment ago, you claimed I was mightier than the divine. How is it that you suddenly leaned in for a kiss? After the kiss, Hongying turned her flushed face towards Luo Changzhou. Because, dear Hongying, this is the bond of love that exists between us. It is the very essence of our unique affection. Luo Changzhou proclaimed dramatically. Hongying, Si Xiaonan, Lin Qiyi, and others. With the 87th divine battle approaching, the notion of a bond of love, the power of love? Changzhou, you certainly have a flair for the theatrical. Zhou Kongcheng, witnessing the overly dramatic Luo Changzhou, could only shake his head in disbelief. If you're courting someone, just do it. Why the melodramatics? Indeed, how could someone of your age utter such embarrassing phrases? Chen Muyi couldn't help but cover his face in shame. As for Hongying, she felt so bashful that she wished to vanish into the ground. She had not anticipated her dear Chang Zhou would utter such mortifying words. Had it been her, she would have perished from embarrassment at the mere thought of those phrases. Setting aside the melodrama and embarrassment, I genuinely believe my strength is derived from the bond of love I share with Hongying. Though Luo Changzhou was aware that his words were rather cringeworthy, he nonetheless spoke the truth. Ha ha! Changzhou, while you may be chasing after a girl, please refrain from amusing us too much. Leng Xian and Wu Xiang were entirely skeptical of Luo Changzhou's claims. If such a bond of love truly conferred strength, then surely Chen Muyi and Zhao Kongcheng would be able to vanquish the divine beings with ease. I am serious. Dear Hongying, shall we share another kiss? Luo Changzhou gazed at the blushing Hongying with exaggerated earnestness. Kiss? What are you talking about? You have utterly embarrassed your girlfriend. The flustered Hongying, her cheeks aflame, stepped forward and firmly covered Luo Changzhou's mouth with her small hand, fearing he might utter yet another mortifying phrase. Hongying, you must believe me. Luo Changzhou, with his mouth covered, revealed the secret to his strength, yet regrettably, no one believed him. I believe. Hongying leaned close to Luo Changzhou's ear. At home, you may say whatever you wish, but in public, no more theatrics. And certainly, no more embarrassing words. Luo Changzhou's eyes sparkled. Indeed, his beloved Hongying believed in him. It seems that Hongying is quite aware of the situation. Although the conversation between Hongying and Luo Changzhou is unclear, Chun Mai and the others can't help but chuckle as they watch Hongying cover Luo Changzhou's mouth. All right, everyone, let us not slack off too much. We must not neglect our true skills. So, remember to train at the underground shooting range. Chun Mai laughed as he led the way to the underground range. Soon, only Hongying and Luo Changzhou remained in the office. Hearing the captain's laughter as he headed to the underground shooting range, Hongying shot a knowing glance at Luo Changzhou, mockingly mimicking Luo Changzhou's words. Look, this is the bond of love between us. The captain and the others were laughing uproariously. Luo Changzhou, setting aside the juvenile antics. This truly is the bond of our love. Luo Changzhou maintained a serious expression. Yes, a bond. Love. Hongying, Bruxing, tiptoed to plant a kiss on Luo Changzhou's forehead, then said, All right, as long as you believe it, that's enough for me. If others hear this, they might just turn you into a laughingstock. As long as my girlfriend doesn't think too much about it, I'm fine. Luo Changzhou stepped forward and embraced Hongying's delicate form. I wouldn't think that way, but I feel too embarrassed to look, unable to resist. Hongying buried her head in Luo Changzhou's embrace. Then let us not concern ourselves with them. Luo Changzhou adjusted Hongying's small head to meet her flushed face. With a soft peck, Luo Changzhou couldn't help but kiss those tempting lips again. Soon, the voice of the wife-pampering system echoed in Luo Changzhou's mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your juvenile antics have provided Hongying with a unique experience. Reward: tenfold critical wife-pampering points 10,000. With the system's announcement, Luo Qingzhou was merely a step away from reaching the pinnacle of humanity, needing just one more 1,000 wife pampering points. All right, daily kisses. And we must kiss when we get home tonight. You're not getting tired of this, are you? After a brief kiss, Hongying playfully blushed. Not at all. I could kiss these lips for a lifetime. Luo Qingzhou leaned in again, playfully kissing Hongying's delicate, tempting cheeks. You really are sweet-tongued. Hongying, Bruxing, wiped the drool from her face and hurriedly scampered away. A week later, Luo Qingzhou had successfully imbued the 5 Tiger Generals. The renowned General Bai Qi of the Warring States, the famed Yu Fei of the Southern Song Dynasty, and the formidable Xiang Yu of the Western Shu with sentience, granting them new life. Furthermore, all 8 generals had reached the Klein realm, as long as Luo Qingzhou could attain the pinnacle of humanity before the divine battle. Any one of these 8 generals, equipped with their exclusive weapons, will be able to inflict significant damage upon the gods. After all, every weapon created by the divine possesses skills that rival those of the divine ruins. Therefore, once Luo Qingzhou ascends to the pinnacle of humanity, any one of these generals wielding their exclusive weapons would stand a chance against the deity. While it may be true that a single individual can only momentarily delay a deity, this exceptional general has as many as 8 counterparts. Coupled with his own prowess, he is more than equipped to handle the impending divine conflict. At the very least, the deities arriving in the Great Xia will not depart unscathed. Logically, the divine war should have already commenced. However, the delay stems from Luo Qingzhou, reclining in the opulence of his room within a lavish villa, gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. It was not long before he discerned the reason for the postponement of the divine battle. This was due to the recent incident involving the tavern owner, where the hijacked aircraft landed safely without incident. Thus Chunmai refrained from unleashing Shiva's wrath. The absence of Shiva's wrath naturally meant that divine scrutiny was avoided. Nevertheless, given Chun Mai's current circumstances, it is highly likely that he will soon be unable to contain Shiva's wrath. Once its essence is released, divine attention will undoubtedly follow, heralding the onset of a divine war. Furthermore, just days after the commencement of this conflict, it will coincidentally mark the 10th anniversary of Lin Chie's mortal realm of miracles in Sangnan City. At that time, whether or not Lin Chie has fallen victim to the schemes of the trickster god Loki, Sangnan City will inevitably begin to dissipate due to the limits of the miracle mortal realm. There is still some time. Fortunately, the essence of Shiva's wrath that Chunmai has managed to suppress has not yet leaked, or else they would presently be facing the divine war. A situation that even I, at the pinnacle of the Klein realm, would struggle to contend with. After comprehending the reasons behind the delay of the divine war, Luo Qingzhou once again shifted his focus to Hongying. Did the 88 really hurt? Sister Xiaonan, where's my sister Hongying? Upon exiting his room, Luo Qingzhou was greeted only by the sight of Si Xiaonan sitting on the sofa, engrossed in a television show. Sister Hongying is still. Si Xiaonan mischievously blinked, taking a moment before responding. Sister Hongying hasn't awakened yet. Should I go call her? Luo Qingzhou began to head towards Hongying's room. Go ahead. Go ahead. The smile on Si Xiaonan's face was unmistakable. Luo Qingzhou felt a twinge of suspicion regarding Si Xiaonan's intentions. Yet he was, after all, Hongying's boyfriend. Regardless of what she might be doing inside, what of it? What could possibly be beyond the gaze of a boyfriend like him? With this thought in mind, Luo Qingzhou summoned his courage and pushed the door open. What met his eyes was the adorable sight of Hongying clad in pink lingerie, her long, fair legs exposed. Upon noticing the shorts she still wore and the sudden intrusion of Luo Qingzhou, her face flushed a deep crimson. You little rascal. Haven't I taught you to knock before entering someone else's room? Someone else? I am not just anyone. I am your boyfriend. Ignoring her protest, Luo Qingzhou boldly sat on Hongying's bed, his gaze fixated on her clad in denim shorts. What are you staring at? Just see if I could take you down. Hongying, feeling a rush of embarrassment, swiftly tugged up her jeans and then forcefully tackled Luo Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou gazed at the stunning face before him and planted a quick kiss. And no, you shameless creature, prepare to be punished. Hongying's cheeks flushed as she threw a punch at Luo Qingzhou, only for her fist to be enveloped by his hand midair. A boyfriend is meant for affection, not for hitting, he chuckled, holding her delicate fist. Indeed, if it hurts, then it's truly painful, right? Hongying, seemingly struck by a thought, displayed a mischievous grin. In an instant, her other hand pinched Luo Qingzhou's side. "Oh," he gasped, "Sister Hongying, I was wrong. Next time I enter your room, I promise to knock." He spoke earnestly. Noticing his sincere apology, Hongying proudly replied, "It's good that you understand." However, just after her words, she realized something felt amiss. She pinched his side again, blushing as she exclaimed, "You little rascal. How dare you trick me? Not only do I dare to tease you, Sister Hongying, but I also dare to kiss you." Seizing the moment while Hongying was distracted, Luo Qingzhou suddenly grasped both of her hands and pinned them behind her back, then leaned in to kiss her luscious lips fervently. "Stop! Don't kiss me. The phone is ringing." Hongying, her face flushed crimson, pleaded for mercy as she heard the ringtone. A phone call? How disappointing. Luo Qingzhou reluctantly released her hands and lazily reclined on her bed. Seizing the opportunity, Hongying quickly grabbed her phone. "The captain is calling?" Filled with curiosity, she answered, "Hello, Captain. What is the matter?" "There is something urgent. Bring Xiao Nan and Qingzhou to the office immediately." Chun Mai's voice was grave on the other end. "Understood. Xiao Nan, Qingzhou, we're heading out right now." Upon hearing the captain's serious tone, Hongying turned to Luo Qingzhou. "We need to go. The captain has something very important for us." "Something very important?" Luo Qingzhou furrowed his brow, as he too began to ponder the gravity of the situation. It must be that the captain could no longer contain the forbidden item, Shiva's grievance, and was preparing for them to head to the capital for a team-building exercise, right? "All right." Hongying tugged at Luo Qingzhou's hand, urgently summoning their superior, Xiao Nan, to leave the house. Meanwhile, at the peace agency, Lin Xie, who resided there with Chun Mai, noticed the ominous black aura emanating from him and frowned, glancing towards the horizon. "Captain, what is wrong? And why do I feel like something is watching us? Something big is about to happen." Chun Mai's face turned pale as he looked at Lin Xie. "What big event? Captain, please clarify." Lin Xie gazed at Chun Mai in utter bewilderment. Although he surmised that the significant matter Chen spoke of pertained to his own transformation and the inexplicable scrutiny from the horizon, he remained oblivious to the exact events that had transpired within Chun Mai, nor could he discern the true nature of the gaze that lingered from afar. "There is no need for you to grasp the specifics, Xie, for you are still far too weak. Your current task is to await the arrival of Qingzhou and Hongying, and then we shall promptly set forth to the capital." Chun Mai could no longer contain the Shiva's resentment surging within him, leading to the complete exposure of an ancient parchment before Lin Xie's eyes. The captain appeared as if he had been hollowed out. Was this the reason for the prying eyes from the horizon? As Lin Xie beheld the ancient parchment, his brow furrowed deeper. Damn it, it can no longer be suppressed. Once the aura of the parchment was fully revealed to the outside world, an increasing number of gazes turned toward the location of the office. "There is no time left. Xie, quickly contact Qingzhou and the others. Tell them not to come to the office, but to head directly to the airport. I have already booked their tickets. As long as they reach the airport, they can leave Sangnan City immediately." Chun Mai looked at the parchment, now beyond his control, with urgency in his eyes as he turned to Lin Xie. "No, Captain, I will not leave Sangnan City," he insisted. "Moreover, you need someone by your side to care for you in your current condition." Lin Xie studied the parchment and the increasingly watchful gazes directed at the office, understanding the gravity of the situation. Yet, he had never been one to abandon his comrades. Furthermore, his aunt and younger brother were still in Sangnan City. If he were to leave, what would become of them? Care? There is no need for care. I'm already as good as dead. As for Sangnan City, Xie, it would be best for you to leave as soon as possible. Chun Mai gazed at Lin Xie, fearing he might not be able to accept that Sangnan City would soon vanish. As good as dead? Lin Xie expressed a hint of confusion, yet his resolve remained steadfast. "Regardless of whether you are dead or alive, Captain, you are standing right here before me. And right now, you need me. You need everyone. Therefore, I shall not abandon Sangnan City. You." Chun Mai regarded the stubborn Lin Chiye with a sense of helplessness. Indeed, Captain, we will not leave you. Just as Chun Mai and Lin Chiye were engaged in this tug of wills, Luo Qingzhou, Hongying, and the rest of Team 136 arrived at the peace office. Qingzhou, Hongying, you all. Seeing the complete assembly of Team 136, Chun Mai, pale-faced, found himself at a loss for words. Yet, without a doubt, the unwavering support of his comrades warmed his heart. However, he soon adopted a solemn expression. Brother Qingzhou, Brother Chiye, both of you are agents of the divine. You should not be entangled in this tempest before you have grown into towering trees. Especially you, Brother Qingzhou, you have already attained the Klein realm, merely a step away from the pinnacle of humanity. Therefore, I hope you understand that you are the torchbearer of humanity's future. So, are you truly preparing to depart now? Chun Mai sensed the prying gaze of the outer gods drawing ever closer to the office, and he earnestly turned to Luo Qingzhou and the others. Depart? Are we going to the capital for team building? Luo Qingzhou inquired with a smile, glancing at Chun Mai. How did you know? Didn't Brother Chiye fail to notify you? Chun Mai was taken aback. Captain, did you forget that you all possess the competition card in the weapons I crafted? Through them, I can ascertain the situation around you. Thus, Captain, as long as I wish, I can observe your every move. Luo Qingzhou winked playfully. Chun Mai, see Xiaonan and the others. It seems I must procure an object capable of storage next time. Otherwise, carrying the weapons crafted by you, Brother Qingzhou, is akin to bringing along a surveillance camera. Chun Mai remarked with a hint of exasperation towards Luo Qingzhou. By the way, Xiaonan, Hongying, when you went to the restroom, you didn't take the weapons crafted by Brother Qingzhou with you, did you? Chun Mai suddenly recalled, turning his gaze towards Si Xiaonan and Hongying. Hongying, Si Xiaonan, did you two really remain silent? Surely you didn't take the weapons with you to the restroom? Observing the silence of Hongying and Si Xiaonan, Zhao Kongqing's eyes widened in disbelief. The miniature Phoenix flame gun was encased in an exquisite box. Brother Qingzhou should not be able to see the outside situation, right? Hongying squinted at Luo Qingzhou beside her. No, it cannot be. Luo Qingzhou shook his head. Then it's nothing to worry about. My thunder pistol is also kept in a beautifully crafted wooden box. Si Xiaonan sighed in relief, as she feared she might be destined to marry Luo Qingzhou for life. After all, if the weapons he crafted had the capability of perceiving the outside world, she would have been completely exposed, prompting him to take responsibility. Thankfully, Chun Mai too felt a wave of relief, having not anticipated that the weapons crafted by Luo Qingzhou were not only functional, but also possessed surveillance capabilities. Wait, what am I saying? This has all gone awry because of you, Brother Qingzhou. The most pressing matter now is that you all must leave at once. Chun Mai, regaining his composure, looked sternly at Luo Qingzhou and Lin Chiye. No, Captain, you don't intend to abandon us, to take the limelight alone, do you? This is not just your mission. Captain, it is the mission of us all. Therefore, the protection of Songnan is a shared responsibility. Hongying smiled warmly at Luo Qingzhou and the others. Indeed, Captain, you truly are unreliable. It is rare for me, old Zhao, to encounter a formidable being from the sea realm, yet you expect me to cower like a turtle? This is utterly beyond my comprehension. Zhao Kongqing, too, disregards Chun Mai's counsel, as the entire 136 squad harbors rebellious sentiments. However, our adversaries are deities. Chun Mai gazed at the horizon, his heart sinking as the sight of Songnan City drew nearer. Were it not for some mysterious circumstance, the 136 squad might still stand a chance, but deities, the strongest trump card of the 136 squad, Luo Qingzhou, is merely at the Klein level. How can one contend with deities? Is this not tantamount to sending Luo Qingzhou to her doom? Deities, Hongying and Zhao Kongqing were momentarily taken aback. Yet, soon smiles graced their faces as they declared, for the sake of our Songnan, we fear not death. Indeed, who among us would be cowardly? Luo Qingzhou approached Hongying, her fingers intertwining with Hongying's. You all. Alas, Chun Mai found himself at a loss with these rebellious teammates. Captain, do not always sigh in despair. Songnan City is under the watchful eye of deities. Can we as humans Simply stand by and do nothing? Luo Qingzhou stepped forward to console Chen Mai. Just as he finished speaking, a swiftly approaching carriage appeared on the horizon. A young scholar stood atop it. While seated within was one of humanity's paragons, Master Chen. Indeed, we cannot remain indifferent, but you youngsters are still rather inexperienced. So it would be wise to heed your captain's advice and temporarily vacate Songnan City. A leisurely voice emanated from the carriage. You are the esteemed Master Chen? Chen Mai exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the carriage's distinctive appearance. It is I, but the situation in the Great Xia remains dire. So Lin Xia, come here. Master Chen, leisurely sipping fragrant tea, exerted a subtle force of spirit, drawing Lin Xia into his mindscape. Master Chen, if you're to take Lin Xia away, please also bring Luo Qingzhou with you. Chen Mai implored, glancing intently at Master Chen after witnessing Lin Xia being drawn into the mindscape. Luo Qingzhou, I have indeed heard of her. It seems that members of the mass squad have suffered losses at her hands. Master Chen lifted a corner of the carriage's canopy, his white hair gleaming as he regarded Luo Qingzhou with keen interest. It was merely luck. Luo Qingzhou replied with a smile. You are quite humble. In the future, you may assist Lin Xia in his ideological endeavors. Aware that Songnan City would soon vanish, Master Chen invited Luo Qingzhou to board the carriage. However, Luo Qingzhou shook her head. Thank you for your kind offer, but my sister Hongying and I have relied on each other since our parents ventured into the mist. Thus, wherever my sister goes, I shall follow. Such loyalty, Master Chen remarked with a smile. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, he remarked, in that case, I shall not interfere with you. It seems enemies are approaching. Master Chen's expression suddenly turned grave. He urged the carriage to race toward the direction from which the foreign deity was advancing. Ahead, the Great Xia forbade divine beings from entering. Master Chen skillfully maneuvered the carriage, intercepting the foreign deity that sought to breach Songnan City. Upon witnessing this, Chen Mai, Si Xiaonan, and the others felt a surge of tension, for one was a divine being, and the other the pinnacle of humanity. They had never witnessed a direct confrontation between the summit of humanity and a deity. Blue, my dear, are you afraid? Hongying thought of the earlier conversation between Luo Qingzhou and Master Chen, casting a shy glance at Luo Qingzhou beside her. With my beloved by my side, I fear not. Luo Qingzhou responded, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he noticed the blush adorning Hongying's delicate face. Then, I'm not afraid either. Hongying tightened her grip on Luo Qingzhou's hand, as if in that moment, even if she were to perish there, she would have no regrets whatsoever. Ding! Congratulations to the host for standing firm against the deity and choosing to face it alongside Hongying. Reward: 1,000-fold increase in wife points, totaling 1,000,000. Just as Hongying and Luo Qingzhou clasped hands, fearless in the face of the divine, the voice of the wife system's reward echoed once more. This dog food is not for me. In the sky, the once clear heavens suddenly erupted with a deafening thunderclap. A colossal bolt of lightning descended from above. Indra, the god of storms from India. Inside the carriage, Master Chen observed the fearsome aura emanating from the lightning bolt, his expression solemn. Is that Indra, the deity of sequence 016? Master Chen, do you have confidence in defeating him? Lin Xie inquired eagerly, looking toward Master Chen. I lack confidence in defeating him, but I am confident I can obstruct him. Master Chen replied with a smile. Obstruct me? The chasm between gods and humans is as insurmountable as a vast gulf. Humanity, you overestimate yourself. The muscular figure, radiating the essence of thunder, continued. However, I have come to the mortal realm solely for the forbidden item Shiva's grudge. If you hand over Shiva's grudge, I will not trouble you further. With an unfriendly glare, Indra, surrounded by an aura of thunder, turned his attention to Master Chen and Lin Xie within the carriage. Forgive me, but I do not comprehend what you refer to as Shiva's grudge. However, what I do know is that this is Huaxia. Divine beings are forbidden from entering. Master Chen furrowed his brow and flung a cup of tea out of the carriage, which swirled like a blade, sweeping toward the thunderous Indra. Humans daring to challenge a deity. truly a path to self-destruction. Once I have dealt with you, I shall retrieve Shiva's grudge myself. Indra raised his right hand high, summoning a lightning dragon that swiftly obliterated the cup of tea. He then directed the lightning dragon toward the carriage. With a thunderous crash, the carriage was instantly annihilated by the lightning dragon conjured by Indra's divine power. Within the heart of the chariot, Master Chen suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood. Indeed, it seems that taking the initiative to attack was an unwise choice. In this initial clash, he found himself at a disadvantage, and Master Chen furrowed his brow. "Master, are you all right?" Lin Xie inquired with concern, casting a worried glance at Chen. "I am fine. It is merely that this deity proves to be rather formidable." Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gazed heavily towards the eastern coastline. A highway in northern Daxia, several dozen kilometers from Sangnan City. There, the sword Saint Zhou Ping, a paragon of humanity, stood alone with his sword, confronting the sea god Poseidon. Nearby, the revered Yi Fan, another pinnacle of humanity, was using his Buddhist form to halt the god of the underworld, Hades. Furthermore, the paragon Ilu Wu was tirelessly delivering pizza to the trickster god Loki, preventing him from entering Sangnan City. However, the odds remain grim. It is exceedingly difficult for mortals to triumph over deities, and in all directions, the gods remain unconquerable. "Blue, my dear, what shall we do now? It seems Master cannot contend with Indra." Hongying, witnessing Chen's predicament outside the peace office, turned anxiously to the side where Luo Qingzhou stood. "Fear not, Sister Hongying. With me here, all shall return to normal." Luo Qingzhou replied with a reassuring smile as he gently caressed Hongying's delicate, glistening face. Indeed, Hongying gazed into the handsome, sunlit visage before her and felt an inexplicable sense of comfort as she nodded affirmatively. "Sister Hongying, I wish to share a kiss." Luo Qingzhou suddenly interjected at an opportune moment. "Then, let's kiss?" Hongying, astonishingly, did not refuse. Her cheeks flushed as she met Luo Qingzhou's gaze. With no hesitation, Luo Qingzhou pressed his lips against Hongying's rosy ones. Hongying gently closed her eyes, savoring the kiss shared with her beloved. This scene, witnessed by Chun Mai, Zhao, Kongsheng, and others, left them feeling rather affronted. "Captain, look at this young brother Qingzhou and Hongying. The situation is dire, yet they are still flaunting their affection. They are feeding us dog food." Zhao Kongsheng indignantly complained to Chun Mai about the display of affection between Luo Qingzhou and Hongying. "Let them show off. Let them feed us. Perhaps such moments may soon be a rarity." Chun Mai gazed enviously at the kissing couple, Luo Qingzhou and Hongying. If his wife and child were still in Sangnan, he too would be embracing his wife, for such opportunities might genuinely become scarce. "Indeed, Captain, I find myself longing for my wife." Zhao Kongsheng, initially filled with indignation, began to feel a wave of melancholy as he considered the unfavorable circumstances facing Sangnan. At that moment, Luo Qingzhou, lost in the kiss with Hongying, began communicating with the wife pampering system. "System, redeem my promotion points. I wish to redeem all." Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully ascending to the pinnacle of humanity. Remaining wife pampering points, 0. At present, the progress of humanity's pinnacle realm stands at 990005000000. Accompanied by the system's voice resonating in Luo Qingzhou's mind, he abruptly transitioned from the Klein realm to the pinnacle of human potential. This time, he did not conceal his breakthrough through the wife-cherishing system, but rather boldly revealed his ascension to this exalted state. As soon as this formidable aura, reminiscent of divine beings, was unleashed, the four pinnacle humans engaged in fierce battle against the outer gods and the Great Xia all instinctively turned their gaze towards the direction of Sangnan City. It was not only they who were affected. Even the four divine beings they battled were drawn to this sudden surge of power. Yet another pinnacle human? The sea god Poseidon, locked in a fierce conflict with the sword Saint Zhou Ping along the East China Sea, cast a puzzled glance towards Sangnan City. There was no doubt that it was the aura of a pinnacle human. To think that within the Great Xia, there existed a genius even more hidden than Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping, his body marred with wounds, was equally astonished as he looked towards Sangnan City. Had it not been for Yi Fanche's discovery of him while panning for gold, the entire Great Xia might have remained oblivious to the existence of such a genius. Thus, while he was uncovered by Yi Fan, Luo Qingzhou remained unnoticed. Moreover, Luo Qingzhou achieved this breakthrough to the pinnacle of humanity at a critical moment when the Great Xia faced peril, which undoubtedly would serve as a formidable boon for the entire realm. In the northern part of Great Xia, Yi Fan, locked in a fierce battle with Hades, the god of the underworld, displayed an expression of astonishment similar to Zhou Ping's upon sensing the sudden emergence of another pinnacle human's aura. To think that within Great Xia, there were numerous hidden geniuses akin to Zhou Ping. How infuriating! Another pinnacle human, although this deity does not regard them highly. These pinnacle humans are as tenacious as cockroaches that refuse to perish. Hades, upon sensing another pinnacle human's presence, could not help but furrow his brow. Several kilometers outside Sangnan City, Loki narrowed his eyes as he gazed at Lu Wuwei. Your Great Xia truly possesses remarkable fortune at such a critical juncture. Another has broken through to the pinnacle of humanity. The luck of Great Xia flows like a dragon. Everyone has the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of humanity. Therefore, is it truly surprising that another pinnacle human emerges? Dressed in a yellow delivery uniform, Lu Wuwei's lips curled into a slight smile. Above the Peace Bureau, Chun Fuji, within the heart-seeking carriage, looked incredulously at the position beneath the Peace Bureau. This aura emanates from? What on earth is the newly ascended pinnacle human doing? With formidable enemies looming, are you merely frolicking about? This old man does not partake in such frivolities. Furthermore, didn't your profile indicate you were merely an ordinary person? How did you suddenly ascend to the pinnacle of humanity? Observing the junior, who had conversed with him not long ago, suddenly transform into a formidable peer, Master Chun was utterly taken aback. The distance of 91 steps felt like an insurmountable chasm, as if a blade could sever the divine. Hey, that young man, cease your chatter. The situation is dire. Come forth and assist. Master Chun, caught in a whirlwind of astonishment and embarrassment, directed his gaze towards the imminent threat, the newly ascended pinnacle of humanity, who was still prattling away. I understand your urgency, but please hold your horses. This exchange has only just begun, and it is impossible to halt mid-conversation. Lin Xie, well acquainted with Luo Qingzhou's character, covered his face as he looked down at the ill-timed chatter of Sister Hongying. Wait, while idle banter is one thing, how has this little girl also attained the Sea Realm? A look of incredulity returned to Master Chen's face. Just moments ago, he sensed that Hongying was merely at the River Realm. How could she break through in the midst of such trivial conversation? Hongying has also transcended? Lin Xie gazed at Hongying, bewildered. He knew that Luo Qingzhou was originally at the Klein Realm, and his cultivation speed surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Yet, could Sister Hongying truly break through merely through idle chatter? Could it be that what Luo Qingzhou had previously asserted was indeed the truth? With this thought, Lin Xie suddenly comprehended and looked towards Master Chun. I see now. This is the bond of love between Qingzhou and Sister Hongying. Master Chun responded. What did you just say? The Night Watcher records do not indicate that you suffer from delusions of grandeur. Master Chun silently regarded the radiant Lin Xie. No, it could not be. This truly is the bond of love between Sister Hongying and Qingzhou. Seeing Master Chun's skeptical expression, Lin Xie reiterated his point. If we must consider it as such, just how long must this idle chatter continue? The Great Xia is currently besieged from all sides. The only one who can extricate himself is the Luo Qingzhou before us. Master Chun found himself at a loss regarding this newly minted pinnacle of humanity. At that moment, Luo Qingzhou released Hongying with satisfaction. Sister Hongying, you have broken through. Yes. Hongying, feeling shy, dared not meet Luo Qingzhou's gaze. Boyfriend, swiftly assist Master Chun and the others. I shall not be a burden to you. How could this be a burden? This is the bond of love between you and me. Sister Hongying, Luo Qingzhou's eyes sparkled with light. Bond of love, you say? Let this deity witness just how strong your so-called bond is, daring to disregard my presence right beneath my nose. Above the agency, Indra observed this newly emerged pinnacle of humanity, initially shocked and puzzled, gradually becoming infuriated. He had not anticipated that just moments ago. Luo Qingzhou was an ordinary individual before him, and in the blink of an eye, he had ascended to the heights of humanity, disregarding even a deity like himself. Not only did he brazenly flaunt his affection, but he also uttered lines so embarrassing that even a god would feel shame. Annihilate them. Indra raised his hand, summoning the terrifying power of thunder, aimed directly at Luo Qingzhou, unleashing a fierce strike. Observing this, Luo Qingzhou swiftly retrieved a Klein-level lightning rod from the depths of his system space. This divine artifact had long been prepared for these deities in secrecy. Although the lightning rod was merely of Klein tier, it was imbued with an overwhelming counteractive property. Thus, as the endless torrent of dread thunder descended upon him, the divine technique of the lightning rod, return the favor in kind, was set into motion. The formidable thunder, capable of effortlessly obliterating a city, was entirely absorbed by the soaring lightning rod that Luo Qingzhou had cast into the air. Furthermore, after this absorption, the lightning rod radiated a magnificent thunderous light, surging towards Indra with relentless force. With a resounding crash, the thunderclap reduced Indra, still hovering above the agency, to a charred, blackened form. Although this return the favor in kind did not inflict any substantial harm on Indra, who wielded the path of thunder, the scent of charred flesh was an immense affront. How infuriating! What is that object? How could it withstand my thunder? The charred Indra glared furiously at Luo Qingzhou. Fool! Have you never heard of a lightning rod? Your thunder is ineffective against me. A playful smile graced the corners of Luo Qingzhou's lips. Mortal, who bestowed upon you the audacity to mock a deity? Indra clenched his fists, the sound of cracking bones echoing as thunder intertwined with the shadows of his fists. From Yua, Luo Qingzhou revealed the identity of his benefactor. Yua? Is she not a deity from the legends of the Great Xia? Yet, this deity does not exist among the pantheon of Great Xia. Indra furrowed his brow, pondering whether there might be an even older deity concealed within Great Xia's depths. He does not belong to this realm. However, wherever his legends echo, there lies his divine kingdom. And you, a group of filthy foreign gods, dare to tread upon the territory of Great Xia. With that, a gleaming golden straight sword materialized in Luo Qingzhou's hand, as he declared with piercing intensity, "A step away is a world apart." In an instant, this artifact, now elevated to the zenith of human capability, unleashed a strike that defied space, time, and location. This golden strike shone like the baptism of the cosmos. The essence of the blade path was palpable within this strike. This blow could harm deities. It was a cut imbued with the law of the blade. This strike contains the aura of the law. Indra, still contemplating whether there existed older deities in Huaxia yet to reveal themselves, felt a sudden surge of alarm upon sensing the law-infused strike. He soared into the clouds, seeking to evade the impending attack, only to discover that this strike bore a tracking attribute. It seemed it would never cease until it struck him. How infuriating! Since evasion is futile, let me witness how a mere human-s laws can possibly contend with my divine, thunderous principles. Confronted with the inevitable Indra, I turned and summoned boundless thunder. Bathed in the brilliance of lightning, I resembled a deity of storms. I unleashed the terrifying might of thunder toward that resplendent blade. In an instant, the clash between the laws of thunder and the laws of the blade erupted. These were two immensely dominant forces colliding. For but a fleeting moment, the very air of the heavens was rendered void by the overwhelming power of these two laws. Ultimately, the laws of the blade and thunder receded into nothingness. Was it? Level. Observing from within the heart's chariot, Master Chun was utterly astounded to witness a newly risen human prodigy achieve a stalemate against a divine being. This was the full force of a deity unleashed. Had I, Master Chun, been struck by such terrifying, thunderous power, I would surely have been gravely injured in an instant. Who would have thought this young man possessed such formidable lethality? He ought to be aiding Zhou Ping and his comrades in slaying gods. As for me, if only I could wield that young man's lightning rod, Indra would never breach my hard-ass sanctuary in this lifetime. Master Chun mused to himself. Then, he called out to Luo Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou, may I borrow your lightning rod? I shall hold off Indra while you assist Zhou Ping and the others in their divine hunt. No need. I have other allies aiding Zhou Ping, replied Luo Qingzhou, who had just reached an even footing with Indra. He lifted his gaze towards Master Chun within the heart's chariot. Subsequently, before Master Chun's very eyes, he shaped a lump of clay, summoning forth a gallant general, Hua Tsubing, off to the eastern coastline to assist Zhou Ping in slaying gods. After conjuring Hua Tsubing and his signature weapon, the long spear, Luo Qingzhou turned his attention back to Indra, who remained in shock at the sight of a human wielding powers akin to divine laws. No, this cannot be. How could a human possess such authority over the laws? Who are you truly? The bewildered Indra fixed an intense gaze upon Luo Qingzhou, unable to comprehend. Not only was Indra perplexed, but Master Chun also struggled to fathom how Luo Qingzhou, as a mere human, could embody the powers typically reserved for deities. While this was the ultimate aspiration of all human prodigies, how had Luo Qingzhou transcended these limitations? Who am I? Have I not declared that I am the agent of the creator goddess of Huaxia? Niwa? Exclaimed Luo Qingzhou. Did you not witness me manifesting a human prodigy right before your eyes? Luo Qingzhou's response was somewhat disjointed, primarily because he too was bewildered as to how his within reach yet far away could possess such power over the laws. Thus, he immediately connected with the wife pampering system. The system posits that in order for humans to possess the power of the laws, one must leave their own unique mark upon the profound pathways of existence. Yet, I have not Ding. The host has successfully ascended to the pinnacle of humanity. Certain permissions have been unlocked. Thus, the system is currently in pursuit of answers for the host Ding. The search for answers has succeeded. Ding. The divine domain of creation and humanity belongs to the Master, who has already transcended. Therefore, all creations from the Master's divine realm, upon reaching the pinnacle of humanity, inherently possess the power of the laws. But how can an ordinary person like me bear such power? Luo Qingzhou's confusion deepened. Ding. Host, please do not underestimate yourself. In your youth, you could rival the goddess Niwa of the girl generation. Have you not noticed that as your realm ascends, the system suppression of your talents diminishes? Particularly when you employ the distance of 1,000 miles, the system's restraint on your gifts has significantly lessened. Hence, should you strike once more, this so-called divine being, before you would surely be severed at a single blow. Am I truly that formidable? Luo Qingzhou felt as if he were being deceived by the system. Nevertheless, he grasped the resplendent golden blade once more, just as he was about to unleash that radiant strike. Indra suddenly turned towards Luo Qingzhou with a wild intensity. You claim to be the agent of the Chinese primordial goddess Niwa. Let this god behold the strength you purport her to possess. With those near-manic words, Indra unleashed divine might. With the power of a deity's soul, he gazed directly into Luo Qingzhou's essence, attempting to discern the lingering aura of the primordial goddess Niwa within him. And he found it. Yet, he could not withstand the gaze of the residual presence of the goddess Niwa. Merely a glance, Indra's form began to dissolve into streams of golden light. This is impossible. How could the great Xia possess such a formidable deity? He is the most terrifying divine being I have ever encountered. He is clearly not within this universe, not in this world. Yet, with a mere glance, he could obliterate my divine essence. As Indra's body gradually dissipated, disbelief filled his eyes. As one of the ancient deities, he had witnessed countless divine beings, yet none had matched the might of Niwa, a being whose power is unviewable. Just like that, he perished. Within the chariot of the mind, Master Chun, upon witnessing Indra merely glance at Luo Qingzhou before his divine form began to dissipate, felt an increasing sense of incredulity. Looking once more at Luo Qingzhou, who initially appeared no different from an ordinary person, Master Chen realized he had gravely underestimated the strength of this newly ascended pinnacle of humanity, and what the primordial goddess Niwa, whom Luo Qingzhou spoke of. Yet, the celestial sovereign claimed that there exists no such deity within the pantheon of Chinese gods, as she is but a figure of legend. Bored, I had intended to test my blade on you, yet you sought your own demise, fixated on that singular existence. Lifting the resplendent sword, Luo Qingzhou gazed upon Indra, now utterly vanquished in this universe, and shook his head as he returned the sword to the system's space. Meanwhile, on the eastern coast, the sea god Poseidon, previously engaged in a fierce battle with Zhou Ping, was filled with shock upon sensing the complete disappearance of Indra's aura. How is this possible? A mere human, a newly ascended pinnacle of humanity, has slain a god. Simply slaying a god, I too shall achieve this in due course. Upon hearing Poseidon's words, Zhou Ping's sword became increasingly sharp. Nonsense. This is certainly not the doing of you mortals. It must have been the gods of Daxia who ambushed Indra. Otherwise, how could Indra possibly perish at the hands of a human? Poseidon, momentarily taken aback, swiftly redirected his ire towards the deities of Daxia. Huh, an ambush? Poseidon, you underestimate the gods of Daxia. Zhou Ping scoffed. Whether true or false, I shall ascertain it with a glance. Stepping forward, Poseidon unleashed a deluge of seawater, sweeping toward Songnan City. Seeing this, Zhou Ping hastily raised his sword in defense. For if Poseidon were to set foot in Songnan City, not only would it be submerged, but the surrounding cities would also face obliteration. Step aside, mortal. I have no time to play with you now. Poseidon, irked by Zhou Ping, summoned towering waves to crash upon him. Zhou Ping retaliated with several sword energies. However, already injured from his battle with Poseidon, he found himself utterly drained from merely attempting to halt the colossal waves. At that moment, his sharpest sword was plunged into the ground, supporting his weary form. I cannot hold on much longer. Zhou Ping gasped, glancing helplessly at Poseidon, who was once again advancing toward Songnan City. Humanity is but frail. Gods are not as weak as you mortals. Poseidon sneered at Zhou Ping and continued his relentless march toward Songnan City. Yet, before he could take a few steps, a gallant steed charged forth from the direction of Songnan City, accompanied by a resounding voice. By the light of the sun and moon, wherever rivers flow, all belongs to the land of summer. The champion of Huaxia, Huitzubing, I implore the gods to halt their advance. The tide has turned. The heroes of Huaxia retaliate against the gods. In northern Daxia, the once fierce battle between Hades and Yi Fan, causing mountains to crumble, was interrupted as Hades sensed the sudden disappearance of Indra's aura, revealing a look of astonishment. Indra, has he truly perished? Slain by a human? Dead? Good riddance. Who said that mortal flesh cannot slay gods? With his body marred by countless wounds, Yi Fan's eyes brightened as if an inexhaustible power surged within his weary form, reigniting the flames of his fighting spirit. Nonsense. How could a mere mortal slay a deity? Hades, the lord of the underworld, could not fathom how humanity could even entertain such a notion. Such acts of defiance against the divine have rarely succeeded. Thus, at this moment, Hades longed to witness with his own eyes the human who had dared to kill Indra. Otherwise, the very idea of mortals slaying gods remained an absurdity he could not accept. Driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, Hades began his journey toward Songnan City. Yet, how could Yi Fan allow him to pass? Come back. Yi Fan, embodying the golden form of the Buddha, lifted a massive stone and hurled it towards Hades with great force. You seek death, mortal. Hades frowned, an overwhelming aura of death swirling around him, as he shattered the approaching boulder with a single punch. Subsequently, the divine might manifested, revealing a corner of the boundless realm of death. Since you wish to obstruct me, then perish. With his divine might and domain unleashed in tandem, Hades unleashed a terrifying assault upon Yi Fan without reservation. Yi Fan, upon witnessing this, wore an expression of grave concern as he summoned all his strength to resist with the golden form of the Buddha. However, the gap between mortals and deities remained significant, especially before possessing the power of the loss. Thus, this clash left Yifan, already injured, gravely wounded once more. The disparity between mortals and gods was indeed substantial. Embedded within the mountains, blood trickled from the corner of Yifan's mouth as he murmured, watching Hades advance step by step towards Songnan City. Meanwhile, Hades, noticing that Yifan was no longer capable of hindering him, accelerated towards Songnan City. Just as he was about to arrive, 5 formidable figures, unbound by the rules of combat, suddenly emerged. Zhang Fei of the 5 Tiger Generals is here. Who dares to challenge me? Huang Zhong of the 5 Tiger Generals is here. Halt, divine being! Zhao Yun of the 5 Tiger Generals is here. Advance another step, and you shall die. Ma Chao of the 5 Tiger Generals is here. Divine being, depart at once. Guan Yu of the 5 Tiger Generals is here. Divine being, come forth and seek your demise. Riding their 5 swift steeds, Guan Yu and his companions formed a pincer movement, encircling Hades. Another 5 human paragons? Yifan, how many such insignificant ants exist among your kind? Hades was taken aback upon seeing the 5 formidable humans, enhanced by Luo Qingzhou, appear before him. For if humanity possessed so many such ants, it could indeed challenge the supremacy of the divine. After all, it was said that there were only a few paragons among humanity in the entire Great Xia, yet suddenly 5 more had emerged. The implications were profoundly intriguing. On the road leading to Songnan City. No, are you not tired of this? I have already said I do not eat pizza. Loki stood before the highway, his expression one of utter exasperation as he watched Lu Wuwei, who was riding a dilapidated electric scooter. Divine delivery guaranteed, Lu Wuwei exclaimed, panting heavily, resembling the battered electric vehicle he rode. I guarantee my mission, you old fool. I shall enter Songnan City, and no one can stop me. With a grand gesture, Loki conjured a mysterious portal, which materialized within the boundaries of Songnan City. Subsequently, countless frost giants began to pour forth from the portal. Ah, you wish to obstruct me? Then I shall first lay waste at Songnan. Loki smirked at the endless stream of frost giants emerging from the portal. Yet at that very moment, the presence of Indra abruptly vanished. This left him momentarily stunned. Indra had actually perished? Did this not disrupt the current 4 against 5 situation? Loki furrowed his brow. The sudden demise of a deity in Songnan City was an unforeseen development in his scheme. Better dead than alive, he mused, for the portal you just deployed is doomed to fail against the guardians of 2 human paragons. Meanwhile, Lu Wuwei, sensing Indra's demise, fixed his gaze intently towards Songnan City. Coincidentally, at that very instant, 2 valiant generals riding ebony steeds arrived. Xiang Yu, the hegemon king of Western Shu, had come to aid the human paragon Lu Wuwei. Bai Qi, the martial peace lord, also rushed to bolster Lu Wuwei. The 2 gallant generals appeared before Lu Wuwei and Loki, exuding an aura of formidable prowess. Xiang Yu, Bai Qi, Lu Wuwei, taken aback by the sudden appearance of these reinforcements, was filled with astonishment. In his understanding, the heroic spirits of China were safeguarding the destiny of the nation. How could Bai Qi and Xiang Yu suddenly materialize? And they were so striking. Once again, 2 human paragons. This situation was increasingly straying from my plans. The god of deceit, Loki, recognized that the current circumstances left him at a disadvantage, especially after Indra's death. 3 deities visiting China seemed insufficient. Since events have unfolded beyond my expectations, I shall grant you some grace. Loki squinted as he issued a grave warning. He prepared to depart, but the hegemon King Xiang Yu and the martial peace lord Bai Qi, having just been reborn, were not about to let Loki, this foreign god, leave unchallenged. You think you can simply depart? Do you truly believe that the Great Xia is a realm where you foreign gods can come and go at will? You shall face some tribulations first. With that, Xiang Yu, mounted on his ebony steed, brandished his overlord spear and lunged at Loki. Meanwhile, Bai Qi, wielding a 70 centimeters long sword, flanked Xiang Yu, launching a coordinated assault on Loki from both sides. in a fleeting moment, whether along the eastern coast or in the northern regions of the Great Xia, as well as beyond the boundaries of Songnan City. All foreign deities attempting to breach the domain of the Great Xia were abruptly thwarted by the sudden emergence of the illustrious spirits of Huaxia. Moreover, these ethereal beings astonishingly wielded the power of corresponding laws. Each one possessed the capability to slay gods. While they may not stand a chance in one-on-one confrontations, in a multitude, should they be struck by the weapons imbued with the power of laws, it would deliver a harrowing lesson to those foreign deities. Even I, old Zhao, have my moments of glory before the Peace Affairs Office in the face of Indra's ignorance and audacity. He merely cast a glance at Luo Qingzhou before meeting his demise. Witnessing this scene from within the Heartscape carriage, Master Chun felt an overwhelming shock. For this was a deity that even humanity's pinnacle would dread. Merely a glance, and he was annihilated? What manner of existence is the deity you represent? Luo Qingzhou. Bianhua. Luo Qingzhou. Stepping out from his Heartscape, Master Chen approached Luo Qingzhou, his face etched with boundless confusion. However, as he intended to inquire further, an overwhelming surge of azure frost giants charged forth from the direction of the portal towards Songnan City. Observing this, Luo Qingzhou turned to Master Chun and Chun Mai, declaring, "Master, let us set aside my matters for now. It is time for us to launch our counterattack." Indeed, the frost giants of the small Chuan realm cannot withstand a single strike from Zhao Kongcheng. With the Sea Realm's direct blade in hand, Zhao Kongcheng felt every cell in his body invigorated, eagerly anticipating the obliteration of the towering frost giants before him. Old Zhao, although you wield the weapon bestowed by Brother Qingzhou, you remain fundamentally an ordinary person. While you may inflict fatal wounds upon the frost giants, should they reach you, it could prove to be a lethal blow. Concerned for Zhao Kongcheng's reckless enthusiasm, Chen Mai frowned at him. "Captain, you need not worry. Brother Qingzhou has also crafted for me a Klein-level Overlord armor. Even without employing spiritual power, this armor can withstand attacks from below the Sea Realm. Thus, I am invincible beneath the Sea Realm. Above it, I exchange one for one." Zhao Kongcheng flung open his coat, revealing a suit of pure black Overlord armor. He then faced the oncoming tide of frost giants, biting his fingertip. "Void of constraints, activate." As the words left his lips, a dark crimson domain enveloped the entirety of Songnan City. Clad in black Overlord armor, Zhao Kongcheng was free from any concerns, charging towards the majority of the frost giants, who were merely of the Chuan realm. In that moment, amidst the siege of the frost giants, Zhao Kongcheng resembled a war god. One strike was sufficient to dispatch a frost giant, even without invoking the divine skill, close yet world apart. With the inherent sharpness of the straight blade, a single strike can indeed deliver a lethal blow. To think that old Zhao would seek assistance from young Brother Qingzhou? Has he even